Unfilial son. My father's roar echoed, but I barely registered it. Half naked on a concubine's bed, I just time traveled to a cultivation world. Then, ding, the Emperor's summoning system starts suddenly. I could summon legendary generals like Li Tzuanxiao. Revenge was the only thing on my mind. This pathetic crown prince was going to seize power. Unfilial son. How dare you defile the harem? My father, Emperor Lu Zhang, roared, his face a mask of fury. Where are the Xuanwu guards? Seize him. I stared, half naked on the concubine's bed, utterly bewildered. I actually traveled through time. This wasn't my world. This was a realm of cultivation, of dynasties and sects sprawling across 9 divine continents, endless seas, and countless islands. The strong could fly, manipulate life and death. The weak, like ants, were mere slaves. Dacian, my empire, was but one dynasty in Dongsheng Shenzhou, surrounded by powerful enemies and overshadowed by immortal sects that demanded tribute. My position? Crown Prince. A noble title, masking the bitter truth. I was a useless waste, incapable of cultivation, scorned and ridiculed by all. And now, this a waste found in the favorite concubine's bed. Even a fool could see the disaster this spelled. Terror seized me. I shuddered, glancing at my enraged father. Father, I swear I'm innocent, the evidence is clear, he thundered. Expel this rebellious son. Exile him to Hanyang County, to guard the northern border. Yes. 2 Xuanwu guards dragged me away, my protests unheard. My father's rage vanished as quickly as it flared. He turned to the kneeling musk concubine, his voice chillingly calm. The harem is forbidden from politics, from any power struggle. Do you understand? Your Majesty, mercy. I was forced to kill her. He left, leaving the concubine's fate sealed. The beast carriage creaked. I slumped, a sigh escaping my lips. Damn it, demoted on day 1. I'm the most pathetic time traveler ever then, 2 voices echoed in my mind. Ding, the Emperor's summoning system starts. Ding, the Emperor's summoning system successfully started. Novice gift pack awarded. I jumped. Then, ecstasy flooded me. A system. It might be late, but it was never absent. This was it. My ticket out. System, introduce yourself. This system is the Emperor's summoning system. It summons powerful individuals from across the heavens and worlds for your use. The rules were simple enough. I couldn't wait. System, open the novice gift pack. Ding, novice gift pack opened. Congratulations, host, on receiving 10 primary summoning cards, a god-level marrow cleansing pill, and the Creation Sutra. Hiss. You're incredibly generous. Are you sure you're a summoning system, not a god-level one? The systems in my past life novels were stingy, frustratingly so. This one was amazing. 10 consecutive summons? Unbelievable. Without hesitation, system, use 10 primary summoning cards. Ding, summoning card used successfully. Congratulations, host, on summoning the flying bear god, Zhang Shang. Ding, summoning card used successfully. Congratulations, host, on summoning the master of legalism, Li Si. Ding, summoning card used successfully. Congratulations, host, on summoning the general of Zuowu, Qin Xiong. Ding, summoning card used successfully. Congratulations, host, on summoning the cold-faced gun god, Luo Chang. Numbness washed over me. Zhang Shang, Li Si, Luo Chang, legendary strategists and generals from my past life. Summoned by me. This system was something else. Ding, summoning card used successfully. Congratulations, host, on summoning the flying tiger god general, Li Tzuanxiao. I gasped. Li Tzuanxiao. As legendary as Xiang Yu. Summoned by me. A virtual screen appeared, displaying Li Tzuanxiao's details: name, Li Tzuanxiao, origin, the bad guy's world title, the world's #1 warrior, 13 guardians kung fu, supreme heaven and earth kung fu cultivation, 9th level peak of condensed soul realm magic weapon, unparalleled purple gold boxing gloves, Yu Wangshua unlocked special attributes, combat power bonus when enraged, with the 13 guardians, gains further combat power and formation buffs. System, Li Tsuanxiao, from the bad guy's world? Ding, the same hero prioritizes the strongest iteration, integrating advantages across parallel worlds. I see. Hence the Yuanxua, in addition to the gloves. And his cultivation, 9th level peak, condensed soul realm. This world's cultivation system had 15 realms, each with 9 levels. I was at the 6th level of the soul condensation realm. Li Tsuanxiao was leagues ahead. My euphoria was shattered by the carriage stopping. A chilling laugh pierced the air. Jie, Your Highness, we have arrived. Disembark. Karma. That voice, something was wrong. I peered outside, my excitement draining. Damn it. Framed and exiled. They won't even let me go. My guards were gone, replaced by strangers sneering down at me as if I were already dead. Panicked, I mentally shouted, "System, where are my summoned individuals?" Ding, all summoned characters have been given local memories and are in different locations. Arrival within 3 days. This damned system is toying with me. 3 days? I was facing death. Ding, summon character Qin Xiong is in phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals rut slash phoneme, arrival in 5 minutes. Please wait patiently, host. Relief, fragile as it was, washed over me. 5 minutes wasn't much, but it wasn't nothing. I had to buy time. I faced their leader, a middle-aged man. Who are you? He, who are we? We're here to see His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, off. He was mocking. He didn't respect me, the Crown Prince. My heart burned. I knew this was a setup. My brothers Ning, Yu, Shi, or Wei, one of them was behind this. I forced calm. I am the Prince of Dakian. Consider the consequences of killing me. Tisk, you're just a useless cultivator. But I am still the prince. Killing me will enrage my father. He will investigate. Do you think you'll escape? Before they could retort, I continued, a sneer playing on my lips. Don't think whoever put you up to this will protect you. They'll get rid of you too. My words hung heavy in the air, he'll never let this leak. You'll die. Only your death guarantees silence. The dozen assassins, initially sneering, now looked grim. My words hit home. They knew I was right, their masters would eliminate them. Many of their brothers had vanished after dirty work, disappearing without a trace. They suspected the truth, but dared not speak. Now, it was personal. A secret thrill pulsed through me. All those movies, shows, and novels, they weren't wasted. Suppressing my glee, I pressed my advantage. Betray yourselves, and heaven and earth will punish you. Why throw your lives away for my brother's petty squabbles? Leave now, and this is forgotten. Need a place? Come to Hanyang County. I'll find you work, ensure you're fed and clothed. What do you say? My words were potent bait. Their faces lit up with interest. System, how long until Qin Xiong arrives? Ding, Qin Xiong will arrive in 2 minutes. 2 minutes? Enough. Relief washed over me. But just as I thought I'd swayed them, the middle-aged leader roared, "You waste. Trying to frighten us? You're asking for death." The others sprang to attention, their eyes blazing. My relief vanished. I'm not scaring you, fools. Listen. Get away from here, and never return to the capital. As I desperately spun my lies, a black-robed figure, 100 meters away in the woods, watched. He frowned, his eyes filled with suspicion. The Crown Prince, he's different. Was he hiding his incompetence? Before he could ponder further, a strong phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win slash phoneme slammed into him. He turned, his face paling, ready to flee, but a sharp pain exploded in his head. Darkness swallowed him. Ding, summon character Qin Xiong has arrived and can appear at any time. Ecstasy surged. I scanned the area, but Qin Xiong was nowhere in sight. The middle-aged killer noticed my expression, sensing trouble. He grinned, drawing his sword. Even your silver tongue won't save you, waste. Where's Qin Xiong? I yelled, panic seizing me. You're calling for help? Prepare to die. His laughter was cut short by a whistling sound. A 4-inch diamond mace, blazing gold, shot from the forest, piercing the killer's chest. He flew back, crashing to the ground. I gasped. Humanly impossible. A thunderous roar erupted from the right. You dare insult my lord, you thief! A figure nightlight helmet, willow leaf armor, a single mace landed before me, the black-robed man clutched in his hand. He knelt. My apologies for my lateness, my lord. Not late at all, Shubao. Perfect timing. I helped him up, exhilaration overflowing. Qin Shubao. My favorite general, alive before my eyes. Lord, allow me to deal with these knaves. Hold on, I'll question them first. I turned to the terrified assassins. Who sent you? They stared at each other, silent. 3, 2. Silence. Just as I was about to say one of them cracked. But before he could confess, another assassin lunged, severing his head. Blood spurted. I stumbled back, horrified. Qin Xiong bellowed, looking for death. He punched the killer, sending him flying, dead. The remaining assassins simultaneously collapsed, blood pouring from their orifices, dead. Qin Xiong examined the bodies, shaking his head. My lord, they bit poison. What? I stared at their corpses, disbelief mixed with horror. I thought I'd gotten confessions, instead, they all chose death. Qin Xiong searched the bodies, finding nothing. He turned to me. My lord, the man in black was watching, I suspect he was here to kill you. Right, I agreed, my face grim. They'd hesitated, until the black-robed man's strike pushed them to suicide. They failed this time, but they'll be back. I looked at the unconscious black-robed man. Who is he? He was watching from the forest, my lord. I knocked him out. Kill him? Later. I knelt, searching the man. Then I saw it a ring. A storage ring. I took it, handing it to Qin Xiong. Check it. He found 2 tokens, one light gold, etched with Qian, the other black, with Ing. My lord, this man is a member of the Dakian Shadow Guard. The Shadow Guard? You know them? Indeed, my lord. They're infamous. No one escapes them. I nodded. I'd forgotten Qin Xiong had this world's memories, too. He effectively lived here, summoned by the system. My lord, what shall we do with him? Execute? No need, I said, shaking my head. He's Shadow Guard. Let him be. There was more I didn't say. The Shadow Guard served my father like the Jinui of old, answerable only to him. This man was my father's spy, sent to watch me. Even without Qin Xiong, I wouldn't have died. But let's go, Shubao. We need to leave, someone's likely coming. Yes, my lord. Back in Dakian Palace, the Hall of Supreme Harmony. Your Majesty, I failed. A low hum. My father, Lu Zhang, sat behind the dragon throne, his brush still in hand. Then his expression froze, icy cold, and a terrifying aura of dragon power swept the hall. Is the prince dead? I don't know. The black-robed monk, kneeling before him, was drenched in sweat. He stammered out the story. The oppressive aura lifted as quickly as it had appeared. My father frowned, his tiger eyes thoughtful. A mysterious strongman dispatch all spies to find the prince. And keep a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme watch on princes Ning, Yu, Qi, and Wei. See what they're up to. He paused. Secretly investigate that strongman. No alarms. Yes, Your Majesty. Go to the punishment hall. Your punishment awaits. Thank you, Your Majesty. The Shadow Guard bowed and left. My father resumed his writing, for powerful characters emerging on the paper dominate the universe. Prince Ning's mansion. My second brother, Lu Jin, sat in the main hall, frowning, clutching a sound transmission jade talisman. Your Highness, news from the prince. Zhang Ku, Prince Ning's advisor, entered. Lu Jin passed the talisman to Zhang Ku, who listened, his brow furrowing. Your Highness, this clumsy attempt doesn't fit the other's style. Some unknown force is at play. Lu Jin breathed deeply. Sir, do we proceed as planned, or? Your Highness, recall everyone. Continuing is pointless. He's a waste. His life or death matters little. The important thing is those other three brothers. If you want the East Palace, you need something to show for it. The same scene played out in Princes Yu, Qi, and Wei's mansions. Within half a day, news of my assassination spread. But it caused little stir. A useless prince who cares if he lives or dies. Meanwhile, I sat cross-legged in the beast carriage, shrouded in foul-smelling black impurities, like a layer of armor. Qin Xiong, driving, grimaced at the stench, sealing his nose and mouth with spiritual power. Ding, congratulations, host, on breaking through to the 5th level of the Qi refining realm. Ding, first breakthrough reward granted, delivered to system warehouse. 2 system notifications jolted me awake. My eyes opened to that horrific stench. I retched ugh. I splashed into a river, laughing with relief. Ha! Refreshing. Before the cleansing, my body felt burdened, 1,000 gene weight. Now, I felt light, powerful. System, status report. Host, Lufan cultivation, 5th level, Qi refining realm points, 0 exercise, creation sutra supernatural power secret skill, none martial skills, none magic weapon, none beast pets, none summon characters, Zhang Shang, Li Si, Fei, Qin Xiong, Luo Chang, Li Tsuanxiao, Duan Wan, Wang Han, Xia Hui, Xiang Chong. Summon core, none task, none mall, not open warehouse, a breakthrough gift package. I winced at my pitiful stats. I'm flat broke. But seeing the 10 names under summon characters, my confidence returned. Broke or not, with these 10 top officials and generals, the throne is mine. Qin Xiong returned with a new robe. I dressed, looked out at my reflection, a handsome young man with sharp eyes. I smiled, turning to the carriage. Let's go. Hanyang County, as quickly as possible. Yes, my lord. System, open the breakthrough gift package. I sat cross-legged, anticipation building. I had nothing but my summon forces. Qin Xiong, Li Tsuanxiao, they'd help me establish a foothold in the north, but securing the county guard position, controlling the entire border, that was a bigger challenge. My only hope rested with the system. Ding, breakthrough gift package opened. Congratulations, host, on receiving a primary unit summoning card, the Drunk Immortal Brewing Recipe, the 7-star Ultimate Formation Disc, 50 Shenling pills, 10 Lingyuan pills, and 10,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Elementary Arms Summoning Card, randomly summons powerful legions. Zuaxian Brewing Recipe, brews 7th grade spiritual wine. 7-star Killing Array, 6th grade array, note, injecting spiritual power activates the array. Shenling Pill, 3rd grade elixir, for condensing Yuan realm and below. Lingyuan Dan, 5th grade elixir, for true Dan realm and below. The system screen shimmered. I gripped my fists, my face flushed with excitement. The system had answered my prayers. Intelligence, military strength, wealth, I needed all 3. The system had given me 2. Ding, use the primary unit summoning card? Use. Ding, primary unit summoning card used. Congratulations, host, on summoning the Golden Fire Cavalry. Hiss. Golden Fire Cavalry? System, are you serious? I knew them well, the elite Qin Dynasty Cavalry, invincible in their time. Even with their setbacks, their strength was undeniable. The system didn't respond, displaying the information: regiment, Golden Fire Cavalry, number of people, 3,000, note, purchasable in the mall, upper limit 30,000. Cultivation level, 2,700 body forging, 200 Qi refining, 80 condensation, 15 spiritual C, 5 true elixir. Equipment, repeating crossbow, dark iron spear, armor, helmet. Passive attribute, fearless charge, 10% combat power increase in combat. My blood boiled. System, where are they? Ding, temporarily stored, host can choose delivery location. Ding, deploy here? No, not yet. I suppressed my excitement. I wasn't in Hanyang yet. The Golden Fire Cavalry's arrival would be too conspicuous. First, I need to improve my cultivation. The rest can wait. I took a Xianling pill and began to refine it. Back in Dakian Palace, the Taiha Hall. Your Majesty, the prince is unharmed, but guarded by an unknown individual, whose origins are unknown. An unknown guard? My father set down a memorial. What's his cultivation level? His cultivation is unknown, the report stated. My father, Lu Zhang, frowned. The kneeling shadow guard hurried to explain, he was very cautious. Getting 2 phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme risk discovery Prince Ning? Any activity? Your Majesty, Prince Ning's mansion has stood down. Princes Yu and Qi show no movement. But Prince Wei's mansion they've contacted the Xianyang sect. The word Xianyang sect froze my father's expression. His eyes flashed with cold fury. Xianyang sect keep an eye on Prince Wei and the sect. And monitor King Pingyan's actions closely. Yes. Once the deputy leader left, my father's expression softened. He picked up a jade slip. Find out more about the guard with me. A barely audible footstep signaled the messenger's departure. Meanwhile, at Fengyang Pavilion, my sister, Princess Lulan, held a sound transmission jade plaque, for words etched upon it, Prince as well. Relief washed over her. Looking out the window, she murmured, Brother, Lanner will protect you. I'll kill anyone who threatens you, even if I have to kill everyone. She took a deep breath, sent a reply, then crushed the jade plaque, the aura of a 9th level peak condensation realm cultivator briefly flaring. Immediately, she was back to being the meek, bullied princess. I was oblivious to all this, sitting cross-legged in the carriage, refining elixirs, enjoying the rapid improvement in my cultivation. Then, the carriage lurched to a halt. A dozen piercing whistles cut through the air as the sudden sounds ripped me from my cultivation. My face darkened. They're back. They really think I'm a pushover. But Qin Xiong, a peerless general, was with me. And I could summon the Golden Fire Cavalry at any moment. I had nothing to fear, only burning anger and murderous intent. Emerging from the carriage, I saw Qin Xiong, 2 swords in his hands, dozens of arrows at his feet, their blue-tinged arrowheads clearly poison-tipped. Xu Bao, can you handle them? My lord, they're nothing. But I worry about a diversionary tactic. My fists clenched. Fury and rage boiled within me. They think I'm a fool. First, assassins replaced my guards. Now, archers and hidden soldiers. It seemed many wanted me dead. As I considered this, hundreds of arrows rained down from the surrounding forests. My lord, watch out! Qin Xiong yelled, deflecting the volley. My anger flared. They were trying to lure me into a trap. If this continued, it would become far more dangerous. I needed a swift solution. I was about to unleash the Golden Fire Cavalry, when a thunderous roar erupted ahead. Damn thief! Harm my lord, and you'll pay! A powerfully built, spear-wielding man on horseback galloped toward us, his shout instantly drawing everyone's attention. Qin Xiong stood ready. I, however, felt a surge of excitement and asked mentally, System, who is that? Ding, summoned hero, Xiaohui. Name, Xiaohui. Origin, mythical 3 Kingdoms world title, for heroes of Xiaohu Kung Fu, Sheninju cultivation, peak, 9th level, true elixir realm magic weapon, water and fire soul stealing gun special attributes, enhanced in water and fire environments, 30% combat power increase. My eyes widened. Xiaohui wasn't as famous as Guan Yu or Lubu, but he was still one of the 4 heroes of Xiaohu, and his father, Xiahou Yuan, was one of the 8 tiger generals and Xiao Qiao's brother-in-law, renowned for his indomitable spirit. Before I could fully process this, Xiaohui leaped from his horse and charged into the left-hand forest, his soul-stealing spear held high. Closing the system screen, I addressed Qin Xiong, my voice sharp with murderous intent. Let's do this. Leave a few alive. Yes, my lord. He knew Xiaohui was one of ours. Screams echoed from both forests. My expression was as cold as ice. This was the way of this world, strength ruled all. Soon, Xiaohui and Qin Xiong emerged, each dragging two black-clad assassins. They tossed them to the ground. Xiaohui knelt. My lord, I'm late, I apologize. I calmed myself, smiling as I helped him up. Not late at all, Ji Quan. Perfect timing. Otherwise, Shu Bao and I would have had our work cut out for us. Ha ha, I gestured to Qin Xiong. This is Qin Xiong, Qin Shu Bao. Your safety is in his hands. I introduced them. They exchanged knowing glances and grinned. Xiaohui chuckled, Brother Shu Bao, you're incredibly strong. I'm rather weak in comparison. Qin Xiong laughed, Ji Quan, don't sell yourself short. Your spear skills are formidable. Perhaps, someday, we can spar. Seeing their camaraderie, I shifted my gaze to the four remaining assassins. My eyes hardened. Who sent you? Their cultivations were crippled, Xiaohui and Qin Xiong had removed any poison. Suicide was impossible. 3 of them simply awaited their fate, eyes closed. One, however, sneered. Waste. Kill us. We'll be waiting in hell. He closed his eyes. I walked to the carriage, retrieving a fine iron sword. Returning, I didn't hesitate. I beheaded them. Ding, killed 9th level Qi Refining Realm Cultivator, received 20 points. Ding, killed 8th level Qi Refining Realm Cultivator, received 15 points. Ding, killed 9th level Qi Refining Realm Cultivator, received 24 points. Ding, killed 7th level Qi Refining Realm Cultivator, received 18 points. I frowned. System, what's this? I get points for killing? Ding, host receives random points for killing hostile targets, based on their cultivation. Seriously? After my internal grumbling, I searched the bodies, finding nothing. My lord, they have no tokens. They weren't part of the earlier group, Qin Xiong reported. Let's go. This was the second assassination attempt. More would come, and I'd be ready. Their identities weren't urgent. They'd reveal themselves eventually. The 3 of us continued on our journey. Xiaohui and Qin Xiong sat outside, chatting as they rode. I sat cross-legged in the carriage, thinking, System, show me Qin Xiong's info. I knew Xiaohui's stats, but Qin Xiong's remained a mystery. I was curious about his origin and cultivation. His details appeared on the system screen. Name, Qin Xiong Origin, Journey to the West World Title, Lingyan Pavilion Meritorious Official, Door God, Zhuowu God General Cultivation, First Level, Condensed Soul Realm Skill, Lingbao Minglu Magic Weapons, Vajra Mace, Tiger Head Golden Spear Unlocked, Jin Zhuan Tilu Spear Unlocked Special Attributes, Jedi Counterattack, Door God Roar. I was surprised. Qin Xiong from the Journey to the West? There was mention of him there, but it was scant, overlooked by most. System, what does unlocked mean? Ding, if a summon character has multiple weapons, only one is initially active. The rest require points to unlock, granting a random strength boost upon unlocking. My eyes lit up. System, besides unlocking weapons, how else can I improve my summon characters? Ding, summon characters can improve through self-cultivation, weapon unlocks, unlocking past life memories, or through system experience boost. 7 or 8 methods were listed, but besides self-cultivation, all required points. These points are valuable. I'd thought they were only for the system mall. My perspective was too narrow. System, besides killing enemies, how else can I earn points? Ding, points can be obtained randomly by completing system tasks and by recycling cultivation resources. I clenched my fists. Recycling resources for points? That's excellent. I lacked resources now, but that would change. An idea struck me. System, can I use points to boost my own cultivation? Ding, host cultivation cannot be improved with points. Night fell. The carriage stopped. I opened my eyes, excitement bubbling within me. This is the power of the ninth level peak of the condensation realm? From a useless cultivator to this, the sheer exhilaration was immense. Even with Qin Xiong and Xia Houwei, I felt uneasy. I wasn't completely secure yet. Qin Xiong's voice came from outside. My lord, let's rest here. The forests ahead are dangerous. Continuing might attract beasts. Agreed. Let's rest. This world had cultivators, but also fearsome beasts, spirit beasts, and even monsters. Spirit beasts and monsters were rare, but wild beasts were everywhere, especially at night. Their ferocity increased exponentially. Even at the peak of the ninth level of the soul condensation realm, with Qin Xiong and Xia Houwei, I wasn't about to court danger. I stepped out, stretching, absorbing the richer spiritual energy. Qin Xiong and Xia Houwei sensed the lingering aura of my breakthrough. My lord, your cultivation, they asked curiously. I smiled mysteriously. System, can you conceal my cultivation? I didn't want to reveal my true strength, not yet. My cultivation aura vanished. I was once again the useless prince. Qin Xiong and Xia Houwei looked awestruck. They say you're a useless cultivator, but after a while, I returned to the carriage. Suddenly, Xia Houwei and Qin Xiong leaped up, shouting, "You're looking for death!" A black-robed, masked monk, wielding a silver sword, attacked from the forest, targeting the carriage. Xia Houwei and Qin Xiong reacted instantly, engaging him. Clang I emerged, grim-faced, watching the three clash. The monk was incredibly strong, more than a match for Xia Houwei and Qin Xiong combined. Hundreds of moves passed in a flash. Clang the monk forced them back, then vanished. Xia Houwei started to pursue, but Qin Xiong stopped him. Don't chase. This is a diversion. Protecting the Lord is paramount. Xia Houwei halted and joined me. My lord. They looked guilty and angry. What's his cultivation? I asked. Unknown, but at least the fifth level of the soul condensation realm. Qin Xiong looked serious, a hint of fear in his eyes. He had no intent to kill, though. This wasn't an assassination attempt. I frowned. No killing intent? I'd thought it was another assassination, but was this merely harassment? A condensation realm cultivator, could it be? My eyes narrowed. I had a suspicion. If he wasn't trying to kill me, let's forget it. Returning to the carriage, I couldn't shake the unease. What does my father want? He knew I was wrongly accused. He wouldn't have sent the shadow guard to protect me otherwise. The monk my father must have sent him. And why? It must be connected to Qin Xiong. Fear gripped me. My father was truly formidable. Qin Xiong appeared this morning, and my father sent a probe this evening. My every move was watched. I was relieved I hadn't deployed the Golden Fire Cavalry. Things could have been far worse. I have to be more careful. Survival itself is in question, let alone the throne. I calmed myself, closed my eyes, and entered cultivation. The night passed peacefully. No assassins, no beasts. I awoke refreshed. Stepping outside, I was startled to see Qin Xiong and Xia Houwei sparring. Qin Xiong expertly wielding Xia Houwei's soul-stealing spear. Xia Houwei watched with awe. I didn't interrupt, watching secretly. Qin Xiong, his acrobatics and marksmanship are extraordinary. Later, they finished, Qin Xiong returning the spear with a laugh. Ji Quan, that's a fine weapon. I have a marksmanship technique I can teach you. Thank you, Uncle Bo. They approached me. My lord. I dismissed them, then addressed Qin Xiong. Shubao, don't envy Ji Quan. I'll find you a great spear soon. Thank you, my lord. Let's go, I said, let's reach the northern border. Yes, my lord. We continued towards Hanyang County. Back in Dakian Palace, the Taiha Hall. My father, Emperor Lu Zhang, sat behind the dragon throne, studying a memorial. A faint sound of footsteps approached. He didn't look up. Report. Your Majesty, the prince has 2 guards. One is at the first level of the soul condensation realm, the other at the 9th level of the true alchemy realm. He put down the memorial, frowning. Their origins? Your Majesty, their techniques are unfamiliar. They aren't from the imperial dynasty. Most soul condensation cultivators in the empire were registered with the Shadow Guard, their skills and affiliations documented. Their faces were known to me, as Shadow Guard leader. Except Qin Xiong. My father's eyes narrowed. Investigate the prince's guards thoroughly. Yes. The Shadow Guard leader left. My father resumed his calm demeanor, calling out to the inner chamber, "Attendant." Your Majesty? Issue an edict. The prince is appointed governor of Hanyang County and left commander of the Jinbei army, with command over 5,000 soldiers. Yes, Your Majesty. Once the attendant was gone, my father murmured, "Let the chaos begin." I want to see what monsters crawl out of the woodwork. The edict caused an uproar. Prince Ning's mansion. My brother, Lu Jin, sat amidst shattered porcelain. Zhang Ko entered, shaking his head. Why the anger, Your Highness? Father's actions are significant, but ultimately beneficial to us. Beneficial? Lu Jin slammed the table. Father keeps us in the capital. What do we have besides titles? That waste is now a governor and commands 5,000 men. He, the second prince, the first to be crowned king, had only 10 guards. He craves military power. Even 500 men would suffice, but hadn't been given a chance. He'd secretly gathered some fighters, building a clandestine force, but it wasn't official. To gain the throne, I need cultivation, loyal supporters, and military power. Facing an army, even powerful cultivators are vulnerable. Zhang Ko waited for his outburst to subside. Your Highness, it's a waste. What does a governor's title matter? Consider Hanyang's situation. He's walking into a lion's den. He paused. As for the 5,000 men, don't worry. The strong command the weak. Would the strong ever follow a waste? Lu Jin calmed down. What's next? Does Your Highness know Father's true concerns? The Tianwu dynasty in Mabe. Zhang Ke shook his head. It's not external threats, but internal ones. The 10 major sects, 8 noble families, they control resources, recruit the empire's best, leaving the court and army depleted. Lu Jin's face fell. He knew this was true. Your Highness, your chance comes in 6 months. 6 months? The triennial talent competition. The empire's elite will gather. In previous competitions, the royal family was utterly defeated. If you excel, Father will be delighted. The same discussions took place at Princes Yu, Qi, and Wei's mansions, and in the homes of high officials. Everyone was analyzing the edict. I, meanwhile, knew nothing. Qin Xiong, Xia Hui, and I were nearing a sizable city. My lord, it'll be dark soon. Should we rest or continue? Qin Xiong asked. I looked out at the bustling streets. Let's rest here. Yes, my lord. Qin Xiong found a good inn. Suddenly, the sound of galloping horses and boisterous laughter approached. Clatter, haha, I bought this fine steed. You can't catch me. Get out of the way, you scum. 4 richly dressed young men, whipping their horses and cursing, rode towards us, their whips striking passers-by who were too slow to escape. Those who were hit screamed, vomiting blood. The young men didn't even glance back. A dozen guards followed. Qin Xiong and Xia Hui's expressions hardened. Those arrogant brats deserve to die. I opened the carriage curtains. My face turned frigid as I watched them approach, and then I saw a woman and child standing in the road. The others had scattered, but the woman was frozen in fear. The leader of the young men cursed and raised his whip. Get out of the way, bitch. He lashed out at her. He was a 9th level body forging cultivator. His blow could easily kill her, and the child too. My anger exploded. Shu Bao. Qin Xiong leaped from the carriage, a terrifying aura radiating from him. As the whip struck, he caught it, pulling the young man from his horse. "Get down!" The horse, still galloping, was about to strike Qin Xiong. The crowd gasped. Just as the onlookers thought Qin Xiong would be flattened by the horse, he roared and punched. Boom! The horse went flying, crashing to the ground 10 meters away, letting out a pained cry before falling still. The dandy who'd been thrown landed hard in front of my carriage. "Ah!" he screamed, his face white as a sheet. The crowd was stunned. The other dandies, terrified, reined in their horses, tumbling to the ground, their faces pale. Qin Xiong snorted, snatched them from the air, and tossed them before my carriage. I stood in the carriage, staring down at them, my face a mask of cold fury. In this brutal world, life was cheap, and kindness could be deadly. I wasn't a saint, but I wouldn't let these arrogant thugs go unpunished. Before I could speak, the injured dandy struggled up, roaring, "You dare! Do you know who I am? You'll die for this." The other three glared, resentment burning in their eyes. They'd never been treated like this. Their guards arrived, dismounting to surround Qin Xiong, Xiaohui, and me. The leader, emboldened, sneered, "Seize them. I'll make them wish they were dead." Yes. They grinned, confident in their numbers. They were on their home turf. What could 3 outsiders do? "Harm my master, and you die." One guard bellowed, charging towards me, drawing his sword. He aimed for me, believing that capturing me would be enough. The others attacked Qin Xiong and Xiaohui. "Kill!" I commanded, my voice laced with lethal intent. Qin Xiong and Xiaohui unleashed blasts of spiritual energy. Within seconds, the guards were dead. I inwardly regretted it, so many lost points. But taking action here would reveal my cultivation, a risk I wasn't willing to take. The onlookers whispered, their voices hushed with awe. Hiss! Those two are condensation realm cultivators. How did they end up in our little Pingchuan city? Those dandies got what they deserved. The dandies, their faces ashen, were terrified. They'd underestimated us. The leader, trembling, fell to his knees. "Spare us! Spare us!" The others followed suit. I stepped down, looking at their groveling forms. "Master, we were wrong. Forgive us." Their arrogance was gone, replaced by pathetic pleas. Disgust filled me. I glanced at Qin Xiong, who understood. He retrieved a guard's sword and handed it to me. I didn't hesitate. I beheaded them. Swish Ding, killed 9th level body forging realm monk, received 9 points. Ding, killed 8th level body forging realm monk, received 6 points. Ding, killed 8th level body forging realm monk, received 7 points. Ding, killed 6th level body forging realm monk, received 9 points. System, why the varying points for the same realm? Ding, points vary based on target talent, physique, and luck. Qin Xiong and Xiaohui efficiently looted the bodies. Then, a furious roar echoed nearby. "You dare touch my son? I'll make you pay." A fat, middle-aged man rode up, his eyes blazing with rage, followed by 100 guards. Seeing his son's headless corpse, he screamed and collapsed. "My son," he wailed, then erupted with condensation realm power, his murderous aura overwhelming. His guards surrounded us. 3 more men arrived, each carrying 3 corpses. The fat man, after placing his son's body on the ground, glared at me. "You'll pay for this." I sneered, pulling out a golden token. "Lord Pingchuan City, abusing your authority, insulting the crown prince. You deserve death. Shubao, take him." "Yes." Qin Xiong swiftly broke the man's knees. Xiaohui roared at the guards, "His Royal Highness is present. Kneel." They knelt. The onlookers followed suit. "Meet His Royal Highness the Crown Prince." They whispered amongst themselves, shocked. The rumors of my weakness were clearly false. I was decisive, far from cowardly. "Rise," I commanded. They rose, except the 4 wailing men. The fat man couldn't stand, the other 3 were paralyzed with fear. I narrowed my eyes, an idea forming. I snorted coldly as Lord of Pingchuan City, you abused your power, committed crimes, and used city guards for your own ends. You deserve to die. I stepped forward, sword drawn. The city lord's eyes blazed. You waste. You think you can kill me? Let's die together. He raised his hand, a burst of spiritual energy gathering. But before he could strike, Qin Xiong appeared, shattering his arms. Crack. Ah! I plunged my sword into his neck. Swish. Blood gushed forth. Ding, killed 4th level condensation realm cultivator, received 350 points. Ignoring the system message, I raised my sword high, addressing the crowd. In Dakian, even princes are subject to the law. Our people die for country, family, and morality, but they will not be bullied by the powerful. From this day forward, anyone who abuses their power will face my wrath. I will destroy their entire lineage. My words resonated, silencing the crowd. Qin Xiong and Xia Houwei's faces glowed with fervent admiration. This was the leader they served. The guards and onlookers felt a surge of hope. We were phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme victimized by those dandies, but never dared to fight back. My words ignited their suppressed anger. A roar erupted from the crowd, long phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme His Royal Highness. Others joined in, shouting, long phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme His Royal Highness. My calm heart stirred. I'd intended to cultivate a strong persona, a stepping stone to power. But my heart pounded. Power could be a double-edged sword. Few understood this, or cared. They only cared about the powerful, ignoring the masses. But I cared. I knew the potential of a united populace. As I pondered this, a cloud ship approached a vessel reserved for the royal family. It landed nearby, and 8 guards in black basalt armor and masks disembarked, followed by an old eunuch in a brocade robe, his hair white, yet his face youthful. What's he doing here? I thought. This was a royal eunuch, a messenger for the emperor. He approached and bowed. Greetings, Your Highness. No need for formalities, I replied, curious. Why are you here? Royal eunuchs rarely left the palace, let alone the capital. Had my father changed his mind? He smiled. Congratulations, Your Highness. I bring an imperial edict. His smile vanished, replaced by a serious expression. He produced a golden imperial edict. The Xuanwu guards knelt. The onlookers followed suit. I sighed and knelt, too. I couldn't openly defy my father yet. Qin Xiong and Xia Houwei knelt as well. The eunuch nodded, reading the edict. By imperial decree, Prince Fan's request to guard the border is granted. He is appointed governor of Hanyang County and left lieutenant of the Jinbei army, commanding 5,000 soldiers. This is the order. The crowd buzzed. This was truly the crown prince. But I was confused. Exile? Now I'd requested to guard the border? And this edict, the eunuch coughed, breaking my thoughts. I accept the edict, I said, taking it and rising. The eunuch smiled. Your Highness, His Majesty has a message. He used a secret technique to transmit the message. He bowed respectfully. Safe travels, Your Highness. I depart. He left, but the 8 Xuanwu guards remained my father's gift or his watchful eyes? I breathed deeply, looking at the guards, then at Qin Xiong and Xia Houwei. They were about to speak, but I stopped them. I turned to the 3 remaining dandies, who kowtowed frantically. They wouldn't dare resist with 8 Xuanwu guards present. A fierce glint entered my eyes. I swung my sword, killing them swiftly. Ding, killed first-level condensation realm cultivator, received 180 points. Ding, killed first-level condensation realm cultivator, received 230 points. Ding, killed first-level condensation realm cultivator, received 200 points. The crowd erupted again. Long phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. I raised my hand for silence. These villains are dead. Work and cultivate in peace. Report any injustices to me in the north. The crowd cheered. They'd been ignored, mistreated. My actions gave them hope, a sense of being valued. They looked upon me with respect and admiration, despite the rumors of my uselessness. Then, a familiar voice called out, "Your Highness, you now command 5,000 men. Allow us to serve you." The crowd erupted, their eyes shining with fervent loyalty. I scanned the faces, noticing an elegant middle-aged man, smiling serenely. He'd been the first to shout, "Long phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme His Royal Highness." Our eyes met. He seemed familiar. System, is he a summoned hero? I asked mentally. Ding, this person is the summoned hero, Wang Hun name, Wang Hun origin, mythical Three Kingdoms world title, 8 Gentlemen of the Wei and Jin dynasties cultivation, 4th level, condensing Yuan realm kung fu, Ling Yuan Ju magic weapon, gentleman's sword special attributes, none a civil servant. No wonder he'd helped me twice. I gave him a subtle nod, then addressed the cheering crowd. I'll be staying at the city lord's mansion tonight. Those who wish to serve me, gather at the mansion gates tomorrow morning for selection. Disperse now. With Jin Xiong, Xia Hoei, and my 8 Xuanwu guards, I headed for the city lord's mansion, the 100 guards following phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme behind. The crowd dispersed, spreading news of the day's events throughout Pingchuan City. Unfilial son, how dare you disturb the harem? Where are the Xuanwu guards? Capture them. In the palace of the Musk concubine in Daqian Palace. Emperor Lu Zheng of Qian stared at the half-naked Prince Lu Fan on the bed with a furious face. There was a raging rage in his eyes. Beside him was a beautiful woman with disheveled clothes kneeling, sobbing with her head down. And Lu Fan on the bed was in disbelief at this moment. I actually traveled through time. This is a world of cultivation with many dynasties and sections. It is composed of 9 divine continents, endless seas, and countless islands of all sizes. The strong can fly and hide, and have the power of life and death. The weak are like ants, and can only be enslaved. Daqian is just one of the many dynasties in Dongxing Shenzhou, and there are many powerful enemies around. There are many immortal sects above Daqian, enjoying the offerings of all dynasties. My current identity is the Crown Prince of Daqian. On the surface, his status is noble. In fact, he is a waste who cannot practice and is despised and ridiculed by everyone. And at this moment, a waste quietly appeared on the bed of the favorite concubine in the harem. Even a fool knows that there is something wrong. Thinking of this, Lu Fan was frightened and shuddered. He subconsciously looked at the furious Lu Zhang and said, "Father, I am wronged, The facts are in front of us, what can we say? Expel this rebellious son from the palace and immediately exile him to Hanyang County to guard the northern border." Yes. The 2 Xuanwu guards who received the order directly escorted the struggling Lu Fan out of the hall. The furious look on Lu Zhang's face also disappeared instantly at this moment. Looking at the kneeling Musk concubine, he said lightly, "The harem is not allowed to participate in politics, let alone participate in the struggle for the throne. Do you remember my order? Your Majesty, spare my life. I was also forced. Kill." Spitting out a word coldly and indifferently, Lu Zhang left the Musk concubine hall without looking back. Creaky inside the beast carriage, Lu Fan lowered his head inside, his face full of frustration. Damn, I was demoted at the beginning. I am the most miserable time traveler. Just as he was complaining, 2 voices suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding, the Emperor's summoning system starts. Ding, the Emperor's summoning system is successfully started, and the host is given a novice gift pack. The sudden voice scared Lu Fan. But he soon reacted, and a look of ecstasy immediately appeared on his face. System. Sure enough, it will only be late, but it will never be absent. This time it is considered stable. System, introduce yourself. This system is the Emperor's summoning system, which can summon the strong from all the heavens and worlds for the host to use. The summoning rules are very simple, and Lu Fan understood them immediately. Without wasting time, he could not wait to say in his heart, "System, open the novice gift package." Ding, the novice gift package has been opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 primary summoning cards, a god-level marrow cleansing pill, and the Creation Sutra. Hiss. You are so arrogant at the beginning, system. Are you sure you are a summoning system instead of a god-level system? Lu Fan was shocked by the generosity of the system. The systems in the novels in the previous life were all stingy, which made people feel very uncomfortable. My own system is awesome. Without saying anything, it directly gave me a wave of 10 consecutive summoning packages. It's so cool. Without any hesitation, Lu Fan continued, "System, use 10 primary summoning cards." Ding, the summoning card was used successfully. Congratulations to the host for summoning the flying bear god, Zhang Shang. Ding, the summoning card was used successfully. Congratulations to the host for summoning the master of the legalist school, Li Si. Ding, the summoning card was used successfully. Congratulations to the host for summoning the general of Zhuowu, Qin Xiong. Ding, the summoning card is used successfully. Congratulations to the host for summoning the cold-faced gun god, Luo Chang. As the prompt sounds of successful summoning sounded, Lu Fan was completely numb. Zhang Shang, Li Si, Luo Chang, these are all famous evil counselors and top generals in the history of the previous life. Now they are all summoned by me. This system has something. Ding, the summoning card is used successfully. Congratulations to the host for summoning the flying tiger god general, Li Zuanxiao. As this last summoning prompt sound sounded, Lu Fan took a breath of cold air. Hiss. The king is not as good as the overlord, and the general is not as good as Li. This is a super powerful general who is as famous as the overlord Xiangyu, but I didn't expect that he was also summoned by me. At this time, the system virtual light screen automatically appeared, and the detailed information of Li Zuanxiao appeared on it. Name, Li Zuanxiao. Origin, the bad guy's world title, the world's #1 warrior, 13 guardians kung fu, supreme heaven and earth kung fu cultivation, 9th level peak of condensed soul realm magic weapon, unparalleled purple gold boxing gloves, Yuanshua unlocked special attributes, gain combat power bonus when enraged, gather the 13 guardians to gain combat power again, and gain group battle formation blessing. After reading Li Zuanxiao's detailed information at a glance, Lu Fan couldn't help but look surprised. System, how could it be Li Zuanxiao from the bad guy's world? Ding, the same hero will give priority to the strongest identity, and will also integrate the advantages and strengths of other parallel worlds. I see. No wonder the magic weapon column not only has the unparalleled purple gold gloves, but also Yuanshua. Moreover, his cultivation has reached the peak of the 9th level of soul condensation realm. The cultivation system of this world is divided into 15 major realms, which are Body Training Realm, Qi Refining Realm, Yuan Condensing Realm, Spirit Sea Realm, True Elixir Realm, Soul Condensing Realm, God Refining Realm, God Dividing Realm, Cave Void Realm, Peeping Tau Realm, Shattered Sky Realm, Return to Unity Realm, Overcoming Tribulation Realm, Virtual Fairyland, Earthly Fairyland. Each major realm is divided into 9 smaller realms, and the levels of cultivation are clearly defined. On the surface, his cultivation level is only at the 6th level of Soul Condensation Realm. But Li Zuanxiao is at the 9th level of Soul Condensation Realm. Just when Lu Fan was extremely excited, the beast carriage suddenly stopped, and an eerie voice came from outside the carriage. "Jia Jia Jia. Your Highness, we have arrived. Please get out of the car." Karma. Lu Fan, who was in a state of excitement, was awakened by this eerie voice. What's the situation? There seems to be something abnormal about this sound. Full of doubts, Lu Fan went straight to the outside of the carriage and looked around. After just one glance, Lu Fan suddenly lost his composure. Damn it, I was framed and exiled. Why don't you let me go? He saw that the dozen or so guards who originally escorted him had all been replaced by people he didn't know. And these dozen strangers were looking at him with disdainful sneers, as if they were looking at a dead person. Cursing secretly, Lu Fan quickly said in his mind, "System, where is the powerful person summoned?" Ding, all summoned characters have been set with local memories and are located in different areas. They will come one after another within 3 days. The dog system is playing with me. Now he is facing a life and death situation. How can he wait for 3 days? Is it possible to wait for them to come and collect the corpse for you? Ding, the summoned character Qin Xiong is on the way and will arrive in 5 minutes. Please wait patiently, host. After receiving this answer, Lu Fan reluctantly breathed a sigh of relief, but his face was still very solemn. 5 minutes is not a long time, but it is not a short time. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme. I can only find ways to delay the time. Thinking of this, Lu Fan suppressed his nervousness and fear and looked at the middle-aged man who was the leader of the dozen people. Who are you? He. Who are we? We are here to see His Royal Highness the Crown Prince off. The middle-aged man was full of joking, and he didn't take Lu Fan, the Crown Prince of Dakian, seriously at all. Lu Fan couldn't help cursing in his heart when he heard this. He really guessed it right. I just don't know which side these guys belong to. Is it the second brother, the King of Ning, or the third brother, the King of Yu, or the fourth brother, the King of Qi, and the fifth brother, the King of Wei? As for the other 9 younger brothers and 6 younger sisters, he ignored them directly. Because now only these 4 brothers who have been crowned kings are qualified to participate in the fight for the throne. While thinking, Lu Fan suppressed his anger and fear, looked at the dozen assassins and said in a deep voice, I am the Prince of Dakian. Have you ever considered the consequences of killing me? TSK, you are just a. Yes, I am indeed a waste who cannot practice, but my identity as the prince is here. Killing me will definitely make my father furious, and he will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly. Do you think you can escape by then? After saying that, without waiting for them to refute, Lu Fan continued with a disdainful smile, don't think that the person behind you will protect you. On the contrary, he will definitely get rid of you. Because he will never allow this matter to be leaked, so you will definitely die. Only when you die can you die without evidence. Lu Fan's words were powerful and resounding. The dozen assassins who were originally full of disdain and ridicule also looked ugly at this moment. These words hit their soft spots. Because they knew that Lu Fan was not wrong, and the people behind them would definitely do this. Before, many of their brothers disappeared inexplicably after doing dirty things for that person. They also had some guesses, but they just didn't dare to say it. Now that it involves themselves, how could they not have any thoughts in their hearts? Seeing the changes in the expressions of these dozen guys, Lu Fan couldn't help but feel secretly happy. Those movies, TV series and novels in the previous life were indeed not in vain. He immediately suppressed his joy and said while the iron was hot, if you don't work for yourself, you will be punished by heaven and earth. Why should you give up your lives for the fight between my brothers? I can promise you that as long as you leave now, this matter will be regarded as never happening. And if you have no place to stay in the future, you can come to Hanyang County to seek refuge with me. I will definitely arrange a good job for you, so that you will have no worries about food and clothing. How about it? As these very bewitching words came out, the faces of more than a dozen killers showed a look of interest. Seeing this, Lu Fan hurriedly asked in his heart, System, how long will it take for Qin Xiong to arrive? Ding, Qin Xiong will arrive in 2 minutes. 2 minutes? That's enough. Lu Fan was relieved at this moment. However, just when he thought he could fool these dozen killers, the middle-aged man in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme suddenly shouted coldly, what a waste, you dared to bewitch and scare us, you were looking for death. With the cold shout of the middle-aged man, the other killers also reacted suddenly and glared at Lu Fan. Lu Fan, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, saw this and immediately thought it was not good, and hurriedly said, is this king scaring you, don't you know it in your heart? Listen to my advice, stay away from this place, and never return to the capital. Just when Lu Fan was desperately fooling these killers, a black-robed figure was hiding in the mountains and forests 100 meters away, watching this scene. The black-robed figure frowned, and his eyes were full of strange doubts. The performance of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince at this moment is completely different from the past. Is he hiding his incompetence before? Just as he frowned and thought, a strong phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme suddenly hit him from behind. Sensing the abnormality behind him, the black-robed monk's face changed drastically, and he was about to fly away. However, before he could make any move, he felt a sharp pain in the back of his head, and then his eyes went dark and he collapsed to the ground without any movement. Just as the black-robed monk was knocked unconscious, the system prompt sounded in Lu Fan's mind. Ding, the summoned character Qin Shon has arrived and can appear at any time. Hearing the prompt sound, Lu Fan showed ecstasy on his face and subconsciously looked around. But he didn't see where Qin Shon was. The middle-aged killer in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme saw Lu Fan's ecstatic look and immediately realized that something was wrong. Not daring to continue talking nonsense, he grinned and drew his sword to slash at Lu Fan. Damn waste, even if you speak like a lotus today, you have to die for me. Swish. Seeing the long sword flashing with cold light slashing towards him, Lu Fan panicked and shouted, "Where is Qin Shon?" "Ha, it's useless for you to call anyone today, go to me." Whoosh. The middle-aged killer's rampant laughter was interrupted by a sound of breaking through the air before it fell. I saw a 4-inch diamond mace with golden light flying straight from the forest 100 meters away. Puff! The middle-aged killer didn't even have a chance to dodge, and was pierced through the chest by the flying diamond mace. Under the huge impact, the middle-aged killer flew back 7 or 8 meters before falling to the ground. Looking at this shocking scene, Lu Fan took a breath of cold air. Hiss! Is this something a human can do? Just as Lu Fan was extremely shocked, a muffled thunder roared from the forest 100 meters away on the right. "How dare you, a little thief, be rude to my lord!" Accompanied by a roar, a mighty man wearing a nightlight helmet, a willow leaf bamboo armor, and a single diamond mace on his back came galloping in the air. He was holding the man in black in his hand. In just a blink of an eye, the mighty man landed in front of Lu Fan and knelt on one knee. "I am late to rescue you, I hope you will forgive me." "Ha, not late at all, Shubao, you came just in time." Lu Fan laughed excitedly and helped Qin Shon up himself, his excitement overflowing. After all, this is Qin Shubao, one of his favorite generals in the history of his previous life, and now he actually saw him alive. "Lord, please wait a little while, and I will deal with these ignorant thieves." Hearing this, Lu Fan waved his hand quickly. "No hurry, I will interrogate them first." As he said, he looked at the 12 killers who were so scared that their faces turned pale and they could hardly stand. "Tell me, who sent you to kill me?" Faced with Lu Fan's question, the 12 assassins looked at each other, and no one spoke first. Seeing this, Lu Fan's expression turned cold. "I will count to 3. Whoever speaks out first within 3 times will be released by me, otherwise, kill." 3. 2. After shouting twice in succession, none of the 12 assassins spoke, but their faces were full of tangled expressions. Just when Lu Fan was about to shout out the last number, one of the assassins couldn't hold on any longer and spoke in a hurry. I say, it's..." Just when the killer was about to speak out the mastermind behind the scenes, the killer next to him suddenly took out a dagger and attacked. Puff! The killer's head was cut off directly, and blood gushed out instantly. This scene happened too suddenly, and Lu Fan didn't react at all. Qin Shon next to him saw this and shouted angrily, "Looking for death." Accompanied by the shout, Qin Shon punched the killer directly in the air and blasted him out. When the killer flew back more than 10 meters and fell to the ground, he was dead. At this moment, Lu Fan reacted and subconsciously took a step back, his face pale. At this time, the remaining 10 killers also fell to the ground in unison, bleeding from all 7 orifices, and they were all dead. Seeing this, Qin Shon squatted down and checked, and shook his head at Lu Fan. "My lord, they bit their poisonous teeth and committed suicide." "What?" Lu Fan looked at the bodies of the 10 killers with an extremely ugly face, feeling both fear and disbelief in his heart. Originally, he thought that these guys seemed to be persuaded by him and should be able to confess the mastermind behind the scenes. But he didn't expect that they all committed suicide in the blink of an eye. While Lu Fan was stunned, Qin Shon searched the bodies of these dozen killers one after another. But unfortunately, he didn't get anything. Coming to Lu Fan, Qin Shon said in a deep voice, "My lord, the man who just took action should be a dead man who was responsible for monitoring these guys." "Yeah. Lu Fan nodded with an ugly look, he also guessed this. Just now, these killers were obviously hesitating and struggling. But when this dead man killer killed one person, the other killers immediately chose to commit suicide. Ha! Forget it, they didn't kill me this time, they will definitely come again. As he said, he looked at the black-robed man who fainted on the ground next to him, feeling a little curious. Who is this guy? My lord, this guy was hiding in the forest and staring at this place. I suspected that he was going to harm you, so I knocked him out and brought him here. Oh. My lord, do you want to kill him? Let's talk about it later. Lu Fan squatted down and fumbled around the black-robed monk. He searched for a while but didn't get anything. He suddenly realized it when he saw the ring on the black-robed man's finger. This is a world of cultivation, and there are storage rings for storing things. After taking off the storage ring of the black-robed monk, Lu Fan handed it to Qin Xiong. See if there are any clues here. Yes, my lord. Qin Xiong took the storage ring and carefully examined it, then took out 2 palm-sized tokens from it. One was light gold with a word Qian engraved on the front, and the other was black with a wording engraved on the front. My lord, this guy should be a member of the famous Dakian Shadow Guard. Do you know the Shadow Guard? Yes, the Shadow Guard is notorious in the martial arts world. It is said that no one who is targeted by it can escape. After hearing Qin Xiong say this, Lu Fan nodded in realization. He forgot that when Qin Xiong was summoned by the system, he also implanted the memory of this world. It is equivalent to Qin Xiong living in this world, but he was only summoned by the system. My lord, how to deal with this guy? Kill him or? No need. Lu Fan shook his head. This guy is a member of the Shadow Guard, there is no need to trouble himself. There is one more thing he didn't say. The Shadow Guard is the exclusive mysterious force of his chief father, just like the Jinui in the history of his previous life. No one can mobilize except his chief father. It is obvious that this guy was sent by his chief father to follow him secretly. So even if Qin Xiong didn't appear, he would not die. But let's go, Shubao, let's leave here first, someone will probably come soon. Yes, my lord. Dakian Palace, Hall of Supreme Harmony. Your Majesty, I made a mistake. When Lu Zhang, who was sitting behind the dragon case, wrote with a brush, his expression instantly turned cold as ice, and the terrifying dragon power swept the entire hall. Is the prince dead? I don't know. The black-robed monk kneeling on the ground was sweating profusely, and hurriedly told what happened. When he finished speaking, the terrifying dragon power and murderous intent instantly disappeared, and Lu Zhang frowned, with a thoughtful look in his tiger eyes. A mysterious strong man. Let all the spies go out and find out the whereabouts of the prince as quickly as possible. Also send people to keep an eye on Prince Ning, Prince Yu, Prince Qi, and Prince Wei to see what they are doing. Speaking of this, Lu Zhang pondered for a moment and said, secretly investigate the mysterious strong man, remember, don't alert the enemy. Yes, your majesty. Go down and go to the punishment hall to be punished. Your servant kowtows to your majesty. The black-robed shadow guard bowed and saluted and left quietly. Lu Zhang started to write again, and 4 powerful characters appeared on the paper. Dominate the universe. Prince Ning's mansion. The second Prince Lu Jin sat at the first seat in the front hall, frowning tightly, holding a sound transmission jade talisman in his hand. Your Highness, but there is news from the prince. As the voice fell, a middle-aged man in a white Confucian shirt walked in. It was Zhang Ke, the staff of Prince Ning's mansion. Lu Jin handed the sound transmission jade talisman to Zhang Ke with a sullen face. After listening to the sound transmission, the latter also frowned. Your Highness, such a stupid behavior is not like the style of those 3 people. It seems that there is an unknown force planning in the dark. Lu Jin took a deep breath and said, Sir, should we proceed with our plan as usual or? Your Highness, order everyone to come back. It is meaningless to continue this matter. Zhang Ke shook his head and said, it's just a waste. What's the use of living? The most important thing now is those 3. If your highness wants to enter the East Palace, he must have something to show for it. The same scene was also staged in Prince Yu's mansion, Prince Chi's mansion and Prince Wei's mansion. In just half a day, the assassination of the Waste Prince was heard by all those who knew about it. However, this incident did not cause much waves. A waste is destined to have no chance of the supreme position. No one will care whether he is alive or dead. And the protagonist of this matter, Lu Fan, is sitting cross-legged in the carriage of the beast cart at this moment. The whole person was wrapped in black impurities that exuded a fishy smell, as if wearing a thin layer of black soft armor. Qin Xiong, who was driving the beast cart, was also flushed in the face of such a fishy smell, and had to use spiritual power to seal his mouth and nose. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the 5th level of Qi refining realm. Ding! The host has made a breakthrough for the first time and received a breakthrough gift package, which has been distributed to the system warehouse. 2 consecutive prompt sounds woke Lu Fan up, and his eyes slowly opened. As soon as he opened his eyes, the indescribable fishy smell instantly swept through his nasal cavity, and Lu Fan couldn't help vomiting. While the clear river surface splashed with large splashes of water, and Lu Fan emerged from the water and laughed happily. Ha ha ha, cool. Before washing the tendons and cutting the marrow, he felt that his body was very heavy, as if he was carrying 1,000 kilograms of burden. But now he felt light and transparent all over, as if he had endless power. System, check my information panel. Host, Lu Fan cultivation, 5th level of Qi refining realm points, 0 exercise, creation sutra supernatural power secret skill, none martial skills, none magic weapon, none beast pets, none summon characters, Jiang Shang, Li Si, Fei, Qin Xiong, Luo Chang, Li Cuanxiao, Duan Wan, Wang Han, Xia Hui, Xiang Chong. Summon core, none task, none mall, not open warehouse, a breakthrough gift package. Looking at the pitiful personal information panel, Lu Fan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. I'm really broke now. But when he saw the 10 names in the column of summon characters, he became confident again. It doesn't matter if I'm temporarily broke. With these 10 top civil servants and generals, I still have to take the position of supreme leader in the 95th 5-year plan. At this time Qin Xiong came over with a brand new set of luxurious robes in his hand. Lu Fan put on his brand new robe and looked towards the water, and suddenly saw a handsome young man with sharp eyebrows and starry eyes. Staring at the young man in the water, Lu Fan raised the corners of his mouth slightly, turned around, and walked towards the beast cart. Let's go, continue on the road, and try to reach Hanyang County as soon as possible. Promise. System, open the breakthrough gift package. Inside the beast carriage, Lu Fan sat cross-legged with a look of anticipation in his eyes. Right now, except for the 10 summoned civil servants and generals, I have absolutely nothing. With Qin Xiong, Li Cuanxiao and others, they can gain a foothold in the extremely complicated northern border. But it is not easy to secure the position of county guard or even completely control the northern border. Now I have nothing else to rely on, I can only place my hope in the system. Ding, the breakthrough gift package has been opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a primary unit summoning card, the Drunk Immortal Brewing Recipe, the 7-star Ultimate Formation Disc, 50 Shenling Pills, 10 Lingyuan Pills, and 10,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Elementary Arms Summoning Card, can randomly summon powerful arms legions from all over the world. Zuaxian Brewing Recipe, it can brew Zuaxian Brewing, a 7th grade spiritual wine. 7-star Killing Array, 6th grade array. Note, injecting spiritual power can activate the 7-star killing array in the array, which is completely controlled by the host. Shenling Pill, a 3rd grade elixir. Note, it is suitable for monks in the condensing Yuan realm and below to take it to obtain random breakthroughs. Lingyuan Dan, a 5th grade elixir. Note, it is suitable for monks in the true Dan realm and below to take it to obtain random breakthroughs. When the system prompt sounds, the system light curtain automatically appears. Looking at the information on the light screen, Lu Fan clenched his fists and his face turned red with excitement. The system is awesome. There are 3 things he lacks most right now, one is intelligence, the other is military strength, and the other is naturally wealth. If you want to control the Northern Territory, or even plan for the 9th 5-year plan, these 3 things are indispensable. Now the system solved 2 problems for him at once. Ding, do you want to use the primary unit summoning card? Use. Ding, the primary unit summoning card was used successfully. Congratulations to the host for summoning the Golden Fire Cavalry. Hiss. Golden Fire Cavalry, system, are you sure it's the Golden Fire Cavalry? He is very familiar with this unit of arms. This is the elite of the Qin dynasty who is said to be invincible in the world and the most important weapon of the country in Minghui during the Qin dynasty. Although he was slapped in the face twice in his appearance, no one can deny the strength of the Golden Fire Cavalry. The system did not answer, but directly released the information introduction on the light screen. Regiment, Golden Fire Cavalry, number of people, 3,000, note, it can be purchased in the mall after the mall is opened, and the upper limit of number of people is 30,000. Cultivation level, 2,700 people in the body forging realm, 200 people in the chi refining realm, 80 people in the condensation realm, 15 people in the spiritual sea realm, and 5 people in the true elixir realm. Equipment, automatic repeating crossbow, dark iron spear, dark iron golden armor, dark iron reflecting red helmet. Passive attribute, fearless charge, note, actively activated after entering combat status, the combat power of all members of the corps will be increased by 10%. After glancing at the information about the Golden Fire Cavalry on the light screen, Lu Fan's blood boiled instantly. System, where are these Golden Fire Cavalry now? Ding, it is temporarily stored in the system space, and the host can choose the delivery location at any time. Ding, do you want to release it here? Vote, forget it, let's not do it yet. Lu Fan suppressed his excitement and chose to refuse. Now that he has not arrived at Hanyang County, he doesn't know how many people are staring at him along the way. The appearance of the Golden Fire Cavalry was too eye-catching at this moment. The most important thing right now is to improve your cultivation. As for the rest, just plan slowly and don't rush. After thinking for a while, Lu Fan took out the Xianling pill he had just obtained from the system warehouse and began to swallow and refine it. Dakian Palace, Taihao Hall. Your Majesty, the prince is safe and sound, but there is a strange guard beside him. His origin has not been found out yet. Unfamiliar guard? Lu Zhang put down the memorial in his hand and said, "How is your cultivation?" Cultivation is unknown. Yeah. Lu Zhang frowned slightly, and the shadow guard kneeling on the ground quickly explained, the guard was very vigilant. The shadow guard was worried that he would be noticed if he got two phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme, so. Prince Ning, are they going to do anything? Back to your Majesty, Prince Ning's mansion has stopped and recalled everyone. There is no movement from Prince Yu's mansion and Prince Qi's mansion. However, Prince Wei's mansion. People from Prince Wei's mansion have had contact with Xianyang sect. As soon as the word Xianyang zone came out, Lu Zhang's face turned cold instantly, and his eyes flashed with cold light. Xianyang sect, keep an eye on Prince Wei's mansion and Xianyang sect, and closely monitor King Pingyan's movements. Promise. After retreating from the Shadow Guard deputy leader, Lu Zhang's cold expression returned to normal. He picked up the jade slip in front of him and said calmly, "Go and find out the details of the guard next to the prince." After the words fell, an undetectable sound of footsteps quietly left the Hall of Supreme Harmony. On the other side, Fengyang Pavilion. The eldest princess Lu Lan holds a sound-transmitting jade plaque in her hand, with 4 words floating on the jade plaque. Prince as well. Looking at these 4 words on the jade plaque, Lu Lan finally felt relieved. She looked out the window and murmured, "Brother, Lanner will never let anything happen to you. I will kill anyone who wants you dead, even if it means killing everyone in the world." After muttering to himself, Lu Lan took a deep breath, picked up the jade tablet again and sent out a message. After the message was sent, she exerted force in her hand, and the sound transmission jade tablet instantly shattered, and the aura of the 9th level peak of the condensation realm flashed past. Next moment. She once again became the good-for-nothing princess who came from a humble background and allowed others to bully her. Lu Fan didn't know everything that happened in the imperial capital. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged in the carriage refining elixirs to improve his cultivation. The speed of improvement made him feel comfortable. However, at this moment, the beast cart suddenly stopped, and more than a dozen piercing sounds came from the air. Whoosh! The dense sound of breaking through the air woke Lu Fan out of his cultivation state, and his face suddenly turned gloomy. He keeps coming, and he really treats me as a soft persimmon, huh? At this moment, Qin Xiong, a peerless general, is by his side, and there are golden fire cavalry that can be dropped at any time. So he has nothing to fear, only raging anger and murderous intent. When he walked out of the carriage, he saw Qin Xiong standing proudly with two swords in his hands, and dozens of sharp arrows scattered at his feet. The arrowhead was forged from fine iron and shone with a deep blue light. It was obviously a poison-quenched sword. Shu Bao, can you kill these guys? My lord, there is nothing to worry about these guys, it's just that the general will worry about them diverting the tiger away from the mountain. As soon as these words came out, Lu Fan clenched his fists, with murderous intent and rage in his heart. Humph, you really think highly of this loser, this king. First, a dozen killers replaced his accompanying bodyguards, and then came the archers and dead soldiers in secret. It seems that not many people want to die. Just as Lu Fan was thinking this, hundreds of dense arrows flew out from the mountains and forests on the left and right sides. Lord, be careful! Qin Xiong shouted and waved his hands continuously, blocking all the dense arrows. Seeing this scene, Lu Fan was even more angry, and his murderous intention was almost solid. The man in the dark wants to drag him here. If it continues, I am afraid there will be greater dangers, and a quick solution must be taken. Thinking of this, Lu Fan immediately wanted to use the golden fire cavalry as his trump card. However, at this moment, a roar like thunder came from the front. Damn thief, if you dare to hurt my lord, you will risk your life. Accompanied by roars, a middle-aged man with a strong build and a spear galloped over on horseback. A loud shout instantly attracted everyone's attention. Qin Xiong's face was full of vigilance, while Lu Fan was excited and ecstatic, and he quickly asked in his mind, "System, who is this person?" Ding, this character is the summoned hero, Xia Houwei. Name, Xia Houwei. Origin, mythical Three Kingdoms world title, for heroes of Xiaohou Kung Fu, Xianin Ju cultivation, peak of the 9th level of the true elixir realm magic weapon, water and fire soul stealing gun special attributes, strong when exposed to water, strong when exposed to fire. Combat power increases by 30% in water and fire environments. After glancing at Xia Houwei's information introduction, Lu Fan's eyes suddenly lit up. This person's reputation in the world of the Three Kingdoms is not prominent, and he is not as good as Guan Zhang, Lu Bu and others. But it doesn't mean that he is weak, otherwise he would not be known as the four heroes of Xiahou. In addition, his father Xia Houyuan is not simple. He is not only one of the 8 tiger generals, but also Cao Cao's brother-in-law. He was evaluated by Cao Cao as being able to move forward in an indomitable way. Just when Lu Fan was looking at Xia Houwei's information introduction, Xia Houwei, who was coming on horseback, jumped up from his horse and charged into the forest on the left with a water-fire soul-stealing gun. Seeing this, Lu Fan closed the system-like curtain and ordered Qin Xiong with murderous intent, "Let's do it and leave a few alive." Promise. At this moment, Qin Xiong also knew that Xia Houwei was one of his own, so he didn't have any scruples and dashed toward the forest on the right. Ah! Screams came from the mountains and forests on the left and right. Lu Fan's face was as cold as ice, without any fear. Because this is the rule of this world, the weak eat the strong, and strength is respected. After a while, Xia Houwei and Qin Xiong flew out of the mountains and forests on the left and right sides at the same time, each holding 2 killers in black. Boom! The 2 of them dropped the black-clad killer they were holding on the ground at the same time. Then Xia Houwei knelt on one knee in front of Lu Fan and said with guilt on his face, "The general's rescue came too late, I hope my lord will forgive me." At this moment, Lu Fan also calmed down, and immediately smiled and stretched out his hand to help Xia Houwei up. "It's not too late at all. Ji Quan, you came just in time, otherwise I and Shu Bao would have had to work hard, ha." As he spoke, he pointed to Qin Xiong and said, "This is Qin Xiong and Qin Shu Bao. From now on, my safety will be left to you." Then he introduced Xia Houwei to Qin Xiong, and the 2 fierce generals looked at each other and laughed. "Ha, brother Shu Bao has extraordinary cultivation. It would be a shame to have such a meager cultivation. Ha, Ji Quan, don't belittle yourself. Your marksmanship is not weak. If you have a chance in the future, you and I can teach each other a few tricks. Both of them are heroes, and they both work for Lu Fan, so they naturally sympathize with each other. When Lu Fan saw this, he cast his gaze on these four men in black, his eyes flashing fiercely. Tell me, who sent you to assassinate this king? The cultivation of these four guys was abolished, and the poisonous fangs in their mouths were also pulled out by Xia Houwei and Qin Xiong. So don't worry about them committing suicide. Facing Lu Fan's questioning, the three men in black closed their eyes and waited for death without saying a word. Another man in black stared at Lu Fan with disdain and sneered. "Oomph, you loser. If you dare, kill us. We will wait for you on the road to hell." After saying that, he closed his eyes and stopped talking like the other three men in black. Looking at the four men in black who were waiting for death with their eyes closed, Lu Fan walked to the carriage with a gloomy expression and took out a fine iron sword. After returning to his original position, he slashed with the fine iron sword in his hand without hesitation. Put. Ding, kill the 9th level cultivator of Qi Refining Realm, get 20 points. Ding, kill the 8th level cultivator of Qi Refining Realm, get 15 points. Ding, kill the 9th level cultivator of Qi Refining Realm, get 24 points. Ding, kill the 7th level cultivator of Qi Refining Realm, get 18 points. As Lu Fan personally cut off the heads of the four black-clothed men, four prompt sounds rang out in succession. This made Lu Fan look suspicious. System, what's going on? Can you get points by killing people? Ding, the host personally kills people who are hostile and murderous, and can get random points rewards according to their cultivation. Lu Fan. After complaining about the system in his heart, Lu Fan squatted down and fumbled on the bodies of the four black-clothed warriors. But unfortunately, there was no gain. My lord, these guys don't have any tokens on them, so they are probably not in the same group as those guys just now. Well, let's go. This is the second wave of assassins who want to assassinate him. I don't know if there will be more next time. If there are, I can collect some points. As for the identities of these assassins, Lu Fan is not in a hurry to find out at this moment. Anyway, he is not dead, they will definitely jump out again, so there is no need to rush. Drive. The three of them continued on the road. Xia Houwei and Qin Xiong sat outside and chatted while driving. Lu Fan sat cross-legged in the car and said in his heart, "System, open Qin Xiong's information panel." He already knew Xia Houwei's information, but he hadn't checked Qin Xiong's panel yet. So he was very curious about which world Qin Xiong came from and what kind of cultivation he had. Under Lu Fan's gaze, Qin Xiong's information appeared on the system screen. Name, Qin Xiong. Origin, Journey to the West World. Title, Lingyan Pavilion. Meritorious Official, Door God, Zhuowu God. General Cultivation, First Level of Condensed Soul Realm Skill, Lingba Minglu. Magic Weapons, Vidra Mace, Tiger Head. Golden Spear unlocked, Jinzhuan Tilu Spear unlocked. Special Attributes, Jedi Counterattack, Door God Roar. After reading the information on the screen, Lu Fan was surprised. Qin Xiong in the Journey to the West World. There is indeed Qin Xiong in the Journey to the West World, but there are only a few records, so no one pays attention to it. System, what does unlocked behind the magic weapon mean? Ding, if the summon character has multiple magic weapons, unlock one actively, and the rest need to be unlocked by the host consuming points. After unlocking, the summon character will gain a random strength increase. Hearing this explanation, Lu Fan's eyes lit up. System, in addition to unlocking magic weapons to improve the cultivation of summon characters, are there any other ways? Ding, summon characters can practice and improve by themselves, unlock magic weapons to improve, unlock past life memories to improve, or open system experience to improve. The system said 7 or 8 ways to improve the cultivation of summon characters. But except for self-cultivation, all methods require system points. It seems that these points are worth a fortune. I thought that points can only be used to buy things in the system mall, but now it seems that my vision is small. System, in addition to killing enemies to get points, are there any other ways to get points? Ding, points can be obtained randomly by completing system tasks, and points can also be obtained by recycling various cultivation resources. Getting this answer, Lu Fan couldn't help but clench his fists, his eyes flashing. Recycling resources can also get points. This is a good business. He doesn't have cultivation resources now, but in the future. Thinking of this, Lu Fan suddenly had an idea in his mind, and he quickly asked in his heart, "System, can my cultivation be improved with points?" Ding, the host's cultivation cannot be improved with points. As night fell, the beast cart slowly stopped. Lu Fan in the carriage opened his eyes, his face showing an excitement that was difficult to conceal. Is this the power of the ninth peak of the condensation realm? From a waste who could not practice to a ninth peak of the condensation realm, Lu Fan's excitement can be imagined. Although Qin Xiong and Xiahou Wei were around him, they were not as strong as himself to make people feel at ease. At this time, Qin Xiong's voice came from outside the carriage. "My lord, let's rest here tonight. There are many mountains and forests ahead. If we continue to travel, I am afraid that we will attract attacks from fierce beasts. Okay, let's rest here. This world not only has cultivators, but also fierce and terrifying beasts, as well as spirit beasts and monsters that can speak human language and transform into human form. Spirit beasts and monsters are extremely rare, but fierce beasts are everywhere in the mountains and forests. Especially after night falls, fierce beasts go out to hunt. Not only their ferocity increases, but they are also extremely bloodthirsty." Although he is now at the peak of the 9th level of the soul condensation realm, and Qin Xiong and Xiahou Wei are by his side. But Lu Fan doesn't want to take the initiative to die. As he said that, Lu Fan also walked out of the beast car, went outside to stretch his tibia, and absorbed the richer spiritual energy. Qin Xiong and Xiahou Wei felt the remnant of the breath that had just broken through on Lu Fan, and couldn't help but curiously asked, "Master, your cultivation?" Lu Fan smiled mysteriously without explaining, and said in his heart, "System, can you hide my cultivation and breath?" At this moment, he didn't want to expose his cultivation, including in the future, unless he had to. As soon as the voice fell, his cultivation breath disappeared completely, and he became a waste with no cultivation again. Feeling that Lu Fan's cultivation breath had completely disappeared, Qin Xiong and Xiahou Wei couldn't help but show awe on their faces. It is rumored outside that the master is a waste who can't practice, but now it seems the master is really hiding it. After wandering outside for a while, Lu Fan returned to the carriage. However, at this moment Xiahou Wei and Qin Xiong, who were sitting cross-legged on the left and right sides of the carriage, jumped up at the same time and shouted, "You thieves are looking for death. I saw a masked monk in black holding a silver sword, attacking from the forest on the right. The target was the beast carriage." Xiahou Wei and Qin Xiong were full of murderous intent, and they used their magic weapons to join forces to meet him. Ding! Lu Fan walked out of the carriage with a gloomy look, and saw Xiahou Wei and Qin Xiong fighting against the black-clothed masked monk together. However, the masked black-clothed monk was extremely powerful. Facing the joint attack of Xiahou Wei and Qin Xiong, he was not at all inferior, and even had the advantage. In the blink of an eye, the three had fought hundreds of moves. Ding! I saw the black-clothed masked monk forced Xiahou Wei and Qin Xiong back with a sword, and then his figure flashed and flew away in an instant. Just as Xiahou Wei was about to chase with a gun, he was stopped by Qin Xiong. "Don't chase after a desperate enemy. Be careful. This is a way to lure the enemy away from the mountain. Protecting the Lord is the most important thing." Xiahou Wei gave up after hearing this and landed in front of Lu Fan with Qin Xiong. "My lord." The two of them looked guilty and angry. Lu Fan took a deep breath and said, "What is the cultivation level of this guy?" "This person has not revealed his true cultivation level, but the weakest one is above the 5th level of soul condensation realm." Qin Xiong looked solemn, with a look of fear in his eyes. "But this guy has no killing intention, and it seems that he is not here to assassinate the Lord." Listening to Qin Xiong's judgment, Lu Fan couldn't help but frown. No killing intention? Just now he thought that he was here to assassinate him again, but now Qin Xiong said that the other party had no killing intention. Could it be that he just wanted to harass him? It is rare to see such a strong man with a cultivation level above the 5th level of the soul condensation realm. Could it be? Lu Fan's eyes shrank, and he had a vague answer in his heart. He took a deep breath and said, "Since he is not here to assassinate me, then don't worry about it." After speaking, Lu Fan returned to the carriage and sat cross-legged. He couldn't calm down for a long time. What does the father mean? He didn't believe that his cheap father couldn't see that he was wronged. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent the shadow guard to protect him secretly. And if nothing unexpected happened, this guy just now must have been sent by his cheap father. As for the reason, it must be related to Qin Xiong. Thinking of this, Lu Fan couldn't help but feel frightened. His cheap father was really powerful. Qin Xiong only showed up this morning, and his cheap father sent someone to test him in the evening. It seems that his every move was secretly monitored by someone. After understanding this, Lu Fan was even more afraid. Fortunately, he didn't deploy the Golden Fire Cavalry, otherwise his situation would be even more dangerous. It seems that I have to be more cautious in the future, otherwise, let alone the supreme position, it's hard to say whether I can save my life. Taking a deep breath to force himself to calm down, Lu Fan closed his eyes and entered the state of cultivation. The moon rabbit falls in the west and the golden crow rises in the east. The night passed extremely peacefully, and no killer or beast came to attack. Inside the carriage, Lu Fan opened his eyes, looking very relaxed and not tired at all. When he walked out of the carriage, he was shocked to see Qin Xiong playing very powerfully with Xia Houwei's water-fire soul-stealing gun. Xia Houwei watched the battle and cheered, with a look of awe on his face. Lu Fan didn't bother him. He sat on the carriage and watched, feeling secretly while watching. As expected of Qin Xiong, not only is his acrobatics unparalleled, but his marksmanship is also top-notch. He's really awesome. After a while, Qin Xiong ended the practice and returned the water-fire soul-stealing gun to Xia Houwei with a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha. Ji Quan, your water-fire soul-stealing gun is really good. I happen to have a marksmanship, and I will teach it to you later. Ha ha, thank you so much, Uncle Bao. While talking and laughing, the two of them came to Lu Fan and saluted him with fists in hand. Lord! Lu Fan signaled the two of them to excuse themselves, then smiled at Qin Xiong and said, Shubao, you don't have to envy Ji Quan. I will definitely find you a great gun in a while. Thank you, Lord. Qin Xiong nodded with a smile. Lu Fan didn't elaborate when he saw this, and continued, let's go, continue on the road, and try to reach the northern border as soon as possible. Promise. After the words fell, Lu Fan and the other three continued on their way, heading straight to Hanyang County in the north. Daqian Palace, Taihao Hall. Emperor Qian Lu Zhang sat behind Longan, holding a memorial in his hand and reading it carefully. At this time, there was a slight sound of footsteps behind the dragon case screen. Lu Zhang didn't even raise his head, he looked at the memorial and said calmly, how is the result? Your Majesty, there are 2 guards around the prince, one of whom is at the 1st level of Soul Condensation Realm, and the other is at the 9th level of True Alchemy Realm. Soul Condensation Realm. Lu Zhang put down the memorial and frowned, have you found out their origins? Back to your Majesty, the moves and techniques they used have never been seen before, and their faces are extremely unfamiliar. They don't look like the strong men in the Imperial Dynasty. Most of the soul-condensing monks in the Imperial Dynasty are registered in the Shadow Guard archives, which details their affiliations, martial arts, and other information. All the portraits and faces of these monks have been preserved. As the leader of the Shadow Guard, he has almost all impressions of these soul-condensing realm monks. But Qin Xiong is an exception. When the leader of the Shadow Guard finished speaking, Lu Zhang's eyes flashed coldly and he said in a cold voice, thoroughly investigate the Crown Prince's guards. Promise. The leader of the Shadow Guard left quietly. Lu Zhang's expression returned to calm, and he said solemnly to the door of the inner room, somebody come. The slave is here. According to my decree, the prince is made the governor of Hanyang County and the left commander of Jinbei Army, and is given the authority to command 5,000 soldiers. Slave obeys the order. As the footsteps outside gradually faded away, Lu Zhang narrowed his eyes slightly and murmured to himself, since there is going to be chaos, let's make it complete. I want to see how many monsters there are, huh? As the decree to Crown Prince Lu Fan spread, the imperial capital suddenly became turbulent. Prince Ning's mansion, front hall. Lu Jin sat in the main seat with a gloomy expression. There were fragments of porcelain and glass everywhere on the floor of the front hall. Staff member Zhang Ke walked in and saw this scene, smiled lightly and shook his head. Why should your highness be angry?
Although His Majesty's move has profound meaning, it does no harm to us.
Instead, it is a benefit. Oomph, good news. Our father imprisoned us in the imperial capital. Apart from the nominal fiefdom, what else do we princes have?
At this point, Lu Jin stood up and slapped the case, with unconcealable anger on his face. But that loser was not only made a county guard, but also got the power of 5,000 personal guards. He, the second prince, was the first to be crowned king, but as of now he only has 10 personal guards. What he desires most is to obtain military power, even if it is 500 personal soldiers. However, since he became the king, he has not even had the chance to touch military power, let alone obtain military power. Although he secretly recruited some strong men, he also secretly formed his own force. But those are not on the table. If you want to sit in that position, in addition to your own cultivation and the support of strong men, what is more important is military power.
What a powerful monk!
Facing tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of soldiers and horses and extremely powerful weapons, there is only one thing to do.
Zhang Ke didn't speak in a hurry. After Lu Jin finished venting, he said with a smile, His Highness also said that he is just a loser. What does it matter if a loser has the name of a county governor? Your Highness should be very clear about the situation in Hanyang in the north.
He is going there like a loser, huh? At this point, Zhang Ke paused and continued, as for the power of the 5,000 personal guards, there is no need to worry about it. In this world, only the weak follow the strong.
Is there any precedent for the strong following the loser? Listening to Zhang Ke's analysis, Lu Jin gradually calmed down, frowned and asked, In your opinion, sir, what should I do next? Does your highness know His Majesty's serious concerns?
Zhang Ke asked with a smile.
Of course it's the Tianwu dynasty in Mabe. Lu Jin answered without hesitation.
But Zhang Ke shook his head repeatedly, Your Highness is wrong.
Your Majesty's biggest concern is not outside, but inside.
The 10 first-class sects and 8 aristocratic families in the dynasty and their many affiliated forces did not listen to the announcement. Overtly and covertly, he controls a large number of mineral veins and controls spiritual stones, elixirs, and other resources. They even recruited geniuses and strong men in the imperial dynasty, leaving no one available in the court and making it difficult for the army to sustain its supply of fresh blood. Listening to what Zhang Ke said, Lu Jin's face turned ugly, because this was the current situation of Dakian.
Your Highness, if you want to be favored by His Majesty, the chance will be in half a year. In half a year? Lu Jin looked curious when he heard this.
In half a year, there will be the triennial talent competition, when the geniuses from all the major forces in the dynasty will gather in the imperial capital. During the previous 2 genius competitions, the royal geniuses were crushed by all the major forces, and His Majesty lost all face.
If His Highness can show his prowess in this competition of geniuses, then His Majesty will definitely be delighted. When the time comes.
Just when Lu Jin and Zhang Ke were discussing the matter in the mansion. The same scene was also played out in Prince Yu's mansion, Prince Qi's mansion, Prince Wei's mansion and the residences of major civil servants and generals.
Everyone is speculating on Emperor Qian's intentions and thoughts on this imperial edict.
But Lu Fan, the protagonist of the imperial edict, knew nothing about it. At this moment, he, Qin Xiong and Xia Houwei took a beast cart and arrived at a relatively prosperous city.
My lord, it will be dark in another hour or 2. Should we rest here for the night or continue on our way? Qin Xiong asked Lu Fan while driving the beast cart. After Lu Fan opened the curtain and took a look at the bustling street, he pondered, Let's rest here for the night and set off on our journey tomorrow. Promise.
After receiving the order, Qin Xiong continued to drive forward, while also searching for an inn with better conditions.
At this moment, the rapid sound of horse hooves and unbridled laughter came from ahead. Drive, ha ha ha.
I bought this BMW at a high price.
How can you catch up with me? Pa, damn the untouchables, they blocked my way. Go to hell.
Accompanied by the rapid sound of horse hooves and the sound of laughter and curses getting closer and closer, 4 young men in colorful uniforms were seen galloping forward on horses. The four of them also held long whips in their hands, laughing unscrupulously and whipping them at both sides of the street and the passers-by blocking them in front of them. Passers-by who had no time to dodge were directly knocked away by the galloping horse. The passerby who was knocked away fell to the ground, vomiting blood, and let out painful screams. However, the four young men in rich costumes galloping on horseback did not even look at them. Behind the four young men in colorful attire were a dozen guards who were also galloping behind them. Seeing this scene, Qin Xiong and Xia Houwei, who were driving, suddenly showed murderous intent. The dandy villain deserves to be killed. Lu Fan inside the carriage was also alarmed and immediately opened the curtain and looked outside. Lu Fan's face suddenly turned cold after seeing the four young men in colorful uniforms galloping towards them and the passers-by who were knocked away. Then he saw a woman standing in the middle of the street holding a child in front of him. Others ran to both sides of the street in time, but the woman holding the child was frightened by the galloping horse. For a moment, she was stunned on the spot. When the leading young man in Chinese attire saw this scene, he not only did not slow down, but instead cursed angrily. "Bitch, get out of here." While cursing angrily, the young man in costume who was galloping on horseback swung his long whip directly towards the frightened woman. The young man in Huafu is a 9th-level monk in the body-forging realm. Although her cultivation level is very weak, if the whip is continued, an ordinary woman will be seriously injured even if she does not die. What's more, she was holding a child in her arms. The child would probably die after being whipped away. Lu Fan, who had a cold look on his face, saw this scene, and the anger and murderous intention in his heart could no longer be suppressed, and he immediately shouted, "Uncle Bao!" Qin Xiong, who had long been filled with murderous intent, jumped up from the front room of the beast cart after receiving the order. "Brush!" I saw a shadow flash past, and Qin Xiong, exuding terrifying murderous intent, appeared in front of the woman holding the child. When the whip of the young man in Chinese clothing came over, Qin Xiong raised his hand and grabbed the whip and pulled it hard. "Get off!" Accompanied by angry shouts, a whip-swinging young man in colorful clothes flew over from horseback. The galloping horse also rushed forward due to its inertia and was about to hit Qin Xiong. Passers-by around him suddenly exclaimed when they saw this scene. Just when the onlookers thought Qin Xiong would be knocked away by the fierce horse, Qin Xiong shouted and punched forward. Boom! Just hearing a muffled sound, the galloping horse was directly punched by Qin Xiong and flew away. The smashed horse flew backwards for more than 10 meters before falling heavily to the ground, letting out an extremely painful cry, struggling for a few times and then stopped moving. And the young man in colorful clothes who got off the horse and flew forward also hit hard in front of the beast carriage that Lu Fan was riding on. The young man in Chinese clothes who fell to the ground let out a scream of pain, and his face turned pale. The passers-by watching around were stunned by this scene. The other three young men in Chinese attire who were galloping on their horses also turned pale with fright. They quickly tightened their reins to stop the galloping horses. As soon as the galloping horse came to a stop, the three young men in fine clothes, who were so frightened that their whole bodies were weak, fell directly from their horses to the ground. Qin Xiong snorted coldly when he saw this, grabbed the three guys from the air and threw them in front of the beast cart. Lu Fan stood in the front room of the beast cart and looked down at the four young men in fine clothes, with undisguised murderous intent and anger on his cold face. In this extremely cruel world of cultivation, human life is worthless, and kindness is a curse that can destroy your life at any time. He is not the Holy Mother, so naturally he will not go around the world to deal with such things. However, if something like this happened to him, whether it was public or private, he would not let such a dandy and scum go. Before Lu Fan could speak, the young man in fine clothes who had been knocked to the ground struggled to get up and roared, "You were so brave, do you know who I am? I want you to die." Although the other three young men in Chinese attire did not speak, they looked at Lu Fan with eyes filled with resentment. They have never suffered such injustice. At this time, the four guards also caught up, dismounted and surrounded Lu Fan, Qin Xiong, and Xia Houwei. With the guards at his side, the leading young man in famous attire became more and more arrogant, staring at Lu Fan and the others with incomparable hatred. "Catch them here. I will make their lives worse than death." "Yes." After more than a dozen guards responded in unison, they all looked at Lu Fan, Qin Xiong, and Xia Houwei with evil smiles.
Although Qin Xiong knocked the horse away with his punch just now, they were not afraid. After all, there are more than a dozen of them, and this is still their territory, so how can they be afraid of 3 outsiders? If you dare to hurt my young master, go to hell. One of the guards roared and took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme and breaking out into the first level of Qi refining realm. He drew his sword and attacked Lu Fan, who was standing in the front room of the beast cart. He could see that Lu Fan was the master, Qin Xiong and Xia Houwei were just guards, and they could be captured by catching Lu Fan. The other guards also reacted and drew their swords to kill Qin Xiong and Xia Houwei. Seeing this, Lu Fan shouted coldly with murderous intent, "Kill!" At the command, Qin Xiong and Xia Houwei flicked their fingers and a stream of spiritual light shot out. Ah! In less than a breath, more than a dozen guards fell to the ground with screams, deader than dead. Looking at the dozen corpses, Lu Fan secretly regretted, it's a pity to lose a lot of points. But there are so many people here, once he takes action, he will definitely expose his own cultivation, which is a bit of a loss. The passers-by around were all horrified when they saw this scene, and they all whispered to each other. Hiss! The weakest of these 2 people are condensation cultivators, how could they come to our small Pingchuan city? These 4 playboys are evil, and today they have kicked the iron plate, they deserve it. While the passers-by around were talking, the 4 young men in gorgeous clothes were frightened and their faces turned pale, and they trembled all over. They didn't expect that more than a dozen guards were killed in an instant, and this result was completely beyond their expectations. At this moment, no matter how stupid they were, they knew they had hit a wall. Without any hesitation, the young man in Chinese clothes who had just cursed and threatened Lu Fan suddenly knelt on the ground. Please spare my life, please spare my life. The other 3 young men in Chinese clothes followed suit and knelt on the ground, begging for mercy. Lu Fan walked down from the front room of the animal cart and stood in front of the 4 people who were begging for mercy. Brother-in-law, master, we were wrong. We were blind and we would never dare to do it again. Please let us go. In the face of a life and death crisis, the 4 dudes no longer dared to be as arrogant as before, and began to wag their tails like dogs and beg for mercy. Seeing their arrogant and respectful expressions, a trace of disgust and disdain flashed in Lu Fan's eyes. Without any hesitation, he looked at Qin Xiong, who immediately understood and picked up a guard's sword from the air and handed it to Lu Fan. After taking the long sword, Lu Fan chopped off the heads of these 4 guys without hesitation. Put! As 4 jets of blood shot out, the heads of these 4 young men in Chinese attire were chopped off by Lu Fan one after another. Ding, kill the 9th level monk in the body forging realm and get 9 points. Ding, kill the 8th level monk in the body forging realm and get 6 points. Ding, kill the 8th level monk in the body forging realm and get 7 points. Ding, kill the 6th level monk in the body forging realm and get 9 points. System, why do you get different points for killing monks of the same realm? Ding, the talent, physique, and luck of the target are different, and the point rewards obtained are also different. After getting the answer, Lu Fan did not continue to ask. Qin Xiong and Xia Houwei were extremely skilled in looting the corpses of the 4 dandies and more than a dozen guards. At this moment, an extremely sad and angry roar came from not far away. Damn thief, if you dare to touch my son, I will make your life worse than death. I saw a fat middle-aged man riding a horse from the front, his eyes were red and his expression was ferocious. Behind him were nearly 100 soldiers in armor, who were obviously the guards of the city. The obese middle-aged man galloped forward on horseback and saw the body of the young man in fine clothes who had screamed just now. His body suddenly trembled and he fell off the horse. My son! Amidst a burst of wailing, the obese middle-aged man jumped towards the headless body of the young man in Chinese attire. Looking at the separated head of the corpse, the obese middle-aged man spat out a large mouthful of blood. The aura and pressure of the first level of condensation realm, mixed with murderous intent, instantly erupted from his body. Upon seeing this, nearly 100 soldiers who followed the obese middle-aged man immediately surrounded Lu Fan and the other 3. At this time, 3 more middle-aged men stumbled over one after another, each holding 3 headless corpses and wailing and roaring. The obese middle-aged man who arrived first carefully placed his son's headless body on the ground. He stood up, his extremely red eyes fell on Lu Fan, and he gritted his teeth and said word by word,
"Damn little beast, if you kill my son, I will cut you into pieces." Looking at the fat middle-aged man with a ferocious expression, Lu Fan sneered, took out a golden token from his arms and raised it high.
What a good lord of Pingchuan City! He is the one who commits the crime in front of him, and insults me in front of the king in front of him. He really deserves death. Uncle Bao, get it for me. Promise.
Qin Xiong gave a low drink and pressed directly against the obese middle-aged man.
Click.
Hearing the sound of bones breaking, the frightened fat middle-aged man's knees shattered and he knelt on the ground. Upon seeing this, Xia Houwei shouted loudly at the nearly 100 guardsmen surrounding the three people.
His Royal Highness is here. If you don't bow quickly, you will fail if you want to rebel.
As soon as these words came out, nearly 100 guards looked at each other, and then they all knelt down on one knee.
Meet His Highness the Crown Prince.
The passers-by looking around also looked shocked at this moment and fell to their knees one after another.
Meet His Highness the Crown Prince.
While shouting salutes, nearly 100 guards and passers-by secretly looked at Lu Fan. It was rumored that His Highness the Crown Prince was a waste who could not cultivate and had a cowardly character, but when I saw him today, it seemed that the rumors were a bit false. Apart from his cultivation level, this prince is obviously a decisive person, and there is no trace of cowardice at all.
Lu Fan looked around and said calmly, "Everyone, get up." "Thank you, Your Highness the Crown Prince."
The rest of the people all stood up, but the obese middle-aged man and 3 other middle-aged men were still kneeling on the ground at this moment. The former's knees were crippled by Qin Xiong and he could not get up, while the latter 3 were so frightened that they did not dare to get up at all. Lu Fan glanced at the 4 people, narrowed his eyes slightly, had an idea in his mind, and immediately snorted coldly. As the Lord of Pingchuan City, instead of making decisions for the people, he committed crimes and mobilized the guards in the city for personal use. His crime deserves death. Speaking of Lu Fan walking forward with his sword in hand, the Lord of Pingchuan City immediately became jealous when he saw this. "What a bullshit, Prince, you are a loser and you want to kill me, so let's die together."
With an angry roar, Lord Pingchuan raised his right hand, trying to kill Lu Fan with a flash of spiritual light.
However, before he could make any move, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him.
Click.
Lord Pingchuan's arms were violently torn off by Qin Xiong, who came out of nowhere. The moment the screams rang out, Lu Fan swung his long sword and stabbed Pingchuan City Lord in the neck.
Put.
Blood spurted out, and the tip of the fine iron sword pierced the neck of Lord Pingchuan. Ding, kill the 4th level monk in the condensation realm and get 350 points. Ignoring the reminder sound in his mind, Lu Fan drew out his long sword and raised it high, speaking word by word to everyone around him. When a prince breaks the law, he is as guilty as the common people.
Our Dacian people can die for the country, die for the family, and die for morality.
But he will never be allowed to be bullied to death by the powerful. From now on, if anyone dares to use his power to bully my people, I will definitely kill his 9 tribes and destroy his bloodline. Lu Fan's words were sonorous and powerful, reaching the ears of everyone around him, instantly leaving everyone stunned. Qin Xiong and Xia Houwei's faces turned red with excitement, and their eyes were filled with fanatical awe.
This is the Lord they follow and be loyal to.
The nearly 100 guards and the surrounding passers-by were all excited and clenched their fists tightly. Living in Pingchuan City, they were phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme bullied by 4 dandy thugs, but they dared not speak out when they were angry. Now that His Highness the Crown Prince was killing the villains and even said these passionate words in public, they felt a surge of passion gathering in their hearts. At this moment, a fanatical and excited roar suddenly came from behind the crowd. Long phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme His Royal Highness. As this roar rang out, the others instantly found a way to vent their anger and started shouting in unison. Long phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme His Royal Highness. Long phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme His Royal Highness. Seeing the people shouting and punching wildly, Lu Fan's calm heart suddenly became restless. This what he said just now was just to establish a personality for himself and pave the way for him to compete for that position in the future. But at this moment, his heart couldn't calm down, and he clenched his fists tightly. Water can carry a boat, but it can also overturn it. Very few people in this world understand this truth, or they understand it, but they just don't care. They only care about the top strong men, and these low-level forces are completely ignored by them. But Lu Fan cares. He also deeply understands how terrifying these bottom forces can be once they are united. Just as Lu Fan was thinking this, a cloud ship came speeding from a distance. Lu Fan recognized at a glance that this was a cloud ship used exclusively by the Dacian royal family, and ordinary people were not qualified to use it. Under the gaze of everyone, this royal cloud ship hovered directly on the roof of a house next to it. Then 8 guards wearing black basalt armor and special masks on their faces jumped off the cloud ship. The next moment, an old eunuch wearing a brocade robe and with white hair and a youthful face walked down from the cloud ship. Seeing this old eunuch, Lu Fan raised his eyebrows. What is this old eunuch doing here? This old eunuch is a royal eunuch beside Emperor Qian, who is responsible for conveying imperial orders or reporting and sending messages. While thinking, the royal eunuch with white hair and a youthful face came to Lu Fan and bowed. Your servant greets His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. No need to be polite, eunuch. Lu Fan nodded politely, and couldn't help asking curiously, what is the purpose of your coming here, eunuch? After all, the status of the royal eunuch is quite special, and he will not leave the palace easily, let alone leave the imperial capital, but now he is chased here. Could it be that his cheap father has changed his mind and wants to return to the throne? Congratulations, your highness. I came here this time to convey the imperial edict. After saying this with a smile, the old eunuch's face instantly returned to seriousness, and he took out the golden imperial edict that exuded a faint pressure from the storage ring. Seeing the imperial edict, the 8 Xuanwu guards behind the old eunuch took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead lead slash phoneme and kneeling on one knee. The onlookers around also knelt on the ground, and at the same time curiously looked at the imperial eunuch's hand. After all, Pingchuan City is just a poor little city, and they are ordinary people at the bottom of the society. Where have they seen the legendary imperial edict? Seeing that everyone was kneeling on the ground, Lu Fan sighed helplessly and could only kneel on one knee. Now he is too weak to openly oppose his cheap father. Kneel down, it won't lose a piece of meat. Seeing that Lu Fan had knelt on one knee, Qin Xiong and Xiahou Wei also knelt on one knee. The old eunuch nodded in satisfaction, opened the imperial edict, and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red slash phoneme it aloud in a loud voice. In compliance with the will of heaven, the emperor decrees, Prince Fan has requested to guard the border, which is very gratifying to me. I decree that he shall be appointed as the governor of Hanyang County and the left lieutenant of Jinbei Army, and be granted the power to command 5,000 personal soldiers. Wait for the imperial eunuch to return to the court. This is the order. As the old eunuch phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read slash phoneme the imperial edict, the passers-by around him became more and more excited. This mighty and handsome young man is really His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. But Lu Fan was a little confused when he heard the content of the imperial edict. Wasn't he exiled? How did he become the one who requested to guard the border? And what about this imperial decree? When Lu Fan was confused, the old eunuch who had phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red slash phoneme the imperial edict coughed lightly, and Lu Fan woke up and hurriedly said, I accept the imperial edict and thank you. As he said that, Lu Fan took the imperial edict and stood up. Seeing this, the old eunuch smiled and said, Your Highness, the eunuch has passed the edict. His Majesty also asked me to pass on a message to Your Highness. As he said that, he used the secret technique to transmit the emperor's message to Lu Fan alone. After transmitting the message, the old eunuch bowed to Lu Fan respectfully and said goodbye. I wish Your Highness a safe journey. I'm leaving. After that, the old eunuch stepped into the air and boarded the cloud ship, and then the cloud ship took off and left Pingchuan City. As for the 8 Xuanwu guards, they did not leave with him. They were the 8 guards awarded to Lu Fan by the emperor. But whether it was guarding or surveillance, that was unknown. Watching the cloud boat disappear from sight, Lu Fan took a long breath, glanced at the 8 motionless Xuanwu guards, and then looked at Qin Xiong and Xiahou Wei. The two were about to say something, but were stopped by Lu Fan's eyes. Suppressing the restless thoughts in his heart, Lu Fan looked at the 3 middle-aged men in gorgeous clothes who were still kneeling on the ground. Seeing Lu Fan's eyes looking over, the 3 pale-faced people immediately cowed out and begged for mercy.
Your Highness, spare my life, Your Highness, spare my life. If Lu Fan was alone, or there were only 2 guards around him, they might take the risk and choose to fight to the death. But there were still 8 Xuanwu guards behind Lu Fan, who were not something they could provoke at all, so they could only kneel and beg for mercy. Looking at the 3 people who kowed out and begged for mercy, Lu Fan's eyes flashed with a fierce light, and he waved his sword to kill the 3 people without hesitation. After all, if they were to perform a full set of tricks, these 3 guys would naturally not be let go. Ding, kill the first-level cultivator of Condensation Realm, get 180 points. Ding, kill the first-level cultivator of Condensation Realm, get 230 points. Ding, kill the first-level cultivator of Condensation Realm, get 200 points. As the 3 prompt sounds fell, the originally quiet streets became lively again. Long phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. These 4 guys committed crimes and committed all kinds of evil in Pingchuan City. Now that they are all out of control, all civilian cultivators are naturally excited. Looking at the many passers-by who were shouting excitedly, Lu Fan raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet, and then he spoke loudly, "Everyone, these 4 villains have been killed by this king. From now on, you can practice and work with peace of mind. If there are any more villains making trouble, you are welcome to go to the North Territory to complain to this king." This remark caused all the passers-by to applaud and shout excitedly. They have always been ignored as the lowest class, and being bullied and tortured is commonplace. However, what Lu Fan did today gave them a glimmer of hope, and a feeling of being respected and valued. This feeling prompted them to respect and admire Lu Fan immensely. Although it was rumored that Lu Fan was a waste who couldn't cultivate, they didn't care. At this time, another familiar voice in the crowd shouted, "Your Highness, you can now have 5,000 personal guards. Let us follow you." As the voice fell, the eyes of passers-by around him all lit up and they started shouting. Looking at the passers-by who were looking wildly and wanting to follow him, Lu Fan looked around and saw an elegant middle-aged man with a smile on his face. When Lu Fan looked over, this elegant middle-aged man also looked over. The sentence long phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme His Royal Highness the Crown Prince just now, and the sentence just now came from the mouth of this elegant middle-aged man. Looking at each other, Lu Fan inexplicably felt that this elegant middle-aged man seemed familiar, and immediately asked in his heart, "System, is this person a summoned hero?" Ding, this person is the summoned hero. Wang Hun name, Wang Hun origin, mythical 3 Kingdoms world title, 8 Gentlemen of the Wei and Jin dynasties cultivation, 4th level of condensing Yuan realm kung fu, Ling Yuan Ju magic weapon, gentleman's sword special attributes. None. After glancing at Wang Hun's simple information introduction, Lu Fan understood. It turns out that this guy is a civil servant, no wonder he can assist himself twice in a row. Thinking of this, Lu Fan nodded imperceptibly to Wang Hun, then looked at the passers-by who were shouting excitedly and said loudly, "Today the King of Japan will stay at the City Lord's Mansion. If you are willing to follow, just go to the gate of the City Lord's Mansion tomorrow morning to participate in the selection. Please disperse now." After he finished speaking, Lu Fan didn't stop here. Immediately, escorted by Qin Xiong, Xia Houwei and 8 Xuanwu guards, they rushed all the way to the City Lord's palace. The nearly 100 guards followed closely behind and left with the prince, Lu Fan. And many passers-by who were watching also dispersed, spreading the news throughout Pingchuan City about what had just happened. Pingchuan City Lord's Mansion. Lu Fan stood at the entrance of the front hall with an indifferent look, and dozens of men, women, old and young were kneeling in front of him. These were the family members of Pingchuan City Lord. All of them were fat and big-eared, with red faces, and they were pampered. But at this moment, these guys were full of fear on their faces, and they kept kowtowing to Lu Fan for mercy. They already knew that the city lord was killed, and they also knew the identity of Prince Lu Fan. So at this moment, they were all in a panic, fearing that Lu Fan would kill them in anger. Glancing at these guys who were kowtowing like pounding garlic, Lu Fan looked at Wang Hun next to him. "Xianshong, how should these guys be dealt with?" "My lord, Pingchuan City Lord allowed his son to commit crimes, and these guys were accomplices, and they also helped the tiger on weekdays, oppressing the people, and they should be killed for their crimes." When Wang Hun said this, the father of Pingchuan City Lord, who was kneeling on the ground, panicked and shouted loudly, "Your Highness, spare my life. My grandson is a disciple of the great elder of Xianyang sect.
If your highness lets us go, I am willing to let my grandson serve your highness.
You are threatening me. Lu Fan's face suddenly turned cold.
The father of the Lord of Pingchuan City did not realize the seriousness of the problem at all, but continued to analyze it for Lu Fan. Your highness, although Xianyang sect is only a second-rate force, it ranks among the top second-rate forces.
As far as I know, your highness does not seem to have any support from any force.
If you can get the support of Xianyang sect, then. Looking at the father of the Lord of Pingchuan City, who thought he had got the bargaining chip and wanted to bargain with him, Lu Fan laughed immediately.
Ha 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 ha. Good, very good. Although Lu Fan was laughing, his face was extremely cold and gloomy. The father of the Lord of Pingchuan City finally realized that something was wrong and wanted to explain immediately.
However, Lu Fan did not give him this opportunity, and shouted coldly.
Kill, leave no one alive. Yes. Your highness, spare my life, bah.
The 8 Xuanwu guards drew their swords and killed all the dozens of Pingchuan City Lord's family members. Looking at the corpses in front of him, Lu Fan's eyes flashed with helplessness and reluctance. But this helplessness and reluctance was fleeting and turned into a strong determination.
This is the cruelty of this world.
If he is not ruthless and decisive, let alone sitting on the supreme throne, it is unknown whether he can survive in this world.
Glancing coldly at the corpse in the pool of blood, Lu Fan said to Xia Houwei, "Go find the guard of this city, I have something to ask." Yes. As he said that, Lu Fan turned and walked into the front hall. Qin Xiong and Wang Han followed him in, and the 8 Xuanwu guards stood guard at the door. After receiving the order, Xia Houwei left the city lord's mansion with nearly 100 guards. After sitting down in the front hall, Lu Fan looked at Wang Han. Although this guy can't be compared with top counselors like Zhang Zia and Li Si, he is also a good counselor, at least much better than himself. This world is indeed a world where the strong are kings, but it does not mean that strategies are useless. Especially if he wants to sit on the supreme throne, counselors are absolutely indispensable. These thoughts passed through his heart, and Lu Fan coughed lightly to let Wang Han and Qin Xiong sit down. Thank you, my lord. Shen Xiong, there is one thing that I can't figure out. You come and figure it out for me.
Then he told the whole story of his unjust exile in the Musk Princess Palace.
Father knew that I was wronged, but he still chose to exile me.
No guards were sent to me on the surface, but I was protected by shadow guards in secret. Now I am appointed as the governor of Hanyang County and the left lieutenant of Jinbei Army, and I have the power of 5,000 personal guards.
What does this mean? He has been thinking about this problem all the way, but he can't figure it out.
Especially after receiving the imperial decree today, he was even more puzzled. As the saying goes, the heart of the emperor is hard to predict, and now he understands it. Qin Xiong and Wang Han also knew the inside story of this matter for the first time, and they frowned and thought about it. After a moment, Wang Han said thoughtfully, "Your Majesty may want to protect the Lord."
Protect me? Lu Fan's face turned black. Exiling himself to the extremely chaotic northern border, what kind of protection is this? It's almost like letting yourself die.
The Lord has the name of the prince, but not the real prince. On the other hand, the other 4 princes have many followers and supporters. And if they want to fight for the throne, the first thing they have to do is to get rid of the Lord and make the position of the East Palace vacant. In this way, the Lord will be deeply trapped in the vortex of fighting for the throne and become a thorn in the eyes of the 4 parties fighting for the throne. Listening to Wang Han's analysis, Lu Fan nodded in agreement. It was indeed the case. Your Majesty took this opportunity to legitimately pull the Lord out of the vortex of the fight for the throne, and also gave the outside world a signal to abolish the Crown Prince of the Eastern Palace. In this way, the eyes of the 4 parties fighting for the throne will be diverted from the Lord. When Wang Han said this, Qin Xiong couldn't help asking, "Since your Majesty wants to protect the Lord, why did you issue the imperial decree? Isn't this pulling the Lord back into the vortex?" Qin Xiong expressed Lu Fan's doubts, and both of them stared at Wang Han.
Under the gaze of the two, Wang Han pondered for a moment and asked back, "My lord, you just said that your Majesty sent shadow guards to protect secretly, so the appearance of Brother Qin and Brother Xia should not be hidden from your Majesty." "That's right. That's right.
The appearance of Brother Qin and Brother Xia made His Majesty change his mind temporarily, so he conferred the title on the Lord.
As for the purpose of His Majesty's temporary change of mind, I don't know. Lu Fan nodded helplessly after hearing this, and he was not dissatisfied with Wang Hun's answer. After all, Wang Hun, Qin Xiong and Xiahou Wei were not born in the imperial capital, and they only heard about what happened in the imperial capital. Naturally, it is impossible to make accurate inferences and judgments. After a moment of silence, Lu Fan asked again, "What do you think Xian Chong should do next, and how should he do it?"
Keep a low profile in public, develop and expand in secret, and plot the entire northern border. While speaking, Wang Hun's eyes appeared with an extremely hot light. For a counselor, there is nothing more fulfilling than helping the Lord ascend to the throne and conquer the world. Qin Xiong also clenched his fists, looked at Lu Fan excitedly, and looked forward to it. Looking at the excited expressions of Qin Xiong and Wang Hun, Lu Fan did not speak, but took a deep breath, and a brilliant light emerged in his eyes. At this time, footsteps were heard outside the front hall. Then Xiahou Wei led a middle-aged man in armor and walked in quickly.
"My lord, here comes Zhang Hu, the defender of Pingchuan City."
After Xiahou Wei announced the identity of the entourage, the middle-aged man in armor knelt on one knee and saluted respectfully.
"Zhang Hu, the defender of Pingchuan City, pays respect to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince."
At this moment, Lu Fan calmed down and snorted coldly at Zhang Hu, who was kneeling on one knee. "Zhang Hu, as the garrison commander of Pingchuan City, you allowed the Lord of Pingchuan City to mobilize the garrison troops privately.
What crime should you be punished for?"
"The Lord of a city is responsible for internal affairs, and the garrison commander of a city is responsible for armaments.
The two are of the same level.
In theory, the Lord of Pingchuan City has no right to mobilize the city guards unless there is a tiger talisman to mobilize the city guards. Of course, if the Lord of the city and the garrison commander are in the same nest, then such a thing is very normal." Facing Lu Fan's questioning, Zhang Hu's face was full of bitterness. "Please forgive me, Your Highness, this matter."
"This matter has another hidden story."
"Oh.
What hidden story? Tell me."
"To reply to Your Highness, I am the garrison commander of Pingchuan in name, but in fact I have been sidelined for a long time."
After Zhang Hu's explanation, Lu Fan finally understood.
It turned out that Zhang Hu was transferred to Pingchuan City as the garrison commander a few years ago. Before he came, 1,000-man captain and several centurions of the Pingchuan Guard had already defected to the Lord of Pingchuan City. His orders had no effect at all in the Pingchuan Guard. Moreover, Pingchuan City is just a small city, which is poor and has few resources. The establishment of the Guard army is 1,000 people, but the actual number is only more than 300 people. Among these more than 300 people, more than 100 are old, weak, sick and disabled, and there are some scoundrels. The only ones who can be regarded as guards are the nearly 100 people just now. This is the first time that Lu Fan knows about these situations, and he suddenly feels unbelievable.
Is all this news true? The first establishment of 1,000 people actually has only more than 300 people, and there are less than 100 combat-capable people. It's true, and the Guard Army's salary has not been paid for 2 consecutive years. The nearly 100 guards just now received the salary issued by the City Lord's Mansion, which is considered the private soldiers of the City Lord's Mansion, so they will obey the orders of the City Lord. This news shocked Lu Fan again. Has the Dacian dynasty been so rotten? Although Pingchuan City is just an insignificant small city, a glimpse of the whole picture. The situation in Dacian is probably worse than he imagined. It can be said that there are internal and external troubles. Lu Fan remained silent, and Qin Xiong, Xiahou Wei, and Wang Hun all looked very ugly. After a long silence, Lu Fan stood up and took a deep breath and said, "Zhang Hu, I will leave tomorrow, and Pingchuan City will be temporarily handed over to you for management. The court will send someone to replace you at that time." He wanted to change, but he did not have the power or the right for the time being. So he could only make such an arrangement. Zhang Hu immediately raised his head upon hearing this, and said seriously, "Your Highness, I want to follow you to the northern border." He had heard what happened on the street just now. Lu Fan's words made his blood boil, and also let him know that the rumors about Lu Fan were all false.
Even if it was true that Lu Fan could not practice, Lu Fan was definitely not a coward.
How could a coward say such exciting words?
Zhang Hu's words made Lu Fan a little surprised, but he soon smiled and said, "Okay, when the court sends someone to replace you, you will come to the north to find me." Now he has no one available except the heroes he summoned. Now that Zhang Hu was willing to be loyal and follow him, he will naturally not refuse.
Thank you, Your Highness.
Zhang Hu cowed out excitedly to thank him.
Lu Fan asked him to stand up and sit down, and then asked,
Zhang Hu, tell me about the news of the north, the more detailed the better, tell me everything you know.
Yes, Your Highness.
Zhang Hu nodded heavily, then thought for a while and started to talk. The north is vast and has many mountains, but the resources are relatively poor, and it is located at the border. As Zhang Hu told the story, Lu Fan finally got to know more about the north. The entire Dacian dynasty is divided into 72 counties, and Hanyang County is the largest of the 72 counties, comparable to the sum of the areas of 6 or 7 counties.
The so-called northern border is actually Hanyang County.
In name, the governor of Hanyang County is the controller of the entire northern border. On the surface, the position of the governor of Hanyang County is very glorious.
But no one in the court is willing to go to Hanyang County to serve as the governor.
Because Hanyang County has no advantages except its large area, but a lot of disadvantages. It is poor in resources, thin in spiritual energy, and located on the border of the two dynasties. It can be said to be a no man's land. Therefore, all those who gather there are desperate criminals, or various horse bandits and mercenary groups who make a living by looting. None of them are good.
However, the more important threat is from outside the northern border.
The northern border of Dacian borders the Tianwu dynasty in Mabe, and the people of the Tianwu dynasty are warlike and extremely bloodthirsty and brutal. Compared with the orthodox cultivation forces in Dacian, there are a large number of evil cultivation forces in the Tianwu dynasty,
such as goo cultivation, insect cultivation, and corpse cultivation.
In addition, some evil cultivation forces in Tianwu also specialize in capturing cultivators and using their bodies and essence, blood, and flesh to refine pills.
The main source of monks plundered by the evil forces of the Tianwu dynasty is the northern border. Not only will the evil forces of Tianwu plunder monks and rob resources in the northern border of Tianwu.
The garrison troops on the border of Tianwu phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme violate the border and invade the northern border, burning, killing, looting, and committing all kinds of evil in the northern border. If it weren't for the Jinbei army, one of the 4 trump corps of Dacian, guarding the northern border would have been flattened by the Tianwu dynasty long ago. Hearing this news, Lu Fan's face became more and more ugly. The situation in the northern border was worse than he expected. At this time, Zhang Hu seemed to have thought of something, and said with concern, "Your Highness, you must be extremely careful when you go to the north.
You may be in danger of death?"
Ha!
Lu Fan looked puzzled.
Zhang Hu took a deep breath and said, "In the past 2 years, the court has successively sent 3 Hanyang County magistrates, but these 3 county magistrates died suddenly within 2 or 3 months of taking office."
What?
This was the first time Lu Fan heard this news, and he was immediately shocked.
Have you found the murderer? Killing 3 county magistrates in succession is simply a blatant provocation to the court.
The 3 county magistrates did not have any wounds or signs of poisoning on their bodies, and no clues were found at all. Later, a rumor appeared in the north, saying that the county magistrate's mansion was an ominous place, and there were ghosts and monsters making trouble, so the 3 county magistrates died suddenly and strangely. Listening to Zhang Hu's answer, Lu Fan frowned. If it was the world of his previous life, he would naturally not believe in the existence of ghosts and monsters. But this is a world of cultivation. Strong men can fly, move mountains and seas, so it is normal for ghosts to exist. But he soon shook his head and denied the rumor Zhang Hu said. If there were really ghosts, so many people in the county governor's mansion were not dead, but the county governor died, and 3 of them died in a row.
Only a fool would believe it. Humph, I want to see who is causing trouble. With the golden finger system, he is not afraid of any demons and ghosts. Even if there are, he will kill them and turn them into system points. Just as Lu Fan was thinking about this, the roar of the Xuanwu guard suddenly came from outside. Be bold.
Along with loud shouts, fierce fighting sounds came from outside the front hall.
Ji Quan, protect His Highness.
Qin Xiong gave a loud shout and rushed out of the front hall in an instant, with murderous intent flowing all over his body. The moment he rushed out, a sharp black arrow flew in from the front hall door.
Your Highness, be careful.
Qin Xiong shouted, and the diamond mace in his hand swept out and hit the black arrow.
Click.
The black sharp arrow was smashed directly, making a crisp sound, and the sharp arrow that was smashed in half fell to the ground. At this time, 8 Xuanwu guards outside the door rushed in.
Qin Xiong and Xia Houwei simultaneously stepped in front of Lu Fan. Fortunately, the 8 Xuanwu guards stopped immediately.
The leader knelt down on one knee and said to Lu Fan, "Your Highness, the mysterious man who came to attack has escaped. Please punish him."
It's okay, get up.
Lu Fan waved his hand carelessly, his eyes falling on the black sharp arrow that was broken into 2 pieces.
Ha!
Lu Fan screamed in surprise, squatted down and picked up the black arrow that was broken into 2 pieces. "Lord, be careful of the poison." When Qin Xiong wanted to stop it, Lu Fan had already picked it up.
Fortunately, nothing happened.
I saw a rolled-up note stuck inside the hollow arrow body.
Lu Fan took out the note and opened it, only to see 16 tiny characters written on it. Hanyang is dangerous, so be careful. In critical moments, Tianxiang can be avoided.
Looking at these 16 small characters, Lu Fan suddenly frowned and a look of doubt appeared in his eyes. The mysterious man just now was not a killer, but sent a message to himself in this way.
But who will be the messenger?
While frowning and thinking, Lu Fan stood up, dropped the short arrow, and held the note in his palm.
Stand back. Promise.
The 8 Xuanwu guards clasped their fists and saluted, and then returned to stand guard outside the front hall. Lu Fan handed the note in his hand to Wang Hun, who phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red/phoneme it and passed it to Qin Xiong and Xia Houwei. The 3 of them phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red/phoneme it one after another and passed it back to Lu Fan. Lu Fan used his spiritual power to shatter the note and then looked at Wang Hun.
Xian Shong, what do you think about this matter?
My lord, judging from this note alone, this person is a friend rather than an enemy, but I am afraid that someone will use this to confuse His Highness.
Speaking of this, Wang Hun paused briefly and said, in addition, the word Tianxiang is extremely famous.
Tianxiang Tower is a famous top restaurant, and it exists in every city with that name. Not only the Dacian dynasty, but also Tianxiang restaurant existed in other dynasties, and it was known as the best restaurant in the world. Tianxiang Garden, a famous luxury brothel, was spread throughout all major dynasties like Tianxiang Tower, and was known as the best gold-selling cave in the world. Tianxiang Pavilion, a well-known comprehensive trading house, is also located in all major dynasties, dealing in all kinds of rare treasures, martial arts, and miraculous medicines. As long as you can afford the price, you can buy any treasure you want, and it is known as the best trading house in the world. And these 3 behemoths all have the word Tianxiang, and it is rumored that these 3 families belong to the same force. It's a pity that no one can verify this news.
We only know that these 3 behemoths have collected countless wealth in the world.
It's not that no one or force has had an interest in them, but those people and forces were all wiped out quietly.
Because of this, the word Tianxiang is widely known. Even Wang Hun, who was born in a small town in the mountains, also knows the reputation of Tianxiang.
When Wang Hun finished speaking, Qin Xiong and Xia Houwei beside them also nodded solemnly. They have also heard of these 3 forces with the word Tianxiang, and are well aware of the horror of this force. Looking at the slightly solemn expressions of the 3 of them, Lu Fan raised his eyebrows and said calmly, "Don't think about it.
Whether it's an enemy or a friend, you'll know when you get to Hanyang."
Although the situation in Hanyang County was extremely dangerous and complicated, he was not afraid. The 10 civil servants and generals and 3,000 golden fire cavalry he summoned were his confidants.
Even if Hanyang County is a dragon's pond and a tiger's den, he will flatten it. After the words fell, Lu Fan looked at Zhang Hu. "Zhang Hu, tomorrow morning you will phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme some guards to the city lord's mansion to maintain order." Promise.
Ji Quan, Xianshong, people will come to sign up to join the army tomorrow morning.
You two will be responsible for screening and selecting 100 strong young people to accompany them on the road. Promise.
After arranging all this, Lu Fan sent Zhang Hu away, followed by Xia Howei and Wang Hun. With Qin Xiong here, they were not worried about Lu Fan's safety. After everyone left, Qin Xiong couldn't help but said, "My lord, the people in this city have ordinary talents and average cultivation.
I'm afraid they are too weak to recruit them to form personal guards." Ha ha.
This is the effect I want, at least for the time being. Lu Fan smiled mysteriously without explaining much, which made Qin Xiong even more curious.
Let's go and take a walk around the city lord's mansion to see if there is anything good.
After saying that, he got up and walked out of the front hall, followed closely by Qin Xiong. The 8 Xuanwu guards wanted to follow, but were sent away to rest by Lu Fan. After all, these 8 guys were sent by his cheap father, so Lu Fan naturally had no trust in them. Just let them serve as tools at critical moments. Although Pingchuan City is very barren, the city lord's mansion is not shabby at all, and is even extremely luxurious. Nothing can be seen in front, but behind the city lord's mansion are rockeries, flowing water, pavilions, which are too luxurious to look like. Looking at these, Lu Fan couldn't help but snorted coldly, "This city lord is more comfortable than this prince." Thinking about the miserable life of his predecessor in the palace, he felt a little indignant.
But that was in the past. Things like that will never happen again.
The two of them strolled along the way and soon came to the backyard of the city lord's mansion, where there was a separate courtyard. Compared to other places in the city lord's mansion, the atmosphere here is a bit cold, or gloomy, making people feel uncomfortable.
Lu Fan was about to push the door to enter the courtyard, but Qin Xiong took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme and blocked him, looking solemn. "Lord, be careful, something seems to be wrong." Qin Xiong flicked his fingers and shot out several spiritual lights to attack the courtyard gate. Just when these spiritual lights were about to attack the courtyard gate, a transparent protective shield appeared out of thin air. Bang!
All the spiritual lights shot out by Qin Xiong were blocked by this transparent protective shield. A few ripples flashed on the protective shield, and it soon returned to normal without any damage.
"My lord, it's a formation barrier. There is indeed something wrong in this courtyard."
Qin Xiong looked solemn, but Lu Fan showed a curious look on his face. The formation barrier is not a rare thing, but it is a bit abnormal to appear in the backyard of this small Pingchuan city lord's mansion.
"Shu Bao, can you break it?" "My lord, step back a little and watch me break this formation barrier." Lu Fan nodded and stepped back about 7 or 8 meters.
Qin Xiong pulled out 2 diamond maces from his back and jumped forward.
"Break!" accompanied by a loud shout.
The 2 diamond maces burst out with dazzling golden light and smashed directly into the formation barrier that covered the entire courtyard. Boom! A deafening loud noise was heard, and dense cracks appeared in the formation barrier covering the courtyard. When Qin Xiong swung his swords and hit the cracked barrier for the second time, the formation barrier could no longer hold up and burst into pieces.
Roar!
The moment the barrier shattered, a scalp-numbing roar suddenly came from the courtyard. Then a blood shadow burst out of the door with a click and rushed straight towards Lu Fan.
"Seeking death!"
Qin Xiong roared angrily, and the golden mace with flashing golden light was instantly projected out by him with one hand. Brush! The dazzling golden light came in an instant and hit the bloody figure who rushed towards Lu Fan hard. Roar! Amidst an angry roar, the blood shadow that rushed towards Lu Fan was directly knocked away by the diamond mace. And the diamond mace that smashed the blood shadow flew back to Qin Xiong's hand. Only then did Lu Fan and Qin Xiong see the true appearance of this phantom, and both looked shocked. I saw that this blood shadow was a humanoid monster. He has the appearance of this man, but he has long fangs, his body is covered with fine scales, and his fingers are half a meter long, like sharp blades. And this humanoid monster was covered in blood, as if it had just been fished out of a blood pool. It was the first time for Lu Fan to see such a monster, and he was inevitably a little frightened. Just as the two of them were staring at the bloody monster, it roared and rushed towards Lu Fan again. Qin Xiong, who returned to Lu Fan, shouted lowly when he saw this, and attacked with his double stream again. Roar! This monster's cultivation level is not high, and he has no ability to fight back in front of Qin Xiong. But it seemed to have no consciousness, and its defense was extremely strong. It was smashed 7 or 8 times without being killed. Those fine scales were like armor, and they actually blocked Qin Xiong's diamond mace. However, after being attacked 7 or 8 times in succession, the fine scales on this humanoid monster were shattered by the diamond mace. The frequency of the humanoid monster's attacks became less and less, but it was still extremely fierce. It kept roaring angrily and stared at Lu Fan. This made Lu Fan very puzzled.
Why is this guy always staring at me? Could it be that I have a grudge against him?
When he rushed out of the yard just now, the monster ignored Qin Xiong and attacked him, and it was still the same now. At this moment, a harsh whistle came from the front. As the whistle sounded, the bloody monster seemed to be summoned and immediately gave up attacking and fled in a leap. When Qin Xiong saw this and was about to pursue him, Lu Fan quickly shouted, "Uncle Bao, don't chase after the poor enemy." After hearing this, Qin Xiong gave up the pursuit and returned to Lu Fan with an embarrassed expression.
"Lord, the last general. Don't worry, I don't blame you. This bloody monster is quite weird. It has amazing defense, extremely fast speed, and is unconscious. It is normal for it to escape."
Although he said so, Lu Fan was still extremely shocked.
Qin Xiong was a first-level monk in the soul-condensing realm. Needless to say, he was strong, but he did not kill the bloody monster. This shows how difficult the bloody monster is.
If Qin Xiong hadn't been with him just now, he would have died long ago. Thinking like this, Lu Fan couldn't help but feel scared, and at the same time he felt a strong sense of urgency.
My current cultivation level is too low.
All kinds of trump cards and guards are not as powerful as one's own cultivation, and other various supports can only be auxiliary. Thinking of this, Lu Fan took a deep breath, gathered his thoughts and said, "Let's go and have a look inside." After saying that, he took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme and walked into the courtyard in front of him. Qin Xiong followed closely with a diamond mace in his hand, looking around with extremely vigilant eyes. Walking into the courtyard, an eerie cold air hit my face, and there was a strong smell of blood. There were a lot of dried blood stains on the ground, and the blood stains were deep red, obviously not formed once or twice.
In addition, there are many corpses and bones in the corner of the yard.
They were not the corpses of ferocious beasts, but human corpses, almost all of which were mutilated.
Just as Lu Fan frowned and looked at all this, Qin Xiong said solemnly, "Lord, that monster just now may be the rumored blood puppet."
Blood puppet?
That's right, it's a blood puppet.
This kind of blood puppet is made by taming and torturing normal monks.
Some extremely evil monks have limited talents and insufficient combat power, so they refine blood puppets.
Using the methods of taming ferocious beasts and refining magic weapons, some monks with special talents were raised and refined in captivity. Forcing them to eat the flesh and blood of monks alive and other means to forcibly improve their cultivation. At the same time, various materials and animal bones are used to temper its body, refining it like a magic weapon.
After countless times of domestication and refining, these monks will lose their normal sanity and turn into cruel and bloodthirsty blood puppets.
The blood puppet has been tortured and refined countless times, and has long lost any consciousness. It is also fused with various materials, so it is invulnerable to all poisons, making it difficult to kill. Speaking of this, Qin Xiong frowned and said solemnly, "It's just that the refining method of blood puppet is rarely spread, and it is extremely difficult to refine.
Ordinary monks cannot refine it at all."
Listening to Qin Xiong's story, Lu Fan narrowed his eyes slightly and remembered the whistle just now. He didn't know this before, so he didn't care, but now he understands. That whistle was blown by the person who controlled the blood puppet. He knew that the blood puppet could not do anything to him and others, so he escaped in time. Thinking of this, Lu Fan suddenly felt murderous. This blood puppet is here, it must have something to do with the Lord of Pingchuan City, it's too easy to let that guy die. While thinking about this, hurried footsteps came from outside the yard, and then the 8 Xuanwu guards rushed in.
"Your Highness."
Without waiting for the leading Xuanwu guard to speak, Lu Fan took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Search here carefully to see if there are any secret passages or other abnormal places."
"Yes."
As soon as the voice fell, the 8 Xuanwu guards dispersed and began to carefully explore the yard and the 4 rooms in the yard.
In less than a few breaths, a shout came from the main house, "Your Highness, there is a secret passage here." Hearing the shout, Lu Fan walked into the main house without any hesitation, and Qin Xiong followed closely. After arriving at the main house, he suddenly saw an open passage in the corner, and a disgusting strong smell of blood emanated from it. Seeing this, Lu Fan raised his eyebrows and looked at the Xuanwu guard who discovered the passage. "Did you open this?" The Xuanwu guard shook his head. "Your Highness, this passage was open when I came in." Lu Fan nodded. "Let's go down and take a look." After receiving the order, the Xuanwu guard walked into the passage first, followed by Lu Fan and Qin Xiong. After turning two corners in the winding passage, a huge underground space suddenly appeared in front of them. After seeing the scene in this underground space, Lu Fan's face instantly became gloomy as ice, and his fists were clenched tightly together. Qin Xiong beside him had his eyes blazing with fire, and he couldn't help but curse out loud. "Damn beast!" There were a lot of skeletons in this underground space, and they were all children's skeletons. There were also more than a dozen incomplete infant corpses, half of which were eaten. It seemed that they had only been there for a day or two. The people in the dark not only used the flesh and blood of cultivators to feed the blood puppets, but also used infants and children to feed them. Lu Fan took a deep breath, suppressed the murderous intent and anger in his heart, and walked into this underground space filled with pungent bloody smell. Stepping on the blood-stained ground, looking at these incomplete skeletons of infants and children, Lu Fan's body was trembling. The cultivation world is indeed extremely cruel, but there is still humanity left. And the people who raise blood puppets can no longer be called human beings, and are even worse than beasts. Such a dehumanizing thing is really damnable. At this moment, Lu Fan's murderous intent was extremely strong. He had never hated and despised a person so much. He turned around and left here without saying a word. He didn't dare to stay here any longer, because he was worried that he couldn't suppress the anger and murderous intent in his heart. Back in the yard, Lu Fan took several deep breaths before forcing himself to calm down. His eyes were calm, but deep in his eyes burst out an indescribable fierceness and murderous intent. "It seems that I have to build my own intelligence force." Lu Fan secretly made up his mind and left the courtyard without looking back and returned to the front hall. Along the way, Lu Fan didn't say a word, and so did Qin Xiong and the 8 Xuanwu guards. But whether it was Qin Xiong or the 8 Xuanwu guards, they all exuded a heart-pounding murderous intent. After sitting down in the front hall, Lu Fan's heart became more and more eager for the supreme position. This king must ascend to the supreme position. Only by sitting in that position and mastering enough power can he do things according to his own mind. Just like the scene just seen. Without strength and power, he could only watch and let that beast escape. Just as he secretly made up his mind, several system prompts came from his mind. Ding, trigger the main task, become the Lord of Dakian, task rewards, 1 advanced summoning card, 2 primary summoning cards, 1 random legion summoning card, 3 unlocking cards, 2 experience cards, and 1 random scorecard. Ding, host, do you accept the task? These 2 prompts surprised Lu Fan. What's going on? Ding, anything the host wants to do or needs to do, as well as everything related to the host, will randomly trigger the system task. So that's it. Lu Fan nodded in sudden realization. Then is there any penalty for not accepting the task or failing to complete the task? Ding, there is no penalty for not accepting the task. If the task is not completed, the probability of triggering a new task will gradually decrease. If the task time limit is exceeded, the task reward will be cancelled. After the system explained, Lu Fan accepted the main task without hesitation. 3 years, enough. Moreover, the reward of this main task was too generous, which made him very jealous, so he naturally could not refuse. A night passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Fan was sitting in the front hall of the city lord's mansion thinking about things, and Wang Han walked in quickly with a smile on his face. "My lord, there are too many people gathered outside the mansion, and they all want to join the army and serve the lord. Do you want to?" Before Wang Han finished speaking, Lu Fan waved his hand. "Just recruit 100 strong men. As for the rest of the strong monks, if they are willing, let them temporarily join the Pingchuan Guard army." "Yes." Half an hour later, Wang Han came to the front hall again. "My lord, 100 strong monks are waiting outside." Then, without waiting for Lu Fan to ask, he took the initiative to introduce, "My lord, among these 100 strong monks, there are 74 monks in the body refining realm, 26 monks in the chi refining realm, and the highest one is the 6th level of the chi refining realm. The strongest is the 6th level of the chi refining realm." Lu Fan's face showed disappointment. After a brief disappointment, he calmed down.
After all, Pingchuan City is just a small city, and there are not many cultivators, and even fewer strong ones. It is already very good to have 26 chi refining realm cultivators joining.
Thinking of this, Lu Fan exhaled lightly and said, "Let's go out and take a look." He walked out of the front hall, followed by Qin Xiong and Wang Hun. When they came to the front hall, there were 100 strong men standing in an orderly manner, and Xiahou Wei stood at the front. Seeing Lu Fan, Xiahou Wei knelt on one knee with these 100 strong men, shouting in unison with excitement, "Greetings to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince." The sound was like thunder, the air was like a long rainbow, and the 100 people shouted in unison, with an extremely powerful momentum. Facing this scene, Lu Fan's calm heart couldn't help but turbulent, and his fists were clenched tightly together. This is just 100 people, just an ordinary 100 people. If there were thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of people, what a spectacular and shocking scene it would be. Ha! Lu Fan took a deep breath, suppressed his restlessness, looked at the 100 people in front of him and said loudly, "Stand up." "Thank you, Your Highness." After Xiahou Wei and the 100 strong men stood up, Zhang Hu, wearing armor, walked quickly to Lu Fan. "Greetings, Your Highness." "Zhang Hu, I will leave today. Pingchuan City is in your hands. I hope you won't let me down. I respect your order." Zhang Hu saluted respectfully, then clasped his fists and said with a smile, "Your Highness, I don't have any gifts to show off, so I prepared 110 strong horses outside the mansion. It is a small token of my appreciation. I hope Your Highness will not blame me." 110 strong horses? Lu Fan looked surprised and walked towards the gate of the city lord's mansion, followed by the others. When they arrived outside the city lord's mansion, there were indeed 100 guards leading 110 strong horses waiting in a neat line, attracting countless civilians and monks to watch. Looking at these 110 strong horses of different colors, Lu Fan felt a little complicated. Pingchuan City is extremely poor, and it is not easy to find so many strong horses. This is a big token of appreciation. Zhang Hu, thank you for your trouble. Lu Fan patted Zhang Hu's shoulder with a look of satisfaction. Since you have sent it, I will not be polite. When the court sends a new city lord, you can go directly to the northern border to find me. Thank you, Your Highness. After saying goodbye, Lu Fan did not want to waste time. He immediately set off with Qin Xiong and his 3 men, 8 Xuanwu guards and 100 strong men. When leaving the imperial capital, there were only him and a dozen assassins with ill intentions. But at this moment, he was surrounded by Qin Xiong, Xiahou Wei, Wang Hun, 8 Xuanwu guards and 100 strong men. Although only Qin Xiong and his 3 men were truly loyal, Lu Fan was already very satisfied. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Now he has taken the most difficult first step, and he is fearless in the next journey. Just as Lu Fan led his team to leave Pingchuan City in a mighty manner. What happened in Pingchuan City also spread to the ears of many interested people. Daqian Palace, Hall of Supreme Harmony. Emperor Qian Lu Zhang was playing with a communication jade slip in his hand, with a look of surprise and relief in his eyes. Could it be that this stinky boy really failed to hide his incompetence before, and even I was deceived by him? I want to see what big surprise you, a stinky boy, can bring me. He smiled and muttered to himself, and the communication jade slip in his hand turned into powder. At this time, footsteps were heard outside the hall, and then the voice of the eunuch came in. Your Majesty, Prince Yu, Prince Qi, and Prince Wei want to see you. Lu Zhang raised his eyebrows when he heard this, and shook his head with a little disappointment. You are still impatient. Let them in. Yes. The eunuch in front of the emperor saluted outside, and after the ceremony, he announced the decree loudly. Announce Prince Yu, Prince Qi, and Prince Wei to enter the hall for an audience.
A moment later, Prince Yu, Prince Qi, and Prince Wei, wearing stone blue python robes, entered the Hall of Supreme Harmony and bowed down in front of the dragon case.
Your son kowtows to you, father. No need to be polite. Thank you, father.
After kneeling and bowing, Prince Yu, Prince Qi, and Prince Wei stood up. The three who stood up looked at each other, and no one wanted to speak first, so they used their eyes to signal each other to speak. Seeing the three people like this, Lu Zhang, who was already a little disappointed, became even more dissatisfied, and immediately said lightly, "If there is nothing else, then go back to practice, don't waste time here, and phoneme alphabet equals ip8ph equals live/phoneme a short time." After saying this, Prince Yu Luhong looked at his two younger brothers with a slightly gloomy look, and then clasped his fists and said, "Father, your son and my two younger brothers came here. In addition to paying respects to you, you also want to ask your father's opinion on something." Lu Zhang raised his eyebrows and said nothing, but looked at his three sons with a calm expression. Such an attitude made Lu Hong and the other two extremely nervous. But thinking of the news they had just received, Lu Hong immediately gritted his teeth, knelt on one knee and said, "Father, the Crown Prince is out to take up his post to help you solve your worries and difficulties. Although I am not talented, I also want to share some of your responsibilities." After Prince Yu Lu Hong finished speaking, Prince Qi Lu Lin and Prince Wei Lu Huan also knelt on one knee and said, "Your sons are willing to share your worries and difficulties like the Crown Prince, please grant me your permission." Before, they did not take the Crown Prince Lu Fan who was exiled to the northern borders seriously, but he was just a waste. But with the decree to confer Lu Fan, and after Lu Fan's actions in Pingchuan City, they could not sit still. They had the same guess as Lu Zhang, and they all felt that Lu Fan was hiding his incompetence before. Although it was true that Lu Fan could not practice, they still could not stay in the imperial capital calmly. With their father in the imperial capital, they would never make any big waves. Everyone was the same before, so it didn't matter. But now the useless prince is in charge of the position of county governor, has the power of 5,000 personal soldiers, and is in Pingchuan City to punish evil and promote good to win the hearts of the people. This made them instantly aware of the sense of crisis, and naturally did not want to sit and wait for death in the imperial capital. "Ah, good, very good. You are thoughtful, and you can take the initiative to think about sharing my worries." After Lu Zhang said this with a smile, Lu Hong and the other two trembled and said hurriedly, "Father, sons and ministers. Okay. Since you want to go out, then I will give you a chance." As soon as these words came out, Lu Hang and the other two looked up suddenly, and an expression of disbelief appeared on their faces. "Father, I will give you half a year, and return to the imperial capital to participate in the Tianjiao competition after half a year. If you can shine in the Tianjiao competition, I will grant you the power to command troops, take charge of your own fiefdoms, and travel freely in the imperial capital." As these two sentences echoed in the hall, Lu Hong and the other two suddenly became excited and flushed, and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. They didn't expect that the father actually agreed, and even gave them such a promise. It was completely beyond their expectations. "Your sons kowtow to thank you, father." Lu Hong and the other two knelt down and kowtowed to thank you with great excitement. "Don't be in a hurry to thank you, I haven't told you the consequences of failure yet. If you lose in the Tianjiao competition, you will stay in the imperial capital honestly and cut off those messy connections." At the end, Lu Zhang's face was extremely serious, and the meaning of the knock was self-evident. Lu Hong and the other two were shocked, knowing that everything they did was under the control of their father, and the ecstasy in their hearts instantly turned into fear. However, without waiting for them to explain, Lu Zhang waved his hand and said, "Go down, and leave the capital immediately when the decree arrives." "Your sons obey the order." The frightened Lu Chen and the other two kowtowed and saluted, then stood up and walked out of the hall. Just as the three were about to walk out of the hall, Lu Zhang's voice came again. "You three, remember this. Dakian is our Lu family's Dakian, and we will never allow outsiders to get involved. No matter how you fight, the bottom line cannot be touched. This is my advice to you. I also hope that you will not disappoint your father. After all, it is his own child." Lu Zhang sighed helplessly in his heart. After hearing this advice, Lu Hong and the other two were shocked and walked out of the Hall of Supreme Harmony with their heads down. Watching the three people leave, Lu Zhang shook his head and picked up the government jade slips on the table to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read slash phoneme. The three Lu Hongs who walked out looked back at the Hall of Supreme Harmony, and their faces showed inexplicably complicated expressions. None of the three spoke, and they looked at each other and left, like strangers. Shi Wangfu, the front hall. Lu Jin sat cross-legged on the mat with his eyes closed, practicing with his body surrounded by spiritual energy and blood gushing out of his head. Zhang Ke walked into the front hall and saw this scene, so he stood by and waited quietly. After a while, Lu Jin opened his eyes, opened his mouth and exhaled a breath of turbid air, gathered his spiritual energy and blood and stood up.
What's the situation? Were my three brothers scolded and driven away by my father? Your Highness, His Majesty not only did not scold Prince Yu and the other two, but agreed to their request and allowed them to go to their fiefdom. Lu Jin, who was originally smiling, suddenly changed his face when he heard this. What did you say? Did my father, he agreed? Yes, Your Highness, there will be an order soon. After receiving Zhang Ke's affirmative answer, Lu Jin frowned and walked to the main seat with an uncertain look. Tell me in detail. Yes, Your Highness. Zhang Ke nodded respectfully and sat down on one side, and told in detail the news he had just received from the eunuch in front of the emperor. Lu Fan didn't know anything about what happened in the imperial capital. After leaving Pingchuan City, the team of more than 100 people continued to rush towards Hanyang City in the northern border. In the carriage of the beast cart, Lu Fan sat cross-legged, thinking about how to proceed step by step after arriving in the northern border. At this moment, the sound of shouting and fighting came from not far ahead, which immediately woke Lu Fan up from his thinking state. What's going on? Is there another assassin attack? Lu Fan frowned, with a puzzled look in his eyes. Before, he didn't have many people around him, so assassination was fine. Now he has more than 100 people around him, and he dares to assassinate. Isn't this looking for death? Just when he was about to ask, Qin Xiong's voice came in first. My lord, there are two groups of people fighting in front. Should we wait here or? Two groups of people fighting? Lu Fan asked himself in confusion, and immediately ordered, then wait here for a while. He is not a saint. He is willing to do things that involve his own interests and are beneficial to himself. But he will not get involved in things that have nothing to do with him and have no benefits. Yes. With Lu Fan's order, the team of more than 100 people stopped, and the two groups in front continued to fight. One of them was obviously at a disadvantage, and in less than a moment, only a white-haired old man and a girl were left. Seeing that the other party was coming again, the white-haired old man grabbed the girl's shoulders and rushed towards Lu Fan and his party. Seeing this, Xiahou Wei, who was at the front of the team, shouted, "Stop! If you dare to take another step forward, I will kill you without mercy." While shouting, Xiahou Wei burst out with terrifying murderous intent. Seeing this, the white-haired old man hurriedly stopped and clasped his fists and said, "General, I am the guest elder of the Pingxi Palace, and this is the Princess of Pingxi. We were attacked by thieves. I hope the general will kill the thieves." The white-haired old man deliberately raised his voice, so Lu Fan in the carriage of the beast cart could hear it clearly. Princess of Pingxi? Lu Fan raised his eyebrows. Isn't that my cheap cousin? In addition to Emperor Qian Lu Zhang, the Daqian dynasty also has 4 guarding princes. Pingdong King Lu Wenhu, Pingnan King Lu Shifang, Pingxi King Lu Shuilong and Pingbei King Lu Xiaocheng. The 4 guarding princes are called the 4 kings of Daqian, guarding the southeast, northwest and northeast of Daqian respectively, and commanding 4 major legions. Because of the 4 kings and the 4 major legions, the border of Daqian is also very stable. Until 20 years ago, the king of Jinbei mysteriously disappeared. The entire northern border fell into chaos, and forces of all sizes took the opportunity to rebel. The Tianwu barbarians even invaded, and the northern border was in danger. Fortunately, the left general of the Jinbei army, Gu Taifeng, strongly suppressed a large number of rebels, and led the Jinbei army to counterattack the Tianwu barbarians, which stopped the rebellion. For this reason, Lu Fan had heard about the king of Jinbei, Lu Shaoqing, who was his 5th uncle. However, he did not know much about his 4th uncle, the king of Pingxi, except that he had an only daughter. Princess Pingxi, Lu Wushuang.
These thoughts flashed through his mind quickly, and Lu Fan lifted the curtain and walked out. Standing on the shaft of the car, he saw the pale and beautiful girl at a glance. Just as Lu Fan looked at his cheap cousin, the dozen black-robed assassins who were chasing the two also came to the mighty front. Facing a team of more than 100 people, these dozen black-robed assassins were not afraid at all. Kill! The leader waved his hand, and more than a dozen assassins rushed directly towards the guest elders and Lu Wushwang of the palace. Seeing that these assassins dared to attack, Xiaohui shouted angrily, looking for death. While shouting, the whole person jumped up from the horse's back, and the water and fire soul-stealing spear in his hand swept out. Puff! The long spear was like a dragon, instantly piercing the chests of the two assassins, and blood gushed out. Xiaohui waved his hand, and the two assassins were instantly picked up by the spear tip and exploded into blood mist in the air. At this moment, hundreds of temporary guards also sacrificed their magic weapons and began to besiege these assassins. Lu Fan did not take action, but stood on the shaft of the carriage and watched calmly. Of course, his eyes were always on his cheap cousin, Princess Wushwang. In less than a moment, more than a dozen black-robed assassins were all killed, leaving no one alive. Lu Fan jumped down from the shaft of the cart, and under the escort of Qin Xiong and 8 Xuanwu guards, he came to the pale-faced Princess Wushwang. Before Lu Fan could speak, the white-haired old man knelt on one knee and said, "Wu Wei pays respect to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince."
"Oh, you know me."
Wu Wei shook his head and explained with a fist, "I don't know His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, but I know the Xuanwu guards, and His Royal Highness's decree of enthronement has spread throughout Daqian, so—"
"You have some vision, get up." Lu Fan nodded without comment. "Thank you, Your Royal Highness the Crown Prince." Wu Wei stood up after thanking him, and at the same time took out a golden jade card from his arms and handed it to Lu Fan with both hands. "Your Royal Highness, this is a token from the Pingxi Palace, please take a look." Lu Fan took the golden jade card and checked it, and confirmed that it was the identity jade card of the Pingxi Palace. After handing the jade card to Wu Wei, Lu Fan looked at Lu Wushwang, whose pretty face was pale. "Then you are my cousin, Princess Wushwang." "Wushwang thanks my brother for saving my life." Lu Wushwang bowed, with a look of panic and fear on her face. Looking at the cheap cousin in front of him, Lu Fan smiled on the surface, but sneered in his heart. There is really no simple person in the royal family. He had been observing this cheap cousin since he came out of the carriage. She looked very scared on the surface, but in fact she was very calm, and her fear and panic were all pretended. Especially when she came to him just now. He clearly saw a trace of disdain, ridicule and disgust in the eyes of this cheap cousin. Although these micro-expressions were fleeting, they could not be hidden from his eyes. Of course, the more important thing is the cultivation of this cheap cousin. Her real cultivation is obviously the first level of condensation realm, but the cultivation revealed is only the first level of refining Qi realm, hiding a whole realm. Moreover, the method by which my cheap cousin concealed her cultivation was not simple, and it was obvious that she had deceived everyone. If he didn't have a system, he probably wouldn't be able to see through his true cultivation. "Your Majesty, you're welcome." Lu Fan smiled and shook his head without changing his expression, and then asked, "Does the Imperial Sister know the identity and origin of these killers? Besides, the Imperial Sister is not staying in the Western Territory, so what are you doing here?" While asking, Lu Fan observed the changes in his cheap cousin's expression. "I don't know who they are. We originally planned to go to the imperial capital. However, he was attacked and chased by these killers on the road, and then he escaped all the way here. All the guards arranged by his father were killed. If I hadn't met the emperor's brother here, I'm afraid things would have been much worse." At this point, Lu Wushwang's eyes turned red and he burst into tears, looking pitiful. Seeing this, Lu Fan couldn't help but sigh in his heart, this acting skill is really amazing. In his previous life, he would have been a proper actor. He complained and sneered in his heart, but on the surface he still pretended to be angry and said bitterly, "These damn traitors are so hateful." "Princess, don't worry. The emperor's brother asked these 8 Xuanwu guards to personally escort you back to the imperial capital. With them here, there will be no problem with your safety." As he spoke, he pretended to turn around and give orders to the 8 Xuanwu guards, but he kept paying attention to the change in his cheap cousin's expression from the corner of his eye. Sure enough, when he said these words, a trace of astonishment and eagerness flashed in the cheap cousin's eyes. The next moment, the cheap cousin began to cry out loudly. "Brother Imperial, I finally got out of danger, and I haven't recovered yet. Are you going to drive me away?" After saying that, she raised her head and stared at Lu Fan with her tear-filled red eyes, her look making people feel distressed. If it were the Lu Fan from before, I'm afraid he would have softened his heart, but it's a pity. The Emperor is joking, but the Emperor must have something important to do when going to the imperial capital, so we can't delay it. These 8 Xuanwu guards were sent by my father to protect me. With them protecting you, I feel at ease. You can go to the imperial capital with peace of mind. Lu Fan's face was full of concern and a doting smile, which made Lu Wushwang feel in a daze. This useless emperor brother seems to be different from the rumors. Humph, a yellow-haired girl dares to play tricks in front of this king. She really thinks I'm a waste. With a sneer in his heart, Lu Fan was too lazy to talk nonsense and looked directly at the 8 Xuanwu guards. The safety of the princess is in your hands. Let's set off now. If the princess is in any danger, you know the consequences. Your Highness, we are ordered to protect you, how can we? Why what I said is nonsense. Lu Fan's face instantly darkened. Seeing Lu Fan getting angry, 8 Xuanwu guards quickly knelt down on one knee. They were ordered to protect Lu Fan, and the leader made it clear before they came, asking them to follow Lu Fan's opinions. After a brief moment of hesitation, Captain Xuanwu guard could only clasp his fists helplessly and said, "Your Highness, please calm down. We will escort the princess back to the imperial capital right now." Ah, that's right. The safety of the emperor's sister is much more important than the safety of the king. With a satisfied laugh, Lu Fan looked at his cheap cousin who was a little unresponsive. This beast carriage will be given to the emperor's sister. It will be more comfortable for the emperor's sister to ride the beast carriage to the imperial city. After making arrangements neatly, Lu Fan didn't hesitate and said directly to Xia Houwei, "Keep going." After saying that, he and Qin Xiong rode on the fierce horses of 2 Xuanwu guards, and went directly on the road with 100 guards. Seeing the team leaving like this, Lu Wushwan was dumbfounded. He didn't expect this result at all. Wu Wei was also a little stunned, with a look of surprise on his face that was difficult to conceal. Upon seeing this, Zheng Qi, the captain of the Xuanwu guards, could only clasp his fists and say, "Princess, it is not appropriate to stay in this land of right and wrong for a long time. Let's set off now." After sending the princess back to the imperial capital, they had to rush back immediately to continue protecting Lu Fan. Zheng Qi's words woke Lu Wushwang up. She took a deep breath. Curiosity and determination appeared in her calm eyes. I want to see if you, the princess, are wise enough to protect yourself or if you are really a waste." With a cold snort in his heart, Lu Wushwan walked straight towards the beast cart, followed closely by Wu Wei. When boarding the beast carriage, Lu Wushwang directly ordered, "We are not going to the imperial capital anymore. We will follow the emperor's team to the north." Lu Wushwang's order made Zheng Qi stunned and helpless. He could only clasp his fists and say, "Princess, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince asked us to." "Didn't you hear what this princess said?" "I will go and tell the emperor brother, let's go." After the unquestionable words fell, there was no movement in the carriage. Zheng Qi could only look at Wu Wei sitting on the shaft of the carriage. Wu Wei closed his eyes directly, as if he was not involved in the matter. Upon seeing this, Zheng Qi could only signal to one of his subordinates, who immediately got on his horse and chased after him to report to Lu Fan. He and the remaining 6 Xuanwu guards escorted Lu Wushwang and chased Lu Fan and his party. "My lord, is there something wrong with Princess Bingxi?" Qin Xiong, who was following Lu Fan on horseback, hesitated for a long time before asking her doubts. Ha, Uncle Bao, why do you ask that? Tell me." Lu Fan looked at Qin Xiong with a smile. Qin Xiong pondered and said, "Then Wu Wei's true cultivation level is at the 1st level of the spiritual sea realm, and the strongest killers are only at the 7th level of the condensing yuan realm, which is enough to easily counterattack," but he did not counterattack. Having said this, Qin Xiong paused slightly and continued, "Also, Princess Bingxi looks scared on the surface,
but in fact she behaves very calmly. Moreover, the position and movements she was standing in just now were the fastest and most suitable for launching attacks, so. Listening to Qin Shon's analysis, the smile on Lu Fan's face became even stronger. As expected of Uncle Bao, he has observed carefully enough. There is indeed something wrong with this cheap cousin of my king. Humph, you dare to deceive the lord and pretend to be the princess, and you will kill them later. Qin Xiong thought Lu Wuxuan was pretending to be the princess, and immediately wanted to go back and take action with murderous intent. Wang Han, who was on Lu Fan's left, saw this and said quickly, "Shu Bao, you have misunderstood my lord. She is indeed the princess of Pingxi County." Wang Han's words made Qin Xiong stop, but his face was full of doubts. Then is she really Princess Pingxi? Looking at Qin Xiong, who was full of doubts, Lu Fan and Wang Han looked at each other and couldn't help laughing. After the laughter subsided, Lu Fan said, "There should be no problem with her identity. Pretending to be a princess is a serious crime, and it is easy to identify and expose. She is not that stupid." Just when Lu Fan finished saying this, the Xuanwu guard sent by Zhang Qi to report the news came after him on horseback. "Your Highness the Crown Prince, Princess Pingxi has said that she will no longer go to the imperial capital and will follow you to the north." Lu Fan was not surprised by the news. He looked at Wang Han and said, "Xin Shong, what do you think we should do?" "My lord, since she is here, let her follow us. It is better to be in the open than in the dark. It is less troublesome for us." What Wang Han said was exactly what Lu Fan was thinking, so he nodded and said to the Xuanwu guard, "Since the princess wants to follow us, let her follow us. Protect the princess and don't make any mistakes." "Yes." After the Xuanwu guard left, Lu Fan took a long breath and sighed with a complicated look. "We haven't reached the northern border yet, and all kinds of beasts and monsters have emerged. I don't know what the northern border will look like." Although he now has the Golden Finger system and the 10 civil officials and generals summoned and 3,000 golden fire cavalry. But he doesn't really think that he can be invincible with just these. He is not that naive. This is a world of cultivation. There are countless strong people, and there are countless old foxes who are good at conspiracy. Major sects, aristocratic families, hidden forces. All kinds of cultivators and forces are intricate and complicated. If you are not careful, you will be deeply involved in them, or even lose your life. Even though he was a time traveler with a golden finger, he would never dare to be careless. Listening to Lu Fan's sigh, Qin Xiong and Wang Han looked at each other, and said with a firm look, "Master, please rest assured, we will definitely clear all obstacles for you at all costs." They were born for Lu Fan and are only loyal to Lu Fan. For Lu Fan's ambition, they can sacrifice their lives anytime and anywhere. Looking at Wang Han and Qin Xiong with a firm look, Lu Fan's irritability and pressure were instantly swept away, and he laughed happily. "Ha ha ha. Well said, with you assisting me, I won't be afraid of any evil spirits." After laughing, Lu Fan looked back at the beast cart following the team. No matter what conspiracy this cheap cousin has, he will have no say after arriving in the northern border. Not to mention a cheap cousin, even if it's those cheap brothers, so what? If they dare to plot against me, I will kill them without hesitation. System, where are the other people you summoned? Why haven't they come yet? 10 summoning opportunities summon 10 civil officials and generals, but now only Qin Xiong, Xia Houwei and Wang Han have come. He can't wait to see the other 7 people. Ding, Xiangchong, Duanyu, Fei, and Li Si are chasing the master and will arrive within an hour. 1 hour. Then what about Li Tsunxiao, Luo Chang, and Jiang Shang? Among the 7 summoned characters he hasn't seen yet, the ones he wants to see the most are Li Tsunxiao and Jiang Shang, followed by Luo Chang and Li Si. After all, these 4 guys are so famous in history, so he naturally wants to meet the real people. Ding, Li Tsunxiao, Luo Chang, and Jiang Shang have arrived in Hanyang City in the northern border and are waiting for the host. Hearing that Li Tsunxiao, Luo Chang, and Jiang Shang have arrived in Hanyang City, Lu Fan suddenly relaxed a lot. I haven't arrived in Hanyang City yet, and my understanding of the northern border and Hanyang City is limited to rumors and other stories. Now that Li Tsunxiao and the other 2 have arrived in Hanyang City, they can take the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead lead slash phoneme and learn about it first.
Just when Lu Fan was thinking on his horse, Xiahou Wei's roar came from the front. Who is it? Xiahou Wei's roar woke Lu Fan up, and he immediately looked forward.
I saw two middle-aged men each holding a horse and blocking the way in front. One of them was wearing a gray Confucian shirt, and the other was wearing a light blue Confucian shirt. Both of them had elegant faces, and each carried a sword behind them, looking like two elegant knights. Lu Fan only took a glance and immediately guessed that the two men must be the characters summoned by the system. The two middle-aged men did not get angry in the face of Xiahou Wei's shouting, and respectfully clasped their fists and said, "General, we too are here to seek refuge with His Royal Highness the Crown Prince.
I hope the general will introduce us."
Before Xiahou Wei could speak, Lu Fan rode his horse to the two men with a smile on his face. He had learned the identities of the two from the system.
They were Li Si and Fei Yi summoned by him. "I, the humble Li Si Fei Yi, pay my respects to the Lord."
Looking at the two people kneeling on the ground to salute, Lu Fan laughed and turned over and got off the horse, and personally helped the two up.
"Ha ha ha. Wenwei, Tonggu, you are finally here.
With your help, I feel more at ease." He had just checked the information panels of these two guys.
Fei Yi's name is Wenwei.
Like Xiahou Wei, he comes from the mythical Three Kingdoms world. He is one of the four famous ministers of Shu Han and has the 5th level of Ningyuan realm cultivation. Li Si's pen name is Tonggu, and he comes from the world of Qin's moon. Although his reputation is not very good, his talent and strategy are beyond words. He is also a well-known top counselor, with the 6th level of spiritual sea realm cultivation.
Lu Fan's personal support in this sentence immediately made Li Si and Fei Yi's faces flushed with excitement. "I am willing to serve the Lord."
They were implanted with the memory of this world by the system, which is equivalent to the natives of this world. But deep in their hearts, there is a fixed memory, that is, Lu Fan's identity. Not only them, but all the characters summoned are the same. They were all people who followed Lu Fan before, but they were separated and lurked for various reasons. So they all knew Lu Fan and called Lu Fan the Lord. When Lu Fan called out their pen names, there was nothing strange. After patting the shoulders of the two, Lu Fan introduced Qin Xiong, Xiahou Wei and Wang Han respectively, and got to know each other. After everyone got familiar with each other, Fei Yi and Li Si joined the team, and a group of more than 100 people continued to move forward.
Inside the beast carriage, Lu Wushuang frowned and pondered the scene just now. "My lord? Isn't he a waste?
He has never left the imperial capital.
Where did he subdue so many strong men?"
She knew clearly that when her cheap brother left the imperial capital, there was no guard to escort him.
The 8 Xuanwu guards were also given by Emperor Qian later.
But at this moment, Lu Fan was not only accompanied by generals Qin Xiong and Xiahou Wei, but also an aide Wang Han. Now 2 more knights came to join him, and it seemed that they had known the cheap brother for a long time. She had never heard of this news before. Could it be that this cheap brother had been hiding his shortcomings before? Now he left the imperial capital and exposed himself without any scruples. Thinking of this, she suddenly became excited, with a gleam in her eyes.
In a spacious underground secret room in Hanyang City,
6 mysterious people wearing black robes and masks sat around an oval long table.
"That jerk will arrive tomorrow morning. Tell me, how do we deal with it, just kill him or not?"
A deep voice came from under the mask of the mysterious man at the head of the table. As he spoke, his fingers tapped the table lightly.
"It's just a jerk. It doesn't matter whether he is killed or not.
It doesn't affect our plan. If we can completely control this jerk, it will be a rare opportunity for us."
Several people expressed their opinions, but the masked man at the end of the table did not speak.
The rest of the people looked over, and the masked man in the first position also stopped moving his fingers. A waste is indeed insignificant, but don't forget the one in the imperial capital. With his means, sending a waste here, the intention is probably not that simple. After this, the other 5 people were silent and thinking. After a short silence, the masked man at the end stood up and walked towards the exit of the secret room. "Don't worry about this matter, continue to execute according to the original plan. I will take care of this waste prince. Watching this guy leave, the four masked men on the left and right sides looked at the masked man in the first position. The masked man sitting in the first position tapped the table twice with his fingers, and then stood up and walked towards another exit. Just do as he said, be quiet for the time being, and don't reveal any flaws. As the voice dissipated in the secret room, the other four masked men also left from different exits.
A night passed in the blink of an eye.
When the sun rose, Lu Fan's team of more than 100 people had already traveled for 2 hours. Although Lu Fan was a little tired from riding a horse continuously, he was very excited and inexplicably looking forward to it. After another hour of traveling, a huge and magnificent city suddenly appeared in front of him. The whole city was like a black turtle crawling on the ground. The gray-brown stone walls were hundreds of meters high and stretched for thousands of meters on both sides. The walls were covered with bloodstains, countless knife and sword marks, and large and small pits were connected. These were traces left over from countless wars, proving the ups and downs that this huge frontier city had experienced. Looking at this huge frontier city, Lu Fan turned over and got off his horse, with an unprecedented light in his eyes. Qin Xiong, Xia Houwei and Wang Han were so excited that they could hardly recover.
Li Si sighed with excitement. What a majestic giant city, occupying this place can radiate to the entire northern border.
If Beimang Mountain is captured again, it can be attacked when advancing and defended when retreating.
It is truly an excellent military city. Daqian and the Mabe Tianwu dynasty were bounded by Beimang Mountain, which stretched for thousands of miles and contained countless ferocious beasts, elixirs, spiritual stones, and other resources. It is not realistic to occupy Beimang Mountain.
Just the countless ferocious beasts in Beimang Mountain are enough to give people a headache, not to mention the various formations and other traps.
Moreover, Beimang Mountain stretches for thousands of miles.
If you want to completely occupy it, you will need hundreds of thousands of soldiers and horses. The Chen dynasty could not sustain such consumption, and neither could the Tianwu dynasty in Mabe. Therefore, Beimang Mountain, which is located on the border of the two dynasties, is actually a land without one. Listening to Li Si's emotion, Lu Fan took a deep breath and said to himself firmly in his heart, I want this northern land. Perhaps there is some kind of dangerous crisis hidden in the north. But now that he is here, all dangerous crises will be removed one by him.
There can only be one master and one voice in the entire north, and that is yourself.
Ding, trigger the side mission, control the northern territory, mission reward, 1 primary summoning card, 1 random legion summoning card, 1 cultivation improvement card, and 1 unlocking card. Additional mission, control the Jinbei army, mission reward, a random legion summoning card and an unlocking card.
Ding, do you want to accept the mission?
Lu Fan was slightly startled by the sudden triggering of this task, but soon he accepted the task with a smile on his face. Don't waste the rewards delivered to your door. As for the 6-month mission limit, he simply ignored it. If he still can't control the northern territory in half a year, then he is really too incompetent.
Sorry for the time traveler. Let's go into the city. Lu Fan got on his horse and the group walked towards the city gate in a mighty manner. When the people queuing in and out of the city gate saw this scene, they stepped to both sides and started talking in low voices out of curiosity. The guards on the city wall were holding crossbows and staring at Lu Fan and his party with great vigilance. The guards on the city wall all belong to the Jinbei army and are all veterans who have experienced battles. Lu Fan raised his head and looked at these fierce-looking veterans, and couldn't help but nodded secretly in his heart. What a great north-suppressing army, and he truly deserves his reputation.
As the saying goes, you can see the whole leopard by looking at one spot. The status of the city defenders in the Jinbei army is only slightly higher than that of the Huado army. If the soldiers guarding the city are so fierce, then the regular soldiers of the Jinbei army will only be stronger. Arriving at the 4 open city gate, 60 soldiers wearing black armor stood in front of them holding spears. A middle-aged man wearing black and red black armor stepped forward and shouted to Lu Fan and others, "Warrant." Lu Fan glanced around and knew that the middle-aged man was a centurion responsible for guarding the city gate. At this moment, it was his duty to ask for a warrant, so he did not get angry and took out his identity token from his arms and threw it at him. The hierarchy of the soldiers of the Daqian dynasty was very simple. and the armors worn by soldiers of different ranks were also of different colors. The most common soldiers wear black armor, as do the Wu commander and Sure commander, but the armor will be engraved with the characters Wu and Sure. Centurions wear black and red armor, captains of thousands wear red armor, and captains of thousands wear silver armor. Above the 10,000 captains are the generals and the generals who govern the country, wearing golden armor and purple gold armor respectively. There is another level between the captain and the general, that is, the school lieutenant, which is divided into right school lieutenant and left school lieutenant.
The captain has no real power and cannot directly command troops. His specific role is equivalent to the chief of staff.
Generals are also divided into right generals and left generals.
The left general has greater power than the right general. As a prince, how could he not know these most basic information? After the centurion who defended the city caught the identity token thrown by Lu Fan, a strange look suddenly appeared on his face. He raised his head and glanced at Lu Fan, then knelt down on one knee and said, "Ma Lu, centurion of the Jinbei army, pays homage to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince." Wow!
When Ma Lu revealed Lu Fan's identity, there was an uproar around him. The people watching all stared at Lu Fan with extremely curious eyes, pointing and talking.
Is he the useless prince in the rumors? He doesn't look like it.
He has sharp eyebrows and starry eyes, and he is full of righteousness. TSK, it is rumored that His Highness the Crown Prince is a loser who cannot cultivate, but his appearance is really amazing. The 60 defenders behind Malu also reacted at this moment and all knelt down on one knee.
Meet His Highness the Crown Prince.
Malu's reaction just now and the comments around him naturally could not escape Lu Fan's eyes and ears.
He felt a little helpless. His reputation as a waste is really known to everyone.
But this situation is the best for him right now.
Get up. Thank you, Your Highness, Prince. Ma Lu and the 60 defenders nodded their thanks and stood up.
As he stood up, Ma Lu quickly glanced at Lu Fan and others. When he glanced at Qin Xiong, Xia Hui, Wang Han and others, his eyes shrank slightly and he was secretly shocked. Seeing the change in Ma Lu's expression, Lu Fan gathered his thoughts and said calmly, "Arrange someone to take me to the governor's mansion." Lu Fan's voice woke Ma Lu up, and he hurried forward to raise Lu Fan's identity token above his head.
Your Highness, I will personally phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead / phoneme the way for you. Let's go. Lu Fan took the identity jade token and put it away, pretending to look around casually.
Just now, he clearly sensed that 7 or 8 spiritual consciousnesses passed through him, and some of them were mixed with hidden murderous intent.
It is obvious that they are enemies, not friends. Humph, you want to kill me before you even enter the city, you are really impatient. Lu Fan snorted coldly and led the team into Hanyang City in a mighty manner.
The imperial decree had long been spread throughout the Dacian dynasty, and Hanyang City was no exception. Therefore, when the news of Prince Lu Fan entering the city spread, the people and monks in Hanyang City gathered on both sides of the street. They were curious about what the rumored waste prince looked like. They were even more curious about what kind of waste prince could say such a deafening speech in Pingchuan City. If the rumor had not been confirmed by countless people, they didn't believe that Pingchuan City's story was said by a loser. Under the gaze of countless eyes, the mighty team entered the prosperous Hanyang City. Looking at the extremely wide streets and the crowded crowds and prosperous shops on both sides, Lu Fan couldn't help but be secretly surprised. It is rumored that the northern border is extremely poor and chaotic, with fighting everywhere. From the time he rushed to enter Hanyang City, he guessed that this place should be dilapidated, with blood and filth everywhere. But what appeared in front of him at this moment was a prosperous and crowded border city that was no worse than the imperial capital. Just as Lu Fan was riding on the horse and looking around while thinking about this, a sound of breaking through the air with a terrifying and palpitating breath suddenly came from the right front. Swoosh! I saw a black arrow flying straight towards Lu Fan, like a poisonous snake. The arrowhead flashed with a cold blue light, obviously coated with a deadly poison.
How dare you!
Qin Xiong, who was beside Lu Fan, shouted and flew directly from the horse's back.
Swish!
The diamond mace in his right hand swept out and collided with the black arrow in an instant.
Crack!
The black arrow was smashed directly, and Qin Xiong's figure turned into a phantom and instantly appeared on the top of a store in front of the right. And there were two men in black lying in ambush on the top of this store. Seeing Qin Xiong coming, the two men in black burst out their cultivation momentum at the same time, each offering a scimitar to kill Qin Xiong. These two guys are at the peak of the 9th level of the condensation realm. In front of Qin Xiong, who was at the first level of the condensation realm, these two guys had no power to resist. Puff! The black man on the right was directly cut in half by Qin Xiong's diamond mace, blood splattered, and bursts of exclamations came from the street below. The other man in black was directly lifted up by Qin Xiong's right hand while holding his neck. Just as Qin Xiong easily subdued the two men in black, Xiahou Wei's roar came from the street. Looking for death. When Qin Xiong looked back, he saw 7 or 8 people in the crowd on both sides of the street rushing towards Lu Fan. Xiahou Wei on the right side of Lu Fan roared with his cultivation power, and swung the water and fire soul-grabbing gun in his hand. Bang! The 7 or 8 assassins who rushed towards Lu Fan were all blown away by the water and fire soul-grabbing gun. The 7 or 8 assassins who were blown away flew back more than 10 meters and hit the walls of the shops on both sides of the street heavily. The 100 temporary guards also reacted at this moment, and immediately used magic weapons to protect Lu Fan. Malu, who was responsible for leading the way, looked extremely gloomy at this moment, and his figure flashed to the front of the 7 or 8 assassins who were blown away by Xiahou Wei. Originally, he wanted to capture a few alive to interrogate. But when he got closer, he found that all the 7 or 8 killers had committed suicide by taking poison. Each of them vomited black blood, their faces were pale, and their deaths were hideous and terrible. When Qin Xiong grabbed the man in black and flashed back to Lu Fan, the man in black also committed suicide by taking poison. Looking at the man in black and the 7 or 8 killers who were thrown to the ground by Qin Xiong, Lu Fan looked calm on the surface, but his heart was full of murderous intent, and his anger was almost thick and substantial. He had just entered Hanyang City when the dead killers attacked him. It was really anxious. However, he was not overwhelmed by anger and murderous intent, but became more and more calm. The common people and monks gathered on both sides of the street were also talking about it at this moment. Ma Lu returned to Lu Fan and immediately knelt on one knee. My arrangement was inappropriate, please punish me, Your Highness. Get up, this matter has nothing to do with you. Continue to phoneme alphabet equals IPA ph equals lead lead / phoneme the way, go directly to the county governor's mansion. Ma Lu was just a centurion guarding the city gate, how could he mobilize extra guards to protect himself? Thank you, Your Highness. Ma Lu personally led Lu Fan's horse after clasping his fists to thank him, and 100 temporary guards protected Lu Fan from front to back and left to right and continued to move forward. Qin Xiong, Xiahou Wei, Wang Hun and others also followed Lu Fan on horseback, looking around. And behind the mighty team were Pingxi County Lord Lu Wushuang and Wu Wei, who were protected by 8 Xuanwu guards. Lu Wushuang sat in the carriage, frowning and muttering to herself. They started fighting as soon as they entered the city. Could it be that those guys are really lawless and want to usurp the throne? She knew more and more about the north border and Hanyang City than Lu Fan. When the carriage passed the bodies of the 7 or 8 assassins, she took a deep look and then lowered the curtain. The onlookers followed the mighty team and talked in a low voice. TSK, those assassins are so bold to openly assassinate His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. The previous 2 county governors died inexplicably. I'm afraid this useless Crown Prince won't last for a month or 2. There was no assassination next. Under the escort of Qin Xiong and others and 100 temporary guards, Lu Fan successfully arrived at the county governor's mansion in the center of the city. Although the county governor's mansion is in the most prosperous and lively city center. But standing outside the county governor's mansion and looking inside, you will feel an inexplicable chill. It seems that the county governor's mansion in front of you is a very dangerous place. My lord, something seems to be wrong with this county magistrate's mansion. Do you want to move to another place to settle down first and wait? Before Qin Xiong finished speaking, Lu Fan took a deep breath and shook his head. No need to bother. He was the first to get off the horse, and Qin Xiong, Xiahou Wei and others followed closely and surrounded Lu Fan, looking around vigilantly. 100 temporary guards entered the county magistrate's mansion first under the arrangement of Wang Hun and Li Si and began to check carefully. At this time, 8 Xuanwu guards escorted Lu Wushuang and Wu Wei to the door of the county magistrate's mansion. After Lu Wushuang came out of the carriage, he ran straight to Lu Fan. "Brother, you were not injured by the sudden attack of the thieves just now?" Looking at Lu Wushuang with a sincere expression, Lu Fan couldn't help but twitch his mouth. If this acting skill was placed on Earth, it would directly beat those movie emperors and movie queens. It's too damn real. Although he complained in his heart, he said calmly, "They are just ants, they can't cause any big waves." Lu Wushuang's face froze and his expression became extremely strange. Lu Fan glanced at her, said nothing more, and walked straight into the county governor's mansion. When they arrived at the front hall, more than 20 maids and servants knelt down on the ground. "Greetings to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince." When these maids and servants saluted, a white-haired old man waiting nearby came to Lu Fan and knelt on one knee. "Old slave Dai Xiao greets His Royal Highness the Crown Prince." Looking at Dai Xiao and others kneeling in front of him, Lu Fan raised his eyebrows and said lightly, "This king doesn't like strangers, you take these guys away from the county governor's mansion." As soon as these words came out, Dai Xiao and more than 20 maids and servants were stunned. "Your Royal Highness the Crown Prince, this old slave. What, don't you understand what this king said?" Lu Fan looked at Dai Xiao with a gloomy face. Looking at Lu Fan with a gloomy expression, Dai Xiao's heart skipped a beat and he quickly bowed his head and said, "I dare not. I will take them away now." After bowing respectfully, Dai Xiao left the county governor's mansion with more than 20 maids and servants with a helpless and aggrieved face. After watching Dai Xiao and others leave, Lu Fan turned his head and looked at Lu Wushuang next to him. Before he could speak, Lu Wushuang hurriedly said, "Brother, I am not a stranger. I am your sister. I will stay in the county governor's mansion and will not go anywhere else." After saying this, she was afraid that Lu Fan would refuse, and then said, "If you dare to drive me away, I will go to His Majesty and say that you bullied me." Looking at Lu Wushuang, who threatened him and acted like a rogue, Lu Fan raised his eyebrows and felt very unhappy. But he had no other choice. After all, he couldn't afford to offend this girl at the moment, or there was no need to provoke her. Thinking of this, Lu Fan was too lazy to pay attention to her, and turned around to tell Qin Xiong and Xiahou Wei to make arrangements. Arrange people to search the entire county magistrate's mansion carefully, and don't let any corner go. When it comes to his own safety, Lu Fan will never be careless, let alone underestimate the enemy. The county magistrate's mansion where he is now will be his base camp for a long time. It would be ridiculous if there were any problems in the base camp. In addition, from now on, no strangers are allowed to enter or leave the county magistrate's mansion. If someone comes to visit, register and ask first, and confirm that there is no problem before letting them enter the front hall to wait. Listening to Lu Fan's detailed and cautious arrangements, Lu Wushuang couldn't help but curl her lips, and a trace of disdain flashed in her eyes. It was the first time she met such a fear of death. Just then, Li Si, who was wearing a Confucian robe, walked over quickly, looked at Lu Fan with a strange look and said, "My lord, there are 2 warriors outside the mansion who come to pay their respects, saying that they are here to surrender to you, my lord." "To surrender to me?" Lu Fan looked puzzled, but he soon reacted, and a look of ecstasy suddenly appeared on his face. "Ah, finally here." Laughing heartily, Lu Fan hurried to the gate of the county magistrate's mansion. Qin Xiong, Xiahou Wei and Wang Han were very curious to see their lord so excited, so they followed him out immediately. Not to mention Lu Wushuang and Wu Wei. When they arrived at the gate of the county magistrate's mansion, there were 2 figures each holding a horse waiting. One of them wore a bright silver-white tiger helmet, a silver helmet and silver armor, and a white silk robe. He looked handsome and about 20 years old. Standing there was like a silver-white spear with a cold light, which made it impossible to ignore. The other one had a full beard, was 6 feet 6 tall, had a broad body, and had a pair of fists that were different from ordinary people, like a casserole. Standing there was like an iron tower, which made people afraid. Although Lu Fan had never seen the 2 people, he guessed their identities at a glance. Flying Tiger General Li Tsuanxiao, Jade Face Silver Spear Chao Luo Chang. Just as Lu Fan was looking at the 2 heroes he had summoned with great satisfaction, Qin Xiong's surprised shout came from behind. "Cousin! Luo Chang, who was leading the white horse, also called out cousin with a look of surprise on his face after seeing Qin Xiong.
Then Luo Chang quickly came to Lu Fan, followed by Li Tsuanxiao. The next moment, the two of them knelt on one knee. Li Tsuanxiao. Luo Chang greets the Lord.
Ha ha, Jingxi, Gongran, I have admired you for a long time, and you are finally here, get up quickly.
Lu Fan laughed excitedly and helped the two of them up personally, and said in his heart, system, open Luo Chang's information panel. He had already checked Li Tsuanxiao's information panel, but not Luo Chang's information.
As he finished speaking, the system screen appeared in front of him, showing Luo Chang's information introduction. Name, Luo Chang. Origin, mythical sway in Tang world. Title, Cold Face Cold Spear, Jade Face Silver Spear. Kung Fu, Luo Tianshan Yanggong. Cultivation, Soul Condensation Level 4 Magic Weapon, 5 Hook Divine Flying Spear, Panlong Silver Mace. Unlocked Mount, Lightning White Dragon Horse. Unlocked Special Attributes, when in a desperate situation, it can stimulate potential, increase combat power by 30%,
and increase strength by 70%. After reading Luo Chang's information, Lu Fan couldn't help but be secretly surprised.
Originally, he thought that Luo Chang's initial cultivation should not be as high as Qin Xiong, but he was slapped in the face.
In addition to the realm gap, Luo Chang's special attributes are even more amazing, which is completely beyond his expectations.
Suppressing the complicated thoughts in his heart, Lu Fan patted Luo Chang's shoulder with a smile on his face. He wanted to pat Li Tsuanxiao's shoulder, but after comparing their heights, he decisively gave up this idea. Li Tsuanxiao was too tall, and he didn't want to humiliate himself.
Let's go, don't stand outside, come in with me and talk.
At this moment, Lu Fan was in a good mood, and he didn't care about the etiquette between master and servant, and directly pulled Luo Chang and Li Tsuanxiao back to the mansion. The others followed with smiles on their faces, especially Qin Xiong, who couldn't hide the excitement on his face. Lu Wushuan walked at the end, staring at the backs of Li Tsuanxiao and Luo Chang for a moment, and then she turned to look at Wu Wei.
Old Wu, what is the cultivation level of these two guys?
Facing the question, Wu Wei shook his head solemnly. I can't see through the cultivation level of these two people, but it should be easy for them to kill me.
As soon as these words came out, Lu Wushuan's eyes widened, and an expression of disbelief appeared on his face.
Old Wu, are they really that strong?
Wu Wei took a deep breath and nodded again, only strong, not weak.
After getting Wu Wei's affirmative answer, Lu Wushuang's heart was in turmoil, and she couldn't calm down for a long time.
How could such a strong man submit to a waste? At this moment, Lu Wushuan was very curious about this cheap brother.
Gongran, you just called Shu Ba your cousin, are you two cousins? In the front hall of the county governor's mansion, Lu Fan sat in the main seat, curiously looking at Luo Chang and asking questions.
He naturally knew the relationship between Luo Chang and Qin Xiong.
But he didn't expect that these two guys could still recognize each other after being summoned.
Could it be that there was a bug in the system that allowed these two guys to have some memories?
After Lu Fan asked this question, Xia Houwei, Wang Hun, Li Si and others were also curious.
Under the gaze of the crowd, Luo Chang looked at Qin Xiong, who chuckled and said, My lord, you don't know that Luo Chang is my cousin, but a few years ago, my cousin was taken away by a master. I didn't expect that after a few years, we would work for my lord together. Listening to Qin Xiong's explanation, the rest of the people in the hall laughed.
Ah, Shu Bao, you cousins are really destined to meet under the Lord's command. A good bird chooses a tree to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme in.
Shu Bao and Gongran are both heroes. It is heaven's will that they gather under the Lord's command.
Everyone in the hall thought it was fate, only Lu Fan knew that it was an arrangement of the system. But this did not do him any harm, but a good thing.
Thinking of this, Lu Fan laughed out loud, ha ha ha.
Well said, a good bird chooses a tree to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme in. With your help, I have no worries about not accomplishing my great cause. While speaking, he glanced at Lu Wushuang and Wu Wei, without hiding anything because of their existence. When Li Tsuanxiao, Luo Chang, Qin Xiong and others heard this, their faces flushed with excitement, and they all knelt on one knee. We are willing to die for our Lord. Their eyes were filled with fanatical awe, as if they were kneeling to worship gods. Lu Wushuang and Wu Wei, who saw the scene with their own eyes, were shocked again, and their eyes were full of incredible looks.
He is just a waste,
How can he make so many strong people become his loyal followers? Zhang Qi and the other 8 Xuanwu guards guarding the door of the front hall were also extremely shocked at this moment.
Is this still the waste prince they know? Lu Fan did not care about his ambition being exposed to Lu Wuxuan, Zhang Qi, and others.
Because this is the northern border, it is his territory, and it is his future base camp. After calming down and letting Li Zuanxiu and others get up and sit down, Lu Fan asked Li Zuanxiu and Luo Chang about the situation in Hanyang City. Jingxi, Gongran, tell me what you have learned in Hanyang City.
Tell me what you have learned.
Li Zuanxiu and Luo Chang arrived in Hanyang City before him, and they had some understanding of the situation in the city. These latest news are what he wants to know.
Yes, my lord.
Li Zuanxiu and Luo Chang nodded. The former glanced at the latter, and took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme in speaking. Qin Xiong and others also listened patiently, including Lu Wuxuan, the princess of Pingxi.
As Li Zuanxiu and Luo Chang told the news they knew, Lu Fan learned more about the current Hanyang City. Like other cities, Hanyang City is divided into 5 major areas, namely East City, South City, West City, North City, and City Center.
The so-called city center area is the area where the county governor's mansion is located.
The county governor's mansion represents the Dacian dynasty and is the owner of Hanyang City, in name. In addition to the county governor's mansion representing the Dacian dynasty, there are 5 major forces in Hanyang City. These 5 major forces are the Li family, the Sun family, the Wang family, the Zhao family, and the Tianxiang Chamber of Commerce.
The 4 major families of Li, Sun, Wang, and Zhao are located in the 4 regions of Hanyang City, namely the southeast, northwest, and northeast. Nearly half of the shops and businesses in these 4 regions belong to these 4 major families.
It is no exaggeration to say that these 4 major families almost control all the business lifelines of Hanyang City.
In other cities in the Dacian dynasty, the prefecture governor's office is respected, but here the 4 major families are respected.
The 4 major families' right to speak in the 4 regions of Hanyang City is much more important than the prefecture governor's office.
Maybe some people don't know who the new prefecture governor is, but no one doesn't know who the head of the 4 major families is. As for Tianxiang Chamber of Commerce, one of the 5 major forces, it is quite special.
The 4 major families fight openly and secretly, fight constantly, and seek various interests.
However, Tianxiang Chamber of Commerce never participates in the affairs of the 4 major families, nor does it participate in other things in the city.
And the 4 major families never provoke Tianxiang Chamber of Commerce.
There are industries of Tianxiang Chamber of Commerce in the 4 regions of Southeast, Northwest, and Northeast, and the 4 major families dare not touch them. After Li Zuanxiu and Luo Chang finished their stories, Lu Fan narrowed his eyes slightly, and his eyes flashed.
The Li family, the Sun family, the Wang family, the Zhao family, it's really lively, and there's also this Tianxiang Chamber of Commerce.
What kind of power is it? It's clear that the Tianxiang Chamber of Commerce is definitely related to Tianxiang Tower in Tianxiang Garden, and they all belong to the Tianxiang Power. When he was in Pingchuan City, he received a message from a mysterious person. According to the message on the note, the Tianxiang Power can provide him with shelter when he encounters danger.
However, he still remains skeptical about this news.
While Lu Fan was thinking like this, Luo Chang seemed to have thought of something interesting and said with a smile, "By the way, my lord, a strange man appeared in Hanyang City these 2 days, which caused quite a stir."
Strange man?
Yes, the strange man is an old man. He appeared in Jinli Lake in the east of the city 2 days ago, sitting cross-legged by the lake with a straight-hook fishing rod in his hand to fish. The old man claimed to be a divine fortune-teller who could predict life and death. No one believed it at first, but later he predicted good and bad luck for more than a dozen people and calculated their life experiences, which were not wrong at all.
When Luo Chang said this news, a strange look suddenly appeared on Lu Fan's face.
This Jiang Taigong's appearance was really special. There was a legend in the history of the previous life that Jiang Taigong fished and those who were willing to take the bait were caught. I didn't expect that he could not escape such a drama even after being summoned by himself.
It seems that I have to play the role of that fish.
Thinking of this, he felt inexplicably excited, as if he had participated in a famous scene in the history of the previous life. He immediately stood up and said with an interesting smile, "Let's go and meet this divine fortune teller and let him tell my fortune." Seeing Lu Fan say this, the others also stood up, showing an interested look on their faces. After all, such a strange person is rare to meet. Since you have met him, you naturally want to see him. Fei, Wang Hun, Xiang Chong and Duan you did not follow. They were arranged to stay in the county governor's mansion. Although there was no accident in the county governor's mansion at this moment, Lu Fan always felt that there was an unknown dangerous crisis hidden in the mansion. Therefore, he left Fei Yi and the other four, and took 100 temporary guards and 8 Xuanwu guards to thoroughly investigate the county governor's mansion.
Lu Wuxuan followed Lu Fan and others with Wu Wei.
Calling him brother and cousin all the time made Lu Fan feel annoyed. The more Lu Wuxuan behaved like this, the more vigilant he became in his heart. Because he knew clearly that this cheap cousin was definitely not a naive person. He even began to doubt whether his cheap third uncle, the king of Pingxi, had any idea of rebellion. Since ancient times, the royal family has been less affectionate and more calculating.
There are countless cases of princes holding their own troops and plotting rebellion.
The king of Pingxi controls the Jinshi army, one of the 4 elite armies of the dynasty, and guards the western border of the dynasty.
How could he not be suspicious? A moment later, Lu Fan and others, led by Luo Chang, walked to the Golden Carp Lake in the east of the city. The Golden Carp Lake is famous for the many golden koi in the lake.
It is rumored that these golden koi are related to the legendary real dragon, and contain rare real dragon blood in their bodies. At first, many people believed this rumor and caught the golden koi in the lake to taste. Later, it was proved that the rumor was false, and the taste of golden koi was extremely unpalatable, so no one went to catch it. After Lu Fan and his party arrived here, they suddenly saw thousands of civilians and monks gathered in 3 layers by the lake. Looking at the black mass of heads, Lu Fan could not help but shook his head helplessly. This is too high profile, completely contrary to his original intention of wanting to be low-key. But since he has come here, he can't help but be high profile, and this may not be a bad thing. Thinking of this, Lu Fan looked at Li Tsuanxiao beside him, who immediately understood and stepped forward.
As Li Tsuanxiao walked forward, the crowd blocking the front involuntarily retreated to both sides. The crowd pushed away by the invisible force turned around and wanted to curse. But when they saw Li Tsuanxiao, who was 6 feet 6 tall and full of beards, they were immediately frightened and stopped, lowered their heads and did not speak. In this way, under the leadership of Li Tsuanxiao, Lu Fan and his party successfully arrived at the front. I saw an old man with a bamboo hat and a youthful face sitting cross-legged under a tree by the lake. Holding a straight hook fishing rod, with eyes slightly closed, his expression was calm and composed, and his immortal temperament was impressive. Seeing this scene, Lu Fan could not help but nod secretly. Apart from anything else, Zhang Taigong's appearance was much more impressive than Qin Xiong, Li Tsuanxiao, and others.
In this case, I will light the first fire to reach the northern border here. Thinking of this, Lu Fan coughed lightly and stepped forward, stopping 2 meters away from Zhang Taigong. Then, under the gaze of everyone, he coughed lightly and bowed to the immortal Zhang Taigong.
Lu Fan, the new governor of Hanyang, meets Zhang Taigong.
Zhang Taigong is performing a fishing trick here, while he is planning to perform a show of respecting the wise and humble. It is not realistic to control the entire dynasty by relying on the heroes summoned. Originally, he thought that after arriving in Hanyang City, he would keep a low profile and develop for a while. But the way Zhang Taigong appeared made him change his original plan. Respecting the wise and humble, 1,000 gold buys horse bones. After this wave of operations, his first appearance in Hanyang City can be regarded as establishing a persona. As Lu Fan announced his identity, the monks watching around were suddenly in an uproar.
The new governor, is it the useless Prince Lu Fan who was rumored to be unable to practice?
Hiss.
Is this the rumored useless prince? He looks heroic and extraordinary, not like a waste.
When the people and monks around were talking about it, Zhang Taigong, who was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, also opened his eyes. When he turned around and saw Lu Fan, a deep smile suddenly appeared on his face. The next moment Zhang Shang, who had been sitting cross-legged for more than 2 days, stood up and came to Lu Fan. When their eyes met, Zhang Shang knelt on one knee and wanted to salute Lu Fan. Realizing Zhang Shang's intention, Lu Fan quickly raised his hand and held Zhang Shang's arm, and said with a smile, this king is presumptuous to come to visit and want to invite you to serve as the county magistrate.
I wonder what you think.
While speaking, Lu Fan blinked at Jiang Shang, and the latter immediately understood. When Lu Fan released his palm, Jiang Shang took a step back and bowed to Lu Fan.
Your Highness is so polite and came to invite me personally. I am deeply honored and willing to serve you. As expected of Jiang Taigong, this cooperation is good.
Lu Fan nodded with great satisfaction, and the smile on his face became more intense. Old Jiang, please follow me to the county governor's mansion to talk.
Thank you, Your Highness.
The purpose of this trip has been achieved, and Lu Fan doesn't want to stay here any longer. Just when he was about to take Jiang Shan, Qin Xiong, and others away from here,
the crowd on the right was suddenly pushed to both sides by an extremely powerful force to make way.
Then a proud young man in gorgeous clothes came in with 5 guards. The civilian monks who were forcibly pushed away were frightened and turned pale when they saw the young man in gorgeous clothes and retreated subconsciously. Seeing this scene, Lu Fan raised his eyebrows and his eyes fell on the young man in gorgeous clothes.
The young man in gorgeous clothes looked at Lu Fan and others with disdain, and then said to Jiang Shang arrogantly, "Old man, you are the so-called fortune teller. I heard that you can tell fortunes, so tell me." As soon as the young man in gorgeous clothes finished speaking, a guard behind him immediately took out a soft chair from the storage bag and put it down. The young man in gorgeous clothes sat down directly, crossed his legs, and looked at Jiang Shang, Lu Fan, and others with a squint.
Looking at the arrogant young man in gorgeous clothes, Lu Fan's face suddenly darkened. Jiang Shang was the hero he summoned, and one of his important counselors for ascending to the supreme position.
This young man in fancy clothes humiliated Jiang Shang so much, so he naturally would not agree. Shu Bao, slap his mouth. Yes.
Qin Xiong appeared in front of the young man in fancy clothes in a flash, and slapped him without hesitation.
Pa!
With a crisp slap, the young man in fancy clothes was slapped and flew out.
Puff! The young man in fancy clothes who was slapped and flew spit out blood and fell to the feet of the crowd. At this moment, the 5 guards of the young man in fancy clothes reacted and hurried to the young man in fancy clothes who fell to the ground. Master, are you okay?
The young man in fancy clothes was helped up, and his right face was red and swollen, with an obvious slap mark. Blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth, and his hair was scattered, looking extremely embarrassed. Looking at this embarrassed guy, Lu Fan snorted coldly with murderous intent.
If you dare to speak arrogantly again, I will definitely kill you. Zhang Lao, let's go.
However, just as he turned around and was about to leave, the young man in gorgeous clothes who was supported up roared with great resentment.
Kill these bastards for me.
As the young man in gorgeous clothes gave an order, his 5 guards suddenly burst out with their cultivation momentum and rushed towards Lu Fan and others. This time, without waiting for Lu Fan's order, Qin Xiong's eyes flashed with murderous light and shouted violently.
Looking for death.
Accompanied by the shouting, 5 cold spiritual lights shot out from Qin Xiong's fingertips.
Puff.
The 5 spiritual lights that flew out directly pierced the eyebrows of the 5 guards of the young man in gorgeous clothes.
Bang.
With a muffled sound, the bodies of the 5 guards fell heavily to the ground, and the blood spread out, staining a large area of the ground red. This scene immediately frightened the surrounding onlookers and made them scream and retreat. The young man in gorgeous clothes, who originally had a ferocious and resentful look, was frightened and collapsed on the ground. His crotch was wet, and there was a smell of urine.
He was frightened and peed. You, what do you want to do? What, you want to murder me, and you even ask me what I want to do?
At this moment, Lu Fan's face was as gloomy as ice for thousands of years. Just now, he just asked Qin Xiong to slap this guy in the face, which was considered a punishment for him. But this guy not only did not repent, but directly asked his guards to kill him and others. This completely made him want to kill. When the young man in gorgeous clothes heard Lu Fan's murderous words, he was immediately scared to death.
No. You can't kill me. I am Li Ke, the 3rd son of the Li family, and my father is the head of the Li family. When Lu Fan heard this guy's identity, he raised his eyebrows. The Li family is one of the 5 major forces in Hanyang City, entrenched in the eastern area of the city, and is a veritable tyrant in Hanyang. This guy turned out to be the 3rd son of the Li family,
no wonder he is so arrogant. Seeing Lu Fan hesitate, Li Ke thought that Lu Fan was afraid of his identity, and his heart was suddenly ecstatic. He stood up, suppressing the fear in his heart and the pain on his face, and looked at Lu Fan and continued, "If you let me go today, this matter will be written off, otherwise my father will definitely take revenge." Before Li Ke finished speaking, Lu Fan turned his head and looked at Qin Xiong and said lightly, "Kill him." Yes. Qin Xiong had long wanted to kill Li Ke, and naturally he would not hesitate when he received the order at this moment. He flashed and appeared directly in front of Li Ke. Qin Xiong was in the first level of the soul condensation realm, while Li Ke was only in the 9th level of the body forging realm, and had no power to resist at all. Amid the discussions around him, Qin Xiong grabbed Li Ke's neck with one hand and lifted him up. Just as Qin Xiong tried to twist Li Ke's neck, a powerful aura swept over from behind the crowd. "Stop!" Accompanied by a roar, the crowd was forcibly separated again to make way. Under Lu Fan's indifferent gaze, dozens of figures walked straight through the forcibly separated crowd passage. The leader was a middle-aged man with an extremely ugly face. This middle-aged man looks very similar to Li Ke. Lu Fan took a glance and guessed the identity of this guy, the current head of the Li family. Li Tianxiong. Because of the system, Li Tianxiong's cultivation could not be hidden in front of him. This guy is in the first level of the spiritual sea realm on the surface, but in fact he is in the 9th level of the spiritual sea realm, hiding a full 8 small realms. What an old cunning guy! Lu Fan complained in his heart, and looked at Li Tianxiong calmly on the surface. After a moment of eye contact, Li Tianxiong, who looked gloomy, suddenly laughed. It turned out to be His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. This is really a flood that has washed away the Dragon King Temple, ha! While laughing, Li Tianxiong quickly stepped forward and bowed to Lu Fan and said, "Li Tianxiong, the head of the Li family, greets His Royal Highness the Crown Prince." Looking at Li Tianxiong, whose face changed quickly, Lu Fan secretly became alert in his heart. Such an old cunning guy is the most dangerous. He smiles on the surface and seems to be harmless, but in fact he is a sinister and vicious snake. If you are not careful, he will bite you. It turns out to be the head of the Li family. I wonder what the head of the Li family is here for. My son accidentally bumped into His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, so I came to apologize to His Royal Highness. I hope His Royal Highness will not bother with a child. A child? It's really disgusting. With a sneer in his heart, Lu Fan instantly restrained the smile on his face and said to Li Tianxiong lightly, "I'm afraid that the head of the Li family is wrong. There is no son here, let alone a child, only an assassin who wants to assassinate me." As soon as these words came out, the smile on Li Tianxiong's face froze. Li Ke, who was pinched by Qin Xiong's neck, was so scared that he struggled violently and shouted for help in fear. "Dad, save me, save me. I don't want to die, save me." Looking at his son struggling in pain, Li Tianxiong suppressed his anger and murderous intent, and smiled at Lu Fan, "Your Highness, although my son is a little naughty, it is absolutely impossible for him to assassinate Your Highness." At this point, he took out a storage ring from his arms and handed it to Lu Fan. "In the storage ring are some apologies prepared by Li for Your Highness, I hope Your Highness will accept them." Looking at the storage ring handed over by Li Tianxiong, Lu Fan raised his eyebrows and thought in his heart. If I accept this storage ring, the incident of Li Ke attacking me just now will be over. The advantage of this is that I will not be hostile to the Li family for the time being, and I can exchange for a period of peace. But the disadvantage is that the first impression I left on the people in Hanyang City is cowardly. If I don't accept this storage ring and insist on killing Li Ke, it means that I will completely break up with the Li family. After a moment of thinking, Lu Fan made a decision. He looked at Li Tianxiong deeply, and uttered a word in a cold voice. "Kill." As the word kill came out, Qin Xiong broke Li Ke's neck without hesitation. Crack! There was a sound of bone breaking, and Li Ke's head fell down helplessly. His face still maintained a look of fear and disbelief. He never thought that Lu Fan would dare to kill him, and kill him in front of his father. Li Tianxiong and a group of Li family members were also stunned. The onlookers around him widened their eyes and looked at Lu Fan like a madman. He actually killed the third son of the Li family. He
Does he want to go to war with the Li family?
He is just a useless prince.
How dare he?
At this moment, all the onlookers were really shocked.
Because in their opinion, although Lu Fan became the governor of Hanyang County, he was ultimately a waste who could not practice. As long as you are not a fool, you should let Li Ke go at this time and make friends with the Li family. This was also what Li Tianxiong was thinking. But no one expected that Lu Fan would play against the rules. Lu Wushuang's pretty face also showed an incredible look. Is he crazy? He killed the third son of the Li family on the first day he arrived in Hanyang County. Compared with other people, Qin Xiong, Li Zuanxiao and others were indifferent, without any fear or dread. There was even a hint of excitement. At this moment, Li Tianxiong finally reacted, his face instantly became cold and ferocious, and his eyes were red. Good, very good. Ha 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 ha. Your Highness the Crown Prince is really good at it. The murderous intent emanating from Li Tianxiong directly made the surrounding air cold, like an ice cave. Li Zuanxiao, Luo Chang and Xiahou Wei beside Lu Fan were also secretly alert. As long as Li Tianxiong dared to make a move, they would kill him without hesitation. However, Li Tianxiong did not do anything, but stared at Lu Fan with his red eyes. After staring at Lu Fan for a long time, Li Tianxiong turned around and left without even looking at Li Ke's body. Just as he walked to the crowd passage, he suddenly stopped, turned around and looked at Lu Fan coldly and said, "This is Hanyang City, not Dakian Imperial Capital. Your Highness the Crown Prince must be careful." After saying this harsh word, Li Tianxiong turned around and left with a group of Li family members. As for Li Ke's body, they did not take it away, and threw it on the ground like garbage. Looking at Li Tianxiong and others who were leaving, Lu Fan narrowed his eyes slightly, and a fierce light flashed in the depths of his eyes. This Li Tianxiong is very dangerous, and he must not be allowed to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme. Ding, trigger the system mission, control Hanyang City, mission reward, a primary summoning card. Additional side mission, kill Li Tianxiong and destroy the Li family, mission reward, 10,000 points and a random magic weapon. Ding, does the host accept the task? Lu Fan was slightly startled by the sudden sound of a notification tone, and couldn't help but ask in his mind, hasn't the system already triggered the task of controlling the northern border? Now it has triggered the task of controlling Hanyang City. Isn't it a bit repetitive? Ding, system tasks are triggered randomly, and repeated tasks will not affect task rewards. After getting the system's answer, Lu Fan felt relieved. He doesn't care about repeated tasks, he is just worried that repeated tasks will affect the task rewards. But now the system's answer is very clear, so there's no need to worry. After receiving the system task, Lu Fan turned to Qin Xiong and said, "Don't forget this guy's storage ring. No matter how small the mosquito legs are, they are still meat. Now he has no resources at all, so no matter how big or small the loot is, he cannot miss it." Promise. After Qin Xiong put away Li Ke's storage ring, Lu Fan said to Jiang Shang with a smile on his face, "Mr. Jiang, let's go back to the sheriff's mansion first. I have many questions that I want to ask you for advice." Although Jiang Shang is a character summoned by himself, he is 100% loyal to him. But Lu Fan didn't really regard him as a tool, nor did Qin Xiong and others. He had an inexplicable respect deep in his heart for these heroes from previous lives. My lord, don't be polite to Zia, please." Although Jiang Shang is a little arrogant, he has a clear self-positioning. The lord is the lord, and the servant is the servant. The master can be polite, but as a servant, you must not be ignorant of good and evil. Looking at Jiang Shang, who stretched out his hand to let him go first, Lu Fan chuckled lightly and stopped giving in, walking straight forward. Jiang Shang, Li Zuanxiao and others followed closely, and the group just left Jinli Lake. Watching Lu Fan and his entourage leave, the people watching suddenly went crazy. Hey, the rumors don't seem to be right. Your Highness the Crown Prince is so cowardly. He is clearly a ruthless person who kills decisively. Humph, this is not a decisive killing, but irrational. I offended the Li family when I first came to Hanyang City. I really don't know what I think. Regarding Lu Fan's act of killing Li Ku and offending Li Tianxiong and the Li family, the people watching had mixed opinions about it.
However, Lu Fan's goal of establishing a character has been achieved.
As the thousands of common monks gathered at Jinli Lake dispersed, what happened just now spread throughout Hanyang City.
For a time, all the common monks in the city were talking about Lu Fan, the rumored deposed prince. Sun family's residence, front hall. The head of the Sun family, Sun Xinghu, sat in the main seat, and several elders and deacons of the Sun family sat on the left and right sides. At this moment, they all had thoughtful looks on their faces. After a brief silence, Sun Xingqi, the second elder of the Sun family, frowned and said in a deep voice, "Killing people as soon as they enter the city is phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme out of ignorance or to establish prestige."
In my opinion, the latter is more likely.
As soon as Sun Xingqi finished speaking, the third elder Sun Shichao next to him nodded in agreement. Yes, there are rumors that this useless prince is weak and incompetent, but now it seems that they are all false. At this point, he paused for a moment, then frowned and said in confusion, since the rumors are false, then his inability to practice may also have some basis for it.
Could it be the royal family's intention?
Before Sun Shichao finished speaking, fourth elder Sun Shihui shook his head and interrupted.
It's impossible. It's a fact that waste can't cultivate. It's been verified countless times and there's absolutely no way it's false. All princes will take 3 talent tests before reaching adulthood. The first test is conducted at the age of 5, the second at the age of 10, and the third test at the age of 14. Depending on the test results, different levels of culture will be obtained. Not only the prince, but also the younger generation of all major forces have had this experience. After all, the resources of any force are limited, and it is impossible to distribute all resources equally to everyone. Therefore, in any force, the capable will rise above the mediocre. Geniuses enjoy top-notch treatment and don't have to worry about resources at all, while waste can only be reduced to supporting roles in a joke. As the crown prince, Lu Fan attracted much attention when he was born, and the talent test was a matter of concern to the entire dynasty. Everyone thought that as the crown prince, Lu Fan must be extremely talented. However, Lu Fan's first test at the age of 5 was beyond everyone's expectations. The meridians are blocked and it is impossible to practice. The next 2 tests had the same results, which completely sealed Lu Fan's reputation as a waste. Many people also suspected that the royal family did this deliberately to hide Lu Fan. Therefore, many forces specially arranged people to test Lu Fan secretly, but the result was the same. Therefore, it was confirmed that the crown prince was a waste who could not cultivate, and the matter became a joke. Everyone thought that Emperor Qian would directly depose the useless Prince Lu Fan. But the result was beyond everyone's expectation. Emperor Qian did not mention the abolition of the prince at all. This has also led to a lot of speculation. But no one dared to question Emperor Qian, so the matter slowly fell into disuse. Because of this, Sun Shihui was so sure of the fact that Lu Fan was a waste of cultivation. And Sun Shihui's words of incomparable certainty also dispelled the suspicion of the third elder, Sun Shichao. Seeing everyone arguing over this useless matter, Sun Xinghu, who was sitting in the main seat, frowned and said in a deep voice, "Okay, stop arguing. Send someone to watch every move of that loser. If there is any abnormality, report to me immediately. In addition, let the clan members keep a low profile in the near future and not cause trouble. Let the Li family find out the details of that trash first." Sun Xinghu made the final decision, and Sun Xingqi and others nodded and said nothing. While everyone in the Sun family was discussing this matter, the Wang family and Zhao family were also discussing the matter. There was no movement from the Tianxiang Chamber of Commerce. However, Lu Fan didn't know this. After leaving Jinli Lake, he took Zhang Shang, Li Cuanxiao and others back to the governor's mansion. As soon as he arrived in front of the county governor's mansion, Zhang Shang stopped and frowned. When Lu Fan saw this, his heart moved, he raised his eyebrows and asked, "Mr. Jiang, is there something wrong?" While asking, he also opened Zhang Shang's personal information panel and started checking it. Name, Zhang Shang. Origin, the prehistoric world of gods. Title, Fei Xiangho, the envoy of the gods. Kung Fu, 3 purities and 1 Qiju cultivation, first level of soul condensation realm magic weapons, protective talisman, sword of the supreme purity, list of gods not unlocked, divine whip not unlocked special skills,
formation proficiency, talisman proficiency, alchemy proficiency, special attributes, calculation of unforgettable strategies, divination of good and bad luck, prediction of life and death.
The more soul power is consumed, the higher the accuracy, survival from
Desperate situations intelligence increases by 30% when encountering desperate situations, and the success rate of proposed strategies increases by 100% of 40.
Originally, Lu Fan didn't have much expectations for Zhang Shan's personal information template.
Because in his opinion, Zhang Shang is just a top strategist and should be weak in other aspects. But after seeing Zhang Shang's personal information panel with his own eyes, Lu Fan was stunned. He felt like he had been slapped hard in the face.
System, is this really Zhang Shang's information panel?
Not to mention that his cultivation level is at the soul condensing realm. He has 4 magic weapons, 2 of which are unlocked. What made him even more incredible was that Zhang Shang actually had a special skill column. Not only was he proficient in formations and talismans, but he was also proficient in alchemy and was good at refining pills, which was really awesome. Not to mention that Zhang Shang had 2 special attributes, which were also very amazing. This panel is the information panel of the summon character Zhang Shang, and the information is accurate. Listening to the system's affirmative reply, Lu Fan couldn't help but feel excited and happy.
Good Zhang Taigong, he really gave me a big surprise.
Just when he was happy because of Zhang Shang's information panel, Zhang Shang said solemnly, "My lord, this county governor's mansion has been set up with a sinister and vicious formation, making it a varying place." As soon as these words came out, Lu Fan's extremely happy mood was immediately destroyed, and his expression became gloomy. No wonder he felt that the whole county governor's mansion was gloomy when he saw it for the first time.
Old Jiang, do you have a way to crack it?
Zhang Shang hesitated for a moment and nodded. It's not difficult to crack it, but we need to go in and take a closer look, and we need some materials.
After getting Zhang Shan's affirmative answer, Lu Fan breathed a sigh of relief.
Since Zhang Shang said so, he must be absolutely sure, so he doesn't need to worry about anything.
Let's go in and take a closer look.
After the voice fell, Lu Fan led everyone straight into the county magistrate's mansion. Just as everyone stepped into the county magistrate's mansion, several extremely shrill screams came from the backyard of the county magistrate's mansion.
Ah!
The sudden scream immediately made Lu Fan and others who had just entered the county governor's mansion change their faces.
Lu Fan subconsciously wanted to spread his body and run to the back house.
Fortunately, he suddenly remembered that there were 2 outsiders, Lu Wushuang and Wu Wei, around him, and immediately looked at Li Tsuanxiao and Luo Chang, who had the highest cultivation.
Jingxi, Gongran, go and see what's going on.
Yes. Li Tsuanxiao and Luo Chang responded and stepped into the air and flew towards the back house of the county governor's mansion. Lu Fan was not idle. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme, and said to Xiahou Wei and Qin Xiong, Shuba, Jichuan, you stay here and don't allow anyone to enter or leave. Those who violate the order will be killed without mercy. Qin Xiong wanted to follow Lu Fan to protect him, but after seeing Lu Fan's unquestionable firm eyes, he immediately clasped his fists and said, I obey your orders. After quickly making arrangements, Lu Fan took Zhang Shang and Li Si straight to the back house, and Lu Wushuang followed closely with Wu Wei.
The area of the county governor's mansion is not small. The area in front of the front hall alone is half the size of a football field. In addition to the area between the front hall and the gate of the mansion, there are also the middle courtyard and the back house. The front hall is used for entertaining guests and discussing matters, and the middle courtyard is where the guards and maids phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme. The back house is the living area of the county governor and his family.
It took 7 or 8 minutes to get from the front hall to the back house, and this was at a very fast pace. As soon as he stepped into the back house area, Lu Fan saw blood and broken limbs everywhere on the open ground. There were also more than a dozen mutilated bodies of temporary guards. These bodies were phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme missing arms or legs, and there was a bloody hole in their hearts. Obviously their hearts were dug out. Looking at such a tragic scene, Lu Fan couldn't help but feel sick and wanted to vomit.
It was too tragic.
Who or what kind of existence was so cruel and vicious that he openly committed crimes in the back house of the county governor's mansion?
Lu Fan suppressed his nausea and anger, and continued to walk forward with a gloomy face.
The back house is also divided into two parts, front and back, divided by a corridor with carved beams and painted buildings, with a wooden arch in the middle. After passing through the arch and coming to the second courtyard of the back house, Lu Fan and others all subconsciously clenched their fists. There were more broken limbs and corpses in the second courtyard, more than 30 in total. There were even 3 corpses of Xuanwu guards, all of which had their hearts hollowed out. Li Tsuanxiao and Luo Chang, who had arrived first, had disappeared. Only 5 Xuanwu guards including Zhang Qi, who had a pale face, and more than 20 temporary guards were left here. They were all covered in blood, and several temporary guards had only half of their arms left.
Looking at this scene,
Lu Fan no longer felt fear and nausea, but only a strong anger and murderous intent. At this moment, he was completely murderous. No matter who the murderer was, he would definitely cut him into pieces and pull out his tendons and bones. He suppressed the murderous intent and anger in his heart and went straight to Zhang Qi and others who were pale and slightly dazed.
Lu Fan's footsteps made Zhang Qi and others react from their daze and immediately kneeled on one knee. "Please forgive me, Your Highness. I am incompetent."
Zhang Qi's voice was hoarse, and his tone was filled with unconcealed fear and anger.
"Get up." After asking them to stand up, Lu Fan said in a deep voice, "What happened? Tell me in detail, don't hide anything." "Yes."
Zhang Qi calmed down and told the story quickly, and Zhang Shang, Li Si and others also listened patiently.
It turned out that after Lu Fan led everyone away,
Wang Han, Fei Yi, Xiang Chong and Duan Yu took 8 Xuanwu guards and 100 temporary guards to carefully check every corner of the county governor's mansion. There were no problems in the 2 areas of the front hall and the middle courtyard. However, when checking the first courtyard of the back house, several temporary guards found a very hidden entrance to the cave.
After opening the entrance, a terrifying monster ran out.
The terrifying monster was blood red, like a human but not a human, like a beast but not a beast. After rushing out of the cave, the monster went on a killing spree and slaughtered more than 20 temporary guards in an instant.
And the monster liked to eat hearts, and the hearts of those corpses were dug out and eaten by the monster. Fortunately, he asked Li Tsuanxiao and Luo Chang to come to help in time. Otherwise, Zhang Qi and the other 5 people and the more than 20 temporary guards would have been killed by the monster. Li Tsuanxiao, Luo Chang and Wang Han all went to chase the fleeing monster. After Zhang Qi finished speaking, Zhang Shan, Li Si and Lu Wushuang were full of confusion, not knowing what the monster was. But Lu Fan guessed the identity of the monster. Blood puppet.
He saw the ferocious and terrifying blood puppet with his own eyes in the city lord's mansion of Pingchuan City. Even Qin Xiong, who was at the first level of the soul condensation realm, could not kill it and could only watch it escape. I thought this kind of evil existence was very rare, but I didn't expect to encounter it here again. Moreover, this blood puppet was obviously more powerful, more brutal and terrifying, and the servant behind it was probably even more complicated.
Ha! Lu Fan took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Looking at the pale-faced 20 or so temporary guards, he said, "You should go down and rest and recuperate first." "Thank you, Your Highness."
These 20 or so temporary guards were all scared just now, and they were just barely holding on at this moment. So after Lu Fan spoke, they did not hesitate and turned around and left here. As for whether they went down to rest or fled directly from the county governor's mansion, Lu Fan did not care much. Anyway, it was just a temporary fill-in. After the 20 or so temporary guards left, Lu Fan looked at Zhang Qi and the other 5 people with blood on their bodies.
"Are you okay? Do you want to go down to rest?"
Zhang Qi shook his head. "Thank you for your concern, Your Highness.
We are fine, but it's a pity for the 3 brothers.
Don't worry, I won't treat their families badly."
"Thank you, Your Highness."
Lu Fan glanced at the many corpses on the ground, retracted his gaze and said in a deep voice, "Take me to the cave to have a look."
"Your Highness, please follow me."
Under the leadership of Zhang Qi, Lu Fan and the other 5 came to the rockery in the garden on the left side of the first courtyard of the back house. There was a broken cave here, about 2 meters in diameter. The gray-white mist visible to the naked eye drifted out of the cave, making people feel cold all over.
Without waiting for Lu Fan to speak, Zhang Shang, who was following him, frowned and said in a deep voice, "My lord, this is the core of the Juyin formation. It seems that the so-called monster is being nurtured in the Yin meridian below." This sentence made Lu Fan's expression even gloomier.
Such a ferocious and terrifying blood puppet was kept in the county magistrate's mansion, and not a single word of it leaked out.
It's obvious that there is something wrong here.
However, the two county magistrates who took office before him died suddenly one after another, and it should have nothing to do with them. In this case, this county magistrate's mansion must have been rotten for a long time.
Thinking of this, Lu Fan's murderous intent and anger became stronger, and his fists clenched tightly together.
Sensing the killing intent emanating from Lu Fan, Lu Wuxuan and Wu Wei's faces changed slightly at the same time. Such a strong killing intent.
Strange, how could the useless brother who can't practice have such a terrifying killing intent?
Lu Wuxuan frowned and guessed secretly in her heart.
Zhang Shang saw the change in the expressions of the two people with the corner of his eyes, and immediately coughed lightly and said, "My lord, you wait here for a moment, and I will go in to investigate."
Zhang Shang's words woke Lu Fan up, and he took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down.
"No need to be so troublesome, let's go down and take a look together." "Yes."
After nodding, Zhang Shang jumped down from the cave first, and then Lu Fan was lifted up by Zhang Shang and landed.
Seeing Zhang Shang's move, Lu Wuxuan and Wu Wei's eyes widened, and incredible expressions appeared on their faces. Before, they didn't detect any traces of practice and breath on Zhang Shang.
So they thought Zhang Shang was just an ordinary old man, but he was good at some calculation tricks and strategies. But at this moment, Zhang Shang's action slapped them in the face.
After Li Si also jumped down, Lu Wuxuan and Wu Wei reacted and quickly jumped down.
Zhang Qi was the last one to go down the cave. At this moment, Lu Fan and Zhang Shang and Li Si were already walking forward along the passage below. This passage was circular and went down all the way, obviously leading to a deeper underground. There was a fluorescent stone inlaid at every distance in the passage, so it did not affect the sight. After walking along the passage for about 3 minutes, a bright light appeared in front of them. After everyone quickened their pace and came to the end of the passage with light, they were stunned by the scene in front of them. What appeared in front of them was a huge underground space. The entire underground space was filled with extremely cold white mist. In the center of this huge underground space, there was an altar, and a black sarcophagus was placed on the altar. There was a deep pit with a diameter of 9 meters on each side of the altar. The deep pit on the left was full of mutilated corpses and broken limbs, at least tens of thousands of them. In the deep pit on the right was a pool of blood with a strong stench. The ground had been stained red by blood countless times and had completely turned crimson. The walls and the top of the underground space were inlaid with a large number of fluorescent stones, so everything inside was clearly seen by everyone. Looking at such a horrible scene, Lu Fan thought of the space under the Pingchuan City Lord's mansion. The scene in that underground space was nothing compared to this one. Zhang Shang walked to the altar, took a look at the bone pit and the blood pool, and said in a deep voice, "The person who arranged this place must be an evil cultivator who is good at formations, using corpse chi and blood to transform the extremely Yin land into formations to nourish evil things. He also used the flesh and blood of the people and cultivators and their hearts to cultivate the ferocity of evil things. Such a crazy person really deserves death." Zhang Shang has a calm personality, and ordinary things will not cause him psychological fluctuations at all. But at this moment, facing such a tragic scene, he was completely enraged and wanted to kill.
Lu Fan said nothing with a gloomy face. He walked around the altar for a long time and looked around carefully. At this moment, the anger and murderous intent in his heart were almost as strong as substance. He was not a saint, but facing such a tragic scene, he could not remain indifferent. Because he had a conscience, as a person's conscience and bottom line. "Ha!" Lu Fan took a deep breath, looked at Zhang Shang and said in a deep voice, "Zhang Lao, this is left to you. If you need anything, just ask, and I will arrange someone to find it." "My lord, don't worry, Zia will solve it properly." Lu Fan nodded and said nothing more, and turned around and went back the way he came. Seeing this, Zhang Shang looked at Zhang Qi and Li Si, and the two immediately understood and quickly followed Lu Fan. Lu Wushhuang took a deep look at the altar, the deep pit of bones and the pool of blood, and also left here with Wu Wei. They were also in a heavy and angry mood. After returning to the ground and feeling the sunlight, Lu Fan's extremely depressed mood was slightly relieved. At this time, footsteps were heard from behind. Lu Fan turned around and saw that it was Li Tsuanxiao, Luo Chang, Wang Hun, Duanxiu, and the other four. Seeing their extremely ugly faces, Lu Fan knew that they had failed. As expected. When they came closer, Li Tsuanxiu and the others knelt on one knee with a guilty look on their faces. I am incompetent and did not catch that monster. Please punish me, Lord. Hearing this result, Lu Fan's mood became worse, and he could not help being shocked. It would be fine if Qin Xiong did not catch the blood puppet in Pingchuan City. After all, Qin Xiong was only at the first level of the soul condensation realm. But Li Tsuanxia was at the peak of the 9th level of the soul condensation realm, Luo Chang was at the 4th level of the soul condensation realm, and Wang Hun, Duanxiu, and the other four were not weak phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme. With such a lineup, the blood puppet still escaped. Could it be that the blood puppet was at the soul refining realm above the soul condensation realm? Get up, tell me the details of what happened. How did that blood monster escape? Faced with Lu Fan's questioning, Li Tsuanxiao told the whole story. It turned out that as soon as the two of them arrived at the second courtyard of the back house, the blood puppet jumped out of the yard and fled. They chased it all the way from the county governor's mansion to a complex alley in the west of the city. The monster disappeared after escaping into the alley. They searched carefully several times, but did not find any traces. As a last resort, they could only turn back first. After Li Tsuanxiao finished telling what happened, Lu Fan frowned, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. In the west of the city, could it be that the blood puppet is related to the Wang family? The four major families in Hanyang City are entrenched in four areas. The Li family occupies the East City, the Sun family occupies the South City, the Zhao family occupies the North City, and the Wang family occupies the west of the city. Just as Lu Fan frowned and thought, a Xuanwu guard came to him quickly. Your Highness, the Left General of the Jinbei Army, Gu Taifeng, came to visit and is waiting in the front hall. This news woke Lu Fan from his meditation, and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. Gu Taifeng? What is he doing here? Gu Taifeng is the Left General of the Jinbei Army and the current commander of the Jinbei Army. Except for the four garrison princes, his position in the court is second only to the left and right prime ministers and the generals of the state. Although he was the crown prince, to be honest, he was not qualified to ask this person to visit him. Moreover, he was appointed as the left lieutenant of the Jinbei army by his father, the emperor. Gu Taifeng was his superior, so he should visit him himself. After a brief moment of doubt, Lu Fan collected his thoughts and looked at Li Siluoqing and others and said in a deep voice, "Continue to explore the county governor's mansion, and don't let go of any corner. Jingxi, you follow me to the front hall." Yes. After the arrangement was completed, Lu Fan took Li Tsuanxiao and walked quickly to the front hall, while the others continued to explore the county governor's mansion. After all, after what happened just now, neither Lu Fan nor they felt relieved. This time, Lu Wushhuang did not continue to follow Lu Fan, but returned to the underground space. Without Lu Wushhuang following him, Lu Fan seemed to have thrown away a burden, and his steps became much lighter. After a while, he brought Li Tsuanxiao to the front hall. The moment you enter the front hall, Lu Fan looked at the thin figure sitting in the first place on the left, with a trace of unconcealable surprise in his eyes. Is this Gu Taifeng? On the way to the front hall, he secretly guessed what the current commander-in-chief of the Jinbei army looked like. He is tall, broad, and fat. However, after seeing the real person now, his first reaction was disappointment and suspicion. This guy can't be a fake. After all, this guy's name is Gu Taifeng, and just by hearing his name, you can tell he is a tough guy. But actually, his hair is gray, his face is colorless, he is thin and wearing a gray Confucian robe. This is General Zhua, who commands the 300,000-strong Jinbei army. He is clearly a frail and sick scholar. He doubted that he could kill this guy with one punch. Just when Lu Fan was in shock, the pale Gu Taifeng came forward and bowed slightly. the left general of Jinbei army pays homage to the prince's palace, cough cough cough.
Before he finished speaking, he took out a handkerchief and covered his mouth and started coughing, making his body tremble.
It seems like I will die of coughing here in the next moment. Lu Fan finally reacted, suppressing the weirdness and doubts in his heart, and said, General Gu, you're welcome, please take a seat quickly. Thank you, Your Highness.
Gu Taifeng held the handkerchief and nodded his thanks, but his eyes fell on Li Tsuanxiao.
Your Highness, I wonder what I call this brother.
While asking, his eyes were fixed on Li Tsuanxiao, with a trace of shock and excitement that could not be concealed flashed in his eyes. Although Gu Taifeng hid it well, Lu Fan still noticed it. I'm afraid this guy is not as simple as he seems on the surface.
This is my king's bodyguard Li Tsuanxiao.
Lu Fan secretly guessed, but on the surface he introduced with a smile, Jingxi, I haven't met General Gu yet.
I've met General Gu.
Li Tsuanxiao clasped his hands and looked at Gu Taifeng with a strong fighting spirit in his eyes. In his previous life, he was a general who led troops into battle, charging into battle and fighting on the battlefield. Although there is no memory of the previous life, this instinct is engraved in the soul and bones. So after meeting Gu Taifeng, he couldn't help but raise his fighting spirit. Facing Li Tsuanxiao, who was full of fighting spirit, the look of appreciation on Gu Tiefeng's face became even stronger.
What a great Li Tsuanxiao! With a smile and a compliment, Gu Taifeng turned back to his original position and sat down.
Lu Fan motioned for Li Tsuanxiao to sit down on the right side, and he walked to the main seat and sat down. While sitting down, Lu Fan directly activated the system to check Gu Tiefeng's cultivation level. He had already explored Gu Taifeng when he saw it just now, but found nothing.
He didn't believe that Gu Taifeng was a waste without any cultivation.
After all, a loser would never be able to gain a foothold in the Jinbei army, let alone become the commander-in-chief. Soon 5 words appeared on the system light screen, 3rd level of soul condensation realm. When Lu Fan saw these 5 words, he suddenly felt an extremely strange feeling in his heart. Good guy, this guy can really pretend. A 3rd level soul condensing realm monk pretended to be like a weak scholar who was about to cough to death. If it weren't for the system, I would be beaten to death without knowing this guy's true cultivation. Although he was complaining in his heart, Lu Fan felt a lot more at ease.
We are not afraid that the enemy is powerful, but we are afraid that we do not know the details of the enemy.
Although it is not yet known whether Gu Taifeng is an enemy, a friend, or a centrist, it does not prevent him from making preparations in advance. Thinking of this, Lu Fan coughed lightly, looked at Gu Taifeng with a smile and said, I just arrived in Hanyang City today. I plan to visit General Gu again tomorrow, but I didn't expect that General Gu came first.
I'm really ashamed. Your Highness, you're welcome. Your Highness is a rich man. Gu Ma will come to visit you now, so don't worry about it.
Lu Fan was no longer interested in playing riddles when he saw Gu Taifeng, who was always trying to be polite but didn't say the reason for his visit.
General Gu, I don't know why you came here today. If you have something to do, you might as well just tell me.
Seeing Lu Fan asking directly, Gu Taifeng clasped his fists and said, Gu came here today for 2 reasons.
First, His Highness was assassinated by thieves as soon as he entered the city.
It was all because Gu did not make arrangements in advance, which frightened His Highness. The second is that His Majesty decreed that His Highness be the Left Colonel of the Jinbei army, and Gu specially sent His Highness the uniform and seal of the colonel. In addition, Gu also wanted to invite His Highness to go to the army on a certain date to inspect and express condolences, so that the sergeants and soldiers could get to know His Highness and avoid offending His Highness in the future. Seeing Gu Taifeng, who said these words politely, Lu Fan couldn't help but think about it in his heart.
What does this guy mean?
Both of these matters were trivial matters, and there was no need for the Left General of the Northern Army to come in person. After pondering for a long time without coming up with the answer, Lu Fan simply didn't bother to think about it and immediately said with a smile, in that case, I will go to the army tomorrow. As the saying goes, when soldiers come, the water will be blocked and the earth will cover it. He already knew the details of this guy's cultivation, so there was nothing to worry about.
In the face of absolute strength, all conspiracies and tricks are false.
Not to mention Luo Chang, Qin Xiong and others, just one Li Tsuanxia was enough to suppress them. Unless Gu Taifeng led the 300,000 Jinbei army to rebel, he didn't need to worry about anything. What's more, he still has 3,000 golden fire cavalry that haven't been released yet, which is also one of his trump cards. Then Gu will arrange for someone to pick up His Highness tomorrow. In addition, the captain's uniform and the captain's seal are in the storage ring.
Your Highness remembers to check them.
While talking, Gu Taifeng stood up and took out a storage ring and put it on the table, then said goodbye to Lu Fan with fists in his hands. Then Gu will take his leave.
Your Highness, please don't send us off. After bidding farewell crisply, Gu Taifeng walked straight out of the front hall.
Upon seeing this, Lu Fan stood up and put away the storage ring on the table, and then followed him to the door of the front hall. After watching Gu Taifeng disappear from sight, Lu Fan turned to look at Li Tsuanxiao next to him.
Jingxi, what do you think of this guy? His hidden cultivation is not much different from his open strength. If the last one takes action, he will be killed within 3 moves.
3 moves? The general has never fought with him before, so I don't know his details, but he will die within 3 moves.
Ha 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 ha. He will die within 3 moves. Lu Fan was very satisfied with Li Tsuanxiao's answer and laughed happily. If it were anyone else, they might think Li Tsuanxiao was bragging.
But he knew clearly that what Li Tsuanxiao said was the truth and there was no exaggeration. Because this is the style and strength that Li Tsuanxiao should have. Lu Fan burst into laughter and walked straight to the gate of the mansion.
Let's go, Jingxi, and accompany me to the city for a walk. I will obey your orders.
When I went to Jinli Lake just now, I didn't have time to wander around and learn about it. There is nothing to do right now, and staying in the magistrate's mansion is boring.
It would be better to go for a walk in the city.
With Li Tsuanxiao around, Lu Fan was not worried about his own safety. After leaving the sheriff's mansion, the two of them strolled slowly along the bustling streets. And the direction they were wandering towards was the west area of the city where the Wang family was entrenched.
Li Tsuanxiao didn't pay attention at first. But after following Lu Fan into the west area of the city, a strange look suddenly appeared on his face. Lord, are we going to investigate the Wang family? He, do you think the Wang family has anything to do with that blood puppet?
I'm not sure, but I know one thing. Seeing Li Tsuanxiao with murderous intent on his face, Lu Fan became interested.
What's the matter? Tell me.
Those who submit to the Lord will phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme, and those who disobey the Lord will die.
If the 4 major families block the Lord's way, I am willing to eliminate them for the Lord. Li Tsuanxiao's murderous words immediately made Lu Fan laugh heartily.
Ha ha, what a respectful thought. In the face of absolute strength, any conspiracy is futile, and Lu Fan firmly believes this.
Li Tsuanxiao's statement is not wrong.
But Lu Fan also knows that it is not the way of a king for the superior to be bloodthirsty. If his future goal is to be an idle king or a general in command of troops, he could have stopped killing by killing and made everyone fear him. But his goal was not the idle king, nor the general, but the supreme position. To sit in that position, you need to master not only killing, but also the way to control your subordinates. After all, the people in the world cannot be killed, and the heroes you summon cannot replace everyone. To hold that position firmly, expand the territory, and realize your inner ambitions.
Conquering the strong who rule the world is also an indispensable part.
If I destroy the Li family, Wang family, Sun family, and Zhao family today, then the Zhang family, Hu family, and Yi family will appear tomorrow.
He understands this truth, but Li Tsuanxiao does not know.
Because the two are in different positions and stand at different heights, they naturally look at the problem from different angles. But he naturally won't say these words. Let's go, Jingxi, and see with me how deep the Wang family is in the west of the city.
Yes. As they said, the two continued to stroll around the west of the city. Lu Fan looked around and nodded secretly in his heart.
It has to be said that the 4 major families are still somewhat capable.
In the rumors of other areas of the dynasty, Hanyang City in the northern border has always been synonymous with poverty and chaos. Before coming here, Lu Fan's impression of this place was also dirty and messy.
But after coming here, he realized that the rumors were wrong. Hanyang City is not only not poor and chaotic, but very prosperous and lively. The four areas of southeast, northwest, and northeast occupied by the four major families have been developed very well by each of them, and even rarely seen things like killing and looting. But Lu Fan is not very surprised about this. After all, in the eyes of the four major families, the areas they each occupy are their own private land. Naturally, their own territory must be well developed. Such a prosperous and lively scene is naturally what Lu Fan is happy to see, and it is also what he hopes for. But there is a prerequisite. That is, Hanyang City must be under his control, the entire Hanyang City, not just a small county governor's mansion. Lu Fan strolled along the prosperous and lively streets while thinking, and soon came to the core area of the west of the city. Ah! At this time, a shrill scream from the front suddenly woke up Lu Fan, who was thinking. When he looked forward, he saw two gray-clothed servants punching and kicking a white-haired old man. There was also a young man in gorgeous clothes holding a little girl crying. The white-haired old man was beaten with blood all over his body, but the two servants had no intention of stopping. "Stop beating me, I'll go with you, let my grandfather go." The little girl begged desperately, her eyes full of despair and helplessness. However, the young man in gorgeous clothes holding the little girl was laughing unscrupulously. "Old thing, it's your blessing that I like your granddaughter, and you dare to stop me, beat me to death." Ha ha ha. The young man in gorgeous clothes laughed arrogantly, and tore the little girl's long sleeves with a tearing sound. "Ah, please let us go." Looking at the little girl begging and the white-haired old man who was beaten and lying on the ground without any movement. Looking at the young man in gorgeous clothes who laughed unscrupulously, Lu Fan's face instantly became extremely gloomy, and his eyes burst into murderous light. "Damn it!" With a murderous snort, Lu Fan walked up quickly, and a loud shout came out of his mouth. "Stop!" The loud shout attracted the attention of the young man in gorgeous clothes, and the two servants also stopped. The surrounding civilians and monks also cast their eyes on Lu Fan, with curiosity in their eyes. When Lu Fan came closer, the young man in gorgeous clothes raised his eyebrows and said with disdain, "Boy, if you want to be a hero and save the beauty, you have to see if you have the strength. Get out of here quickly, otherwise if you anger me, you will die here with this old thing." Looking at the young man in gorgeous clothes who opened his mouth to let him get out and closed his mouth to let him die here, Lu Fan was so angry that he laughed, and looked at the young man in gorgeous clothes with a look of death and sneered, "I want to see how you let me die here today." At this moment, Lu Fan had completely moved his killing intention. No matter what the background of this young man in gorgeous clothes is, there is only one way to die today. He had already killed the third young master of the Li family, and he didn't mind killing the eldest young master of the Wang family. The young man in fancy clothes heard the words "this king" from Lu Fan's mouth, but he didn't think much about it at all, and laughed grimly, "Since you want to die, then go die. Come on, beat this little bastard to death." As the young man in fancy clothes gave the order, the two gray-clothed servants rushed towards Lu Fan with ferocious expressions. "Little bastard, you dare to meddle in my young master's business, you are tired of living. Boy, be smart in your next life, don't provoke people you can't provoke." Although the two gray-clothed servants were only in the bodybuilding realm, they didn't take Lu Fan seriously at all. The two rushed over from the left and the right, as if they had seen the scene of Lu Fan being beaten to death by them. And Lu Fan looked at the two gray-clothed servants who rushed over, his body motionless, and he didn't even blink. He just looked at the two guys with the eyes of seeing the dead. The civilian monks around saw this scene and shook their heads repeatedly, with complicated expressions in their eyes. There was pity, regret, ridicule, and disdain. The young man in gorgeous clothes was even more disdainful and sneered, as if Lu Fan had become a dead man. However, the next moment, the disdainful sneer on his face froze. Before the two gray servants rushed to Lu Fan, a burly and tall figure appeared in front of Lu Fan. "How dare you!" Accompanied by a roar, the two gray servants flew backwards at a faster speed. Bang! Only two muffled sounds were heard, and the gray servants who flew backwards for more than 10 meters fell to the ground, deader than dead. Watching this scene, the young man in gorgeous clothes suddenly widened his eyes, and the onlookers around were also in an uproar. Looking at the stunned young man in fancy clothes, Lu Fan said in a murderous voice, "Jingxi, destroy his cultivation for me, I will kill him myself." Yes. After receiving Lu Fan's order,
Li Tsuanxiao appeared in front of the young man in fancy clothes.
Before the latter could react, Li Tsuanxiao lifted him up by the neck and hit him hard in the dantian with his right fist.
Puff. Ah.
The young man in fancy clothes, whose cultivation was destroyed, directly spit out a large mouthful of blood, and the extremely shrill screams echoed around. Looking at this scene, the surrounding people and monks were even more shocked.
My goodness, who is this young man?
He dared to order the guards to destroy the second young master of the Wang family.
The second young master Wang is the favorite of the head of the Wang family.
Now that his cultivation has been destroyed, the head of the Wang family is afraid that he will go crazy. This young man calls himself the king.
Could he be the prince who killed the second young master of the Li family in Jinli Lake in the east of the city a few hours ago?
As the voices of discussion rang out, Lu Fan's identity was soon revealed.
When the onlookers knew that Lu Fan was the prince and the new governor of Hanyang County, they talked about it even more.
Lu Fan ignored the discussions from all around, but walked step by step to Wang Hu, who was thrown on the ground by Li Tsuanxiao. At this moment, Wang Hu's face was pale, and the corners of his mouth and chin were full of blood.
There was no arrogant and domineering look just now.
Facing Lu Fan, who came phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to him, he was so scared that he crawled back, and the ground was wet.
You can't kill me. I'm the second son of the Wang family. My father is the head of the Wang family.
Looking at Wang Hu, who wanted to make himself afraid of him by introducing himself like the second son of the Li family, Lu Fan shouted angrily, "You oppress the people and bully the people.
Don't say you are the second son of the Wang family.
Even if you are the son of a prince, I will kill you.
Jingxi, bring the sword."
With Lu Fan's roar, Li Tsuanxiao handed the prepared fine iron long sword to Lu Fan.
Clang.
With a sound of metal, the fine iron forged long sword was pulled out of the sword box by Lu Fan.
Swish.
With a flash of silver light, Lu Fan swung the fine iron long sword in his hand and chopped directly at Wang Hu's head.
At this time, a terrifying momentum and pressure swept over not far away. How dare you touch my son?
Accompanied by the roar, a middle-aged man in a purple-green robe flew over with squinting eyes.
This man is the head of the Wang family, Wang Li.
At this moment, his eyes were red, and he was emitting a terrifying aura, pressure, and murderous intent. He wanted to stop Lu Fan with his aura and murderous intent. However, the overwhelming aura, pressure, and murderous intent were all blocked by Li Tsuanxiao with a cold snort. Under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, the monks, and Wang Li, the cold iron sword slashed through Wang Hu's neck.
Puff.
Blood gushed out, and Wang Hu's head with wide eyes rolled to the ground. Ding, killed a cultivator of the first level of Qi refining realm, and gained 7 points. Listening to the prompt sound in his mind, Lu Fan was a little disappointed. This speed of gaining points is too slow. While he was thinking and complaining, Wang Li, with red eyes, let out a roar of grief and anger.
Dare to kill my son, I will cut you into pieces.
Although he has 3 sons, Wang Hu is his favorite among these 3 sons. Because Wang Hu's character is most similar to his when he was young, and Wang Hu's biological mother died to save him. So he has always been the most fond of Wang Hu, which has led to Wang Hu's arrogance. But he doesn't care at all. Because in this Hanyang city, no one dares to hurt his son in the slightest. But now his most beloved son was beheaded and killed by Lu Fan in front of him.
How can he not be angry?
At this moment, he was furious and had only one thought, that is, to kill Lu Fan to avenge his son. The onlookers were shocked and stunned when they saw that Wang Li actually wanted to kill Lu Fan. My goodness, this Wang family master is too arrogant, he actually wants to kill His Royal Highness the Crown Prince in public.
Tisk, haven't you heard the rumors?
His Royal Highness the Crown Prince was publicly conferred, but in fact he was exiled. Even if the Crown Prince was exiled here, it is not something that Wang family master can touch.
Wang family master is too reckless.
The onlookers were shocked and could not believe that Wang Li would do such a thing.
Lu Fan was also surprised. Is this guy a fool?
Because he didn't expect that after he killed Wang Hu, Wang Li, the head of the Wang family, would attack him directly. Originally, he thought that this guy would swallow his anger like Li Tianxiong and swallow his anger temporarily.
But he didn't expect.
After a short surprise, Lu Fan's eyes suddenly showed excitement and ecstasy. Originally, he thought that the four major families were difficult to deal with, and planned to slowly find a breakthrough. But he never expected that this fool would take the initiative to deliver the handle to the door.
This is really a pillow just when someone fell asleep. Jinxie, don't kill him, just abolish his cultivation.
Lu Fan, who reacted, spoke quickly.
I obey your order. Lu Fan has checked Wan Li's cultivation, which is only the 8th level of the True Dan realm.
If he didn't tell Li Tsuanxiao to hold back, Wang Li would be dead in a face-to-face encounter. Finally, there is a handle delivered to the door, and he can't let him die like this. After receiving Lu Fan's order, Li Tsuanxiao shouted coldly, and without using his magic weapon, he rushed towards Wang Li. Facing Wang Li's full-strength punch, Li Tsuanxiao did not dodge, but just raised his hand to grab it. The surrounding common people and monks were curious and discussed this scene.
What is the cultivation level of the prince's guard? How dare he be so arrogant?
He should be no weaker than the head of the Wang family, otherwise he would not be so arrogant.
Under the gaze of all the onlookers, Wang Li's fist collided with Li Tsuanxiao's palm. The scene that many common people and monks imagined that Li Tsuanxiao would be blown away by a punch did not happen. Even Li Tsuanxiao's figure and arms did not shake. His palm was like an iron clamp, tightly holding Wang Li's fist. The latter wanted to pull his fist out with a ferocious look, but no matter how hard he struggled, he could not shake Li Tsuanxiao's fist. At this moment, Wang Li, who was in a rage, finally woke up and his face turned pale in an instant. Just now, he saw his favorite son being killed, which made him lose his mind for a moment. But now that his mind returned, he finally realized how stupid he had done. Subconsciously, he looked at Lu Fan and quickly opened his mouth and shouted, "Two." However, as soon as he shouted a word, Li Tsuanxiao closed his palms and clenched them hard. Ah!
Accompanied by the sound of bones breaking, Wang Li let out a shrill scream. His fist was crushed by Li Tsuanxiao's terrifying power. Just as Wang Li screamed, Li Tsuanxiao raised his foot and kicked Wang Li's dantian.
Puff!
There was a muffled sound from Wang Li's body, and his breath quickly faded. It turned out that Li Tsuanxiao had destroyed Wang Li's dantian, and his spiritual power quickly disappeared, and his vitality began to dissipate. In the blink of an eye, Wang Li's hair turned gray and his face was loose, like a dying old man. This scene immediately shocked the surrounding people and monks. The head of the Wang family was captured so easily without any resistance. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never believe it. After all, this is the head of the Wang family, one of the 4 famous overlords in Hanyang City. At this moment, there were dense footsteps again. It turned out that the 2 elders of the Wang family brought dozens of Wang family members and guards here. When they saw Wang Li lying on the ground with gray hair, they all froze on the spot. Their eyes widened, and a strong look of disbelief appeared on their faces. Is this their head of the Wang family? Just when they were shocked and stunned, Lu Fan had already come to them, and shouted coldly with a gloomy look, "You, the head of the Wang family, are trying to assassinate me and rebel. Why don't you surrender quickly? Do you want to rebel together?" This shout immediately made everyone in the Wang family react. The Wang family members who reacted were stunned at first, and then their faces turned ugly in an instant. The hat of rebellion is too big, and they can't bear it no matter what, otherwise their Wang family will be finished. Your Highness the Crown Prince must not be wronged. The second elder of the Wang family, Wang Xinggu, opened his mouth to deny, but he was interrupted by Lu Fan before he finished speaking. How dare you, the head of your Wang family assassinated me in public, am I lying with my eyes open? He was not clear about the situation in Hanyang City at the moment. The 4 major families usually act independently, occupying their own areas, fighting openly and secretly with each other. But facing this outsider, they will definitely join hands. So the best way is to kill the chicken to scare the monkey, divide it, and then shock and win it over. Now that the chicken is there, how can he let it go? As Lu Fan's cold shout fell, the people and monks who were watching around also spoke up. That's right, the head of the Wang family really wants to kill His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Humph, the head of the Wang family is used to being domineering. If he dares to kill the Crown Prince today, he will probably do it to His Majesty tomorrow. There are many common people and cultivators in the west of the city who fear the Wang family, but there are even more common people and cultivators who hate the Wang family. Before, they dared to be angry but did not dare to speak out. But now, with the support of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, Lu Fan, they suddenly became bold. Although the Wang family is powerful, it is far inferior to the Crown Prince. Even if the Crown Prince is a waste who cannot practice.
Because the Crown Prince represents the royal family and is a member of the control group of the Dacian dynasty.
As the common people and cultivators who were watching talked one after another, many members of the Wang family turned pale. Wang Xinggu even felt that his eyes were black, and the matter had become a big deal. If it was in secret, they would have many ways to kill a waste who could not practice. But now, in front of everyone, they absolutely dared not make any move. Just when Wang Xinggu wanted to surrender and survive this disaster, Lu Fan shouted coldly, "The Wang family assassinated me with the intention of gathering people to rebel.
According to the imperial law, their 3 clans should be exterminated."
When these words came out, Wang Xinggu and the other Wang family members were immediately terrified, and their hearts were filled with endless anger.
However, before they could speak, Lu Fan shouted at Li Tsuanxiao, "Respectfully, all members of the Wang family will be killed without mercy. I obey your order."
After Li Tsuanxiao bowed his hands in response, his eyes flashed with murderous light, and his figure flashed and rushed towards the Wang family.
Wang Xinggu and other Wang family members who reacted immediately burst out their cultivation momentum and wanted to resist.
However, in front of Li Tsuanxiao, who was at the peak of the 9th level of the soul condensation realm, they were like ants.
Bang! Ah!
With a series of muffled sounds and shrill screams, the Wang family members turned into corpses one after another.
Lu Fan looked at this scene coldly, and felt sorry in his heart. It's all points, what a waste. But compared to points, he didn't want to expose his cultivation. The name of waste is sometimes very useful, enough to deceive many people. Unless he has no choice, he will not give up this name. The onlookers looked at Li Tsuanxiao like a tiger entering a sheepfold, and all took a breath. Looking at Lu Fan with a calm expression, they were even more shocked. At this time, there were hurried horse hooves on both sides of the street. On the streets on both sides, dozens of city guards responsible for patrolling came. After seeing Li Tsuanxiao slaughtering members of the Wang family, these city guards took a breath. What a powerful man! After a brief shock, the leaders of the 2 groups of city guards shouted at the same time, "Stop!" Although Li Tsuanxiao's strength frightened them, they were patrolling city guards and could not let people slaughter wantonly in the city. When the onlookers saw the city guards coming, they all stepped aside to let them in. Li Tsuanxiao ignored the shouts of the city guards and the 2 leaders and continued to slaughter the remaining members of the Wang family. Seeing that Li Tsuanxiao had no intention of stopping, the 2 city guard leaders were immediately angry. "Bold lunatics, don't stop, give me." However, before the 2 city guard leaders' angry shouts fell, Lu Fan stared at them and shouted coldly, "The city guards are so bold, are they trying to rebel with the Wang family? Who dares to stop?" The 2 city guard leaders were already irritated by Li Tsuanxiao, and now they heard that someone dared to stop them and interrupt, and they were even more furious. However, when they saw Lu Fan's face, their angry words stopped instantly. "Your Highness! Your Highness!" The 2 of them had already recognized this face when Lu Fan entered the city, so they immediately recognized Lu Fan. While trembling and saying Lu Fan's identity, they quickly turned over and knelt on one knee in front of Lu Fan. "I didn't know that Your Highness was here. I hope Your Highness will forgive me." No matter how they thought of Lu Fan, a waste who couldn't practice, they didn't dare to show any disrespect on the surface. Forget it this time. If you dare to arrest people without any reason next time, don't blame me for being rude. "Thank you, Your Highness, thank you, Your Highness." After the 2 of them stood up after thanking me excitedly, Lu Fan looked at them and said coldly, "The Wang family intends to assassinate me for rebellion. You 2 should immediately phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead / phoneme the city guards to surround the Wang family. Don't let a fly go." Ah! This news made the 2 dumbfounded. Seeing this, Lu Fan frowned and said coldly, "Why, do you have any objections?" "I dare not, I obey your order, and I will take people to surround the Wang family." Although the 2 of them did not believe this news,
they dared not disobey Lu Fan's words.
Because Lu Fan is not only His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, but also the current governor of Hanyang County and the left lieutenant of their Jinbei army. It only takes one sentence to execute them. After receiving the order, the two guys immediately took dozens of city guards to the Wang family.
At the same time, they also asked people to pass the news to Miao Huai, the garrison commander of the city guards, and Gu Tiexiong, the commander of the Jinbei army. Some of the onlookers, the monks, also dispersed and spread the news of what happened here.
For a while,
the Hanyang city, which had not yet calmed down, became turbulent again. The monks and spies from various forces who heard the news all rushed to the Wang family in the west of the city.
Lord, all 32 members of the Wang family have been executed. In the west area of the city, Li Tsuanxiao, who had completed his mission, came to Lu Fan and saluted with clasped fists. To him, massacring a mere 32 people was as simple as eating and drinking. He can kill these guys with just a snap of his fingers. But that kind of killing method is not as satisfying as killing the enemy personally. Looking at the corpses everywhere and the ground stained red with blood, Lu Fan nodded calmly. Then he turned his gaze to Wang Li, the head of the Wang family, who looked ferocious and resentful. Seeing Lu Fan looking over, Wang Li suddenly roared at Lu Fan with great hatred, "You useless bastard, if you can, kill me. I won't let you go even if I'm a ghost, ha ha ha."
He knew that he would inevitably die, and he also knew that Lu Fan would never let go of the Wang family. So he didn't have any fear and just started laughing wildly. Looking at the crazy Wang Li, Lu Fan didn't even raise his eyebrows in anger.
To him, this guy was already dead. Being angry with a dead man is just asking for trouble. He would not do such a stupid thing. After looking away, Lu Fan looked at Li Tsuanxiao. "Let's go, take this guy to the Wang family, don't let him commit suicide." "Promise."
Li Tsuanxiao clasped his fists respectfully, and then grabbed Wang Li from the air. After sealing Wang Li's mouth, he carried this guy and followed Lu Fan straight to the Wang family's residence. The civilian monks who were watching looked at this scene with indescribable awe on their faces. They did not disperse, but followed Lu Fan and Li Tsuanxiao to Wang's house, talking quietly at the same time.
"I really can't believe that His Highness the Crown Prince is so powerful and domineering. It's too scary."
Although His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is unable to practice, he is straightforward and decisive in his actions, and his future achievements will definitely be high.
Lu Fan did not let Li Tsuanxiao drive away the civilian monks who were watching.
He even hoped in his heart that more and more common monks would gather here. He wanted to take this opportunity today to establish his authority by killing the chicken and scare the monkeys, and at the same time, he also wanted to clarify his personality. After all, his useless persona will be exposed sooner or later. Therefore, before the useless persona is exposed, he must establish a new persona for himself as much as possible and spread his reputation well. For ordinary monks, fame is of little use and may even phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme to death. But for Lu Fan, who aspires to the throne, the bigger the fame, the better. Of course, it must be a positive reputation. At this moment, the royal residence of Nuada was tightly surrounded by hundreds of city guards. After receiving the news, Miao Huai, the guard of Hanyang City, rushed over in person. Originally, he had arrived at the governor's mansion and planned to visit Lu Fan, but it turned out that Lu Fan was not at the mansion. Just when he was about to leave, he received news that the Wang family had rebelled and Lu Fan ordered to surround the Wang family. So he came in person with hundreds of guards. Li Si, Qin Xiong and Luo Chang also came with him, while the rest stayed in the governor's mansion.
When Lu Fan and Li Tsuanxiao led a long line of people to the front of the Wang family's residence.
There is already a sea of people here, and at a glance, they are all black heads. When Li Si, Qin Xiong and Luo Chang saw Lu Fan, they quickly came up to him and saluted with their hands and fists.
"Greetings, my lord."
Lu Fan nodded lightly to the three of them, and then looked at Miao Huai, who was following the three of them.
Lu Fan knew his identity at a glance.
The red armor has a fist-sized word show on the chest. This is the configuration of a 1,000 cap ion guard general. And Miao Huai's cultivation level was also seen by him at a glance, and he was clearly at the 3rd level of the spiritual sea realm. When Lu Fan looked at Miao Huai couldn't help but feel shocked. Because under Lu Fan's gaze, he felt as if he had been completely seen through, and there was no secret at all. And when facing Lu Fan, he felt an inexplicable awe and fear. This feeling can only be felt when facing the Commander-in-Chief Gu Taifeng. But the Commander-in-Chief Gu Taifeng is a strong man in the soul condensation realm, while Lu Fan is a waste who cannot practice. While feeling secretly shocked, Miao Hui knelt down on one knee. Hanyang City Guard General Miao Hui pays homage to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. This guy is the Guard General of Hanyang City, the commander of the Jinbei Army, and a third-level spiritual Sea Realm monk. Such people can be won over and subdued. General Miao, there is no need to be so polite. Please get up quickly. Lu Fan smiled and personally helped Miao Hui up. But Lu Fan's actions made Miao Hui feel a little warmer in his heart. Leave aside the others. As a prince, Lu Fan could be so polite and enthusiastic to a commander like himself, how could he not be touched? It's a pity that he can't practice. Miao Hui sighed with disappointment in his heart, but on the outside he looked at Lu Fan with awe and said, "Thank you, Your Highness." After standing up and thanking him with great respect, Miao Hui took the initiative and said, "Your Highness, the entire Wang family has been surrounded by the city guards, and no one has escaped. In addition, the general has arranged for people to keep an eye on all the Wang family's properties in the city, so they can kill the traitors at any time." He naturally knew that it was impossible for the Wang family to rebel. But if Lu Fan said that the Wang family was rebelling, then the Wang family was rebelling, and he must not have any doubts. And he also heard the news that the head of the Wang family, Wang Li, had attacked Lu Fan in public. Therefore, the Wang family has to bear the label of rebellion if they don't want to. When he thought of this, Miao Hui became more and more curious and respectful of Lu Fan. Apart from anything else, this prince is definitely not a cowardly person as rumored. Very good, thank you General Miao. I dare not. Let's go, follow me in and take a look. If there are any resistance, kill them directly without mercy. After the murderous voice fell, Lu Fan took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead /phoneme to walk towards the gate of the Wang family mansion. Li Tsuanxiao, Qin Xiong and Luo Cheng protected Lu Fan in the center in a triangular shape. Miao Hui, who was following behind, watched the scene and was secretly shocked. Whether it was Li Tsuanxiao, Qin Xiong or Luo Cheng, he felt palpitations and threats. It was obvious that these three people had the ability to kill him easily. But even these three strong men were extremely loyal to Lu Fan, and their loyalty was from the heart. In addition, all the other people he met in the county governor's mansion were not weak. Where did this rumored waste prince find so many strong men? While Miao Hui was thinking and guessing, Lu Fan walked into the Wang family mansion under the protection of Li Tsuanxiao and the other two. As soon as he walked in, he saw all the Wang family members and guards gathered together, hundreds of people. Leading the way were two white-haired old men. The thin one on the left was at the second level of the True Dan realm, and the fat one on the right was at the fourth level of the True Dan realm. The cultivation levels of the rest of the Wang family members were also checked clearly by Lu Fan. After confirming the overall strength of the Wang family, Lu Fan suddenly felt an extremely strange feeling in his heart. This Wang family is also too weak. According to his previous guess, the Wang family, as one of the four major families in Hanyang City, is definitely not weak. At worst, there should be someone strong in the soul-condensing realm taking charge. Precisely because he had a strong estimate of the four major families, his initial idea was to figure it out slowly. But now, the strongest members of the Wang family are only at the fourth level of the True Elixir realm, and there are only two True Elixir experts. If the Wang family is so strong, then the remaining Li family, Sun family, and Zhao family should be almost the same. In this way, it seems like I don't need to worry about anything at all. Thinking of this, Lu Fan suddenly felt like carrying a cannon to carefully fight mosquitoes. Just as he shook his head in disappointment, Wang Zhanyuan, the ancestor of the Wang family with the highest cultivation level, said coldly, "May I ask His Highness the Crown Prince, what has our Wang family committed? And why did we let the city guards surround our Wang family? Could it be that you think our Wang family is easy to bully?" Looking at Wang Zhanyuan, who questioned him coldly, Lu Fan knew that this guy probably didn't know what happened just now. Otherwise, even if he had 10 courages, he wouldn't be as calm as he is now. Thinking of this, Lu Fan looked at Li Tsuanxiao, who nodded and threw Wang Li in his hand like garbage. At this moment, Wang Li's hair was gray, his body was stained with blood, and his mouth was sealed.
Therefore, Wang Zhanyuan and other clan members did not recognize Wang Li immediately. "Prince, what do you mean?
You, the head of the Wang family, assassinated me in public with the intention of treason."
"What do you think I mean?"
As soon as these words came out, Wang Zhanyuan and the Wang family members were all stunned and did not react for a while. While they were stunned, Lu Fan signaled Li Tsuanxiao to open the seal on Wang Li's mouth. As the seal was opened, Wang Li suddenly shouted angrily and anxiously to the Wang family members, "Run away! This bastard wants to destroy our Wang family, so he must take revenge." Wang Li's angry and urgent roar suddenly woke up the ancestor of the Wang family and his clan members.
Only then did they recognize that the man with gray hair and blood all over his body was actually the head of the family. "Wang Li, it's the head of the family, it's really the head of the family." The tribesmen around him exclaimed in surprise after recognizing Wang Li, with disbelief on their faces. Wang Zhanyuan and another ancestor Wang Zhengping shrank their eyes and felt a deep crisis in their hearts. Trouble.
However, they did not run away immediately, but looked at Lu Fan, who looked indifferent. The two looked at each other, and instantly burst into cultivation momentum, and flew towards Lu Fan at the same time.
The mansion is now surrounded and there is no way to escape. The only way out is to capture Lu Fan.
However, before they got phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to 3 meters in front of Lu Fan, a figure like an iron tower stopped in front of them. "Humph, 2 true elixir ants also want to touch my lord. They don't know whether to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme or die."
With a cold snort, Li Tsuanxiao, who looked disdainful, directly raised his hand and pinched their necks.
Just when Li Tsuanxiao was about to crush the necks and kill the two people, Lu Fan's shout came from behind.
"Jingxi, leave their lives for me to kill."
2 true elixir realms were worth a lot of points, and Lu Fan didn't want to waste them. Li Tsuanxiao nodded when he heard the shouting, directly destroyed the cultivation of Wang Zhanyuan and Wang Zhengping and threw them to the ground.
The rest of the Wang family and the guard servants were frightened when they saw this scene. 2 ancestors with true alchemy realm cultivation were killed instantly when they met each other. How can you play this? Run away, the ancestor is dead.
As a horrifying cry rang out, the Wang family members and guard servants gathered here immediately fled for their lives. When Lu Fan saw this, he immediately shouted coldly with murderous intent, "Kill them all without mercy, no one will be spared."
Promise.
Following Lu Fan's order, Xin Xiong and Luo Cheng took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme and rushed out to start the massacre. Not to be outdone, Miao Hui led all the city guards and began to strangle the fleeing Wang family members.
Li Tsuanxiao did not continue to take action, but came to Lu Fan's side.
The other ants were not worth his while, and protecting the Lord was the most important thing.
Glancing at the massacred Wang family members, Lu Fan looked at the 2 Wang family ancestors who looked pale and desperate.
Under their terrified gaze, Lu Fan casually picked up a fine iron sword from the side and came to the 2 of them step by step.
"Your Majesty the Crown Prince, we..."
Before Wang Zhanyuan finished speaking, the fine iron sword in Lu Fan's hand had already slashed down.
"Put."
As the 2 human heads rolled to the ground, 2 notification tones sounded in Lu Fan's mind. Ding, kill the 4th level monk in the true alchemy realm and get 5,000 points. Ding, kill the 2nd level monk in the true alchemy realm and get 2,500 points. Lu Fan couldn't help but frown slightly when he heard the points gained from killing these 2 guys.
"System, why do you get so many points for killing a true elixir realm monk?
Logically speaking, it should be tens of thousands of points, but in the end, the highest point was only 5,000 points. Ding, if you use the strength of others to complete the kill, you will get fewer points." After receiving this answer, Lu Fan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, and had no idea of continuing to argue. If you really want to let yourself go to the true killing alchemy realm, it will be like a meat bun beating a dog, and you will never come back. After gathering his thoughts, Lu Fan looked at the storage rings on the fingers of these 2 guys. Upon seeing this, Li Tsuanxiao raised his hand and took the 2 storage rings into his hands, and then handed them to Lu Fan.
Lu Fan took the storage ring and looked inside, and a big smile suddenly appeared on his face. These two guys are really big fat sheep. The storage rings are full of spiritual stones, spiritual medicines, and other cultivation resources. After withdrawing his spiritual consciousness from the two storage rings, Lu Fan looked at Wang Li, who was full of disbelief. You are not a waste, you can practice. At this moment, Wang Li looked at Lu Fan with shock and disbelief, and even a little fear. It is rumored that Lu Fan is a waste who cannot practice. But just now he clearly sensed that Lu Fan actually has spiritual consciousness and can check the storage ring. This is not something that a waste of practice can do. Looking at Wang Li, who was full of shock and disbelief, Lu Fan raised his eyebrows and said lightly, "Congratulations on your correct answer, so you can rest assured on your way." Swish! The sword fell with his hand, blood gushed out, and Wang Li's head with wide eyes rolled to Lu Fan's feet. Ding! Kill the 8th level cultivator of the spiritual sea realm and get 1000 points. Ignoring the prompt in his mind, Lu Fan squatted down and took off Wang Li's storage ring. The two Wang family ancestors were rich, and Wang Li, as the helmsman of the Wang family, would only be richer. As expected. When Lu Fan used his spiritual sense to explore the storage ring, he saw that the huge storage space was filled with various resources. This made Lu Fan couldn't help but nod secretly with a smile on his face. It's true that a horse can't get fat without night grass, and a man can't get rich without windfall. It's easy to get addicted to confiscate the family and exterminate the clan. No wonder many emperors like to confiscate the family and exterminate the clan. The speed of making money is too fast. After happily putting away the 3 storage rings, Lu Fan took Li Xuanxiu and walked straight to the depths of the Wang family mansion. His Royal Highness is so cruel and ruthless that he directly destroyed the entire Wang family. TSK, the Wang family has done evil things. This time they were kicked to the iron plate. They deserve to be destroyed. In front of the Wang family's residence, the common monks gathered here were all discussing in low voices with mixed expressions. Some cried loudly, some covered their faces and cried, and some knelt on the ground and shouted long phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lib live / phoneme His Royal Highness. There was no one who complained that the Wang family was exterminated, and no one felt sorry for it. This shows how bad the reputation of the Wang family is in Hanyang City. Listening to the discussions coming from all around, Zhao Tianshang, who was hiding in the crowd wearing a bamboo hat, looked solemn, with unconcealable shock and disbelief in his eyes. He had already known about the useless prince's arrival in the city, but he didn't pay much attention. He is just a useless prince and cannot attract his attention. It wasn't until the news that the 3rd young master of the Li family was killed reached his ears that he became interested. However, not even an hour or two had passed since the incident involving the 3rd young master of the Li family. News came that the 2nd young master of the Wang family had been beheaded. Then came the news that the chief cultivator of the Wang family was deposed, and that the Wang family attempted to rebel and was exterminated by the prince. This series of news directly confused him. After reacting, he came here in person to confirm the authenticity of the news. The results have been confirmed. Like the Zhao family, the Wang family, one of the 4 overlords of Hanyang City, was actually wiped out. The door of the Wang family's mansion was completely open, and you could clearly see the broken limbs and the ground completely stained red with blood. How dare he do that? Doesn't he know that the Zihua sect is behind the Wang family? Wang Tang, the eldest son of the Wang family, is a well-known super genius in the north, and he has a physique of swordsmanship. Because of this, Wang Tang was accepted as a direct disciple by Xing Daojia, the leader of the Zihua sect, when he was 12 years old. Now 15 years have passed, and Wang Tang is already the leader of the inner disciples of the Zihua sect, and he is also the candidate for the next master of the Zihua sect. This news has spread throughout the entire northern territory, and it can be said that no one knows about it. The Wang family can securely occupy its position as one of the 4 major families in Hanyang City because of its great backer, the Zihua sect. There were 10 first-class forces in the Dacian dynasty, and Zihua sect ranked 9th among them. Just as Zhao Tianshang was muttering to himself in disbelief, an equally solemn voice came from the side. It's not that the raptors can't pass the river, I'm afraid we've all underestimated this rumored useless prince. This voice woke up Zhao Tianshang. He turned around and saw that it was Sun Xinghu, the head of the Sun family, who was wearing a bamboo hat like him, Their eyes met. Sun Xinghu took a deep breath and said, on the first day after entering the city, he offended the Li family and destroyed the Wang family. This is not something that a waste can do.
Normally, Zhao Tianshang would not mind making sarcastic remarks at Sun Xinghu. But facing a common enemy at this moment, he was not in that mood.
Isn't it scary to be a waste?
I'm just afraid that this waste is just to deceive others, could it be? Zhao Tianshang was just halfway through speaking when he suddenly thought of something and his face suddenly turned ugly.
When Sun Xinghu heard this, his expression changed drastically. Is the plan exposed? The two people with ugly faces looked at each other and immediately turned around and left. Deep inside the Wang family's mansion,
Lu Fan stood outside the Wang family ancestral hall with a calm expression, Qin Xiong and Luo Chang guarding him.
Lord, I found it.
Listening to the shouts coming from inside the ancestral hall, Lu Fan's eyes flashed with joy and he quickly walked in.
He brought Li Tsuanxiao here just to find the Wang family's treasure house.
The storage rings of Wang Li and the two ancestors of the Wang family do have a lot of resources.
However, the Wang family has been entrenched in the west of Hanyang City for such a long time and has monopolized the business in the west of the city.
The resources they have accumulated are definitely more than this.
Soon Lu Fan took Qin Xiong and Luo Chang into the Wang family ancestral hall.
After bypassing the huge nameplate screen just entering the door, there is an altar with a spiritual tablet. Li Tsuanxiao was standing behind the altar. Lu Fan and the others walked around to the back, and suddenly saw a secret door behind the altar.
My lord, this secret door was originally covered by a formation. I finally broke it open and went in to check. There is no danger. After Li Tsuanxiao finished speaking, Lu Fan nodded and said with a smile, let's go in and see what the harvest is like here. It was said that Lu Fan took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme and walked into the secret door, followed closely by Li Tsuanxiao and the other four. After the secret door is a spiral downward passage, which is not long, only about 100 or 200 meters. At the end of the passage is a thick stone door, which also has formation fluctuations. Upon seeing this, Li Tsuanxiao stepped forward, turned to Lu Fan and said, my lord, please step back. We will break open this stone door later. Lu Fan nodded and Qin Xiong and Luo Chang retreated more than 10 meters. Seeing the three people retreating to a safe position, Li Tsuanxiao's unparalleled purple gold gloves appeared on his hands. Drink!
Li Tsuanxiao shouted softly, and like a raging bull, he waved his fists and smashed directly towards the stone door. Looking at this scene, Lu Fan couldn't help but nodded secretly, as expected of Li Tsuanxiao.
While feeling emotional, he couldn't help but think of another outstanding person as famous as Li Tsuanxiao. A king can't be a hegemon, and a general can't be defeated by Li. Now that Li Tsuanxiao has appeared, I don't know when he will be able to summon the overlord of Western Chu. I wonder which one is stronger, the mythical version of the overlord of Western Chu or Li Tsuanxiao. Boom! Lu Fan, who was thinking and pondering in his heart, was awakened by a deafening loud noise. The whole ground shook violently with the loud noise, like an earthquake. Looking forward, I saw that the heavy stone door with the fluctuation of the formation was smashed by Li Tsuanxiao with his fists. Looking at the gap in the stone door that was more than 1 meter thick, Lu Fan nodded secretly, but was not too shocked. After all, Li Tsuanxiao was at the peak of the 9th level of the condensation soul realm. My lord, you can go in. Lu Fan nodded and walked forward quickly, only to see another passage behind the stone door. However, this passage was very short, only about 7 or 8 meters, and there was a dazzling light at the end of the passage. In order to be on the safe side, Li Tsuanxiao walked in first, followed by Lu Fan and the other two. When the four came to the end, they were suddenly shocked by the scene in front of them. I saw that there was an extremely huge underground space in front of them. There are a lot of night pearls inlaid on the top and the surrounding walls, which make the place as bright as day. The huge space is neatly divided into several areas. There are huge boxes piled high, filled with gold and silver coins, and the number is unknown. There are also rows of neat spiritual wood shelves, on which are placed a lot of jade boxes and jade bottles. There are all kinds of spiritual medicines and elixirs, as well as various cultivation methods and ancient martial arts. There are also unknown refining materials and various magic weapons and weapons. After visiting the huge treasure house, Lu Fan couldn't help but sigh. The small Wang family has collected and accumulated so many resources. It is even more unimaginable for those extremely wealthy families. The Dacian dynasty is so similar to those dynasties in previous history. In previous lives, aristocratic families controlled government affairs, occupying more than 80% of the world's land and more than 90% of the wealth. In the Dacian dynasty, although the aristocratic families did not control the government, their descendants were also scattered in the court and the army. Moreover, the family members themselves possess powerful and terrifying power. Especially those extremely powerful sects, with a total of tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands of disciples of all types. Such terrifying and tyrannical power is enough for them to confront the dynasty. They searched for all resources and geniuses within the dynasty, cutting off the future of the dynasty. If things continue like this, these aristocratic families and powerful sects will become stronger and stronger, while the dynasty will become weaker and weaker. As the saying goes, an ironclad family has a steady succession of dynasties. The change of dynasty will not affect these aristocratic families, it will only allow them to continue to accumulate strength. The fate of those dynasties in previous lives is a bloody lesson. If he doesn't want to sit in that supreme position, then none of this has anything to do with him. But his goal is that position, so he must take all these issues into consideration. My father-in-law can tolerate the existence of these aristocratic families and sect forces, but he cannot tolerate it. Even if it wants to exist, it must be under complete control of oneself. If you want them to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme, they can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme. If you want them to die, then they must die. As these thoughts flashed through his mind one after another, Lu Fan's eyes became colder and firmer. Sooner or later, he will solve the troubles of the family and sect himself. Just when Lu Fan was secretly making up his mind, the system prompt sounded suddenly. Ding! Trigger the main mission, suppress and conquer the 10 first-class forces and the 8 major families. Mission reward: for each force suppressed and conquered, the host's cultivation level will increase by a small level. Ding! Does the host accept the task? Lu Fan was slightly startled by the sudden mission prompt, but he quickly reacted and accepted the mission without hesitation. There is a reward for completing what you want to do. How can you refuse such a good thing? Just when he finished receiving the system task, Li Tsuanxiao came over holding a jade box in both hands. Lord, there are 3 storage rings stored in this jade box. They must be relatively precious resources. Oh! Lu Fan suppressed the distracting thoughts in his heart and took the jade box, with an expectant look on his face. There are many resources in this treasure house, but the most important resource has not been found. Spiritual stone. Gold and silver coins were the currency of ordinary people and monks. Although monks also use gold and silver coins for consumption, gold and silver coins can only be transferred among ordinary people. Spirit stones must be used to trade between monks, including restaurants and shops opened by monks. Moreover, in addition to being used as currency by monks, spiritual stones are more importantly a cultivation resource. This is the resource that Lu Fan values most. After all, the rulers of this world will always be the cultivating class. No matter how defiant or talented ordinary people are, it is useless and they can only serve the rulers. With this in mind, Lu Fan opened the jade box and found 3 storage rings inside. He casually picked up one of them and unfolded his spiritual sense to explore it, and a huge smile suddenly appeared on his face. I saw a large number of spiritual stones piled up inside. Although it was only the lowest grade low-grade spirit stone, it was enough for him. Lu Fan then explored the second storage ring. In addition to a large number of low-grade spiritual stones, there were also a large number of low-grade elixirs and low-grade talismans. Seeing so many low-level elixirs and low-level talismans, Lu Fan suddenly frowned. Why does the Wang family need so many low-level elixirs and low-level talismans? There are tens of thousands of low-level elixirs in this storage ring, as well as thousands of talismans. For monks, such low-level elixirs and talismans are basically useless. Muttering to himself in confusion, Lu Fan picked up the third storage ring and explored it.
When the spiritual consciousness entered it, Lu Fan's expression suddenly changed. The Wang family is really going to rebel. He just casually labeled the Wang family as a rebel, but he didn't expect. Hearing Lu Fan's words, Li Tsuanxiao, Qin Xiong, and Luo Chang all looked puzzled. They didn't understand what Lu Fan meant.
Wasn't the Wang family already massacred because of the label of rebellion? Why? Lu Fan didn't say anything.
After his spiritual consciousness exited, he handed the storage ring to Li Tsuanxiao.
After Li Tsuanxiao's investigation, he suddenly looked gloomy and said coldly, I didn't expect that the Wang family is really ambitious.
Then Qin Xiong and Luo Chang also explored the storage ring respectively, and their faces were filled with murderous intent. Because there are nearly 10,000 sets of armors and weapons stacked inside this storage ring. With these armors and weapons, nearly 10,000 combat-effective soldiers and horses can be easily mobilized. After a brief silence, Lu Fan took a breath and said, although the Wang family was preparing to rebel, they have been destroyed by our mistake.
It is a good thing.
He originally just wanted to put a hat on the Wang family to make an example of them. He didn't expect that he would be right, which was a pleasant surprise. Moreover, all the resources of the Wang family and the nearly 10,000 sets of armor prepared in secret were cheap for him. Li Tsuanxiao and the other two nodded when they heard this, but they didn't continue to dwell on this matter.
Let's go out and take a look.
Lu Fan took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead phoneme to go out, followed by Li Tsuanxiao and the other two. When Lu Fan led Li Tsuanxiao and the other two to the outside of the Wang family ancestral hall, Miao Huai was already waiting here. In addition to Miao Huai, Gu Taifeng, who had just left the county governor's mansion not long ago, was also there. When Lu Fan looked at Gu Taifeng also looked over. It was just that the meeting at the county governor's mansion just now was different.
At this moment, Gu Tiefeng's eyes were extremely sharp.
Lu Fan looked at Gu Taifeng fearlessly, but he was thinking secretly in his heart.
Why is this guy here? Is he involved in the Wang family's rebellion?
But this thought was denied as soon as it came out. If Gu Taifeng wanted to rebel, he didn't need small minions like the Wang family. After all, Gu Taifeng is now the commander of the 300,000 Jinbei army, and his weapons and equipment are all top-notch.
Just when Lu Fan was thinking about this while looking at Gu Taifeng
took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead phoneme and said in a deep voice, Your Highness is the new governor of Hanyang County. It's not good to massacre the family on the first day of your arrival. Lu Fan was in a good mood, but when he heard this, his expression suddenly became gloomy. He did respect border guard generals like Gu Taifeng. But this is not the reason why Gu Taifeng can question him, let alone the reason why he can point fingers at what he has done.
He was first the crown prince, then the Hanyang County sheriff, and finally the Zhou colonel of the Jinbei army.
Thinking of this, Lu Fan looked at Gu Taifeng with an indifferent expression and said calmly, I am the governor of Hanyang County.
I have my own opinions on how to act. Could it be that General Gu wants to exercise the power of the county governor on my behalf?
As soon as these words came out, Gu Taifeng suddenly frowned, and Miao Huai also had a look of shock and disbelief on his face.
Is His Royal Highness so stubborn?
Gu Taifeng was the commander of the 300,000 Jinbei army, and he was also very powerful. Prince Ning, Prince Qi and other four highnesses met Gu Taifeng, and their attitudes were all respectful, for fear of making Gu Taifeng dissatisfied. After all, Gu Taifeng held military power and was the one they tried their best to win over. But Lu Fan is. Li Tsuanxiao, Qin Xiong and Luo Chang did not speak, but inadvertently scattered around.
As long as Lu Fan gives the order, they can easily suppress Gu Taifeng. As for Gu Tiefeng's identity and the consequences of killing Gu Taifeng, they didn't care.
They are only loyal to Lu Fan and only obey Lu Fan's orders. The actions of Li Tsuanxiao and the others did not escape Gu Tiefeng's eyes, which shocked him secretly. Just now, he clearly felt that the murderous intent of Li Tsuanxiao and the other two people were locked on him. If he dared to be disrespectful to Lu Fan, they would really kill him here. Where did this kid find so many strong men who were loyal to him? Could it be arranged by His Majesty? He was secretly shocked and thinking in his heart, but Gu Taifeng didn't show any signs of it on the surface. He looked at Lu Fan deeply for a moment, then he cupped his hands and said, It was Gu who was rude.
I hope your highness will forgive me. Gu Tiefeng's behavior made Miao Huai next to him dumbfounded, and his eyes widened. General, he actually apologized?
Counting from the first day he joined the Jinbei army until now, it has been at least 20 years. In the past 20 years, he had never seen Gu Taifeng apologize and admit his mistakes, no matter to anyone.
But now,
if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't be able to believe that this scene was real. Lu Fan was also slightly stunned. However, he didn't know much about Gu Taifeng, so he didn't think much about it and just nodded lightly.
Don't get me wrong, General Gu.
I am not targeting you, but the evidence is clear that the Wang family intends to rebel, so.
Has your highness captured the evidence of the Wang family? Gu Taifeng interrupted Lu Fan with a surprised look on his face.
As he spoke, a trace of suspicion and intrigue flashed deep in his eyes.
Lu Fan didn't notice this. He raised his brows and said, if there is no evidence, how can I kill the entire Wang family?
After receiving Lu Fan's affirmative answer, Gu Taifeng was silent for a moment and nodded.
In this case, Gu will take his leave.
If His Highness needs help from the Jinbei army, you can ask Miao Huai to send a message to me.
After saying this, Gu Taifeng turned around and left neatly. Watching this guy leave, Lu Fan couldn't help but think about it secretly.
Regardless of whether he has a problem or not, this guy is a time bomb, and he must find a way to solve it.
If he wants to control the entire northern territory, then the Jinbei army must be in his hands no matter what.
It would be fine if Gu Taifeng was willing to surrender to him, but if he was unwilling to surrender, then he could only be killed. When this idea came up, a cold murderous intent flashed deep in Lu Fan's eyes. Miao Huai happened to see this fleeting killing intent, and couldn't help but feel a chill down his back. At the same time, a sense of surrender also arose in his heart.
Before, he had always thought that Lu Fan was really just as rumored, a cowardly loser who couldn't practice. But after seeing it with his own eyes, he was absolutely sure that the rumors were absolutely false. The crown prince in front of him has nothing to do with cowardice, and the rumors that he is even unable to practice may have some basis in water. Just when Miao Huai was thinking this, Lu Fan's eyes fell on him. General Miao, we will strictly guard the city gates. If any members of the Wang family are discovered, we will kill them directly. In addition, if anyone in the city dares to harbor members of the royal family, they will be punished for treason. Although most of the members of the Wang family were massacred today, not all members were killed. After all, there are also some businesses of the Wang family in the west area of the city and the other 3 districts, and they are also looked after by the Wang family. Although Miao Huai has arranged for people to clean up, it is inevitable that some fish will slip through the net. In addition, there are some members of the Wang family who are not in Hanyang City, and they may not give up after learning the news. I will obey your orders.
Miao Huai received the order with clasped fists in great respect. Then he hesitated slightly and said, Your Highness, there is something that I finally feel the need to report to you.
What's the matter?
About Wang Tang, the eldest son of the Wang family and the number 1 genius in the north.
Wang Tang?
Lu Fan looked confused. This was the first time he knew this name. Miao Huai nodded solemnly, That's right, it's Wang Tang, the eldest son of the Wang family.
He is the number 1 genius in the north.
When Miao Huai introduced Wang Tang's information in detail, Lu Fan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, with a surprised look on his face.
Unexpectedly, such a genius would appear in the Wang family.
Not only is he extremely talented, but he also became a disciple of Xing Daojie, the leader of the Zihua sect, and is the candidate for the next master of the Zihua sect. This background is quite impressive in Dakian.
What is Wang Tang's current level of cultivation? And how powerful is the strongest person in Zihua sect?
Zihua sect ranks 9th among the top 10 first-rate forces in Dakian, so he naturally knows it. However, he didn't know much about the Zihua sect, or he didn't know much about all the forces in Dakian.
This can't be blamed on him. His predecessor was really useless and he couldn't access this information at all.
I don't know what level of cultivation Wang Tang is now, but 3 years ago when Wang Tang came back to visit his relatives, he defeated the 3 deacons of the Li family who were at the first level of the condensing Yuan realm in one move. As soon as these words came out, Lu Fan suddenly looked surprised, and Li Tsuanxiao, Luo Chang, Qin Xiong and others were also extremely surprised. 3 years ago, he defeated a first-level monk in the condensing yuan realm instantly. Now 3 years have passed, and the worst is the 4th or 5th level of the condensing yuan realm or even higher. Such a talent deserves to be called the #1 genius in the north. When Lu Fan and the others were extremely surprised, Miao Huai continued, I don't know much about the Zihua sect. I only know that the Zihua sect is ranked 9th among the top 10 first-rate forces and is very powerful. Seeing that Miao Huai didn't know much about Zihua sect, Lu Fan nodded and did not continue to ask. Now that the Wang family has been exterminated by himself, Wang Tang will never give up. But he didn't care and didn't bother to take the initiative to find the guy. For him, the most important thing now is to control Hanyang City and the entire northern border as soon as possible. Only by fully controlling the northern territory can he barely have a foothold to protect himself. As for other things, they are all side effects for the time being. Just when Lu Fan finished thinking and planned to continue explaining to Miao Huai, the 2 city guard leaders whom I had just met hurried over with extremely ugly expressions. Meet His Highness the Crown Prince. The 2 came and knelt down on one knee to salute Lu Fan. Lu Fan asked them to stand up and frowned. What happened? Your Highness, 7 members of the Wang family were escorted out of the city by more than 20 mysterious men in black robes. More than 40 defenders were lost, and Centurion Nalu was severely wounded. His life is now in danger. Hearing the news, Lu Fan's eyes suddenly flashed with fierceness. How did those men in black robes appear? Did they catch anyone alive? My subordinates have arranged for people to investigate, but they caught one alive, but the guy bit his fangs and committed suicide. He should be a specially trained death warrior. This sudden news made Lu Fan's good mood disappear completely. He had just arranged for Miao Huai to kill the remaining members of the Wang family, but before they were carried out, someone escorted the members of the Wang family to escape Hanyang City. What kind of force do those black-robed men belong to? Is it related to the other 3 major families in the city, or is it related to Gu Taifeng who just left? Lu Fan narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking about various possibilities, and his body also exuded an unconcealable killing intent. Seeing Lu Fan like this, Miao Huai and the 2 city guard leaders did not dare to breathe. At this moment, Lu Fan made them feel unspeakable pressure. After pondering for a long time, Lu Fan took a deep breath, suppressed the murderous intention and anger in his heart and said coldly, do your best to investigate the whereabouts of those black-robed monks, and issue rewards throughout the northern border. Every time you kill a member of the Wang family, you can get 100 low-grade spiritual stones. If you provide effective information about the black-robed men, you can get 1,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Since they wanted to rescue members of the Wang family, Lu Fan was not what they wanted. Using the resources accumulated by the Wang family to place a bounty on the heads of Wang family members, he wanted to see how the group could hide. He didn't believe that the group of men in black robes would appear out of thin air. As long as they appear in the city, they will definitely find clues, a promise. After the explanation, Lu Fan sent Miao Huai and the 2 city guard leaders away. Watching the 3 people leave, Lu Fan sighed helplessly in his heart. I don't know when I can summon intelligence members like Dongchang Shichang or Jin Yui. What he lacks most right now is not powerful guards and top counselors, but a powerful intelligence organization. The role of intelligence organizations is not insignificant, equivalent to human eyes and ears. If there was an intelligence organization, how could he be as passive as he is now? He could only be blind and deaf. At this moment, I don't even understand the small city of Hanyang, let alone other places in Dakian. Before we can summon those intelligence experts to appear, we have to form some teams first. While thinking secretly, Lu Fan made a decision in his heart, looked at Li Tsuanxiu and the others and said, let's go, I have something to tell you when I get back. Promise. In a dark underground secret room. 5 mysterious monks wearing black robes and masks on their faces gathered here again. The atmosphere in the secret room was extremely depressing. For a few minutes after arriving here, no one spoke first, and they just sat in silence. The silent and oppressive atmosphere lasted for a full 5 minutes before the man in black robes sitting at the head said in a hoarse voice, the Wang family has been destroyed, and that batch of equipment has fallen into the hands of that loser. Let's talk about what to do next. After the words fell, the man in black robe on the right said solemnly, "The members of the Wang family have been safely sent out, and the plan can still be started." At this point, he paused slightly and continued, "It's just that the plan isn't completely ready yet. If we start it rashly, I'm afraid there will be a lot of changes." As soon as this person finished speaking, the man in black robe on the left snorted coldly, "I'm afraid it will be too late when we are completely ready.
The Wang family has been destroyed. Do you think that loser will stop here?"
As soon as these words came out, the other two people nodded in agreement. "Yes, I'm afraid we don't have that much time to prepare now.
That waste is definitely not simple, and there may be someone behind it.
The current situation is that time is running out, and a choice must be made." Seeing the three of them saying this, the man in black robe at the head on the left shook his head and said nothing more. The other three people also looked at the man in black robe sitting in the main seat. Under their gaze, the man in black robe sitting at the main seat was silent for a moment and then said in a hoarse voice, "The plan can be started, but half of it will be started first, not completely." While the five mysterious men in black robes were discussing the plan, Lu Fan took Li Tsuanxiao and the others back to the front hall of the county governor's mansion.
As soon as he sat down in the front hall, Xia Houwei walked in with Xiang Chong, Duanxi, and Zhang Qi.
After several people bowed and stood aside, Xia Houwei looked at Lu Fan and said, "Lord, the sheriff's mansion has been fully investigated, and there are no other abnormalities except the underground palace. In addition, the underground palace has been carefully checked and there are no other entrances and exits."
"Where's Mr. Jiang?"
"Back to my lord. Mr. Jiang took Li Suai out to buy materials for the formation.
He should be back soon."
Forehead. These words made Lu Fan feel embarrassed and ashamed. He had previously said that Zhang Shang would just make arrangements and find someone to purchase the materials himself. Now Zhang Shang went there in person, which was really embarrassing. However, this embarrassment was fleeting, and Lu Fan didn't care too much. After all, Zhang Shang and Li Tsuanxiao were the characters he summoned, and they were 100% loyal to him. Such little things are nothing.
When he reaches the peak in the future, they will naturally follow him.
Whether it is wealth and honor, or opportunity and good fortune, he will not treat them badly or be stingy.
These thoughts flashed through his mind, and Lu Fan suddenly thought of his cheap cousin, and immediately asked, "Where is Princess Wushuang?"
"My lord, the princess took Wu Wei out, saying that she wanted to go around and buy some daily necessities by the way." Hearing that Lu Wushuang went out, Lu Fan raised his eyebrows, and a trace of relaxed smile flashed in his eyes. Just now, he wanted to set up the 7-star killing formation obtained after opening the breakthrough gift package. But with his cheap cousin with unclear intentions, he couldn't do it at all. Now he can arrange it with confidence. Thinking of this, he stood up directly and said to Zhang Qi, "Take 4 Xuanwu guards to the city to protect Jiang Lao, and don't let him be in any danger." This. Zhang Qi hesitated slightly.
However, after a brief hesitation, he nodded, bowed respectfully, and turned away.
Originally, he was only ordered to come to protect Lu Fan, and he looked down on Lu Fan, the rumored waste prince. But at this moment, his opinion of Lu Fan completely changed, and he felt awe from the bottom of his heart, so he was willing to follow Lu Fan's arrangements. After Zhang Qi left the county governor's mansion with 4 Xuanwu guards, Lu Fan immediately brought Li Tsuanxiao and others to the center of the county governor's mansion. Standing in the center, Lu Fan looked at Li Tsuanxiao, Luo Chang and others.
"Stand around and don't let any outsiders see the scene here. Promise."
After arranging the 4 of Li Tsuanxiao, Lu Fan took out the 7-star killing array disc from the system warehouse. Looking at the delicate disc the size of a palm in his hand, with 7-star patterns on its surface, he couldn't help but look curious.
This thing looks quite simple, but is its power really that terrifying?
According to the system information, the 7-star ultimate array is a 6th grade array, and it contains a 6th grade 7-star ultimate array. The levels of formations, talismans, and elixirs are all the same, ranging from the 1st to the 9th level from low to high. Therefore, the 6th grade formation is not weak.
The things produced by the system shouldn't be bad. Let's lay them out first and take a look.
After making the decision, Lu Fan took a deep breath and immediately pricked his fingertips with spiritual power. Then he forced 3 drops of blood from his fingers and dropped them on the palm-sized 7-star killing array. Under his curious gaze, 3 drops of blood were directly absorbed by the formation disc.
Next moment,
the 7 stars on the surface of the array lit up one after another, exuding a mysterious aura.
And Lu Fan also clearly felt that he had an extremely wonderful connection with this array.
He immediately let go of his hand, and the array of 7 twinkling stars was suspended in front of him.
It's interesting, go!
Lu Fan suppressed his excitement and shouted softly, then controlled the formation disc to fly into the air. When Li Zuanxiao and the other 4 saw this scene, their faces suddenly showed expressions of shock that could not be concealed.
The Lord actually knows how to set up a formation.
You must know that formation masters, alchemy masters, talisman seal masters and weapon refiners are all rare. Because it is too difficult to become a monk in these professions, and there are many requirements and restrictions. Seeing the enthusiastic and awe-filled looks on Li Zuanxiao and others' faces, Lu Fan couldn't help but blush. He knew these guys must have misunderstood. But at this moment, he didn't have time to explain, so he could only concentrate on controlling the array and continue to fly high. When the formation disc flew to an altitude of 100 meters, he did not hesitate to activate the formation hidden in the formation disc. As the 7-star killing array hidden in the array was activated, the formation disc 100 meters high in the sky erupted with dazzling light, and the invisible power spread to the surroundings instantly.
Under the astonished gazes of Lu Fan, Li Zuanxiao, and others,
a huge transparent light shield completely enveloped the entire county magistrate's mansion. The formation disc that was originally suspended in the sky disappeared and was replaced by 7 rapidly flashing stars. The arrangement of these 7 stars is exactly the same as the arrangement of the Big Dipper.
But this scene lasted less than a minute.
When the 7 stars disappeared, the huge transparent light mask also disappeared.
It doesn't actually disappear, it actually hides.
Lu Fan only needed a thought to activate the formation's killing move, and easily kill the enemies trapped in the formation. Sensing the hidden array disc suspended high in the sky, Lu Fan's eyes showed an excited look of eagerness to try.
I wonder how powerful this array is. Can it kill a strong soul in the soul condensation realm? At this moment, he even had the idea of letting Li Zuanxiao break into the formation and give it a try. But as soon as this dangerous idea came up, he killed it immediately. Li Zuanxiao is currently his strongest guard. If someone accidentally killed Li Zuanxiao, it would be a big loss. When the time comes to steal the chicken but lose the rice, then you will really have a death wish. At this time, Li Zuanxiao and others all came forward with curious faces, and asked curiously, "My lord, can you still arrange formations?"
"My lord, what kind of formation is this? It seems to be so strong that it even makes the general feel a little bit palpitated." Looking at the excited and curious people, Lu Fan smiled and said, "This formation is called the 7-star killing formation. With the protection of this formation, the sheriff's mansion will be safe from now on."
He didn't mean to brag.
The 7-star killing formation can not only kill enemies, but can also be used as a monitoring method. He can clearly detect anyone who enters or exits the sheriff's mansion or what happens inside the county sheriff's mansion.
Let alone a human being, he can clearly sense even an ant crawling in. This is the terrifying and heaven-defying aspect of the 7-star killing formation.
Although he didn't know the specific terrifying power of the 7-star killing formation, it was definitely no problem to use it for self-protection. Li Zuanxiao and others who were already excited were even more excited when they heard this.
Ha ha ha.
With the protection of this formation, those with evil intentions will have no choice but to wait for death as long as they sneak in. The extremely powerful blood puppet fought in the back house of the sheriff's mansion and escaped safely. This was a huge shame to them, and they always remember it in their hearts, and they feel aggrieved and angry when they think about it. With this formation now, such things will never happen again in the future. At this time, Zhang Shang and Li Si were escorted by Zhang Qi and 5 others back to the gate of the county governor's house. Before he even stepped onto the steps, Zhang Shang suddenly stopped, with a look of shock and disbelief on his face.
How can it be? Li Si next to him couldn't help but become vigilant when he saw this. "What's wrong, Mr. Jiang? Is there something wrong?" In just a few hours, he was completely impressed by Zhang Shang.
Before, he thought he had unparalleled strategy and unparalleled talent. But after chatting with Jiang Shang, he realized that there are always people who are worse than you. Compared with Jiang Shang, he felt inferior. And at this moment, he finally understood why the Lord had to visit and greet Jiang Shang in person. The disappointment and grievance that had been suppressed in his heart had long disappeared, leaving only respect and admiration.
Nothing, hee. Let's go, the Lord should be back.
Jiang Shang didn't say anything, he chuckled and stepped onto the steps to the mansion. Although Li Si had doubts in his heart, he didn't understand the formation and didn't sense anything. He could only suppress his doubts and followed Zhang Qi and the other 5 into the mansion. When Jiang Shang, Li Si and others came to the front hall, Lu Fan, who sensed them, had already returned here with Li Tsuanxiao and others.
Meet the Lord. Jiang Shang, Li Si and others bowed, and Lu Fan smiled and waved his hand for them to sit down.
Jiang Shang, who had just sat down, looked at Lu Fan at the first time, with curiosity and inquiring eyes. However, he did not ask anything here, but just smiled and said, "Lord, the materials for improving the formation have been prepared and can be completed within 1 day. Yes, I will trouble Elder Jiang for this matter."
I dare not, this is what Zia should do, Lord, you must not call me Elder Jiang, just call me Zia.
Looking at Jiang Shang, who asked him to call him Zia, Lu Fan smiled and nodded, and some thoughts emerged in his mind. Although the summoned characters are 100% loyal to him, but these characters still have their own personalities and little thoughts, and they are not thoughtless tools. He discovered this before, but now he saw it more clearly from Jiang Shang. As these thoughts flashed through his mind quickly, Lu Fan looked at Jiang Shang and continued. Zia, today the Wang family was exterminated by me for treason. Nearly 10,000 sets of armaments were found in the Wang family's treasure house.
Lu Fan briefly explained what happened after he and Li Tsuanxiao went to the west of the city.
Jiang Shang and others are all loyalists summoned by himself, and Lu Fan will not hide it from them.
As for Zhang Qi and Lu Fan, they didn't care.
Because he knew that Zhang Qi was not only the person sent by his father to protect him, but also the spy responsible for monitoring his every move. He didn't send Zhang Qi away just to let him know the news to his father. Otherwise, it would be a hidden danger to massacre the Wang family as soon as he took office.
After telling everything about what happened, he asked, "What do you think the origins of those mysterious men in black robes are? What should we do next?" If you don't understand, you just don't understand.
Lu Fan won't pretend to be good, after all, there are specialties in the art. It is completely wrong to leave the top counselors alone without asking, and to have to think hard about solutions on your own. For the Lord, there is no shame in asking questions. Facing Lu Fan's inquiry, Jiang Shang pondered deeply, but Lu Fan didn't rush him and just waited patiently. After more than a dozen breaths passed like this, Jiang Shang said thoughtfully, "My lord, Zia believes that the first step now is to take control of the city defense and prepare the Jinbei army for a war." As soon as these words came out, everyone in the hall looked curious and confused, including Lu Fan. Without waiting for him to ask, Jiang Shang continued, "Since the Wang family has long had the intention to rebel, they will never fight alone. Now that the Wang family was destroyed by the master due to some strange combination of circumstances, their accomplices must have been caught off guard and panicked. If what I predict is true, their accomplices will definitely take action in the near future." After listening to Jiang Shang's analysis, Lu Fan, Li Tsuanxiao and others suddenly realized. Li Si looked at Jiang Shang in awe. He had also thought about these issues, but he was far from as deep and comprehensive as Jiang Shang thought.
This alone is enough to see the gap between him and Jiang Shang. Lu Fan suddenly nodded and said, "Are you saying that the Wang family and their associates will unite with Mabe?"
Yes, if your subordinate is the Wang family, in addition to uniting internal forces, they will definitely look for strong foreign aid. When seeking foreign aid in the northern region, there is no one more suitable than the Mabe Tianwu dynasty. After saying this with great certainty, Jiang Shang glanced at Li Tsuanxiao, Qin Shon, Luo Chang, Xia Houwei and others. Then he chuckled and said, "My lord has many generals under his command.
It would be an insult to keep them all here. Why not take advantage of this opportunity?"
Jiang Shang stopped here, but Lu Fan understood what he meant. Li Tsuanxiao, Qin Shon and others naturally guessed it.
For a moment, they all looked at Lu Fan with burning eyes, full of anticipation. Making achievements and going into battle to kill enemies is a temptation that every passionate man cannot refuse.
As military generals, they naturally wanted to fight for Lu Fan on the battlefield and establish immortal achievements. Under the gaze of everyone, Lu Fan stood up and said with a smile, "In that case, let Zia arrange this matter. As for General Gu, I will personally tell him."
"Thank you, my lord."
Lu Fan's promise immediately made Li Zuanxiao and others kneel down on one knee in excitement, with excited expressions on their faces.
After a brief moment of excitement, Li Zuanxiao seemed to have thought of something. He cupped his fists and said, "Master, let Brother Qin and Brother Luo go. I will stay here to protect."
"No, Zhang Qi and the other 5 are enough to protect me.
Just follow Zia's arrangements." Li Zuanxiao still wanted to speak, but after seeing Lu Fan's unquestionable expression, he could only nod and agree.
Jiang Shang seemed to have guessed something, so he did not comfort Lu Fan.
Then Lu Fan asked some other questions, and Jiang Shang and Li Si gave Lu Fan answers and explanations one by one.
During this conversation, Lu Fan also made arrangements for what to do next. After a while, Jiang Shang left with Li Zuanxiao and others, leaving only Zhang Qi and 5 people in the front hall.
Lu Fan sat in the main seat and looked at them for a long time, then he raised his eyebrows and said calmly, "Zhang Qi, how long have you been a member of the Xuanwu Guard and what position do you hold in it?"
"Back to your highness, I joined the Xuanwu Guards at the age of 5. It has been 29 years now and I have served as the squad leader in the Xuanwu Guards." "Squad leader, tell me about the situation of the Xuanwu Guards, how many there are, and their specific cultivation levels."
Hearing Lu Fan ask this question, a look of embarrassment suddenly appeared on Zhang Qi's face.
Please forgive me, Your Highness.
This is the secret of Xuanwu Guard, and I cannot inform Your Highness."
"Yes." Lu Fan's expression turned cold instantly. "I will give you one more chance. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals you're either /phoneme answer or a die." However, facing Lu Fan's life and death threat, Zhang Qi just knelt down on one knee without saying a word. The other 4 Xuanwu Guards wanted to plead for mercy, but Zhang Qi stopped them with a look. This scene was all seen by Lu Fan. After sighing helplessly in his heart, he waved his hand and said, "Go down, I will come to you if anything happens."
Zhang
Qi looked shocked, but he quickly realized what he was doing and immediately saluted with clasped fists in a respectful manner.
"Thank you, Your Highness, for sparing your life."
Lu Fan waved his hand nonchalantly, and Zhang Qi turned around and left the front hall with the 4 Xuanwu Guards. After watching them leave, Lu Fan took a deep breath and murmured to himself, "Xuanwu Guard. It seems that we need to form a secret force of our own as soon as possible." He didn't know much about his father, but he knew one thing clearly. In addition to the Xuanwu Guard, his father also had a mysterious force in secret.
In addition, his father's cultivation might not be as simple as he knew. The water in Dakian is very deep.
After frowning and thinking for a while, Lu Fan took a deep breath and shook his head. His eyes regained their firmness. The water in Dakian is too deep, and he can't control it. Other places in the north border and Hanyang County are not known for the time being, so it's not good to get involved rashly.
But he can clean up the pool of water in Hanyang City first.
Thinking of this, Lu Fan made a decision and shouted to the outside of the front hall, "Come here." After the shout, Zhang Qi walked in quickly. "What do you want, Your Highness?" Just now, he didn't leave with the 4 Xuanwu Guards, but waited outside the front hall. "Go and find Fei Yi and Wang Hun, and tell them that I have something urgent to discuss with them."
"Yes."
Zhang Qi left quickly after receiving the order, while Lu Fan frowned and continued to think. In less than a moment, Zhang Qi led Fei Yi and Wang Hun into the front hall.
"Greetings, my lord."
Their voices woke Lu Fan from his thoughts, and he nodded and asked them to stand up. He then pondered for a moment, then looked at Fei Yi and Wang Hun and said,
"Wen Wei, Xianchong, you two take Xiangchong and Duanxi and send invitations to the Li family in the east of the city, the Sun family in the south, and the Zhao family in the north. Just say that I will hold a banquet at the governor's mansion tomorrow night and invite them to come and be guests.
If you kill the chicken of the Wang family today, the 3 monkeys of the Li family, the Sun family, and the Zhao family will definitely react." Regardless of whether these 3 families colluded with the Wang family to rebel, he was not going to let them go. Originally, he wanted to play slowly, but now he was a little impatient. and there was no need for that. He wanted to see if the heads of these three major families dared to come and if they had any evil intentions in their hearts. Although Fei Yi and Wang Han are not as talented and strategic as Jiang Shangli Si, they are definitely not bad. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme.
When I heard Lu Fan's arrangement, I immediately understood what he was thinking, nodded immediately and said, "Yes, my lord, but do you want to invite the Tianxiang force?" Tianxiang was a behemoth that could not be ignored, so Wang Han asked deliberately.
Lu Fan pondered for a moment and shook his head. "No, I will invite these three families this time."
At the moment, Tianxiang is a neutral person and is not within the scope of his solution.
What's more, I probably don't have the strength to be an enemy of Tianxiang right now. Therefore, in a short period of time, he will not get phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to Tianxiang, nor will he be hostile to Tianxiang.
Whether it is an enemy or a friend, we will wait until we have complete control over the northern territory. I obey my orders.
After receiving the order, Fei Yi and Wang Han turned around and left to find Xiang Chong and Duanxi. After they left, Lu Fan stood up and walked to the back of the front hall, followed by Zhang Qi. Lu Fan did not let Zhang Qi leave, but acquiesced to let him follow him. In this way, the two of them arrived at the first courtyard of the back house of the sheriff's mansion one after another. At this moment, all the corpses in the back house and the blood on the ground have been cleaned up, and it is completely impossible to see how miserable the scene was here just now. Looking at the rockery that was the first to enter the courtyard, Lu Fan stopped and frowned unconsciously.
Just now he took Li Tsuinxiao to the west of the city.
In addition to searching for news about the Wang family, his other purpose was to search for traces of the blood puppet. But the Wang family was destroyed, but there was no trace of the blood puppet. Every corner of the Wang family was carefully searched by Miao Huai and his men, but no holes or the like were found. In this case, the blood puppet should have nothing to do with the Wang family. But the blood puppet fled to the west of the city and disappeared.
The Wang family has been entrenched in the west of the city for decades.
If there is no relationship between the two, it is really unconvincing. Just when Lu Fan frowned and thought hard, a sweet voice came from behind.
"Brother Emperor, I'm back."
The sudden sound made Lu Fan tremble, and his thoughts were instantly disrupted. When he turned his head, he suddenly saw the cute Lu Wushuang. Her outfit once again made Lu Fan tremble, feeling like he was being targeted by a thief.
These bitches are not good people.
Although he was extremely vigilant in his heart, he did not show anything strange on his face. He smiled and nodded. "It turns out to be my cousin Wushuang.
How about going out for a walk? If you haven't had enough fun, please continue to play." "Oh, brother, you think I'm unnecessary, do you want to drive me away?"
While speaking, Lu Wushuang looked at Lu Fan pitifully, as if she would cry if Lu Fan said a word yes.
Lu Wushuang's appearance immediately gave Lu Fan a headache.
If he hadn't been worried about his father and the girl's father, his fourth uncle, he would have driven her away long ago.
"Forget it, just be patient for now and see what this bitch wants to do." Taking a deep breath to stop himself from getting angry, Lu Fan continued to smile and shook his head. "What are you talking about? How can the emperor dislike you? Since you want to stay, then stay."
After saying this crisply, Lu Fan planned to go to the back house and enter the courtyard. For some reason, he really didn't want to have anything to do with this cheap cousin. Because he always felt that this woman had something up her sleeve. She was the kind of woman who was very sophisticated and well versed in calculations. What she was showing at the moment was all a disguise to confuse herself. If you really believe she was so innocent and cute, you probably wouldn't even know how she died. However, as soon as he turned around, Lu Wushuang smiled slyly and punched him directly in the back. Sensing the strong phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win slash phoneme coming from behind, Lu Fan subconsciously wanted to fight back with his cultivation. But as soon as this idea came up, he suddenly realized something was wrong, so he didn't take any action. Just when Lu Wushuang's fist came 1 meter closer to his back, Zhang Qi stepped forward and blocked him. However, Zhang Qi only blocked the front with his body and did not launch a counterattack.
Lu Wushuang's fist stopped less than an inch away from Zhang Qi's chest.
There was a flash of doubt and disappointment in her eyes. The look in her eyes happened to be caught by Lu Fan, who turned around, and she couldn't help but sneer in her heart. I wanted to test it out, but fortunately I reacted quickly.
Lu Fan sneered in his heart, but on the outside he looked at Lu Wuxuan with anger and said, "Cousin, what do you mean? Do you want to kill me too?" Facing Lu Fan's questioning, Lu Wuxuan once again returned to her charming appearance. "Brother, you misunderstood, I just wanted to test your reaction as a guard. What if he reacts too poorly and he can't protect you if you are assassinated?"
Lu Wuxuan talked nonsense seriously, and Lu Fan also pretended to suddenly realize.
"I see, I thought you wanted to kill me." Giggle. "Brother, you are my cousin, how could I hurt you?"
Lu Wuxuan covered her mouth and smiled sweetly, and rolled her eyes cutely at Lu Fan.
Such artificiality made Lu Fan feel disgusted and sighing.
The royal family members really don't have a fuel-efficient lamp.
If it weren't for the summoning system, I might have been killed in less than one episode. I see, it seems that I have overthought it.
Thank you very much, my dear sister, for testing my guard. Then my dear brother, I will go and rest first. After Lu Fan turned around and walked to the second courtyard of the back house, Zhang Qi took a deep look at Lu Wuxuan and followed him to the second courtyard.
Watching the two people leave, the cute look on Lu Wuxuan's face instantly faded, and her beautiful eyebrows wrinkled. Strange. Is he really a waste who can't cultivate?
After muttering doubts to himself, Lu Wuxuan turned to look at Wu Wei next to him.
"Mr. Wu, have you discovered anything?"
Wu Wei shook his head. "I observed carefully just now.
There is nothing abnormal about His Royal Highness. There should be no problem with the rumors that he is unable to practice." Seeing what Wu Wei said, Lu Wuxuan nodded. "In that case, it will be much easier to handle.
Mr. Wu, please go back and ask all our people to sneak into Hanyang City and hide, waiting to be dispatched at any time."
Seeing Lu Wuxuan's arrangement, Wu Wei couldn't help but worry. "Princess, you made such arrangements without the prince's order. If something happens, then just do as I say. If something goes wrong, I will explain it to my father."
This.
Wu Weilu hesitated.
But when he saw Lu Wuxuan's firm gaze, he could only nod helplessly and agree.
Looking at the empty backyard, Lu Fan couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He was the Prince of Dakian after all, but he didn't even have a maid to serve him. This was really tragic. After complaining helplessly in his heart, Lu Fan turned to Zhang Qi, who was following behind him, and said lightly, "You guys just stay in the second courtyard. I'll call you if there's any problem." "Yes." After explaining to Zhang Qi, Lu Fan walked straight into the main house in front of him. This main house is the bedroom of the successive county governors. The first two county governors died inexplicably in this main house. Therefore, after entering the main house, Lu Fan still trembled involuntarily, and his heart was a little uneasy. There were ghosts and gods in the previous life, but they were basically just legends, and no one had really seen them. But this is a world of cultivation, and the existence of ghosts and gods is not a strange thing. Fortunately, Qin Xiong, Xiahou Wei and others led the guards to explore this place several times, confirming that there was no problem. Moreover, the entire county governor's mansion is now covered by the 7 stars killing formation, and any foreign objects that sneak in can be detected by him. Thinking of this, Lu Fan did not think about these evil things. Sitting on the chair in the side hall of the main house, Lu Fan pondered for a moment, and his spiritual consciousness entered the system space. I saw that the huge system space was piled with densely packed resources, which were all the property in the Wang family's treasure house. Looking at the piles of resources, Lu Fan asked in his heart, "System, can everything be recycled?" Ding, anything containing energy can be recycled, and the recycling price is determined by the price of the recycled product. After getting the affirmative answer from the system, Lu Fan hesitated for a while. He wanted to exchange all these resources for points. But the system mall is not open at the moment, and it seems that exchanging points is useless. After thinking for a while, Lu Fan chose not to exchange them for the time being. System, open the personal information panel. These resources are stored in the system space, and others can't steal them, so they can be recycled and exchanged at any time. Moreover, controlling the entire Hanyang City and even the entire northern border will also require a huge amount of resources to support it.
He did not summon the 3,000 golden fire cavalry because of this consideration. After all, the daily consumption of 3,000 golden fire cavalry is not a small amount. Although he has obtained all the resources in the Wang family's treasure house, it is far from enough to support an army. When Lu Fan was thinking about this, the system screen appeared in front of him, recording his detailed information on the screen. Host, Lu Fan cultivation, 9th peak of condensation realm points, 95-75 skills, creation sutra magic power secret art, non-martial arts, non-magic weapon, non-beast pet, non-summon characters, Zhang Shan, Li Si, Fei, Qin Shom, Luo Chang, Li Tsuanxiao, Duan Yu, Wang Hun, Xia Hui, Xiang Chong. Summoning Core, Golden Fire Cavalry 3000 Task, 1. Become the Lord of Dakian, Task Reward, 1 Advanced Summoning Card, 2 Primary Summoning Cards, 1 Random Core Summoning Card, 3 Unlocking Cards, 2 Experience Cards, 1 Random Points Card. 2. Control the North, Task Reward, 1 Primary Summoning Card, 1 Random Core Summoning Card, 1 Cultivation Improvement Card, 1 Unlocking Card. Additional Task, Control the Jinbei Army, Task Reward, 1 Random Core Summoning Card, 1 Unlocking Card. 3. Control Hanyang City, Task Reward, 1 Primary Summoning Card. Additional Branch Task, Kill Li Tianxiong and Destroy the Li family, Task Reward, 10,000 points, 1 Random Magical Treasure. 4. Suppress and conquer the 10 first-class forces and 8 great families, Task Reward, for every force suppressed and conquered, the host's cultivation will be improved by 1 small realm. Mall, not open warehouse, drunken immortal brew recipe, 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Lu Fan's eyes quickly swept over the information recorded on the light screen, and a trace of helplessness flashed in his eyes. I'm really poor. It seems that I have to complete the task as soon as possible to get the reward. The rewards of the 4 tasks are more generous than the other, which makes him, who is poor, very envious. Among these 4 tasks, the third one may be the least difficult. Compared with controlling the north and controlling the entire Dakian, controlling Hanyang City is nothing. Now that the Wang family has been basically destroyed, the remaining few fish that have slipped through the net can't make any big waves. Only the last 3 families are left. First control Hanyang City, then control the Jinbei army, and then you can plot the entire north. Lu Fan narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking about the series of things to do next. Night fell. In the main bedroom, Lu Fan sat cross-legged, in a state of cultivation. At this moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, which were tightly closed, with a fierce light flashing in his eyes. Don't give up yet, I want to see who you are. Because of the existence of the 7-star killing formation, the entire county governor's mansion is completely under his perception and control. Not to mention a person sneaking in, even an ant crawling in can be sensed by him. At this moment, he clearly detected that 12 black-robed monks had quietly sneaked in from the 4 directions of the county magistrate's mansion. These 12 black-robed monks had obviously undergone special training. In addition, they seemed to be very familiar with the terrain of the county magistrate's mansion and perfectly avoided the patrol area of the temporary guards. After sneaking into the county magistrate's mansion, the 12 black-robed monks were divided into 3 groups. 3 of them rushed to the middle courtyard, and the other 3 went to the first courtyard of the back house. As for the remaining 6, they all rushed to the second courtyard of the back house where they were. Under the cover of the night, these guys did not cause any notice and approached quietly. Little did they know that their every move was completely under Lu Fan's eyes and was clearly detected. At this moment, Lu Fan felt like he was watching a holographic projection surveillance. Seeing 6 of the black-robed monks rushing straight to the second courtyard of the back house, Lu Fan immediately stood up and sneered. Let me try my hand on you today. Since he came here, he has never fought before, and now he can't wait to try it. Although this will be very risky, he is not worried. As long as they are in this county governor's mansion, there are only a few people who want to hurt him. The few people definitely do not include the 12 guys who sneaked in. With a sneer, Lu Fan activated the 7-star killing formation without hesitation, and then walked quickly out of the room. When he came to the outside of the main house, the 12 black-robed warriors who sneaked into the county governor's mansion all became extremely terrified. Because they found that all their companions disappeared out of thin air. And the surrounding environment also changed suddenly. This sudden change was beyond their imagination, making them extremely frightened for a while. But they all sneaked in secretly and it was impossible for them to shout loudly. So in the face of such a sudden change, they could only suppress their fear and slowly grope forward. And these guys didn't know that they were all walking towards the second courtyard of the back house at this moment. In order not to alarm the rest of the people in the county governor's mansion, Lu Fan directly used the formation to block the area with people. Under Lu Fan's special arrangement, the 12 dead men had different routes. In this way, when these 12 guys could come to the front, it was entirely up to him. Soon the first dead man came in front of him under Lu Fan's guidance. When the dead man saw Lu Fan holding a fine iron sword and staring at him, his eyes widened and a look of seeing a ghost appeared on his face. You. As soon as the Death Warrior said a word, Lu Fan flashed and swung his sword towards the Death Warrior. Swish. Although Lu Fan did not know any sword skills, martial arts, or body skills for the time being. But he had the cultivation of the 9th peak of the condensation realm, and the power he burst out was also very strong. Looking at Lu Fan swinging his sword to kill, the Death Warrior knew that they had been fooled. But at this moment he had no choice. Their mission was to kill Lu Fan at all costs, so he could not escape or retreat. Go to hell! With a low roar, the Death Warrior did not dodge or evade, and offered a black scimitar to meet Lu Fan. In an instant, the fine iron sword in Lu Fan's hand collided with the black scimitar of the Death Warrior. Ding! With the harsh sound of fine iron collision, the Death Warrior was directly repelled. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth, and he retreated 7 or 8 steps in succession before forcibly stabilizing his body. He was only at the 6th level of condensation realm, 3 levels lower than Lu Fan, and the power gap was too big. Looking at the dead warriors who were repelled by his sword, Lu Fan said indifferently, "Tell me, who sent you here? If you tell me the truth, I can spare you." Before Lu Fan finished speaking, the dead warrior with a pale face sneered and swung his sword again. "Since you don't want to tell me, then go to hell." He wanted to get some information from this guy, but now it seems that he thought too much. As dead warriors, these guys have long been ready to die, so how could they be afraid of death? Swish! Puff! The sword flashed, blood gushed, and a head rolled to the ground. Ding killed the 6th level cultivator of condensation realm, and got 650 points. Ignoring the prompt, Lu Fan looked at the head and headless body on the ground and said in his heart, "System, can the body and this head be recycled?" Ding, all existences containing energy can be recycled. Do you want to recycle this body and head? Getting this answer, Lu Fan nodded with satisfaction, and he didn't have to worry about how to deal with the body in the future. Recycle. Ding, the body and head have been recycled, and 10 points have been obtained. By the way, system, if the enemy is killed by the formation, will the points obtained by recycling be reduced? Ding, the host will not reduce the points when the enemy is killed by the formation himself. Since it does not affect the points, then all of them will die. Lu Fan's eyes flashed with a fierce light, and he directly activated the 7-star killing formation to start the massacre. Ah! Accompanied by continuous screams. The remaining 11 dead men were all killed by the sword light that appeared out of thin air through their heads. Originally, Lu Fan wanted to force information out of these guys, but after seeing the ruthlessness and determination of the assassin just now, he gave up the idea. As for his own combat power, he also understood it clearly, so there was no need to waste time. Ding, 11 bodies have been recovered, and 100 points have been obtained. At the same time as the prompt sounded, 12 storage rings appeared in front of Lu Fan out of thin air. He picked up one of them and explored it with his spiritual sense. There were only some scattered spiritual stones and spiritual pills inside, and there was nothing else that could prove his identity. Reluctantly, he explored the 3 storage rings again, but the result was the same. As a last resort, he could only collect all the 12 storage rings. After using the formation to clear all the bloodstains on the ground, Lu Fan hid the formation and returned to the side hall of the main house. Li family, Sun family, Zhao family. Tianxiang Pavilion. Which forces do these assassins come from? Lu Fan sat in the main seat, frowning tightly, thinking about the origins of these assassins. These assassins are obviously in the same group as the assassins who attacked him as soon as he entered the city. There are more than a dozen assassins in total, and all of them are in the condensation realm. A force that can have such a large amount of power is definitely not simple. The Sun family, the Li family, and the Zhao family are all very strong, but if these assassins belong to one of these three families, Lu Fan is a little unconvinced.
But if it is not these three families, which force could it be? Could it really be Tianshan Pavilion? Lu Fan muttered to himself while touching his chin. However, this idea was denied as soon as it came up. No, Tianshan Pavilion has always remained neutral. Even if it wants to take action, it can't be so stupid. Tianshan's strength is unquestionable, and it is more than enough to train these dead men. But Tianshan will never do such a stupid thing. At this moment,
a figure suddenly appeared in Lu Fan's mind, making his eyes narrowed involuntarily.
Gu Taifeng.
As the left general of the Jinbei army, he commanded 300,000 Jinbei army and guarded the northern border of Daqian for 20 years. If a war breaks out, almost all military and political affairs in the northern border can be decided by him.
Even the governor of Hanyang County must unconditionally cooperate with Gu Taifeng, the left general of the Jinbei army, in wartime. Such a person has taken root in the northern border for decades. If he wants to do something, it is too simple. Gu Taifeng. Gu Taifeng. Lu Fan squinted his eyes and kept repeating these three words. He could see through Gu Tiefeng's true cultivation, but he couldn't see through this person. In short, this person is not simple, and his scheming is not ordinary. If I kill him directly. As the killing intent just emerged in his mind, Lu Fan took a deep breath and extinguished the thought. This guy can't die, at least not for the time being.
If Gu Taifeng died at this moment, the 300,000 Jinbei army would be in chaos, and even the entire northern border would be in chaos.
Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye.
After thinking about it for a long time, he still couldn't figure out any results, and Lu Fan suddenly felt inexplicably irritated.
IQ is not enough. It seems that I still need to talk to Xia Tonggu and the others. Having a golden finger does not mean that IQ is invincible. Everyone has shortcomings, and Lu Fan never denies this.
After making the decision, Lu Fan suddenly felt much more relaxed, and went straight back to the bed and sat cross-legged to enter the state of cultivation.
Just as Lu Fan entered the state of cultivation,
in the underground secret room on the other side, 4 black-robed monks were eagerly waiting for news.
Just then,
the secret door on the right side of the secret room was opened, and a black-robed monk walked in.
The 4 masked black-robed monks stood up immediately upon seeing this, and one of them asked impatiently, "How is it, did it succeed?"
In response to the question, the black-robed monk who came in shook his head and said in a solemn voice, "They entered the county governor's mansion for less than an incense stick of time, and the life jade slips were all broken."
What?
The 4 masked black-robed monks who heard the news couldn't help but exclaimed.
"Are you sure their life jade slips are all broken?"
Absolutely true, one of the life jade slips was broken first, and the other 11 were broken at the same time. When the black-robed monk who came in said this, his voice trembled slightly, and the fear in his tone could not be concealed at all. The 4 masked black-robed monks who were waiting here took a breath again when they heard the words.
How is this possible?
Just when they were extremely horrified, the black-robed monk who came in once again said a piece of news that made them unable to remain calm.
And there is something very strange.
The black-robed monk who came in swallowed his saliva and said in a trembling voice, "There has been no movement in the county governor's mansion from beginning to end.
After our people went in, they were like a drop in the ocean. They died without causing any waves." Hiss.
The 4 masked black-robed monks who were already extremely shocked all took a breath of cold air at this moment, and their fists were tightly clenched together because of shock. This news was completely beyond their expectations. They guessed that the mission might fail, and they also guessed that the dead men sent out might be lost. But this result was something they never expected. At this moment, the hearts of the 5 black-robed monks in the secret room were all shrouded in depression and fear.
After a long while, one of the masked black-robed monks slammed on the table with a bang. "Damn! Damn!
That waste has already set his sights on us. If nothing unexpected happens, tomorrow night will be a hongmen banquet for us." After saying this with gritted teeth, he pulled off the mask on his face in great anger. This person was Li Tianxiong, the head of the Li family. Li Tianxiong looked ferocious at this moment, his eyes were full of bloodshot, and the murderous intent and hatred in his eyes seemed to be escaping. Seeing Li Tianxiong's face revealed directly, the other 3 black-robed monks who had gathered here were also helpless.
The next moment, 2 of the black-robed monks also took off their masks.
And these 2 people were Sun Xinghu, the head of the Sun family, and Zhao Tianshang, the head of the Zhao family. As for the last masked black-robed monk, he did not take it off looking at Li Tianxiong, who looked ferocious. Zhao Tianshang looked at the one who did not take it off. Since the mission tonight has failed, let's get ready and start the plan over there tomorrow night.
Neither Li Tianxiong nor Sun Xinghu said anything about Zhao Tianshang's arrangement.
After Zhao Tianshang finished speaking, he did not take off. Then he left from the secret door on the right without saying a word, and the black-robed monk who had just entered followed him. After the 2 men left, Li Tianxiong looked at Sun Xinghu and Zhao Tianshang, and said coldly, "The plan has been launched, no one can escape unscathed. If anyone dares to inform that loser, don't blame me, Li Tianxiong, for turning into a mad dog." After the words fell, Li Tianxiong picked up the mask on the table and turned away. The remaining Sun Xinghu and Zhao Tianshang looked at each other, nodded, and turned around and left through different secret doors.
"Greetings, Lord."
In the front hall of the county governor's mansion, Zhang Shang bowed to Lu Fan with Li Si with a smile on his face.
"No need to be polite, please sit down." "Thank you, my lord."
After the 2 of them sat down, Lu Fan looked at Zhang Shang and smiled. "Zia, how are Shubao and the others settled?"
"My lord, Shubao has taken over General Miao Huai's position as the garrison commander of Hanyang City and is reorganizing the city guards. Gong Ran and Ji Quan temporarily serve as deputy generals of the city defense to assist Shubao in guarding the city."
In addition to settling Qin Xion, Luo Chang and Xia Wei, the original members of the county governor's mansion were also brought back by Zhang Shang one after another. Because the 2 county governors died suddenly in the county governor's mansion, the county governor's mansion was considered an ominous place. The original members of the county governor's mansion phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme resigned and went home, pretended to be sick and stayed in bed, or simply hid away. This resulted in the county governor's mansion existing in name only, and Hanyang City and even the entire Hanyang County were basically in a state of no one managing it. Fortunately, there are 300,000 Jinbei troops guarding the northern border, and there are 4 major families in Hanyang City that govern their respective areas. So even if there is no one managing it, there is no chaos in the vast northern border. However, now that Lu Fan, the new county governor, has arrived, this situation naturally cannot continue.
Listening to Zhang Shang's detailed report, Lu Fan suddenly felt embarrassed.
After all, these things should be arranged and done by himself, the county governor.
But he didn't even think of these things, and didn't even know them. "Zia, thank you for your hard work." "My lord, you are too kind."
"It is my honor to share your worries and solve your problems." The memory implanted in him by the system is that he is a genius with unparalleled strategies, but he has always been unappreciated. A few years ago, he got the promise of the Prince Lu Fan that he would find him in person in the future and let him become the prince's staff. Therefore, when Lu Fan came to Hanyang City to find him and invited him to be the county magistrate, his gratitude was beyond words. Lu Fan was also very emotional at this moment. It feels so damn good to cheat. At this moment, he was full of confidence in himself. With such an incomparable golden finger system, if he still can't step into that position, then he can really commit suicide. With a sigh, Lu Fan seemed to think of something, and looked at Zhang Shang curiously. "Zia, Shubao, Gongran and Jichuan have made arrangements, why Jingxi?" Lord, the small Hanyang city can accommodate 3 peerless warriors, Shubao, Gongran and Jichuan at the same time, which is already a great waste of talent. Jingxi, a warrior who can defeat thousands of enemies, naturally has to be placed in the military camp.
In addition, Shubao and the other 2 are temporarily arranged in this way. They will also enter the army in the future.
Looking at Zhang Shang with a smile on his face, Lu Fan was shocked and nodded heavily.
Any conspiracy is false in the face of absolute power.
Controlling Hanyang City is nothing, and the 300,000 Jinbei army is the real treasure. Just as Lu Fan was thinking about this, footsteps were heard outside, and Zhang Qi walked in quickly and knelt on one knee.
Your Highness, General Miao Huai wants to see you.
Hearing Miao Huai coming to pay his respects, Lu Fan raised his eyebrows and looked at Zhang Shang and said, "Let him in."
Yes.
Zhang Qi took the order and left, while Lu Fan was curious and wondered if Miao Huai came to complain to him. After all, the position of Hanyang City Defender was replaced by Qin Shon by Zhang Shang, and normal people would have complaints. While thinking, Zhang Qi, who had just left, walked in quickly with Miao Huai in armor. "I pay my respects to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince."
Miao Huai, who followed Zhang Qi in, knelt on one knee and saluted Lu Fan with his fists.
Lu Fan pretended to glance at this guy casually. His expression was normal, and there was no dissatisfaction or resentment in his eyes.
No need to be polite. Thank you, Your Highness. General Miao, my people have replaced you. Do you have any complaints?
Lu Fan's direct questioning made Miao Huai unable to react for a while. After a short shock, Miao Huai reacted and shook his head firmly.
I was originally temporarily serving as the garrison commander of Hanyang City.
Now that Your Highness has a suitable candidate, it is natural to replace me.
Oh, so you really have no complaints? Lu Fan looked at Miao Huai with a smile, and the latter looked at Lu Fan fearlessly. Your Highness, I have absolutely no complaints.
Looking at Miao Huai with a firm look, Lu Fan confirmed that this guy really had no complaints.
He chuckled and didn't dwell on this topic. He looked at him and asked directly, "What do you want to see me for today?"
Your Highness, the general asked me to pick you up to inspect the military camp.
There are also important matters to discuss with you.
After Miao Huai told him this news, Lu Fan suddenly remembered that Gu Taifeng had indeed made an appointment with him to go to the military camp today. But from yesterday to now, he was busy thinking about the affairs of the four major families and forgot about this matter. Thinking of this, Lu Fan stood up. "You wait here, I'm going to change clothes." He said to Zhang Shang, "Zia, go and call Jingxi, you and Jingxi will go with me."
Yes.
After the explanation, Lu Fan came to the side hall of the front hall and changed into the captain's uniform that Gu Taifeng sent him yesterday. Since he was going to inspect the military camp, he had to be prepared. In his previous life, Lu Fan understood the importance of first impressions, and he would not make such low-level mistakes in this life. To make people feel phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme at first sight, uniform clothing is the fastest and most effective way. This is especially true in the military camp. Soon Lu Fan finished changing his clothes, wearing a chainmail with gold and silver, a bright gold and yellow helmet on his head, and a dragon-carved black iron sword on his waist. Looking at himself in the mirror, Lu Fan was a little stunned, and a flash of disbelief flashed in his eyes.
Is this me?
It is said that a man in military uniform is the most handsome, but it is a pity that I didn't have the chance in my previous life. Unexpectedly, this life has realized my dream, and it is such a special military uniform. At this moment, he had to admit that he was indeed very handsome in armor. It's not that he is narcissistic, but it's a sigh from the heart. After sighing in his heart, Lu Fan swung his right hand slightly, pressed his left hand on the hilt of the sword at his waist, and walked back to the front hall with a dragon-like tiger step. At this moment, in addition to Miao Huai, Zhang Qi, Zhang Shang, and Li Si, Lu Wushuang and Wu Wei were also here in the front hall. When Lu Fan appeared, everyone's eyes lit up, and there was a look of amazement in their eyes.
Lu Wushuang, the princess of Pingxi, even covered her mouth with a look of disbelief on her pretty face. Is he really a waste?
Looking at the reactions of the crowd, Lu Fan looked calm on the surface, but he couldn't help but be a little cocky in his heart.
Ahem.
Lu Fan coughed lightly, suppressed his inner cockiness and came to the crowd. Without waiting for others to speak, Zhang Shang chuckled and said, "My lord is really a banished immortal from the world and a real dragon from the sky." Zhang Shang's flattery made Lu Fan feel comfortable all over, and a smile appeared on his face unconsciously. Flattering depends on who is flattering, and different people will naturally have different feelings. Being praised by a legendary figure like Zhang Shang, even Lu Fan felt a little flattered.
Mr. Jiang is right.
Li Si followed Zhang Shang and spoke with a smile of awe on his face. Then Zhang Qi and Miao Huai also praised him. Before this, Lu Fan was wearing casual clothes, and there was nothing outstanding about him. But at this moment, when Lu Fan changed into a suit of armor, they were immediately shocked. As the saying goes, clothes make the man, and saddles make the horse. After changing into a suit of armor, Lu Fan suddenly had a different temperament, which was completely different from the casual clothes. At this time, Lu Wuxuang also reacted, and immediately came to Lu Fan and circled around Lu Fan. While circling and looking at him, Lu Fan was scared. When Lu Fan was about to speak, Lu Wuxuang stopped in front of Lu Fan, looked at Lu Fan with a smile and said, "Royal brother, you look so handsome in armor. Don't wear casual clothes in the future, just wear armor all the time, hee hee." Looking at the smiling Lu Wuxuang, Lu Fan rolled his eyes and ignored it. This girl is too cunning, he can't see through it. For those who can't see through it, he has only three choices: phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme to subdue, to kill, or to stay away.
Facing Lu Wuxuang, this cheap cousin, Lu Fan can only stay away. Let's go.
After saying that, Lu Fan bypassed Lu Wuxuang and walked straight out of the front hall. As soon as he reached the door of the front hall, Lu Wuxuang rushed over from behind and blocked his way with open arms.
Wait a minute. What's wrong? Lu Fan looked at this cheap cousin with an unhappy face. I want to go to the military camp too. Lu Wuxuang said confidently, with an expression that she would cry if she didn't agree. Seeing this, Lu Fan was speechless. This is not a princess at all, she is clearly a female rogue, and he can't do anything about it. You can go, but you must listen to me. If you dare to disobey me, move out of the sheriff's mansion immediately and go back to where you came from. Do you understand? Lu Fan looked at Lu Wuxuang seriously, his tone was firm, and his attitude was unquestionable. Faced with Lu Fan's attitude, Lu Wuxuang's eyes immediately turned red, and tears began to well up in his eyes. However, Lu Fan looked at her like this and said coldly, "If you don't want to, then go back. If you want to file a complaint, you can file it anywhere, that's what I said." After saying this coldly, he walked out of the front hall without hesitation, followed closely by Jiang Shang, Li Si, Zhang Qi, and Miao Huai. Watching Lu Fan walk out, Lu Wuxuang's aggrieved expression disappeared immediately, and the tears in his eyes also disappeared. It was replaced by an expression of gritted teeth. I'm so angry that this good-for-nothing actually threatened me with a lesson. You want me to leave, but I don't do what you want. With a cold snort through gritted teeth, Lu Wuxuang chased after Lu Fan, who left without hesitation. Seeing Lu Wuxuang's appearance, Wu Wei sighed helplessly, his eyes full of worry. My eldest lady was not like this before. But since meeting Lu Fan, it's like falling into a whirlpool. If this continues, the original plan may be affected. Although he was worried and irritable, he had no choice but to follow helplessly. After a while, a beast cart, escorted by more than 100 Jinbei army members, left Hanyang City and headed straight for the Jinbei army barracks. Beimeng town is located in the northwest of Hanyang City and is a purely military town. The military camps of the Jinbei army are distributed around Beimeng town, and the military camps stretch for dozens of miles. 200,000 of the 300,000 Jinbei army are stationed here to recuperate. In addition to regular training, the 200,000 Jinbei army also reclaims wasteland and stores food in this northern border. Most of the 300,000 Jinbei army are not cultivators, and can only be considered stronger than ordinary people. After all, you need spiritual roots to cultivate, and not even 1 out of 100 people can cultivate. Cultivators with lower cultivation need food to maintain energy, let alone ordinary people. The Jinbei army is the elite of the army, and the food needed by the soldiers is more refined than that of ordinary soldiers. It is naturally not enough to rely solely on Dakian for support. The northern border is vast and sparsely populated, and most of it is plains with fertile land, so it has become a natural granary for the Jinbei army. Miao Huai introduced these news to Lu Fan with pride, while Lu Fan had a strange look on his face. Isn't this the military settlement system? Who proposed this method? Lu Fan suppressed his strangeness and asked Miao Huai. It was the prince who first proposed it, and it was also the first to be implemented by our Jinbei army. When answering Lu Fan's question, Miao Huai's face showed an unconcealable pride. If it weren't for the strategy proposed by the prince, how could our Jinbei army be so prosperous as it is now? When was it proposed?
Lu Fan became more and more curious.
It was proposed by the prince 23 years ago. It's a pity that the prince disappeared after 3 years of implementing this strategy.
Miao Huai was originally full of pride, but at the end he felt a little lost and nostalgic. The Jinbei army was established by the Jinbei king. From weak to strong, it has experienced countless battles.
Half of the original northern border was occupied by the Tianwu dynasty in Mabe.
It was the Jinbei king who led the Jinbei army to drive the Tianwu dynasty in Mabe out of the northern border bit by bit, regardless of life and death, and drove it to the north of Beimang Mountain. Because of this, the king of Jinbei is the patron saint of the northern border and the soul of the Jinbei army. The 300,000 Jinbei army can forget anyone, but they will never forget the king of Jinbei. Looking at Miao Huai's expression at this moment, Lu Fan suddenly felt a strong curiosity about this fifth uncle whom he had never met. Just when he wanted to continue asking, the carriage slowly stopped.
"Your Highness, we're here."
Zhang Qi's voice interrupted Lu Fan's idea of asking, and he could only suppress his curiosity temporarily. When he walked out of the carriage and saw the scene around him, Lu Fan was shocked. All he saw were military flags fluttering in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme and endless military tents. 200,000 Jinbei army sounds like just a number, and there is no intuitive feeling. But after seeing it with his own eyes, Lu Fan deeply realized what shock was. And what he saw at this moment was only the military flags, military tents, and part of the Jinbei army.
Compared with Lu Fan's shock, Li Xuanxiao's face flushed with excitement, and his body trembled slightly. This is the place he yearns for the most.
Jiang Shang and Li Si were also extremely shocked, but they soon calmed down. The two looked at each other tacitly, and both saw the gleam in each other's eyes. In comparison, Miao Huai and Zhang Qi were much calmer. As for Lu Wushuang and Wu Wei, it goes without saying that the Jinqi army is no worse than the Jinbei army, and this scene is naturally not enough to make them excited. After a moment, Lu Fan took a deep breath and suppressed the shock in his heart. But his heart was not calm at all. Such an elite army must be in the hands of this king no matter what.
His goal is not just the Lord of Dakian, which cannot be achieved by cultivators alone. Let's go.
Suppressing the complicated thoughts in his heart, Lu Fan walked like a dragon and a tiger, and walked straight towards the entrance of Beimang town in front. At this moment, dozens of people have gathered at the entrance of Beimang town, all of whom are core figures of the Jinbei army.
The leader is the left general of the Jinbei army, Gu Taifeng.
When Lu Fan led a group of people forward, many core figures of the Jinbei army behind Gu Taifeng also cast their eyes. Their eyes fell on Li Xuanxiao at the first time. After all, Li Xuanxiao's physique is really sturdy and strong, and he will attract people's attention wherever he is. Peerless warrior.
The first time they saw Li Xuanxiao, these 4 words emerged in their minds.
After their eyes moved away from Li Xuanxiao, they saw Lu Fan walking in the front.
Hiss.
Many core figures of the Jinbei army took a breath in their hearts, and their eyes were full of disbelief.
Is this the useless prince who can't practice and has a cowardly personality in the rumors? At this moment, not only these core figures of the Jinbei army were shocked. Gu Tiefeng's face also flashed a look of astonishment that was difficult to conceal. He had met Lu Fan, and he had met him twice, and the two had talked. But Lu Fan in casual clothes and in military armor did look like 2 different people. Just when the Jinbei army and others were shocked, Lu Fan and his men had already arrived. Gu Taifeng suppressed his surprise and saluted Lu Fan with his fists. Jinbei army left general pays respects to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. When Gu Taifeng saluted, many core figures of the Jinbei army behind him also reacted and quickly knelt on one knee to salute. Greetings to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Gu Taifeng is the commander of the Jinbei army, so he can choose not to kneel, but they do not have such privileges. No need to bow, stand up. Thank you, Your Highness.
After letting these core figures of the Jinbei army stand up, Lu Fan looked at Gu Taifeng and smiled. General Gu, there is no prince today, only the governor of Hanyang County and the left lieutenant of the Jinbei army, so these false courtesies are unnecessary. In that case, then follow what Your Highness said.
General Gu, please. Your Highness, please.
The two greeted each other and walked side by side towards Beimang town, followed by the others. As for Lu Wushuang and Wu Wei who followed Lu Fan, they were ignored. Gu Taifeng did not know that Lu Wushuang was the princess of Pingxi, so Lu Fan was too lazy to introduce her.
So Lu Wushuang was ignored.
Lu Wushuang, who was following behind, looked at Lu Fan who was chatting and laughing with Gu Taifeng, and was immediately angry and gnashed her silver teeth. But she had no choice at the moment. After all, Lu Fan had made it clear when he was at the county magistrate's mansion, and she dared not disobey. Before completing the purpose of this trip, she must not be driven away, so she could only swallow her anger. And Lu Fan would not care about the thoughts of this cheap cousin at all. He wished that Lu Wushuang would leave in anger.
Passing through the entrance archway of Beimang Town, it was considered to be officially entering Beimang Town. On the way here just now, Lu Fan learned some news about Beimang Town from Miao Huai.
At this moment, Gu Taifeng introduced the relevant news to Lu Fan again, and Lu Fan also listened patiently and asked a few questions from time to time. The crowd walked all the way and came directly to the general's mansion in the center of Beimang Town. There are no common monks in Beimang Town, only soldiers stationed in Jinbei. And the so-called general's mansion is actually just a very simple mansion. Looking at the poorly furnished general's mansion, Lu Fan couldn't help but nodded secretly. It seems that Gu Taifeng is not a person who just wants to enjoy himself. You must know that Gu Taifeng is the commander of the Jinbei army, and he has great power. He can be said to be the same as the Lord of the North. It stands to reason that he, the commander-in-chief, can enjoy an extremely luxurious mansion, beautiful women and wealth. After all, many nobles in Dakian phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme a luxurious life. Any dignitary's mansion in the imperial capital would be more than 10 times more luxurious than the general's mansion in front of him. Although he was surprised in his heart, Lu Fan remained calm on the surface, and the group went straight to the front hall. Lu Fan pretended to want to sit on the left side, but Gu Taifeng insisted on letting Lu Fan sit in the upright seat. So Lu Fan stopped refusing and just sat down in his seat. The pretense of politeness just now was just to test Gu Taifeng. If Gu Taifeng really takes the throne directly, then he will have to reassess this guy. Thoughts flashed through his mind. Lu Fan looked at Gu Taifeng with a smile. General Gu, since your majesty has appointed me as the left colonel of the Jinbei army, then I should know something about the Jinbei army, and I hope General Gu can introduce me to it.
What are the details of the Jinbei army?
Since ancient times, only military power can stabilize political power.
This sentence applies to any world in any era, and it is an eternal truth. Even in this world of cultivation, this is no exception. If he wants to control the northern territory, the most important thing is to control the Jinbei army.
Ha, your highness is the Zhuo lieutenant appointed by his majesty, so he naturally has the right to know this information.
Gu Taifeng smiled and nodded, then looked at the middle-aged man sitting second on the right. This is Sun Wenquan, the right commander of our Jinbei army.
Let him introduce it to his highness. When Gu Taifeng finished his introduction, Sun Wenquan stood up and saluted Lu Fan with clasped fists. Sun Wenquan, the right commander of Jinbei army, pays homage to his highness the crown prince. When Sun Wenquan cupped his fists and saluted, Lu Fan's eyes also fell on this guy.
9th level of the spiritual sea realm.
When Lu Fan saw through this guy's cultivation, he secretly snorted in his heart. This Jinbei army is a bit interesting. Everyone hides their true cultivation.
Could it be that they are guarding against me?
In front of the system, he saw through the cultivation of all senior members of the Jinbei army.
Except no one else.
Sun Wenquan's true cultivation level is at the 9th level of the spiritual sea realm, but the revealed cultivation level that can be investigated is only the 3rd level of the spiritual sea realm.
There are 6 entire small realms hidden.
Thoughts were swirling in his heart, but Lu Fan's appearance remained unchanged and he still maintained a smile on his face and said, "Then there is Captain Lao Sun."
"Your Highness, you're welcome."
Sun Wenquan clasped his fists again, then coughed lightly and said, "The Jinbei army has a total of 350,000 active soldiers, of which 300,000 are standing combat members and 50,000 are reserve members.
Each legion in Dakian is equipped with 2 captains on the left and right.
Although the captain has no real power, his importance is not low at all, even very important. Among them, the right captain is responsible for all military affairs and supplies in the army, and manages the quartermaster and Huato army in the army. Lieutenant Zoi is responsible for sorting out military information, fighting staff, and appeasing the morale of the military. In other words, the captain on the right does the chores, and the captain on the left is the assistant.
Both are indispensable. But relatively speaking, the left captain is more important than the right captain.
Because Lieutenant Zoi has access to confidential information in the military, and can participate in combat discussions and collect strategic intelligence. The Jinbei army was originally equipped with Zhuo Xiaowei. However, Zhuo Xiaowei failed to break through and fell into the fire demon a few years ago and died, so this position was temporarily vacant. The imperial court has not arranged for new candidates, nor has it issued instructions for the Jinbei army to fill up the ranks. Therefore, Sun Wenquan, the right colonel, temporarily served as the left colonel and performed the work of two positions at the same time.
Therefore, Sun Wenquan is the person who knows the Jinbei army best besides Gu Taifeng. With Sun Wenquan's detailed introduction, Lu Fan had an extremely detailed understanding of the Jinbei army.
The entire Jinbei army consists of 300,000 standing members and 50,000 reserve members. Among them, there are 35 captains of 10,000, and these in the palace are part of them. The weakest ones are at the third level of the spiritual sea realm. Half an hour later, Sun Wenquan finished the introduction.
Lu Fan nodded with a satisfied smile and said, "Captain Sun is here to help."
"Your Highness, you're welcome." Sun Wenquan bowed respectfully and took his seat, while Lu Fan looked at Gu Taifeng with a smile. "General Gu, Lieutenant Sun just introduced the situation of the Jinbei army in detail, but there is one person who seems not to have been introduced."
"Your Highness is talking about General Zhang, right?"
"The Jinbei army has a left general and a right general.
The left general is Gu Taifeng and the right general is Zhang Yu."
"It's just that Zhang Yu, the right general, is not well known, and the outside world rarely hears news about him."
"Yes, where is General Zhang now? Why is there no trace of him?"
"On the way here, Miao Huai also told a lot of news about the Jinbei army, but he also didn't mention Zhang Yu." Therefore, Lu Fan had long been curious. In addition, Sun Wenquan did not introduce Zhang Yu when he introduced him just now, which made Lu Fan even more confused. "Your Highness does not know that General Zhang received some good luck 3 years ago and began to break through the barrier of life and death. As of today, he has not yet come out of the barrier."
"Has he not come out of retreat in 3 years?" Lu Fan frowned, very dissatisfied with this answer, and even doubted whether this answer was true or false.
For cultivators, retreat is a very normal thing. But retreat for 3 years is a bit long, especially for Zhang Yu, the right general of Jinbei army.
As the right general of Jinbei army, he has important responsibilities and has to deal with the invasion of Mabei Tianwu dynasty at any time.
It is difficult to retreat for a short time, so how can he retreat for 3 years without worrying?
Zhang Yu couldn't be unaware of the seriousness of it. "Your Highness, don't worry.
General Zhang has explained everything before retreating, and it will not affect Jinbei army." Gu Taifeng seemed to see Lu Fan's doubts, and immediately explained with confidence. Lu Fan pretended to glance at Sun Wenquan and the captains of 10,000 men casually. Sun Wenquan looked calm and normal, but the expressions of these captains of 10,000 men were different. Some were a little nervous, some bowed their heads and kept silent, and some had wandering eyes, looking at him and Li Tsuanxiao from time to time. He saw all these subtle changes. It seems that Zhang Yu's retreat is not that simple, there must be something wrong.
But this is an opportunity.
Thinking quickly, Lu Fan suddenly had an idea, and immediately looked at Gu Taifeng and smiled. "General Gu, as the saying goes, a country cannot be without a king for a day, and an army cannot be without a general for a day. At present, General Zhang does not know when he can leave the retreat, and it is too tiring for you to take on the responsibility of the entire army alone. So this king wants to recommend someone to temporarily take over the position of right general to relieve General Gu's worries."
I wonder what General Gu thinks.
As soon as these words came out, Gu Taifeng, who was originally smiling, suddenly changed his face slightly, and Sun Wenquan and the other captains were even more shocked.
"Why, General Gu doesn't agree."
Lu Fan was still smiling, but his tone was a little heavier. Gu Taifeng also returned to his normal expression at this moment, and said calmly, "Your Highness is joking, the arrangement and movement of the captain of the legion and above requires His Majesty's decree. Gu is only a left general, how can he have such power? General Gu means that with His Majesty's will, someone can temporarily take over the position of general, right? Is that true?" Lu Fan smiled and pressed forward step by step, making everyone in the hall realize that something was wrong.
This is to seize power.
Zhang Shang and Li Si looked at each other calmly, with a trace of doubt flashing in their eyes.
Lu Fanka never told them about this matter.
Sun Wenquan and many of the 10,000 captains also looked incomprehensible at this moment, and they all looked at Gu Taifeng, who was first on the left.
Lu Wushuang was even more shocked. He must be too courageous. He blatantly seizes power. Is there anything he can't rely on?
Compared with other people in the hall, Gu Taifeng felt the most complicated at the moment.
Lu Fan's move caught him off guard.
After meeting Lu Fan twice, he had already guessed that Lu Fan might have some plot against the Jinbei army. But he didn't expect Lu Fan to move so fast.
Hanyang City didn't even understand it, so they directly started the idea of Jinbei army. How can a normal person behave like this? But at this moment, he was put on fire by Lu Fan's words, and he felt like he was riding a tiger. Under Lu Fan's smiling gaze, Gu Taifeng said without changing his expression, "With His Majesty's will, there is no problem." Ha ha ha. Okay, if that's the case, it'll be easy to handle, Zhang Qi. My subordinate is here. Bring out the secret decree entrusted to you by His Majesty. Hearing this, Zhang Qi couldn't help but be stunned. How did His Highness know that His Majesty had given a secret order? Although he was confused, he did not move slowly and took out a golden edict from the storage ring and held it in both hands. Prince Fan accepts the order.
Wow! As Zhang Qi took out the imperial edict, everyone in the hall knelt on one knee to receive it, including Gu Taifeng, the left general of the Jinbei army. The imperial edict represents the Emperor Qian, and the people of Daqian see the imperial edict as if they see the Emperor Qian. Ordinary people, monks, dignitaries and courtiers are required to kneel on both knees, while military members only need to kneel on one knee, which is considered a gift to the military. As the prince, Lu Fan did not need to kneel down. He just stood up and took the imperial edict held by Zhang Qi with both hands.
Looking at the golden edict in his hand, Lu Fan thought to himself, "What the hell is my father doing?"
The reason why he knew that Zhang Qi had a secret order was naturally because of the imperial eunuch who brought Zhang Qi and others to see him in Pingchuan City. In addition to bringing him the imperial edict, the old eunuch also had an oral message to benefit his father.
The content of the oral edict is this secret decree.
And this secret edict is a Shangfang sword given to him by his father, so that he can use it to give orders.
But it's a pity that this secret decree can only be used once. These thoughts flashed through his mind quickly. Lu Fan took a deep breath, looked at everyone kneeling on the ground and said, "I'm free of charge." "Thank you, Your Highness."
After everyone stood up, Lu Fan held the golden edict in one hand and looked at Gu Taifeng, who had a slightly ugly face.
"General Gu, Your Majesty's will is here. Do you want to take a look?"
Compared to Gu Taifeng, who had an ugly face, Lu Fan was smiling broadly. Although there is only one chance for this secret decree, this one chance is enough for him. Naturally, he was unwilling to let a peerless general like Li Tsuanxiao serve as a pawn in the Jinbei army. Although becoming a right general cannot control the Jinbei army in a short period of time, he can still be regarded as the second in command of the Jinbei army. Facing Lu Fan, who was seizing power with a smile, Gu Taifeng couldn't help but feel angry in his heart. While he was extremely angry, he also felt deeply helpless in his heart. It seems that I have underestimated the crown prince.
I am in some trouble now.
Just as Gu Taifeng was thinking hard about his response strategy, a captain of 10,000 men at the bottom on the right suddenly stood up and said, "His Royal Highness the Crown Prince behaves like this, and he will never accept it." As this man spoke, two more captains stood up one after another. That's right, General Zhang was just in seclusion, not killed in battle. To take his place now would not be to take advantage of others' danger.
"Your Highness, the Jinbei army is the elite of the army.
If you want to become a right general, you must have outstanding military exploits and strength. After the two captains of 10,000 spoke, 4 more captains of 10,000 stood up.
Although these 4 captains did not speak, their actions and expressions already showed their attitudes.
When Gu Taifeng saw this scene, his expression suddenly became much more relaxed, and his brows also expanded. Glancing at these confidants inadvertently, he pretended to be angry and shouted in a low voice, "Whatever you want to do, just sit down for me.
If you dare to do anything again."
Before Gu Taifeng could finish speaking, Lu Fan interrupted with a smile. "What you are saying is that as long as the person who temporarily takes the position of right general is stronger than you, it will be fine.
Isn't that true?"
As soon as these words came out, Gu Tiefeng's face suddenly changed slightly, and his eyes subconsciously looked at Li Tsuanxiao, who was standing to the left of Lu Fan.
Not good.
Gu Taifeng secretly thought in his heart, and Gu Taifeng was about to stop him immediately. However, before he could speak, the captain who stood up first said loudly, "That's right. If you want to become the right general of the Jinbei army, you must be stronger than us, the captains of 10,000 men. Otherwise, not only will we not accept it, but the brothers below will not accept it." Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme. The other captains who stood up also agreed. If the right general of the Jinbei army does not have enough strength, it is indeed unconvincing. If you want to become the right general, you must accept the challenge of us, the captains of 10,000 men, and win all of them. While speaking, these captains of 10,000 men snorted in their hearts.
They are all Gu Tiefeng's iron confidants. Now that Lu Fan wants to seize power, how can they agree? Although Lu Fan is the prince, they don't take him seriously. Not to mention that Lu Fan can't practice. Even if Lu Fan can practice, they don't care. Looking at the smug sneer in the eyes of these guys that can't be hidden, Lu Fan almost couldn't help laughing. It's really a god's help. Just now, he was thinking about how to take the initiative to propose a challenge, so that Li Tsuanxiao can show up in the Jinbei army and get some attention. After all, military men admire the strong, and the weak cannot be respected in the military camp. The fastest way to establish authority is to kill the chicken to scare the monkey. Thinking of this, Lu Fan looked at Gu Taifeng with a smile on his face, and said with a smile, "General Gu, since the captain said so, let my people try it. If he loses, the matter of temporarily taking over the position of right general will be revealed. If he wins, the position of right general will be his. How about it?" Lu Fan was in a good mood, but Gu Taifeng was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Waste. He was not a fool. How could he not see Lu Fan's intentions? But it was too late to say anything now. Although he wanted to beat these confidants to death in his heart, Gu Taifeng did not show it on the surface. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the anger and murderous intention in his heart and pretended to be nonchalant, then do as His Highness said. "But I'm afraid I don't have enough time today, so why not? It's better to choose a different day than to hit the sun. Go to the military camp now without so much trouble." Lu Fan interrupted Gu Taifeng neatly, stood up, looked at Gu Tiefeng's confidants Wan Fu Chang and said with a smile, "You shouldn't be timid." These captains of 10,000 were not stupid, and they could see something from the change in Gu Tiefeng's expression. But Lu Fan's words blocked all their escape routes. "Of course not. Ha ha ha. Okay, as long as you are not timid in fighting, I believe that there are no cowards in the Jinbei army, and they cannot do such things as timid in battle. General Gu, let's go then, and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme the way to the military camp." Seeing Lu Fan, who was in a happy mood and smiling, Gu Taifeng suppressed the anger and frustration in his heart and nodded. After a while, the group of people left the general's mansion and all rode towards the military camp outside the town. Lu Fan and Gu Taifeng walked at the front, followed by the others, and Lu Wushuang and Wu Wei followed at the back. Although Lu Wushuang was a little unhappy being ignored by everyone, it was peaceful to not be disturbed by anyone. And this gave her the opportunity to observe Lu Fan more carefully. Seeing Lu Fan sitting on horseback chatting and laughing with Gu Taifeng in front of him, Lu Wushuang could not help but feel shocked and disbelieving. Just now, this cheap cousin took over the position of right general of the Jinbei army while talking and laughing. Although there was no competition yet, Lu Wushuang knew that this cheap cousin would definitely win. As for who Lu Fan mentioned as the candidate for the right general, she had already guessed it.
Thinking like this, she couldn't help but look at Li Tsuanxiao, who was riding behind Lu Fan on the left.
Li Tsuanxiao, who looks like an iron tower on horseback, is really intimidating.
He is truly a peerless general. It would be great if he could join our Jinshi army. Wu Wei next to him heard this emotion and nodded in agreement. He is indeed a peerless warrior. The only one who can rival him in Dakian is probably King Jinnan, who is known as the Overlord. The four princes of Dakian are all famous, but their personalities and methods are completely different. King Jinbei is known as the Confucian King.
He is unparalleled in talent and strategy.
He is also proficient in various musical instruments, good at calligraphy and painting, etc. In addition, he has the temperament of an immortal. Therefore, in the early years, he was called the most talented man and the most handsome man in Dakian. The king of Jindong attaches great importance to love and righteousness, and is extremely righteous. He also hates evil as much as hatred, so he is also known as the righteous king. Whenever a monk encounters difficulties in the Eastern Territory and seeks help from King Jindong, he will definitely receive help.
Of course, the premise is that you are clean enough and not a bad person.
The king of Jinshi was extremely thoughtful and resourceful, and was called the Wisdom King by the outside world. In particular, he had extraordinary talents in marching formations. He also specially compiled the 36 military methods, which became a must phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme military book for all generals in Dakian.
The last Jinnan king was extremely powerful and unparalleled in battle.
He was the strongest person in Dakian and was called the Overlord of Dakian. The king of Jinnan is as tall as Li Tsuanxiao, standing there like an iron tower.
Listening to Mr. Wu's emotion, Lu Wuxuan looked away and asked curiously, "Mr. Wu, where did this cheap cousin of mine find these strong men? Could it be His Majesty?"
"Hush!
Princess, be careful what you say."
Wu Wei was so frightened by Lu Wuxuan that his face turned pale. He quickly interrupted and said with great caution, "Princess, you have changed a lot these days. It's okay to be curious about the prince, but don't expose yourself because of these curiosity."
Wu Wei's words couldn't help but make Lu Wuxuan's body tremble, feeling as if he had been struck by lightning. Father, like son.
She herself didn't notice her changes, but Wu Wei, the bystander, could see it clearly. Wu Wei's words suddenly woke her up. Seeing her suddenly waking up, Wu Wei came closer and whispered, "His Royal Highness is not simple, and His Majesty is even more not simple. It might have been His Majesty's idea for the prince to come here. Therefore, we should not interfere with these matters.
We only need to complete the tasks assigned by the prince. Don't worry, Mr. Wu, I understand." Lu Wuxuan took a deep breath and nodded, looking calmer when looking at Lu Fan and Li Tsuanxiao.
Although she still had deep doubts in her heart, she suppressed all these doubts in her heart.
Kill! Kill!
Before they reached the military camp, they heard deafening shouts of killing coming from inside the military camp. When the sound reached his ears, Lu Fan felt that the blood all over his body was boiling. Li Tsuanxiao's face turned red with excitement, and there was an unconcealable raging fighting spirit in his eyes. Soon a large group of people arrived at the entrance of the military camp, and all 16 guards clenched their right hands and beat their chests in salute.
"Open the camp door." "Promise."
The camp door opened, and Lu Fan and his party walked in vigorously. 16 guards quietly looked at Lu Fan. They had naturally received news of the arrival of this useless prince, and it had already spread throughout the military camp. But rumors are just rumors, and real people are real people. So they were all curious about what this rumored useless prince looked like. After seeing the real Lu Fan at this moment, the 16 guards were all confused and curious.
Because Lu Fan's appearance is completely different from the rumors. Lu Fan didn't pay attention to these glances.
He looked at the Jinbei army wearing black armor, his eyes sparkling.
Elite, definitely elite.
The strength of an army can be seen from the spirit of its individual soldiers. Whether it is the reserve members of the Jinbei army who are responsible for guarding Hanyang City, or the standing members of the Jinbei army here. There is a fierceness and killing intent all over his body, just like hungry wolves. There is no reason why soldiers like this are invincible when placed on the battlefield. General Gu, there should be a special arena for martial arts competitions in the army, so go directly there. In addition, the military competition is a rare grand event.
Let our brothers from the Zhenbei army come and take a good look.
Since we are going to sing a play, we naturally have to set up a stage, otherwise the play will be in vain. The deal was done, and Gu Taifeng had no reason to refuse. He turned to look at the captain of 10,000s who was the first to speak in the main hall of the general's mansion and said in a deep voice, "Tao Tong, go ahead and prepare. If you cannot satisfy His Highness the Crown Prince, I will skin you." Tao Tong had been on tenterhooks all the way, and now he was so frightened that his body trembled and he said quickly, "Please rest assured, General, I will be fully prepared." After the words fell, Tao Tong did not dare to hesitate and quickly galloped away.
Half an hour later, hundreds of thousands of Zhenbei army soldiers gathered around the arena in the center of the Zhenbei army camp.
On the temporary viewing platform, Lu Fan sat in the middle, Gu Taifeng sat on the left, and Lu Wushuang sat on the right.
At this moment, Gu Taifeng knew Lu Wushuang's identity, but he didn't care. For now, he cared more about Lu Fan, the prince. Lu Fan didn't think so much.
At this moment, his eyes were looking around the 100,000 Zhenbei army soldiers gathered around the arena.
At first glance, it was like a black ocean.
What surprised Lu Fan secretly was that there was no noise when 100,000 soldiers gathered together.
It was really not easy to do this.
At this time, Tao Tong, who was sent away by Gu Taifeng, came to the viewing platform quickly.
"Your Highness, General, everything is ready, and we can fight at any time." While speaking, Tao Tong looked at Li Tsuanxiao behind Lu Fan with a provocative look.
Just now, he was reminded by his companions, and he already understood Lu Fan's intention. So at this moment he was very angry with Lu Fan. He felt that he was being used as a gun. He naturally did not dare to have any dissatisfaction with Lu Fan. Even if he did, he could not show it. But he did not need to be so polite to the people recommended by Lu Fan. Facing Tao Tong's undisguised provocative eyes, Li Tsuanxiao showed a look of disdain on his face. A small third-level cultivator in the spiritual sea realm dared to be so arrogant. Gu Taifeng glanced at Tao Tong, who was full of fighting spirit, and couldn't help sighing helplessly in his heart. These confidants of his didn't know that there were people outside people, and there were heavens outside heavens. Today's face is definitely lost. The loss of face is secondary, the key is to lose power. But it can't be changed at this moment, saying anything else will only be more embarrassing, so he gathered his thoughts and looked at Lu Fan. "Your Highness, look. Since you are ready, let's start." Lu Fan smiled lightly and nodded, then turned back to look at Li Tsuanxiao. "Jingxi, just stop when you have enough, and never hurt your brothers."
He. "Don't worry, my lord, I will show mercy." Li Tsuanxiao's words immediately made Tao Tong and the other captains look gloomy. What an arrogant guy, it's not certain who will show mercy to whom.
They can sense that Li Tsuanxiao is not weak, but they are not afraid. After all, they can sit in the position of captain not only by military exploits, but also by real combat power. Each of them has fought out of the mountains of corpses and seas of blood, and they don't know how to write the word fear.
With a cold snort, Tao Tong tapped his toes lightly, stepped into the air and flew to the arena.
This move immediately made the 100,000 Zhenbei soldiers gathered around the arena shout excitedly.
For ordinary soldiers, the fighting between practitioners has an incomparable attraction.
There is no such opportunity at ordinary times. How can they not be excited?
We will win! We will win!
The soldiers under Tao Tong were so excited that they shouted in unison, shaking the earth. Looking at his subordinates who were shouting in support of him, Tao Tong turned his wrist and took out a fine iron curved knife, with the tip of the knife pointing directly at Li Tsuanxiao on the viewing platform. "If you want to sit on the position of right general, first ask if the knife in my hand." Tao Tong agrees.
"Let's fight."
When he shouted the word fight, the earth-shaking fighting spirit suddenly burst out from him. This earth-shaking fighting spirit made the 100,000 soldiers of the Zhenbei army who were watching the battle shout excitingly.
"Fight! Fight! Fight!"
The word fight resounded through the world, shattering the clouds above the sky, and the birds flying by were shaken down. Even in Hanyang City, 10,000 meters away, such earth-shaking shouts were clearly echoed, and the people and monks in the city were curious to inquire. On the viewing platform, Lu Fan clenched his fists and his face flushed slightly. It was so shocking. If he could not expose his cultivation, he would have wanted to rush to the ring and have a good fight. Lu Fan was like this, let alone Li Tsuanxiao, who directly stepped into the air on the viewing platform.
Ha 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 ha. If you want to fight, then fight.
Li Tsuanxiao, who was walking in the air, landed on the fighting stage after a wild laugh with fighting spirit.
Boom!
The moment he landed on the fighting stage trembled violently. The 100,000 Jinbei soldiers who were watching the battle looked at this scene and shouted excitedly again. The army admires the strong.
Although Tao Tong was the captain of the Jinbei army, they did not show any favoritism.
On the contrary, they looked forward to the fight between the two more. Gu Taifeng, Sun Wenquan, and other captains on the viewing platform were also looking forward to it at this moment.
Especially Gu Taifeng, the left general of the Jinbei army.
The first time he saw Li Tsuanxiao, he knew that Li Tsuanxiao was a peerless warrior. He was very strong, so strong that he even felt threatened.
But he didn't witness Li Tsuanxiao's move, so he didn't have an accurate estimate of Li Tsuanxiao's strength.
Now that Li Tsuanxiao was about to make a move, he was naturally looking forward to it. Lu Wuxuan, who was awakened by Wu Wei, finally calmed down, but at this moment, her curiosity was aroused again. Because Li Tsuanxiao was evaluated by Wu Lao as a person who could be comparable to the Overlord. The king of Jinan, known as the Overlord, was the strongest man in Dakian.
She didn't have the opportunity to witness the king of Jinan making a move.
So at this moment, she could see Li Tsuanxiao, who was comparable to the king of Jinan, making a move, and she was naturally looking forward to it. Perhaps the only relatively calm people in the huge military camp were Lu Fan, Zhang Shang, and Li Si.
Zhang Shang smiled, stroked his white beard, and looked at Li Tsuanxiao with admiration.
My lord, you have a peerless warrior like Jingxi Shubao under your command, so why worry about not accomplishing your great cause? Under the gaze of everyone, Tao Tong held a knife in one hand, looked at the iron tower like Li Tsuanxiao and snorted, use your weapon, otherwise you will not admit your defeat and say that I, Tao Tong, bullied you with the advantage of weapons. As soon as these words came out, there was laughter and cheers from all around. Ha ha, well said, if you want a fight, go all out, weapons against weapons are fair. That's right, if there are no weapons, what will happen if you lose later? Listening to the laughter and cheers from all around, Tao Tong became more and more proud, pretending to glance at Lu Fan on the viewing platform inadvertently, and sneered in his heart. If you want to seize our general's power, you have to see if you have the qualifications.
See how I, Tao Tong, will destroy your people.
At this moment, he has made up his mind to make Li Tsuanxiao pay the price. Even if he can't kill him, he must destroy his cultivation, which is considered revenge for his own general. Just when Tao Tong was thinking so determinedly, Li Tsuanxiao said with disdain, why do you need to use weapons to deal with a small Linghai realm third level like you?
Go ahead and don't waste time.
As soon as these words came out, there was an uproar all around.
This guy is too arrogant, is he really Dan Realm? So arrogant, wait and see how he loses.
Originally, the Zhenbei army soldiers who were watching the battle had a good impression of Li Tsuanxiao, who was like an iron tower. But after hearing such arrogant words, they suddenly became disappointed and disgusted. The spectators were like this, not to mention Tao Tong, who was fighting, who was so angry that his face turned ashen.
What an arrogant guy.
I hope your strength is as tough as your mouth. Tao Tong sneered with gnashing teeth and stopped talking nonsense. He moved his feet and rushed towards Li Tsuanxiao, who was like an iron tower.
The fine iron scimitar in his hand chopped towards Li Tsuanxiao like lightning.
Swish! At this moment, Tao Tong was already irritated by Li Tsuanxiao, so he attacked with all his strength without holding back. As for the so-called point-to-point, he also threw it behind his mind. He was just a guy who wanted to seize power. He could be killed if he was killed. He could only blame his inferior skills. Could it be that the useless prince would kill himself for a dead man? The powerful sword immediately made the 100,000 Jinbei army watching the battle shout excitedly. The captains on the viewing platform also laughed with their fists clenched.
Ah, great swordsmanship. Brother Tao's swordsmanship has improved compared to before. Even I have to avoid the edge for a while.
The praises and comments behind him reached Lu Fan's ears. He shook his head and laughed secretly in his heart.
Ignorance is really fearless.
The third level of the spiritual sea realm challenged the peak of the ninth level of the condensing soul realm.
It can only be said that the old man is marrying a woman and seeking death. Gu Taifeng next to him has been observing Lu Fan in secret. Seeing him shaking his head at this moment, he couldn't help asking, "Your Highness, I wonder what the origin of your guard is?" He naturally knew that Tao Ton was not Li Tsuinxiao's opponent, but he couldn't stop the challenge. Because speaking up to stop it would only bring humiliation to himself and make Lu Fan underestimate him. Jingxi was someone I met by chance on the road. He said that I had the potential to be an emperor and insisted on being loyal to me. I had no choice but to accept him. Lu Fan's answer immediately made Gu Tiefeng's mouth twitch. "Your Highness, the Crown Prince is really a joker." Lu Fan didn't want to say it, and he was too lazy to ask, and his eyes turned back to the fighting stage. At this moment, Tao Ton's powerful sword had already chopped half a meter in front of Li Tsuinxiao. But Li Tsuinxiao still didn't move, as if he was scared silly. The surrounding Jinbei army sneered disdainfully when they saw this. "I thought he was so powerful, but I didn't expect him to be scared silly. It's a waste of people's expectations. This guy looks like an iron tower, but I didn't expect him to be an embroidered pillow that looks good but is not important." It's true that the army admires the strong. But what they admire is the real strong, not the kind of embroidered pillow that pretends to be good-looking but useless. In their opinion, Li Tsuinxiao, who seemed to be scared silly at this moment, is an embroidered pillow. Tao Ton's face showed undisguised disdain and ridicule, and a cruel smile flashed in his eyes. "Go to hell!" he shouted inwardly, and his aura and pressure became even stronger. At this moment, all the noisy discussions stopped. More than 100,000 eyes were staring at Tao Tong and Li Tsuinxiao on the fighting stage. Lu Wushuang on Lu Fan's right clenched his fists at this moment, and his nervous breathing almost stopped. "Hurry up and make a move. Why don't you make a move?" Among all the people present at this moment, only Lu Fan, Jiang Shan, Li Si and Zhang Qi were extremely calm. Under the gaze of everyone, Li Tsuinxiao finally moved. He raised his right hand, spread out his index finger and middle finger and greeted the powerful knife. In an instant, Tao Ton's powerful iron scimitar chopped between Li Tsuinxiao's two fingers. The scene of blood splashing did not happen, but instead there was a sharp sound of metal colliding. Ding! Tao Ton's powerful sword was blocked by Li Tsuinxiao. At this moment, the world fell into a dead silence. Whether it was the 100,000 Jinbei army watching, or Sun Wenquan, Miao Huai and many other captains on the viewing platform. At this moment, all of them had their eyes wide open, looking unbelievable as if they had seen a ghost. Gu Taifeng, who had been mentally prepared, also narrowed his eyes slightly, and a storm was set off in his heart. So strong. Lu Wushuang, who was so nervous that his breathing almost stopped just now, stood up at this moment. At the main seat of the viewing platform, Lu Fan couldn't help but exclaimed, "So handsome." Although he knew that Li Tsuinxiao's beating Tao Tong was like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. But this way of winning was really too cool, and it was also the most shocking move. He was directly pretended by this guy. However, Lu Fan did not have any dissatisfaction, nor was he jealous of Li Tsuinxiao's popularity. Because Li Tsuinxiao was his diehard fan. The dead silence lasted for more than 10 breaths, and was broken by a series of gasps. Hiss. He actually blocked it with 2 fingers. How? How is this possible? Too strong, too scary. He is not arrogant, but he really has this strength. At this moment, the huge military camp became boiling. The Jinbei army soldiers who were still mocking and disdainful just now all looked at Li Tsuinxiao with extremely fanatical eyes. He is a real strong man, not just an embroidered pillow. The earth-shaking cheers and applause around woke up Tao Tong, who was stunned on the fighting stage. In an instant, his face turned pale, and his eyes showed unprecedented fear and disbelief. You You. You. What are you, kid? Don't pretend with this little cultivation, 2 fingers are enough to deal with you. Li Tsuanxiao sneered, and his 2 fingers suddenly turned over with force, and a piercing sound of breaking was heard. Crack! The scimitar forged from fine iron was directly broken by 2 fingers. Bang! The broken part of the sword fell on the fighting stage, and there was another piercing sound. Tao Tong, who was holding the handle of the sword, only felt a huge force sweeping from the remaining half of the sword. Bang! Under the impact of this huge force, Tao Tong, who did not react, flew backwards. The half scimitar in his hand also flew out of his hand and flew to the bottom of the ring. Wow! This shocking scene instantly made the 100,000 Jinbei army sitting cross-legged on the ground stand up in unison. Sun Wenquan and many captains on the viewing platform also stood up involuntarily, with expressions of fear and shock on their faces. Too strong. Their strengths were strong and weak, but generally speaking, they were not much different from Tao Tong. Tao Tong was defeated by 2 fingers in 1 move. How many moves can they hold on? Gu Taifeng shook his head helplessly. Your Highness, the position of right general is his, and there is no need for other challenges. At this moment, Tao Tong's defeat is embarrassing enough, and the others will only be more embarrassed. Stop loss in time is the hard truth. Ha ha ha, since General Gu said so, let Jingxi take the position of right general. At this moment, Lu Fan was in a good mood, and finally took the first step to control the Jinbei army. With this first step, the next step will be much simpler, it's just a matter of time. Tao Tong flew backwards and fell heavily under the ring, spitting a large mouthful of blood from his mouth. However, no one looked at him at this moment, and everyone's eyes were focused on Li Tsuanxiao. Invincible! Invincible! A thunderous shout rang out around the ring, and the 100,000 Jinbei soldiers who were watching were all cheering enthusiastically. For them, as long as they were not enemies, all strong men were worthy of their admiration. Although this strong man defeated their Wanfu leader. But this further proved the strength of Li Tsuanxiao, making them more awed and admired. Li Tsuanxiao on the ring looked at the 100,000 Jinbei soldiers who cheered for him, and an unconcealable smile appeared on his face. This was the atmosphere he liked. The next moment, he turned and looked at Lu Fan on the viewing platform. Under the gaze of more than 100,000 eyes, Li Tsuanxiao, who was like an iron tower, knelt on one knee and laughed loudly like thunder. My lord, I am lucky to have fulfilled my mission. As Li Tsuanxiao finished speaking, the eyes of the 100,000 Jinbei soldiers all turned to Lu Fan on the viewing platform. There was curiosity, doubt, and awe in these eyes. Facing the gaze of 100,000 eyes, Lu Fan couldn't help feeling a little uneasy. But he was smiling on the surface, without showing any sign of anger. General Gu, I will announce the news that Jingxi will be the right general, how about that? It stands to reason that this news should be announced by Gu Taifeng, the left general. But Lu Fan wanted to announce this important news in person. Your Highness, this is not quite. Gu Taifeng noticed something wrong, and tried to persuade and stop him with a chuckle. However, Lu Fan stood up and said with a smile, General Gu, I have been living in the palace for a long time and have never come out. Just give me a chance to show my ability, don't fight with me. After saying this with a smile, Lu Fan walked down the viewing platform and walked towards the fighting stage. Gu Taifeng opened his mouth when he saw this, but he sighed helplessly after all. He wanted to stop it, but... Forget it, let's do whatever we want. I hope things won't get out of hand. Prince, oh Prince, where are you? If you don't come back, everything will be in chaos. Sun Wenquan and the other captains in the back looked at each other with helplessness on Gu Tiefeng's face. Especially Gu Tiefeng's confidants, who felt a sense of frustration and helplessness at this moment. But Gu Taifeng couldn't do anything, so what could the captains do? They were not as strong as others, and they couldn't stand up straight. The reactions of these guys were seen by Jiang Shang and Li Si. The two looked at each other imperceptibly and laughed implicitly. Their lord was really tough. But they also had a little doubt in their hearts, that is, the process of their lord seizing power was too smooth. Gu Taifeng, the left general of the Jinbei army, didn't seem to try too hard to stop it. Lu Fan himself didn't notice this, but as counselors, how could they not pay attention to it? It is no exaggeration to say that Gu Taifeng, the left general of the Jinbei army, has absolute control over the Jinbei army.
You should know that Gu Taifeng has been in control of the Jinbei army for 20 years.
How could the arrangement of 20 years be easily taken away by his master?
After thinking about it, the smiles on Jiang Shang and Li Si's faces also weakened a little.
But now is not the time to talk about this.
Jiang Shang pretended to glance at Gu Taifeng casually, and then looked at Lu Fan, who was on the fighting stage.
Jingxi, well done.
On the fighting stage, Lu Fan helped Li Tsuanxiu up with a smile on his face.
Master, I.
Ha ha, there is no need to say anything extra, just don't let me down in the future.
Yes.
As the master and servant talked, the atmosphere around them became quiet again. More than 100,000 eyes stared at Lu Fan. Just now, when he was on the viewing platform, Lu Fan still had a little trepidation in his heart. But standing on the fighting stage at this moment, his heart was unprecedentedly calm.
Ahem.
Lu Fan coughed lightly, looked around the arena at the 100,000 Jinbei army, and said with a chuckle, "Before I set foot here, I was very nervous, because I had to face 100,000 Jinbei army, and I was worried that I would be scared to death."
Ha ha ha.
This sentence instantly made the 100,000 Jinbei army laugh, and their impression of Lu Fan suddenly improved a lot. But when I really stepped onto the arena, I felt more at ease and calm than ever before.
This sentence made everyone curious. Lu Wuxuan on the viewing platform was even more puzzled. What is this guy going to do? Isn't he announcing the candidate for the right general? Why is he chatting? Only Jiang Shang and Li Si understood the Lord's intention and subconsciously looked at Gu Taifeng.
At this moment, Gu Taifeng was looking at Lu Fan with a complicated expression, and he didn't know what he was thinking. On the viewing platform, a calm and powerful voice came out from Lu Fan's mouth slowly. "Because what I am facing is not just 100,000 Jinbei soldiers, but 100,000 good men with strong bones and real men.
Facing 100,000 brothers who defend their country and their homes, why should I be nervous?"
As these words came out, the 100,000 Jinbei soldiers were all silent, but a warm current emerged in their hearts at the same time. This warm current made them feel warm all over, and the softest part of their hearts was also touched. This rumored waste prince seems very special. Looking at the silent 100,000 Jinbei soldiers, Lu Fan took a deep breath and said in a firm and deep voice, "Perhaps you have all heard rumors about me and have misunderstandings about me. I had no chance to defend myself before, so I could only bear it silently. Now I am here to prove with practical actions that there are no cowards among the passionate men of Dakian."
Good.
This powerful speech immediately made the silent 100,000 Jinbei army boil again. The earth-shaking cheers resounded through the sky. At this moment, just by these words, the impression of the 100,000 Jinbei army on Lu Fan, the useless prince, was completely changed. Even if he could not practice, he was definitely not the weak and incompetent prince in the rumors.
Gu Taifeng looked at this scene, his eyes flashed, and he was secretly amazed in his heart. What a great Dakian man without cowards.
With just this sentence, Lu Fan completely won his recognition, and also the recognition of all the Jinbei army.
On the viewing platform, Lu Wuxuan's expression was extremely complicated. Is this the real prince? Thinking of those rumors, she couldn't help but laugh. How could a prince who could say such a thing be a cowardly and incompetent person?
It seems that he was really hiding his incompetence before. When everyone was amazed and sighed at Lu Fan's words, Lu Fan raised his hand and pressed it down in the air. The 100,000 Jinbei army who were cheering excitedly suddenly quieted down.
This move once again shocked Gu Taifeng, Sun Wenquan, and many captains.
It was incredible that he got the approval of the 100,000 Jinbei army with just a few words. Lu Fan was also excited at this moment. He didn't expect that the decision he made at the last minute would have such a big effect. This was really a pleasant surprise. However, he did not forget the main business, and said with a smile on his face, "Although I cannot fight the enemy in person, since I am here, I will naturally make contributions to our Jinbei army. This peerless warrior is called Li Tsuanxiu, and he is my personal bodyguard.
From now on, he will be the new right general of our Jinbei army. He will kill the enemy on my behalf and sacrifice his life for Dakian. What do you think?"
This news immediately shocked the hearts of the 100,000 Jinbei army. They didn't expect that this peerless general who defeated Captain Tao Tong with 2 fingers would actually become the right general. After a brief moment of dead silence, shocking cheers suddenly erupted from all around the competition stage.
Good. Welcome, General Wright.
For these ordinary soldiers, the struggle for power at the top has little impact on them. After all, what they should do is what they should do, and rights have little to do with them. As long as an unknown person or a cowardly and incompetent person is not the general to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme them, they don't care. Not to mention Li Suanxiao, who defeated Captain Tao Tong with 2 fingers. Li Suanxiao proved his strength in front of them and won the respect and recognition of the 100,000 Jinbei army. Therefore, they had no objection to the news, but only enthusiastic excitement and awe. After all, Zhang Yu, the original right-hand general of the Jinbei army, had been in seclusion for 3 full years.
3 years is neither a long time nor a short time.
But it is enough to eliminate most of a person's traces, and even make people forget it completely. Looking at the 100,000 Jinbei army cheering excitedly, a hint of helplessness and bitterness appeared in Gu Tiefeng's eyes on the viewing platform. Li Suanxiao had already guessed this scene when he knocked Tao Tong away with 2 fingers. Not to mention that he gave up blocking. Even if he went up to block it, there was nothing he could do.
Because in the military camp, strength is everything.
Sun Wenquan and the other captains also looked aggrieved and helpless, with envy and jealousy in their eyes.
How could they not have any ideas about the position of right general?
It's a pity that my family knows about their own affairs, and they know that they are not qualified to step into the position of right general. Although they knew that they were not destined to be the right general, they still felt aggrieved when this position was taken away by others. It would be fine if the person who takes over the position of right general is weaker than them. They have plenty of solutions. But the man who stole the right general's position was stronger than them, and much stronger than them. Faced with such a situation, it would be useless even if they were unwilling to do so.
On the fighting stage,
Lu Fan looked at the 100,000 Jinbei army cheering excitedly, and his heart was completely relieved. Just now, he was really worried that he would be silent after announcing the news, which would ostracize the Jinbei army. But the facts proved that he thought too much, and his absolute strength was enough to prove everything.
This statement applies everywhere. Lu Fan suppressed the excitement in his heart and looked at Li Suanxiao next to him, who was even more excited than himself. The next stage was given to him. Li Suanxiao glanced at Lu Fan in awe, and then took a step forward to the edge of the ring. The 100,000 Jinbei army who were cheering excitedly also stopped at this moment, and all their eyes fell on the new right general. Under the gaze of hundreds of thousands of blazing eyes, Li Suanxiao clenched his right fist and raised it. There is no unnecessary nonsense, just run your cultivation and let out a shout. The Jinbei army must win.
As his shout ended, the 100,000 Jinbei army who had fallen silent once again entered a state of frenzy, shouting in unison with him.
The Jinbei army must win. The Jinbei army must win.
Seeing this scene, Lu Fan returned to the viewing platform with satisfaction, looked at Gu Taifeng, who looked slightly complicated, and said with a smile, "General Gu, I'll leave Jingxi to you.
If he does something wrong, I hope you can give me some advice." "You're welcome. Your Highness is joking.
General Li is a peerless general.
How can Gu be qualified to give advice?"
Looking at the polite Gu Taifeng, Lu Fan chuckled and said, "Now that the position of right general is established, the Jinbei army will be handed over to General Gu and Jingxi. Although I am Zuo Xiaowei, I hold a concurrent position after all, and my main job is still the county guard. Therefore, if nothing happens, I will not come here.
If there is anything, General Gu, just send someone to find me at any time." Gu Taifeng nodded with a smile. "Your Highness is the governor of Hanyang County, and you should put the important matters in the county first.
There will be no trouble in Jinbei army here.
In this case, I will take my leave.
The purpose of coming here has been overfulfilled, and there is no point in staying here.
What's more, there are more important things tonight." "Then Gu will not keep His Highness."
Gu Taifeng cupped his hands and turned to Miao Huai and said, "We must send His Highness safely back to the sheriff's mansion."
"I will obey your orders."
After the explanation was completed, Gu Taifeng, Sun Wenquan and a group of captains personally escorted Lu Fan and his party to the outside of the military camp.
Li Zuanxiao also came out to escort him, with unconcealable excitement on his face.
The carriage they came in and the hundreds of Jinbei army guards were already waiting here.
Congratulations to your highness. Congratulations to the princess.
Gu Taifeng led Sun Wenquan and a group of 10,000 captains to bow to Lu Fan and Lu Wushuang. Lu Wushuang nodded lightly and took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme in getting on the carriage and entering the carriage.
Lu Fan took a few steps forward and seemed to think of something. He turned back and looked at Gu Taifeng thoughtfully with a smile and said, "General Gu, I suddenly remembered a passage from an ancient book, and I wanted to share it with you."
Then, before Gu Taifeng could speak, he phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red slash phoneme it to himself. There is an old saying that a bird looks 3 times before flying, and a person thinks 3 times before flying.
You need to look 3 times to be clear, and think 3 times to be clear. Only in this way can you fly well and do good deeds. After reading this sentence with a smile, Lu Fan took a deep look at Gu Taifeng, and then entered the carriage compartment without hesitation. Zhang Shang and Li Si smiled and nodded at Li Zuanxiao, and then followed him into the carriage. Drive riding horses and waving whips, the mighty troops left the military camp and headed straight back to Hanyang City. Gu Taifeng watched the mighty troops gradually go away, and the words that Lu Fan just said kept echoing in his mind. He knew what Lu Fan meant, and he also knew that Lu Fan must have seen something. Otherwise, he would not have deliberately said these words to remind himself. But how could a useless prince have the confidence to hit himself, the commander of the Jinbei army? Could it be that he, Li Zuanxiao, the new right general? Just like that, he watched the mighty troops completely disappear from his sight. Gu Taifeng took a deep breath, and a firm look suddenly appeared in his eyes. It seems that I have to make a decision. Since you are so confident, I'll give it a try. After talking to himself in his heart, Gu Taifeng suddenly turned around and looked at Sun Wenquan and said in a deep voice, "Go, summon all the 1,000 captains to the general's tent to discuss matters, and tell them that this general has important arrangements, and let them meet General Li by the way." Yes. After receiving the order, Sun Wenquan left quickly, and Gu Taifeng smiled and looked at Li Zuanxiao next to him.
"General Li, you and I will have to shoulder the burden of the Jinbei army in the future.
If you need to know anything, please ask Gu at any time." Li Zuanxiao is not a brainless, reckless man. He can see that Gu Taifeng is showing goodwill, and immediately smiled and said loudly, "Li is a newcomer. I hope General Gu will give me more guidance in the future. If I do something wrong, I hope you will forgive me. Ha ha, we are one family, let's go to the general's tent to talk." With a big laugh, Gu Taifeng personally led Li Zuanxiao and walked straight to the general's tent. Seeing the two people who seemed to be friends for many years, many captains looked at each other with strange expressions on their faces. I don't understand at all." On the other side, inside the carriage, Lu Wushuang looked at Lu Fan from time to time, and the strange look made Lu Fan very unhappy. But he knew Lu Wushuang's character. If he paid attention to her at this moment, she would definitely take the opportunity to test him. Less trouble is worse than more trouble. He was too lazy to play tricks with this cheap cousin who had ill intentions, so he snorted coldly and closed his eyes and pretended not to see it. Seeing that Lu Fan ignored him, Lu Wushuang was immediately annoyed. This guy is really difficult to deal with. No wonder even Gu Taifeng was tricked by him. Forget it, why bother with him? Thinking of what old Wu warned her, Lu Wushuang tried to calm herself down. Lu Wushuang's performance was seen by Zhang Shang and Li Si, and the two couldn't help but laugh secretly. They knew Lu Wushuang's identity, and they could see that this Princess Pingxi was not as simple as she seemed. But they were not so repulsive. After all, Princess Pingxi's identity was not simple. Behind her was the king of Jinshi, one of the 4 great princes of Daqian, who controlled 300,000 Jinshi troops. If the king of Jinshi can be made to surrender and support the lord, then... After a while, Lu Fan and his companions returned to the county governor's mansion under the escort of 100 Jinbei army soldiers. After Lu Fan got off the carriage, Miao Hui came to Lu Fan and clasped his hands. "Your Highness, I will go back to report." Looking at Miao Huai, who was about to leave, Lu Fan raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "General Miao, how long have you been in the Jinbei army?" Lu Fan's question surprised Miao Huai, but he still answered honestly, "I have been in the Jinbei army for 23 years and served as a captain of 1,000 men in the army." 23 years is a long time, but the position of a captain of 1,000 men is a bit unfair to you. Your Highness, you. Miao Huai didn't understand what Lu Fan meant, and wanted to ask immediately, but Lu Fan interrupted with a smile, "Are you interested in continuing to serve as the defender of Hanyang City and the county lieutenant of Hanyang County?" When these words came out, Miao Huai was stunned. The county governor is the highest official in a county. Below the county governor is the county secretary, and below the county secretary is the county lieutenant. The county lieutenant controls the military power of a county, governs all patrol guards and city guards, and also has some legal powers. Compared with the county lieutenant, the position of the 1,000-man captain is far, far inferior. Because all the 1,000-man captains in Dakian add up to hundreds, while there are only 72 county lieutenants, so it is self-evident who is stronger and who is weaker. After a short moment of daze, Miao Huai's face suddenly showed an excitement that was difficult to conceal. Your Highness, this. Don't rush to agree, go back and think about it carefully, and come to the county governor's mansion to find me when you think it through. Remember, I only give you 3 days. After saying this, Lu Fan patted Miao Huai's shoulder meaningfully, then turned and walked into the county governor's mansion, followed by Zhang Qi. Zhang Shang and Li Si did not rush to follow in. Zhang Shang glanced at Li Si, who nodded imperceptibly, and walked straight to Miao Huai and said with a smile, "Whether you are a person or a worker, choice is more important than hard work, and some things cannot be judged by appearance alone." After saying it almost openly, Li Si followed Zhang Shang into the county governor's mansion. Watching the two enter the county governor's mansion, Miao Huai's eyes suddenly showed struggle and hesitation. He knew that Lu Fan was trying to win him over, and the chips he offered were heavy, but... Staring at the gate of the county governor's mansion for a while, Miao Huai took a deep breath and turned away with 100 Jinbei soldiers. "Old Jiang, do you think that guy will agree?" If it was before going to the Jinbei military camp, that guy would definitely not agree, but now, Looking at Zhang Shang, who was in control of his wisdom, Li Si also laughed. At this time, Zhang Shang suddenly stopped, looked at Li Si meaningfully and smiled, "Tonggu, your talent and strategy are not inferior to mine, and I am not a narrow-minded person, so you don't need to deliberately lower your status. Hanyang City is too small, and the northern border is too small. Sooner or later, the Lord will rise to the sky, and we will be needed to share the worries and solve the problems. The more outstanding your performance is, the happier I will be, and the same is true for the Lord, so... I have said all, don't blame me for being too talkative." These words immediately made Li Si blush with shame, and he immediately took 2 steps back and bowed to Zhang Shang. "Listening to your words is better than reading 10 years of books. Please rest assured, Mr. Jiang, Tonggu will definitely remember what you said today and will never forget it." Tonggu said too much. "Let's go, don't keep the Lord waiting for a long time." "Yes, Mr. Jiang." When Zhang Shang and Li Si came to the front hall, Fei Yi, Wang Hun, Xiang Chong, and Duan Yu were all waiting here. "Greetings, Lord. Sit down." Lu Fan nodded to Zhang Shang and Li Si, who came in, and then looked at Fei Yi and Wang Hun. Without waiting for him to ask, Fei Yi and Wang Hun stood up at the same time, and Fei Yi took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead / phoneme to clasp his fists and said, "My lord, the invitation letter was successfully delivered to Li Tianxiong, the head of the Li family, and Sun Xinghu, the head of the Sun family." After Fei Yi finished speaking briefly, Wang Hun followed and said, "My lord, Zhao Tianshang, the head of the Zhao family, also accepted the invitation letter and clearly stated that he would come to the banquet early tonight." After Fei Yi and Wang Hun finished telling the details of sending the invitation letters to the 3 major families, Lu Fan pondered and thought. Tonight he planned to confront the remaining 3 major families directly. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either / phoneme surrender or die. Originally, his idea was to take it step by step, but after destroying the Wang family, he temporarily changed his mind. When there is no absolute strength, it is natural to take it step by step. But at the moment, he was not afraid of the 3 major families, so there was no need to waste time. Of course.
More importantly, he felt a sense of urgency after discovering the batch of armaments in the Wang family's treasure house. If the problems of the three major families were not solved, Hanyang City might face internal and external troubles and be attacked from all sides. Thinking of this, Lu Fan took a deep breath and said to Xiang Chong and Duan Yu, Xiang Chong, Ji Ming, you should immediately send a message to Shubao Jichu into phoneme alphabet equals IP8 page equals clause close slash phoneme all the city gates tonight, and let all the patrol guards and Hanyang garrison troops be on standby with weapons and wait for the king's orders at any time. At this point, he paused and continued, also, let Gong Ran bring 50 people. Forget it, let Gong Ran come back alone. Hearing Lu Fan's arrangement, Xiang Chong and Duan Yu immediately knew that there would be a big move tonight, and immediately stood up and saluted with great excitement. I obey your orders. After receiving the order, the two hurried away, and Lu Fan looked at Zheng Qi and continued, Zheng Qi, the task of the 5 of you tonight is to guard the princess of Pingxi without leaving her room. Don't let her and Wu Wei leave the room. Just say it's my order, understand? I obey your orders. Li Si, Fei, Wang Hun, the 3 of you will phoneme alphabet equals IP8 page equals lead slash phoneme people to keep an eye on the Li family, the Sun family, and the Zhao family tonight. If they have any unusual movements, send someone to report immediately without any delay. I obey your orders. With no one available, Lu Fan could only let the 3 counselors go together. Fortunately, these 3 guys have a certain level of cultivation, which is enough for them to phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals lead slash phoneme people to follow. After a quick arrangement, only Lu Fan and Jiang Shang were left in the front hall. Zia, what do you think of this king's arrangement? Is there anything missing? Although he had made so many arrangements just now, Lu Fan always felt that he seemed to have missed something. But I can't remember the specifics. Lord, there is nothing wrong with your arrangement, but... Jiang Shan paused for a moment before saying, but we have to guard against the direction of Ma Bei. Don't worry about the direction of Ma Bei. There is Xinbei army stationed there, so there won't be any. Before he finished speaking, Lu Fan's expression suddenly changed. You mean the Xinbei army might rebel? When he said this, his face looked extremely ugly. Lord, there are some things that we have to guard against. King Xinbei has disappeared for 20 years. These 20 years are enough to change many things. And the right General Zhang Yu is really in retreat or doing something else. If the Wang family intends to rebel, they will inevitably contact Ma Bei, and the Xinbei army will naturally not be able to avoid it. Although the soldiers of the Xinbei army are fine, those commanders of thousands, commanders of 10,000, or even. Jiang Shang nodded, but Lu Fan's face became increasingly ugly. At this time, Jiang Shang took a breath and continued, My lord, you have to be on guard against the 3 major families, but Tianxiang also has to be on guard. Lu Fan nodded silently, but felt helpless in his heart. My IQ is still not enough, and I haven't noticed so many problems. Or maybe I didn't think comprehensively enough, and only saw what was on the surface, but ignored what was hidden on the side. But even if he knows this, he is still at a loss now and has no one available. There is no source of intelligence information, and there are too few people available at critical moments. A series of problems were immediately exposed at this time. Hey, the foundation is still too shallow. It seems that we need to complete the system tasks as soon as possible to obtain the summoning card. It is possible to recruit local strong men, but there is not enough time, and loyalty cannot be guaranteed in a short time. So the best way is to system summon. Call. Taking a deep breath, Lu Fan looked at Jiang Shang and motioned for him to continue. The latter pondered for a moment and said, My lord, there is another very important point. We don't have any usable troops at the moment. Although Xu Bao and Ji Quan have temporarily taken control of the patrol guards and the Hanyang guards, this force is too weak and their loyalty cannot be guaranteed. If something goes wrong, then... Faced with Jiang Shang's concern, Lu Fan showed a smile on his face. Zia, who said I don't have any power in my hands. Lord, you. Don't worry, at the critical moment, the power in my hand will appear, and there won't be any trouble in the city. Of course he was talking about the 3,000 golden fire cavalry who never showed up. This can be regarded as his biggest trump card at present. Although there are not many golden fire cavalry, these 3,000 people are all cultivators, and they are all cavalry. Whether it's equipment, combat coordination, or other aspects, they are all top-notch. 3,000 golden fire cavalry are enough to compare with 100,000 Jinbei army.
Seeing Lu Fan's confident look, Zhang Shang couldn't help but feel curious. But if Lu Fan didn't say anything, he wouldn't continue to ask. Since the Lord has made arrangements, there is nothing to worry about. After saying this, he seemed to have thought of something, then looked at Lu Fan and said respectfully, "My lord, your majesty has given you the right to command 5,000 troops. As the prince, my lord can have 500 princely guards. Can these 5,500 personal guards be recruited in advance?"
"Yeah." Lu Fan touched his chin and said in deep thought, "Let's wait until we resolve the matter of the three major families tonight." He had always kept this matter in mind, but he didn't bring it up. After all, Hanyang City is now torn apart, and the sheriff's mansion is in vain.
Even if a recruitment order is issued, it will not attract many people.
What he wants is elite soldiers, ferocious soldiers who can fight 1 against 10, or even 1 against 100, rather than recruiting a group of wastes. It would be best to have an army composed entirely of cultivators. That was his goal. Seeing Lu Fan say this, Zhang Shang nodded and said nothing more. After thinking for a short time, Lu Fan suddenly thought of several special skills of Zhang Shang.
"Zia, I know that you are proficient in formation, talisman, and alchemy. After the affairs of the three major families are over, you can find a way to recruit some people to specialize in learning formation, talisman, and alchemy." Zhang Shang thought for a moment and understood what Lu Fan meant. "Lord, there is no problem in recruiting manpower, but the formation of talismans and alchemy methods cannot be achieved overnight. I am afraid that in a short period of time. This matter is not urgent. You can recruit and train them slowly. I would rather have one genius than 10,000 useless people. This matter will be done for a long time. I will provide you with anything you need."
As soon as Lu Fan said these words, Zhang Shang looked shocked.
The master's plans are not small.
After a brief moment of surprise, Zhang Shang's heart suddenly became extremely hot. He was not afraid of Lu Fan's ambition, but he was afraid that Lu Fan's ambition was not big enough. At the moment, it seemed that he had underestimated his lord. Thinking of this, Zhang Shang stood up and bowed to Lu Fan with a solemn expression. "Please rest assured, my lord, Zia will do his best to train a group of formation, talisman, seal and alchemy talents for my lord."
"Yes." Lu Fan nodded with satisfaction, stood up with a smile and walked outside, followed closely by Zhang Shang.
When he came outside and looked at the scorching sun above his head, Lu Fan murmured with a complicated expression, "I hope everything goes well tonight. The three major families are already trapped in a jar, so my lord, don't worry."
"Yes, they are just trapped in a jar.
If they know what's good for them, let them phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme.
If they don't, hum. Construction is not easy, but isn't it easy to destroy?
For those who are not loyal and don't rely on themselves, there is no need to keep them." Thinking of this, Lu Fan's eyes flashed with murderous light, and he unconsciously revealed murderous intent.
Zhang Shang looked at Lu Fan, who was emitting murderous intent, and a look of relief appeared in his eyes.
Such a lord is worthy of his assistance with all his strength.
Night fell.
The lights in the county governor's mansion were bright, and the temporary guards in armor carried various dishes to and fro in the front hall. The long table in the center of the front hall was filled with various exquisite dishes and spiritual wine and fruits.
These dishes were specially arranged by chefs arranged by Fei Yi and Wang Hun to contact the restaurant in Hanyang City. The dishes are good, and the wine is good.
The only flaw is that there is no maid in the front hall, and all the people who serve are temporary guards.
Looking at the temporary guards coming in and out of the front hall, Zhang Shang, who was sitting in the first seat on the left, hesitated for a moment, and looked at Lu Fan, who was sitting in the main seat in the north, and said, "My lord, should we recruit some maids, servants, cooks, and other chores in the mansion? Now there are only some temporary guards in the mansion, which is too thin. If things go on like this, it will also affect your reputation."
Before, there were chores such as housekeepers, maids and servants in the county governor's mansion, but Lu Fan sent them all away as soon as he arrived. As the Prince of Dakian, his life is not luxurious, but it must not be so poor and monotonous. In fact, Lu Fan also felt the same way at the moment. Seeing Jiang Shang say so, he nodded.
You can arrange this matter. For the people he summoned, Lu Fan didn't have to worry about anything at all.
If there was anything, he just had to let them do it.
Yes, my lord.
Jiang Shang nodded and was about to say something, but Lu Fan raised his eyebrows and said calmly while looking at the front hall door, "They are coming." Just when Jiang Shang was confused, a temporary guard quickly walked into the front hall and knelt on one knee. "Your Highness, the heads of the 3 major families have arrived." As the temporary guard finished speaking, Jiang Shang's face suddenly showed a look of surprise. The master stayed in the front hall and didn't go out, but he knew the news of the arrival of the 3 major families first.
Could it be that the master has some special means of perception?
Jiang Shang's surprised look made Lu Fan secretly happy. After all, Jiang Shang was not an ordinary person. It was a pleasure to be able to make the super strategists in the history of the previous life do this. He was secretly happy, but Lu Fan didn't show any expression on his face. He looked at the temporary guard who reported the news and said lightly, "Bring them here."
Yes. After receiving the order, the temporary guard left quickly, and soon came here with a group of people.
The leader was 3 middle-aged men. These 3 people were the heads of the 3 major families, among which Li Tianxiong, the head of the Li family, Lu Fan had already met. And these 3 people each brought 2 guards, and their cultivation was not weak. Without waiting for the temporary guards to report, Lu Fan said indifferently, "Since you are here, come in." He did not go out to greet them, and his tone was extremely indifferent and flat, without any enthusiasm.
Hearing Lu Fan's indifferent tone, Li Tianxiong, Sun Xinghu, and Zhao Tianchang looked at each other, and their hearts sank. It was indeed the Hongmen banquet.
But now that things have come to this, they have to go in, whether they want to or not, and it depends on how they will fight next. Fortunately, all preparations have been made, so there is nothing to worry about.
Thinking of this, Li Tianxiong looked back at the 2 guards he brought and said in a deep voice, "You wait outside." While speaking, he gave the 2 of them a subtle look, and the 2 guards nodded imperceptibly to show that they understood. After the explanation, Li Tianxiong walked into the front hall first.
Seeing this, Sun Xinghu and Zhao Tianchang also glanced at the guards they brought, and then followed them in. The 3 of them took a look at the front hall as soon as they came in. They had been here many times, and it was so familiar, but it was so strange when they looked at it now. He was even more surprised.
What does this idiot mean? There is no ambush. Is he really not afraid?
After a quick look, the 3 of them bowed to Lu Fan and said, "Li Tianxiong Sun Xinghu, Zhao Tianchang pays homage to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince."
"Sit down." "Thank you, Your Highness." Before a quarrel, there must be courtesy. This is the rule, and no one can break it.
After the 3 of them sat down, they were uncertain and looked at each other obscurely.
Lu Fan saw their facial changes and small movements clearly.
But he didn't care.
Since these 3 guys came here today, they had to make a choice.
With this in mind, Lu Fan activated the 7 stars absolute killing formation that covered the entire county governor's mansion without hesitation. Of course, he did not let the formation appear. But from this moment on, the entire county governor's mansion was completely under his control. No one could enter or leave, even the sound transmission jade card could not be used, except Lu Fan himself. After doing all this, Lu Fan coughed lightly, looked at Li Tianxiong with a half-smile and said, "Master Li, I am a little surprised that you can come to me. After all, I killed your son with my own hands, you should hate me very much." After these words came out, Li Tianxiong clenched his fists and made a crackling sound.
"Your Highness, you are too serious.
My son has committed evil and deserves to be killed by Your Highness."
"Damn waste.
After the city is broken, I will definitely cut you into pieces, and dismember you." Although he was furious and murderous at the moment, he gritted his teeth and endured it.
He wanted to give the outside world enough opportunities.
Sun Xinghu and Zhao Tianchang looked at Li Tianxiong who was about to explode, and their backs were sweating.
What's the situation?
How dare he of this waste? Originally, they thought that Lu Fan invited them here to win them over, test them and hit them. Even if they want to tear each other apart, there is a process.
But they never expected that Lu Fan would directly expose Li Tianxiong's scars without any process.
This was clearly a naked provocation and humiliation. This was completely different from what they imagined, and it also made them feel inexplicably uneasy. Oh, since your son deserves it, what about you, the head of the Li family? The son is not taught well by the father. Your son intends to assassinate me and rebel. Are you the one behind it? After the last sentence, Lu Fan slammed the table and stared at Li Tianxiong with extremely cold eyes.
Killing Li Tianxiong is a system task.
So there is no such guy in the list he wants to conquer.
He must die. After hearing Lu Fan's words, Li Tianxiong instantly understood that Lu Fan was determined to kill him. The Wang family was accused of treason, and the Wang family was destroyed. Now that Lu Fan has accused him and his son of treason, how can the Li family survive?
Thinking about this clearly, Li Tianxiong laughed.
Okay, what a useless prince, you are always looking for excuses to accuse someone of something.
My Li family is loyal to Dakian, but you, a useless person, killed my son and slandered my Li family for treason. Since the prince doesn't tolerate me, Li Tianxiong and the Li family, so what if I rebel, ha? Accompanied by the roar of laughter, Li Tianxiong picked up the wine glass on the table and smashed it on the ground.
Crack!
With the signal of smashing the glass, the two guards brought by Li Tianxiong rushed into the front hall instantly. The two guards of Sun Xinghu and Zhao Tianchang also rushed in immediately after. This scene immediately alarmed the dozen temporary guards guarding outside the front hall, and they also rushed in one after another.
Bold, what do you want to do?
Li Tianxiong ignored the temporary guards surrounding them, looked at Lu Fan with a cold look and said coldly, "Waste, you could have lived longer, but you insisted on dying in a hurry, that I." Li Tianxiong's extremely cold words were interrupted by Lu Fan before he finished speaking. Then Lu Fan ignored Li Tianxiong and looked at Sun Xinghu and Zhao Tianchang, who were still sitting in their seats.
Master Sun, Master Zhao, are you planning to rebel with Li Tianxiong, or are you planning to submit to me and make amends? Lu Fan was so calm that Sun Xinghu and Zhao Tiancheng's inner anxiety reached its peak. He was too calm. Li Tianxiong had already torn his face and made trouble, but Lu Fan, the prince, was still so calm. He could even ask them leisurely, which made them panic. Especially when they looked at Lu Fan, they felt an inexplicable fear. Li Tianxiong also noticed something was wrong at this moment, and looked at Sun Xinghu and Zhao Tiancheng and said in a low voice, "What are you two doing? Hurry up and catch this waste, don't delay the important things." However, as soon as Li Tianxiong finished speaking, Lu Fan laughed with a mocking look on his face. "Before taking action, take out your sound transmission jade token and try to see if you can contact the outside world." As soon as Lu Fan finished speaking, Li Tianxiong sneered disdainfully. "Trash, if you want to scare us, you are not qualified. I am not afraid to tell you that after tonight, Hanyang City will not be inferior to Dakian. As for you trash, I will cut you to pieces in public to avenge my son." Before Li Tianxiong finished speaking, one of the guards he brought with him exclaimed, "No, the head of the family really can't contact the outside world. He's not trying to scare us." "What?" The words from his own guard immediately changed Li Tianxiong's expression. He quickly took out his sound-transmitting jade token and injected spiritual power into it, while shouting loudly at the sound-transmitting jade token. "Second Elder, please reply immediately." However, no matter how much he shouted, there was no movement inside the jade tablet, and Li Tianxiong suddenly panicked. "Impossible, absolutely impossible." Click. He slammed the sound-transmitting jade token in his hand to the ground, then grabbed the sound-transmitting jade token from the guard's hand and continued shouting loudly. "Reply immediately after receiving it, reply immediately." But still no response. Upon seeing this, Sun Xinghu and Zhao Tiancheng immediately took out their respective sound transmission jade cards and started trying. But the same goes for their sound transmitting jade tablets, which never received any response. After a brief moment of daze, Sun Xinghu and Zhao Tiancheng looked at each other, with a look of fear in their eyes. They had felt an inexplicable uneasiness before coming here, and their uneasiness became even stronger after they came to the sheriff's mansion and saw Lu Fan. But now this uneasiness turned into deep fear. they have to make a choice.
Thinking of this, Zhao Tiancheng stood up, looked at Lu Fan and said eagerly, His Royal Highness, I.
Damn trash, so what if it can't transmit messages to the outside world? Hanyang City will definitely be destroyed today. Before that, I will kill you to avenge my son, go to hell. At this moment, Li Tianxiong could not be as calm as before. He roared and directly interrupted Zhao Tiancheng, who was about to speak. Along with the roar, Li Tianxiong instantly burst out with cultivation momentum and raised his hand to slap Lu Fan. Die!
Li Tianxiong made this palm with anger, and directly exploded with all his power. The many temporary guards who rushed into the front hall were immediately jealous when they saw this, and they all drew their swords and roared angrily.
Your Highness, be careful.
However, these temporary guards were too weak in cultivation and were directly blocked by Li Tianxiong's two guards. Zhang Shang did not move in his seat, but his fists were clenched tightly.
It's not that he doesn't want to take action.
But what Lu Fan told him clearly just now is that no matter what happens, don't do anything, he will solve it himself.
So he could only hold back and not take action. However, he was also ready to take action at any time.
As long as something went wrong, he would immediately take action to try to give his lord a chance to escape. However, Lu Fan, who was facing Li Tianxiong's attack at this moment, did not panic at all, and even looked at Sun Xinghu and Zhao Tiancheng next to him. Sun Xinghu and Zhao Tiancheng were extremely conflicted at the moment. Just now they wanted to talk softly, but Li Tianxiong directly attacked Lu Fan, breaking their plan. At the moment, they have only two choices: phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme to take action with Li Tianxiong, or to take action against Li Tianxiong. While struggling and hesitating, they saw Lu Fan's indifferent eyes looking at them, and saw Zhang Shang sitting motionless in the first place on the left. In an instant, they made a decision as if they were struck by lightning. Li Tianxiong, you are so brave, how dare you attack His Highness the Crown Prince? Zhao Tiancheng roared angrily and pointed his finger at Li Tianxiong in the air. Sun Xinghu followed closely and patted Li Tianxiong on the back. Li Tianxiong's attack was less than half a meter away from Lu Fan's face. He seemed to have seen the scene where Lu Fan had his head smashed with a palm. However, the angry shouts and two cold blasts of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme coming from behind caused his expression to change drastically in an instant. Facing the attack from behind, he didn't care to continue attacking Lu Fan and suddenly flashed to the right. Before he could stabilize his figure after retreating to the right, Li Tianxiong looked at Sun Xinghu and Zhao Tiancheng, who were blocking Lu Fan with a ferocious expression. Sun Xinghu, Zhao Tiancheng, you two want to betray the holy religion, but don't forget the consequences of betrayal. As soon as these words came out, the bodies of Sun Xinghu and Zhao Tiancheng trembled visibly, and a look of fear appeared in their eyes. Lu Fan saw this scene and suddenly became curious. What kind of organization is this holy sect? Seeing Sun Xinghu and Zhao Tiancheng turning pale, Li Tianxiong suppressed his murderous intent and anger and said coldly, don't forget our plan.
Hanyang City will be destroyed today.
When the Northern Army comes to kill, there will be riots in the north.
Could it be that your Sun family and Zhao family want to be exterminated? Li Tianxiong's threat made Sun Xinghu and Zhao Tiancheng extremely frightened.
Although they are only peripheral members of the holy religion and do not know much about the holy religion, but they know very well how the holy religion deals with betrayers, and they have witnessed it with their own eyes.
For a moment, Sun Xinghu and Zhao Tiancheng clenched their fists, feeling extremely shaken. When Lu Fan saw this situation, he also knew that he could no longer watch the show. The attitudes of Sun Xinghu and Zhao Tiancheng have been tested, and any further delay will only be counterproductive. Thinking of this, Lu Fan pushed aside the hesitant and struggling Sun Xinghu and Zhao Tiancheng and stepped forward. A bunch of rats who don't see the light of day also want to seek hegemony, how foolish and ridiculous. Since you want to kill me, I want to see how you can kill me.
With a disdainful sneer, Lu Fan stepped forward again, only 2 meters away from Li Tianxiong. Li Tianxiong, who was full of murderous intent, was overjoyed when he saw Lu Fan actually took the initiative to seek death. Without any nonsense, he instantly raised his hand and clenched it into a fist and smashed towards Lu Fan. Sun Xinghu and Zhao Tiancheng exclaimed at the sight, Your Highness, be careful. Just when they thought that Lu Fan would be killed by Li Tianxiong's punch, a scream suddenly sounded.
Ah!
Accompanied by the scream, Li Tianxiong, who had not yet rushed to Lu Fan, flew backwards inexplicably.
Puff.
Li Tianxiong, who flew backwards, spit out a large mouthful of blood in the air and hit the wall of the front hall heavily. The huge force directly cracked the wall. This sudden scene stunned everyone in the front hall.
How is this possible? What's going on? Could it be that a powerful person hidden in the dark has made a move?
Shocked, Sun Xinghu and Zhao Tianshang immediately looked around, trying to find the person who made the move. However, there was no place to hide in the front hall. In the entire front hall, only Jiang Shang had a look of realization on his face, with awe and curiosity in his eyes.
Just when Sun Xinghu, Zhao Tianshang, and others were shocked,
Lu Fan, with an indifferent expression, walked towards Li Tianxiong, who had hit the wall and slid to the ground.
Step. Step.
Lu Fan's footsteps echoed in the front hall, and every step seemed to step on Li Tianxiong's heart. He struggled to stand up in fear, but everything was in vain. The previous blow directly made him lose his fighting power, and he couldn't even stand up at this moment.
The two guards brought by Li Tianxiong roared, "Waste, go to hell!" They and Li Tianxiong were grasshoppers on the same line. If Li Tianxiong died, they would definitely die, so they attacked Lu Fan without hesitation.
Anyway, they had already rebelled, and it didn't matter whether he was the prince or not.
Killing him would be a dead man.
Sun Xinghu and Zhao Tianshang looked at each other, gritted their teeth and attacked the two Li family guards. They were very afraid of the Holy Church. But their behavior just now was already a betrayal, so it was better to take a gamble and bet on Lu Fan.
The two guards brought by Li Tianxiong were not weak.
But they were not good enough in front of Sun Xinghu and Zhao Tianshang, and they were killed directly after a confrontation.
Bang! With two muffled sounds, the bodies of Li Tianxiong's two guards fell to the ground.
This scene immediately made Li Tianxiong furious. "Sun Xinghu, Zhao Tianshang, you two traitors must not." Just as Li Tianxiong roared with furious eyes, Lu Fan raised his foot and kicked him in the mouth.
Woo!
The words that had not yet been roared were kicked back by Lu Fan, and many teeth were broken and mixed with blood.
This scene immediately made Sun Xinghu and Zhao Tianshang tremble slightly, and they couldn't help cursing in their hearts. Which grandson made up the rumor?
He said that the prince was cowardly. What kind of cowardice is this? After kicking Li Tianxiong in the mouth, Lu Fan stretched his hand back without looking back.
"Bring the sword."
Sun Xinghu, who was closest, quickly took out a fine iron long sword from his storage ring and handed it to Lu Fan. Lu Fan took the fine iron long sword and pointed the tip of the sword at Li Tianxiong, whose face was covered in blood. "Tell me, if you have any last words, make it clear, and I will let all the members of your Li family come down to accompany you." This sentence made Sun Xinghu and Zhao Tianshang sweat coldly.
The Li family is finished.
Li Tianxiong, whose face was covered in blood, knew that he had no hope of survival, and suddenly laughed wildly with a ferocious look.
"Ah, little beast, so what if you kill me, so what if you destroy our Li family? After today, Hanyang City will be broken, the northern border will be in turmoil, and Dakian will sooner or later be destroyed by my holy church." Cough, cough, cough. Li Tianxiong, who was laughing wildly, coughed up blood violently, and his expression was ferocious and terrifying like a ghost. However, Lu Fan's expression did not fluctuate at all. "Since you have finished speaking, then go and die." Swish! The sword light flashed, the head fell to the ground, and the prompt sound rang out. "Ding, kill the 9th level monk of the spiritual sea realm, and get 9,500 points." Ignoring the prompt sound in his mind, Lu Fan leaned over and took off the storage ring on Li Tianxiong's finger and put it away. After doing all this, he dropped the fine iron sword in his hand with a bang and looked at Sun Xinghu and Zhao Tianshang. When Lu Fan looked over, the two of them knelt on the ground with a plop, and their guards followed closely. "Your Highness, please forgive us, we..." "Get up, since you have made the right choice, I will not embarrass you." "Thank you, Your Highness." Lu Fan's words put Sun Xinghu and Zhao Tianshang's hanging hearts at ease. But they knew that this alone was not enough, and they had to atone for their sins. Thinking of this, Sun Xinghu quickly said, "Your Highness, 15,000 rebels will attack the north gate at midnight tonight, and there will be ambushes in the city to open the gate. Without further delay,
the two of us are willing to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme all the members of our family to help defend the city, and I hope your highness will agree. After Sun Xinghu finished speaking, Zhao Tiancheng immediately clasped his fists and said, I hope your highness will give us two a chance to redeem ourselves. At this moment, they had no other choice. Now that they have betrayed the Holy Church, if the North Gate is breached, then their two families will really be in danger of destruction.
Looking at the two people who asked him to fight, Lu Fan said calmly, there is nothing to panic, let the four of them go to gather the members of your two families who have fighting power, and you two will follow me to the Li family. Hearing this arrangement, Sun Xinghu and Zhao Tiancheng were a little surprised. The matter is so urgent, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince can still be so calm, could it be that the Crown Prince has some arrangements? Although they were confused, they could only obey the arrangement at this moment, and clasped their fists respectfully and said, yes.
Then Sun Xinghu and Zhao Tiancheng gave their respective guards instructions and asked them to take the capable clansmen directly to the North Gate. After the instructions, Lu Fan asked 4 temporary guards to leave with these 4 guys. After they left, Lu Fan looked at Jiang Sheng and smiled, let's go, Zia, let's see if those rebels have the ability to take down the North Gate.
Such a good show can't be missed.
Jiang Sheng nodded with a smile, slightly excited. Although only a small part of the rebels attacked the city, it was also the first battle for them.
Jiang Sheng was excited, and so was Lu Fan. As a great man, who doesn't have the dream of fighting on the battlefield and charging into battle with thousands of troops? Now this dream is being realized step by step.
And Sun Xinghu and Zhao Tiancheng looked at Lu Fan and Jiang Sheng, who were not worried at all but eager to try, and they felt inexplicably relieved.
Let's go.
After the voice fell, Lu Fan took Jiang Sheng to the front hall first, followed by Sun Xinghu and Zhao Tiancheng. As soon as they arrived outside the front hall, Luo Chang, who was hiding outside, appeared.
My lord. Seeing Luo Chang suddenly appear, Sun Xinghu and Zhao Tiancheng's eyes shrank. Master.
One of them is at the 8th level of the spiritual sea realm, and the other is at the peak of the 9th level of the spiritual sea realm.
But when facing Luo Chang, they felt the extremely palpitating threat of death. A threat that can kill them in one move.
After a brief shock, the two looked at each other, and their backs were all wet with cold sweat. No wonder His Royal Highness the Crown Prince was so calm. It turned out that there was such a strong man hidden in secret. Fortunately, they made the right choice just now, otherwise they would be like Li Tianxiong, and their bodies would be cold at this moment. And they also mistakenly thought Luo Chang was the strong man who just knocked Li Tianxiong away, and they were inexplicably relieved. The changes in the expressions of the two fell into Lu Fan's eyes, and Lu Fan immediately laughed secretly. It seems that these two guys have misunderstood. But it's good that it won't make others think about the formation, nor will they doubt their own cultivation.
These thoughts flashed through Lu Fan's mind, and he smiled and said to Luo Chang, let's go, Gongran, you have a battle to fight tonight. I obey your command.
Luo Chang bowed his hands and clasped his fists with awe-inspiring fighting spirit, and the excitement on his face could not be concealed at all.
A moment later,
Lu Fan took Jiang Sheng, Luo Chang, Sun Xinghu, and Zhao Tiancheng to the Li family mansion in the east of the city.
Master Sun, tell me about your conspiracy.
On the way to the east of the city on horseback, Lu Fan looked at Sun Xinghu, who was walking side by side with him on the left. Sun Xinghu hurriedly said, Your Highness, just call me Old Sunday, Old Sun. A strange look appeared in Lu Fan's eyes. Sun Xinghu did not notice the strangeness in Lu Fan's eyes and began to tell the story in detail.
At this moment, Sun Xinghu did not hide anything.
After all, they had betrayed the Holy Church. If they did not hold on to Lu Fan tightly at this moment, they would be isolated and helpless and could only wait for death. As Sun Xinghu told the story in great detail, Lu Fan knew the general course of events. Originally, their 4 major families had no intention of rebellion. After all, they were deeply rooted in Hanyang City, each controlling a district, and their lives were quite comfortable. Whenever a new county governor took office, he would take the initiative to visit their 4 major families and win them over. With such a comfortable life, they would naturally not be stupid enough to rebel.
Until 3 years ago, a mysterious person came to them, the heads of the 4 major families.
And this mysterious person claimed to be from the Holy Church. The Holy Church envoy was very powerful and suppressed them with his aura alone. However, after suppressing them with absolute strength, the other party did not kill them, but gave them elixirs to improve their cultivation. The other party had only one purpose, which was to collect all the information about the Northern Territory and Dacian.
As long as you provide useful information to that person, you can get various rewards. For example, rare elixirs, top martial arts and magic weapons.
Although the four major families control Hanyang City and all the clansmen are practicing, they are still secular families in the end. There is no channel to obtain these top resources. So under the coercion and inducement of the other party, they agreed to the other party's request and began to collect various information.
It was indeed the case at the beginning.
In addition to asking them to collect information, the other party did not ask them to do anything else. They thought they had picked up a big bargain and were secretly glad in their hearts. But later, when the Holy Church envoy gathered them together, they realized that this was a complete trap.
Because the Holy Church envoy asked them to secretly plot a rebellion.
When they said this, Sun Xinghu and Zhao Tianqing's faces were full of regret and frustration. When we heard the word rebellion, we wanted to leave on the spot, but that guy directly killed the guards we brought with us. He also threatened us that if we dared to leave, he would destroy our Sun family and Zhao family. We had no choice but to surrender. When Lu Fan heard this, he understood. Facing the life and death of individuals and the survival of the family, let alone these two guys, even he himself could not refuse. Unless he is a ruthless and ungrateful person who does not care about life and death, and does not care about his family. But such ruthless people are a minority after all. Even if you don't care about the life and death of your family, you will definitely care about your own life and death. I'm afraid you can't rebel with just your four major families.
Are there any members of the Jinbei army involved?
While asking, Lu Fan's eyes were filled with murderous intent and murderous light. The Holy Church envoy could coerce and bribe Sun Xinghu and Zhao Tianshang, so he could naturally deal with other people in the Jinbei army. Since they wanted to rebel, the Jinbei army could not get around it. After all, the 300,000 Jinbei army was not vegetarian, and the people of the four major families alone could not make any waves. Looking at Lu Fan with murderous intent in his eyes, Sun Xinghu looked at Zhao Tianshang. Zhao Tianshang smiled bitterly and replied, "Your Highness, your guess is right." We also asked the envoy about this sentence at the time, and the envoy brought a person directly.
A person? Lu Fan raised his eyebrows and said, "Who is it?"
That person is. Zhao Tianshang was about to say the name of that person, and suddenly there was a dense sound of breaking through the air on both sides of the street. Whoosh! I saw dense arrows flying from both sides, and the arrow tips flashed with azure light, which was obviously quenched with poison.
Your Highness, be careful! Luo Chang roared and jumped up from the horse in an instant.
The 5 hooked flying spears surrounded Lu Fan like a flash of lightning, instantly blocking all the arrows that flew in front of Lu Fan.
Ding! Ding!
Zhang Shine, Sun Xinghu, and Zhao Tianshang also used their magic weapons and spiritual power barriers to block the dense arrows. Just as everyone was resisting the swords that kept flying, the doors of the shops on both sides burst open.
Kill!
With a roar of murderous intent. Hundreds of dead men wearing night clothes and holding fine iron swords rushed out of the shops on both sides.
This sudden attack made Lu Fan's face gloomy like 10,000 years of ice.
Damn traitors, actually set up an ambush here.
He never thought that there would be an ambush here. Could it be that there was a traitor around him who passed on the news in advance?
But at this moment, he had no time to think about these things. The dead men on the roofs on both sides were constantly shooting arrows, and hundreds of dead men rushed out of the shops on both sides.
They could not resist it alone. He could only. System, deploy the Golden Fire Cavalry 100 meters away.
Originally, he planned to deploy the Golden Fire Cavalry when the rebels attacked the city.
But now he had to deploy them in advance. Ding, the Golden Fire Cavalry begins to deploy.
As the system prompt sounded, the street 100 meters away was suddenly covered by a layer of dazzling white light. The sudden change immediately attracted everyone's attention, and they all looked at the street covered by white light.
What's going on? It was under the night at this moment, and the dazzling white light was particularly eye-catching, illuminating half of the sky. However, this phenomenon lasted for less than 30 seconds, and the dazzling white light slowly disappeared. When the dazzling white light disappeared, a series of sounds of sucking in cold air sounded one after another. Hiss. After the white light dissipated, a neatly arranged cavalry team appeared on the street. Covered with black iron gold armor, holding black iron gold spears, wearing black iron red gold helmets, and wearing golden hollow masks on their faces. Even the majestic war horses under their crotches were all covered with golden armor, looking like golden war horses. The Golden Fire Cavalry, born. Faced with such unprecedented Golden Fire Cavalry, everyone was shocked beyond words. Whether it was Jiang Shan, Luo Chang, Sun Xinghu, Zhao Tiancheng and others, or the black-clad warriors who attacked Lu Fan and others. All of them were stunned by the appearance of the Golden Fire Cavalry, forgetting that they were assassinating at the moment. Compared with the shock of the others, Lu Fan was completely filled with excitement and ecstasy. Golden Fire Cavalry, this is my Golden Fire Cavalry, ha ha ha. The Golden Fire Cavalry displayed on the system screen and the Golden Fire Cavalry in front of him were completely different. Accompanied by a hearty laugh, Lu Fan pulled out the fine iron sword at his waist. Kung! The harsh sound of a sword being unsheathed rang out in the night sky, waking up everyone who was in shock. The next moment, Lu Fan's angry shouts echoed in the street. The Golden Fire Cavalry obeys the order, kill the rebels, leaving no one behind. Kill! The deafening shouts of killing fell, and the 5 Golden Fire Cavalry at the front rode directly towards them. Ordinary cavalry can only charge in open plains and cannot be effective in narrow areas such as streets. But the Golden Fire Cavalry is no ordinary cavalry. The 3,000 Golden Fire Cavalry are all fierce soldiers who can kill soldiers when mounted and capture generals when dismounted. Mere street fighting is not difficult for them. At the same time, the 5 Golden Fire Cavalrymen at the front charged towards them with spears. Behind them, another 95 Golden Fire Cavalry jumped up from their horses at the same time, turned their spears into swords and charged towards the dead men in black who surrounded Lu Fan and his party. The 95 Golden Fire Cavalry were directly divided into 3 parts as they charged. The left and right separated apart to rush to the roofs on the left and right sides, while the rest in the middle slaughtered the dead men in black. The 100 Golden Fire Cavalrymen taking action at this moment were the 100 with the highest cultivation among the 3,000 Golden Fire Cavalrymen. He is also a core member of the 3,000 Golden Fire Cavalry. Facing the attack of hundreds of core members of the Golden Fire Cavalry, these dead men in black were unable to stop them. Screams echoed in the streets one after another, and one dead soldier in black fell into a pool of blood one after another. The same is true on the roofs on both sides. Seeing the hundreds of Golden Fire Cavalry being slaughtered crazily, Lu Fan clenched his left hand into a fist, and his right hand tightly grasped the hilt of the fine iron sword. At this moment, his heart was extremely agitated, and his blood was boiling. This is the strength of the Golden Fire Cavalry. Zhang Shang also clenched his fists and looked at the 2,900 Golden Fire Cavalry who had not taken action with blazing eyes. No wonder my lord is so calm. With such a divine weapon here, Hanyang City is as stable as Mount Tai. As a counselor, Zhang Shang could not conceal his excitement, and as a general, Luo Chang needless to say at this moment. His eyes were shining, and his body was trembling slightly with excitement. If I can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead lead slash phoneme such elites on the battlefield, I will have no regrets in this life. The most exciting and shocking people at this moment were Sun Xinghu and Zhao Tiancheng, who turned from darkness to light. It turns out that this is His Highness the Crown Prince's trump card, fortunately. They are extremely grateful that they made the right choice. However, just when they were secretly glad that they were afraid, Luo Chang, who was staring at the excited Golden Fire Cavalry, suddenly shouted loudly, "Lord, be careful." The moment Luo Chang drank violently, the ground between Sun Xinghu and Zhao Tiancheng exploded. At the same time as the ground exploded, a man in black flew up from the ground holding 2 short swords. Sun Xinghu and Zhao Tiancheng had no time to react before 2 spiritual lights flashed across their necks. Put! As 2 streams of blood shot out, the heads of Sun Xinghu and Zhao Tiancheng rolled to the ground. After killing Sun Xinghu and Zhao Tiansheng, the man in black immediately jumped into the air and tried to escape. Lu Fan, who was originally excited, turned pale with anger when he saw this scene catch him. Luo Ben thought that the man in black was coming for his lord, so he immediately protected Lu Fan. But I never expected that this guy would actually come for Sun Xinghu and Zhao Tiansheng. The result was that these two very important people died. So just when Lu Fan's extremely angry roar sounded, the furious Luo Chang had already jumped into the air and stopped in front of the man in black. The five-hooked divine flying spear struck the man in black hard on the chest. Poof! As a mouthful of blood spurted out, the man in black was directly smashed from the air by Luo Chang with the body of the five-hooked divine flying spear. Boom! The man in black hit the ground hard, and 7 golden fire cavalry immediately surrounded him and held him back with their swords. However, this guy remained motionless. Luo Chang, who knocked this guy out of the air, also landed in front of him. He squatted down and touched the tip of his nose, but he didn't feel any breath. It was astonishingly dead. When Lu Fan walked up to him with a gloomy expression, Luo Chang stood up with a guilty look on his face and said, "My lord, the last general. Tear off his mask." Lu Fan said in a deep voice, suppressing his murderous intent and anger. Luo Chang quickly pulled off the guy's mask and turned him over at the same time. The man in black was seen with a purple face and black blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. He was obviously poisoned and died. Just by looking at him, Lu Fan knew that this man was from the same group as the men in black who attacked him when he entered the city a few days ago. In this way, these men in black belong to the so-called holy religion. Moreover, this group of people today is not here for him. The main targets are Sun Xinghu and Zhao Tiansheng. Thinking of this, Lu Fan secretly regretted it. If I had known this, I should have asked about the holy cult and their rebellion in advance at the sheriff's mansion. Especially the so-called holy messenger brought someone from the Zhenbei army. Who is that person? Just when Sun Xinghu was about to name that person, these men in black launched an attack. It was obvious they didn't want to know who that person was. But how did they know that Sun Xinghu and Zhao Tiansheng did not tell them about that person in the county governor's mansion? With this thought in mind, Lu Fan took a deep breath and looked at the people around him. Only Jiang Shan, Luo Chang, Sun Xinghu, and Zhao Tiansheng followed him out of the county governor's mansion. Jiang Shang and Luo Chang need not be said much, and only Sun Xinghu and Zhao Tiansheng are problematic. But, damn Holy Church, you have angered me. Since you want to play, I will play with you. One day, I will definitely uproot you. The murderous self-talk just fell in my heart, and the system prompt sounded. Ding, trigger the main task, destroy the Holy Church, task rewards, 1 advanced summoning card, 1 intermediate summoning card, 1 intermediate legion summoning card, 2 unlocking cards, 1 random secret technique, and 1 random sword technique. Ding, host, do you accept the task? The sudden reminder sound made Lu Fan raise his eyebrows. With such a generous reward, it seems that it is not so easy to destroy this so-called holy religion. But so what? I will definitely destroy the holy religion. Lu Fan's eyes flashed with a fierce light, and he accepted the task without hesitation. At this time, the 93 golden fire cavalrymen who had slaughtered the black-clothed men landed in front of Lu Fan. The leading golden fire cavalryman was a peak of the 9th level of the True Dan realm, and he was the commander-in-chief of the golden fire cavalry. Lu Chuan. When Lu Fan focused his mind and looked at him, Lu Chuan took the commander-in-chief of the golden fire cavalry. Lu Chuan greets the Lord. As Lu Chuan knelt on one knee to salute Lu Fan, the 99 golden fire cavalrymen behind him also knelt on one knee. And the 2,900 golden fire cavalrymen on horseback took off their hats in unison. The cavalrymen had to kneel on one knee to salute when dismounting, and took off their hats when mounting. As for the golden fire cavalrymen, they took off the masks on their faces instead of kneeling on one knee. The next moment, a deafening shout rose to the sky. Greetings, Lord! Greetings, Lord! The uniform shouts of 2,999 golden fire cavalrymen echoed in Hanyang City. The originally peaceful Hanyang City also came alive because of the deafening shouts. The people who had been sleeping woke up and rushed out of their houses, talking curiously.
People also looked out of the shops on both sides of the street to check. Some of the braver ones walked out directly and were shocked by the 3,000 golden fire cavalrymen. Which legion is this? The Jinbei army doesn't seem to have this equipment, but I haven't heard of any new legions entering the city for garrison recently. Seeing that more and more civilians and monks were attracted, Lu Fan didn't want to waste time, and immediately shouted in a deep voice, "Golden fire cavalrymen, listen to the order, all set off. Follow the Lord's order." After the deafening shouts, Lu Chuan and the other 99 corps members of the Golden Fire Cavalrymen returned to their horses.
Lu Fan rode forward with Jiang Shang and Luo Chang.
As Lu Fan and the other two rode forward, the cavalry team changed from 6 people abreast to 4 people abreast, leaving a distance of 2 meters in the middle. There was no disturbance or even noise during the change of the team formation. Whether it was the 3,000 golden fire cavalry or the war horses under their crotches, they were all dead silent.
Lu Fan led Jiang Shang and Luo Chang along the road left in the middle.
Lu Chuan followed closely with 99 corps members, and 2,900 golden fire cavalry followed in an orderly manner at the end. The mighty team of 3,000 people rode on the street, with only the slight sound of horse hooves. Looking at such a mighty cavalry, the common people and monks gathered around them immediately talked about it.
My goodness, when did we have such a mighty cavalry in Dakian? The one just now seemed to be His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Could these cavalry be the Crown Prince's troops?
Dakian is famous for its invincible infantry, while the Tianwu dynasty in Mabei is famous for its cavalry.
Although Dakian also formed cavalry, Dakian's cavalry is simply not comparable to the Tianwu cavalry.
In particular, the heavy cavalry of the Tianwu dynasty is an invincible battlefield meat grinder.
If it weren't for the natural barrier of Beimang Mountain, Dakian's northern border would have been swept by the Tianwu heavy cavalry long ago.
Because there are large plains in the northern border, the Jinbei army also formed cavalry, which is called the Jinbei Iron Cavalry. Many of the common people and monks in Hanyang City have seen the Jinbei Iron Cavalry. Although it cannot be compared with the Tianwu elite cavalry, it is generally very good. However, after seeing the Golden Fire Cavalry at this moment, the Jinbei Iron Cavalry was completely killed in seconds and was not worth mentioning at all. While many common people and monks were talking about it, the news of the Golden Fire Cavalry was instantly passed to people with ulterior motives in the city. But these have nothing to do with Lu Fan. He was very unhappy tonight. He wanted to kill people and use blood and corpses to completely control Hanyang City. He did not let anyone deal with the bodies of the hundreds of black monks just now, and they were lying in a pool of blood. If it were normal, the common monks would inevitably talk about the hundreds of black-clothed dead warriors who died tragically on the street. However, now that the Golden Fire Cavalry appeared, the attention of all the common monks was diverted.
No one paid attention to them at all.
All the common monks followed the Golden Fire Cavalry from a distance, talking and sighing.
My lord, do you want to drive away the common monks in the back?
What if there are hidden inside?
No, let them follow. This is a great opportunity to win people's hearts.
Not only will he not drive them away, but he would like all the common monks in the city to come and watch the battle. Tonight he will use the more than 10,000 rebels to establish his authority in Hanyang City. When Lu Fan looked back at the common people, he also glanced at Lu Chuan behind him, muttering to himself.
Isn't the leader of the Golden Fire Cavalry Meng Tian? Why is it Lu Chuan?
Lu Chuan is an unknown person, but Meng Tian is a famous hero, so he is naturally biased. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but ask the system this question. Ding, Meng Tian is a character to be summoned, and cannot be summoned together with the Legion. After getting this answer, Lu Fan's forehead was full of black lines.
It seems that this dog system is well prepared, and it doesn't give him any loopholes.
He complained in his heart, and he didn't bother to care.
Anyway, sooner or later he would summon Meng Tian.
Compared with summoning Meng Tian, he now has a more important question to ask clearly.
System, when can the mall be opened?
The upper limit of the number of Golden Fire Cavalry is 30,000, and now there are only 3,000, and 27,000 people can be added. 3,000 Golden Fire Cavalrymen were so shocked. How terrifying would it be if the number increased tenfold? So he couldn't wait to open the mall to buy Golden Fire Cavalrymen. Ding, the host's cultivation level breaks through the spiritual sea realm and the mall mode can be officially opened.
Spiritual sea realm. Only one small realm is left to open it. It seems that I have to break through quickly.
Lu Fan's eyes flashed with brilliance, and his heart was even more fiery, wishing he could break through to the spiritual sea realm on the spot.
After a while, the mighty team arrived at the east of the city.
As soon as they entered the east area of the city, a fast horse galloped in front of them.
It was Li Si who was sent by Lu Fan to monitor the Li family.
Oh! Li Si stopped his horse suddenly, and was instantly attracted by the 3,000 golden fire cavalry. His eyes flashed, and 4 words popped up in his mind.
Invincible iron cavalry.
Seeing Li Si staring at the 3,000 golden fire cavalry with shining eyes, Zhang Sheng smiled helplessly and shook his head.
This guy. Fortunately, he knew Lu Fan's temper and would not be dissatisfied with Li Si.
So he coughed lightly to remind Li Si, who immediately reacted and hurriedly said respectfully to Lu Fan, "My lord, all the members of the Li family have withdrawn to the Li family mansion today."
In addition to the members of the Li family, there are also 500 fully armed guards hidden in the Li family mansion. For the time being, they have not made any movement.
Hearing that there were 500 fully armed guards hidden in the Li family mansion, Lu Fan's eyes suddenly flashed with fierceness. "You really deserve to die. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead lead slash phoneme the way. After tonight, the Li family will cease to exist."
Yes.
Li Si excitedly clasped his hands and clasped his fists. He looked at the golden fire cavalry again and then led the way. Such a mighty team immediately alarmed all the common people and monks in the east of the city, and they all came to the sides of the street to stop and watch. For a while, the common people and monks in the east of the city were also talking about it. When the mighty team arrived in front of the extremely luxurious Li family mansion, nearly 10,000 common people and monks had followed behind the team. Looking at the extremely luxurious gate of Li mansion in front of him, Lu Fan's eyes flashed with murderous light. "Surround the Li family, no Sanyi is allowed to fly out, and anyone who dares to trespass will be killed without mercy."
Yes.
After the murderous shout, Lu Chuan immediately arranged 1,500 golden fire cavalrymen to surround the entire Li family. 500 of the remaining 1,500 golden fire cavalrymen turned over and dismounted and followed Lu Fan and the other 4 to the gate of Li mansion. The remaining 1,000 people stayed in place to guard the 3,000 war horses. At this moment, the gate of Li mansion was tightly closed, and a few heads popped out from the more than 10-meter high courtyard wall to check the situation. When they saw the golden fire cavalrymen outside, they were immediately frightened and screamed repeatedly.
"Oh no! There are cavalrymen coming!"
Hearing the sound of chaos inside, Lu Fan drew out the long sword at his waist with a clang, swung the sword and shouted, "Kill, don't spare any! Kill!" LV Chuan, who was at the peak of the 9th level of the True Dan realm, rode in front of him and swung the long sword in his hand to slash forward. Swish! The dazzling silver sword light fiercely slashed at the gate of the Li mansion.
Boom!
Accompanied by a deafening roar, the luxurious gate of the Li mansion was directly smashed by a sword. The dozen Li family guards hiding behind the gate were directly pierced by the fragments of the shattered gate and were stabbed like a hornet's nest.
Ah!
Accompanied by the shrill screams from inside, Lu Chuan rushed in with 500 golden fire cavalry. Shrill screams came from inside one after another, scaring the faces of the common people and monks gathered around the Li family mansion pale.
My goodness, what is going on?
His Royal Highness the Crown Prince directly led his troops to massacre the Li family. First, the Wang family was massacred, and then the Li family was massacred.
His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is too cruel.
While all the common people and monks were talking, Lu Fan walked in with Zhang Shang, Li Si, and Luo Chang. Stepping into the gate of the Li mansion, all you can see are broken limbs and blood, and the bluestone floor leading to the front hall is completely stained red with blood. At this time, fierce shouts and fighting sounds came from the back of the front hall of Li's mansion, and screams were endless. Lu Fan had no expression on his face, and he led Zhang Shang and the other 2 to step on the blood all the way forward. When he passed through the front hall of Li's mansion, a bluestone square appeared in front of him. At this moment, this bluestone square was completely covered with corpses. Unlike the corpses outside, these corpses were all wearing complete military armor, and there were military long swords scattered all over the ground. Lu Fan saw at a glance that these armor and long swords were exactly the same as those used by the Jinbei army. There is an internal thief in the Jinbei army, and this internal thief has a high status. Just as Lu Fan looked at the densely packed corpses with cold eyes, Lu Chuan led 100 golden fire cavalrymen and escorted dozens of men, women, old and young to the front. My lord, the 500 rebels and the members of the Li family who resisted have all been killed, and only these are still alive. As soon as Lu Chuan finished speaking, the white-haired old man who was the leader of the dozens of men, women, and children pointed at Lu Fan and cursed him with hatred. Damn little beast, you slaughtered my entire Li family, even if I become a ghost, I will not let you go. This old guy is Li Changlong, the ancestor of the Li family. He has the cultivation of the first level of the true Dan realm, which is not weak in Hanyang City. It's a pity that he met Lu Chuan, who has the cultivation of the 9th level of the true Dan realm, and was easily suppressed and sealed. Compared with Li Changlong, who cursed bitterly, the other dozens of Li family members were all pale and trembling. Lu Fan did not get angry because of Li Changlong's curse, but just picked up a sword from the ground calmly. Then he came to Li Changlong with the blood-stained iron sword in his hand, looked at him and said calmly, "You are welcome to seek revenge on me after you become a ghost." The moment the voice fell, the iron sword chopped directly towards Li Changlong's head. Puff! Blood splattered, and Li Changlong, whose cultivation was sealed, was split in half. Ding, kill the first-level strongman of the true Dan realm, and get 4,500 points. Ignoring the prompt sound in his mind, Lu Fan casually threw the bloodstained sword on the ground. Kill them all, don't leave a single one. Yes. Your Highness, spare me. Your Highness, spare me. Bastard. I will haunt you even if I become a ghost, I curse you to die a bad death. Dozens of men, women, young and old of the Li family were all killed in an instant. The huge Li family mansion was full of corpses and blood. Whether it was the Li family members or the guards and servants, they were all killed. If you don't cut the grass by the roots, it will grow again in the spring breeze. Whether it was cruel or vicious, Lu Fan didn't care. This was not the civilized world of his previous life. If you don't kill others, others will kill you. Kindness to others will eventually become a sword stabbing at yourself. After taking a look at the blood on his body, Lu Fan turned his head and looked at Li Si. Tonggu, I'll leave this to you. All the armaments and various resources will be delivered to the county governor's mansion. You can handle the rest. Yes. Nodding to Li Si, who saluted respectfully, Lu Fan led Zhang Shang and Luo Chang and rushed straight to the outside of Li's mansion. The 500 golden fire cavalrymen who gathered together followed closely under the leadership of Lu Chuan. The 500 golden fire cavalrymen were all stained with blood, and even some minced meat. But these were all enemies, and they were unharmed. When walking outside Li's mansion, Lu Fan couldn't help shaking his head as he looked at the blood-stained ground and many corpses. With this little strength, why rebel? When Lu Fan led 500 golden fire cavalrymen with blood and minced meat on their golden armor out of Li's house. More than 10,000 common people and monks gathered in all directions of Li's house couldn't help but take a breath. Especially when they saw Lu Fan, who was also stained with blood, but his face was extremely calm. All the common people and monks were extremely frightened and didn't dare to look at Lu Fan. It is rumored that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is cowardly and incompetent. Bullshit. Within a few days of taking office, he successively slaughtered more than 1,000 people from 2 major families. Is this cowardly and incompetent? At this moment, all the common people and monks have a new understanding of this rumored waste crown prince. Cruel, cruel, terrible. Looking at the eyes that dared not look at him, Lu Fan knew that they were afraid. But this is not the result he wants. So under the gazes of fear, Lu Fan said calmly, I know that you are talking about and cursing me in your hearts, saying that I am cruel and vicious. But you are right. I just took office and I destroyed 2 major families and killed nearly 1,000 people. You said that I am cruel and vicious, which is not wrong. Originally, the common people and cultivators did think of Lu Fan like this. But when Lu Fan said this in front of them, they couldn't help laughing. At the same time, they were also very curious about why Lu Fan wanted to destroy the Li family and why he said so in public.
Isn't this embarrassing?
Just when everyone was curious, a middle-aged man in the crowd boldly asked loudly.
May I ask your highness, the Wang family was destroyed because of treason, then what about the Li family?
Seeing that someone really dared to question His Highness the Crown Prince, the onlookers looked at the middle-aged man as if he were a madman.
He was really bold. The blood on His Highness the Crown Prince's body hadn't dried yet, and he dared to question the Crown Prince here. Isn't this looking for death? Just when many common people thought that Lu Fan would be angered by the questioning of the middle-aged man. Lu Fan laughed. Good question, since everyone has such a question in their hearts, then I will answer you. After laughing, Lu Fan restrained his smile and said in a murderous cold voice, not only the Wang family participated in the rebellion, but also the Li family, the Sun family and the Zhao family also participated in it. As soon as these words came out, the onlookers were in an uproar and started to discuss. No way, the 4 major families are actually involved in the rebellion. Is this news true or false? Your Highness the Crown Prince said this in front of all of us, it must not be without purpose. After the discussion of the common people and monks subsided a little, Lu Fan continued in a deep voice, the 4 major families not only secretly cultivated rebels, but also colluded with the Tianwu dynasty of Mabe to plot the entire northern border, intending to plunge the entire northern border into war. If the news just now only shocked the common people and monks, then this news made all the common people and monks angry. Dakian and Mabe have been mortal enemies for hundreds of years, and they will never stop fighting until they die. If the area that Dakian hates most about Mabe is the northern border. Before the Jinbei army was formed, the northern border was completely a livestock enclosure for the Mabe dynasty. The Mabe barbarians raped and looted in the northern border, burned and robbed, and took pleasure in slaughtering the people of the northern border. At the beginning, there were 18 cities in the northern border. 12 of these 18 cities have experienced the massacres of the Mabe barbarians. Over the past hundreds of years, the number of civilians and monks who have been massacred by the Mabe barbarians has reached hundreds of thousands. Because of this, 9 of the 18 cities in the northern border have become abandoned cities, and 6 have become cities for garrisoning troops. There are only 3 cities in the true sense, including Hanyang City. The rest are all villages or small towns, which are convenient for escaping when the Mabe barbarians come. Generation after generation of hatred has accumulated, and it is conceivable how deep the hatred of the civilians and monks in the northern border towards the Mabe barbarians is. Because of this, when Lu Fan told the news, all the civilians and monks were angry. They don't care about rebellion, it has little to do with them. But colluding with the Mabe barbarians to rebel, this makes them completely angry. Looking at the angry commoners, Lu Fan shouted angrily, the Mabe barbarians bullied and massacred hundreds of thousands of people in our northern border. Our ancestors were massacred, our children were humiliated, and our descendants were trampled. Family hatred and national hatred are irreconcilable. And the Li family and the Wang family colluded with the Mabe barbarians to make the tragedy happen again. Do you agree or not? As Lu Fan's angry shout fell, the angry commoners waved their fists and roared in unison. No! No! The Wang family and the Li family colluded with the Mabe barbarians and wanted to plunge our northern border into war. Should they be killed? Should they be killed? Should they be killed? Looking at the completely incited commoners, Jiang Shang, who was standing on the left of Lu Fan, nodded secretly. The Lord is really a god. Just now he was still thinking about how the Lord would appease the commoners who gathered here. After all, the commoners are the foundation of a country. Although the commoners are very weak, the power of countless commoners is very strong. If the Lord leaves a cruel and vicious impression in the hearts of the common people, it will not be so easy to step onto the throne in the future. As the saying goes, he who wins the hearts of the people wins the world. This sentence applies not only to the secular dynasties of the previous life, but also to the dynasties of the cultivation world. Fortunately, the Lord was assisted by God and easily resolved the crisis, and took this opportunity to let the common people and monks share the same hatred of the enemy. In this way, Hanyang City is stable. And Lu Fan looked at the angry people, and his heart was also very complicated. Since he became the governor of the northern border, he would never allow his people to be bullied.
These thoughts flashed through his mind, and Lu Fan waved his hand, and the angry and restless common people and monks immediately calmed down. This scene immediately made some people with ulterior motives in the crowd secretly amazed.
This prince is completely different from the rumors.
Everyone, the Li family has been destroyed, but the Mabe rebels they colluded with will attack the North Gate tonight. This news immediately made the common people and monks who had just calmed down agitated again. However, when they saw Lu Fan, they suppressed their anger and fear and calmed down. Seeing this, Lu Fan continued, "But don't worry, everyone.
I will defend Hanyang City to the death and never let the rebels step into the city gate. Whoever offends Dakian will be punished no matter how far away they are."
Lu Fan shouted the last sentence loudly, and at the same time, he took out the sword at his waist with a clang, and the tip of the sword pointed straight to the sky. The people and monks who suppressed their anger were also completely ignited by Lu Fan's last words.
Whoever offends Dakian will be punished no matter how far away they are. Whoever offends Dakian will be punished no matter how far away they are.
All the people and monks were shouting wildly, and the 3,000 golden fire cavalry were also shouting. Even Jiang Shang and Luo Chang couldn't hold back the excitement in their hearts and shouted out at this moment. At this moment, all the common monks in Hanyang City were alarmed.
Although they don't know what happened.
But these words that resounded through the sky made their blood boil. The backyard of the sheriff's mansion. Lu Wuxuan, who originally looked gloomy and ugly, heard the shouts that echoed through the sky. Suddenly his body was shocked and he froze on the spot, muttering to himself, "Anyone who offends me will be punished no matter how far away he is."
The top floor of Tianxiong Pavilion. An extremely graceful figure looked far away to the east of the city.
Her flawless face was filled with wonder, and her eyes were full of splendor.
"Anyone who offends me will be punished no matter how far away he is."
At this moment, the entire city of Hanyang was completely shaken by these words. But Lu Fan, who was the first to shout these words, left the Li family and headed for the North City Gate with Jiang Shang, Luochang and 3,000 golden fire cavalry. Behind him were common monks holding various weapons and looking excited.
At this moment, they completely recognized Lu Fan, the crown prince.
Not because of anything else, just because those who offend me, as Lu Fan shouted, will be punished no matter how far away they are. How could the prince who could say these words be a waste?
It is a blessing for Hanyang, a blessing for the northern border, and a blessing for Dakian to have such a county governor.
Luo Chang looked back at the dense crowd of monks following him, and couldn't help but look at Lu Fan with a worried look on his face.
"My lord, there are probably tens of thousands of civilian monks following behind.
All of them should follow to the North Gate.
What if?"
Before Luo Chang finished speaking, Jiang Shang smiled and said, "You are worrying too much. If it weren't for the inspiring words just now, there would be hidden dangers if so many civilian monks followed. But with the words just now, these tens of thousands of civilian monks can be transformed into tens of thousands of fearless soldiers at any time." At this point, Jiang Shang stroked his beard and smiled meaningfully. "What's more, some things must be seen to be believed. Only by seeing it with your own eyes can it be completely confirmed. If these tens of thousands of civilian monks are used well, they can be more effective than hundreds of thousands of troops."
Lu Fan understood the 4 words, "People's words are scary."
Jiang Shang knew it even more clearly, but Luo Chang didn't think so deeply. After Jiang Shang said this, Luo Chang nodded as if he understood. Seeing this, Lu Fan shook his head secretly. What I said just now was indeed quite childish, but it was such childish words that were the most bewitching and inciting. Just as Jiang Shang guessed, he couldn't let the common people define him as a cruel and vicious person.
Everything must be justified and based on morality.
Although this is an extremely cruel world of cultivation, this principle also applies, especially in an empire like Dakian where secularity and cultivation coexist. After all, cultivators are a minority, accounting for less than 1/10 of the total population of Dakian, and ordinary common people cultivators have an absolute advantage. Not to mention that cultivators also come from ordinary common people cultivators. If ordinary common people cultivators die out, the number of cultivators will only become smaller and smaller until they completely decline.
Because of this, there is an unwritten iron rule in the cultivation world.
That is, cultivators are strictly prohibited from attacking ordinary people.
once discovered, they will be hunted down by all cultivators. Of course, if ordinary people deliberately provoke or offend cultivators, that's another story.
It's just that Lu Fan kept these guys in his heart and didn't tell anyone. Now he has gradually adapted to his position as a superior, and these are what he must master.
After a while, the mighty team came to the huge bluestone square in front of the North Gate.
Unlike the other three districts, the North District has the North Gate, and it is always the battle gate. Therefore, there are no residential shops or the like in the area 300 meters near the North Gate, but a huge bluestone square. On weekdays, this bluestone square is a huge market with all kinds of vendors. But when the war comes, this bluestone square will become a place for garrisoning troops.
At this moment, this bluestone square has been cleared, and 3,000 golden fire cavalrymen are temporarily stationed here.
Qin Xiong and Xia Wei, wearing armor, quickly walked down from the city wall with a dozen guards. When they came phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme, the two knelt on one knee with great respect, meet the Lord. The dozen guards behind the two also saluted and called Lu Fan the Lord.
Get up. Thank you, my lord.
As they stood up after thanking him, Qin Xiong and Xia Wei couldn't help but look at the mighty 3,000 golden fire cavalrymen, with an unconcealable fiery look in their eyes.
My lord, these cavalrymen. He Shubao, Jichuan, what do you two think of these 3,000 cavalrymen?
Faced with Lu Fan's question, Qin Xiong and Xia Wei stared at the 3,000 golden fire cavalrymen with fiery eyes, and uttered 4 words at the same time.
Invincible iron cavalry. Ha 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 ha, well said, this is indeed the invincible iron cavalry, tonight they will suppress the rebels.
Although Qin Xiong and Xia Wei controlled the guards and patrols of Hanyang City, it was only a preliminary control, and it was impossible to do it as if they were at the mercy of their own arm. Especially at this time when the rebels were attacking the city, he would never allow any accidents to happen. So this battle to exterminate the rebels must be fought by the golden fire cavalrymen. This battle must not only be won, but also won cleanly and beautifully. Especially with tens of thousands of common people and monks following behind him. He wanted to use the mouths of tens of thousands of common people and monks to publicize his reputation, to publicize what he had just said outside the Li Mansion, and he also needed them to publicize his golden fire cavalry. Qin Xiong and Xia Wei were immediately anxious when they heard Lu Fan say that he wanted the golden fire cavalry to suppress the rebels.
Lord, we. Shubao, Jichuan, your mission is to guard the city and prevent other accidents.
According to what Sun Xinghu and Zhao Tianqing said. In addition to the 10,000 rebels outside the city gate, there will also be rebels in the city to support the attack on the North Gate.
The 500 rebels hidden by the Li family have been killed, but that is definitely not all.
So not only should we take care of the outside of the city, but also the inside of the city. Hearing Lu Fan's arrangement, Qin Xiong and Xia Wei suddenly showed helpless expressions on their faces. They couldn't wait for the rebels to come and kill them, but now they have no chance. This made them feel very helpless. However, they also knew that the Lord had a certain purpose in making such an arrangement. So even though they felt frustrated and helpless, they still bowed their hands and clasped their fists without hesitation and said, "Please rest assured, Lord, I will definitely complete the task." Looking at the frustrated and helpless expressions in the eyes of the two men, Lu Fan turned over and dismounted, came to the two men, patted their shoulders and laughed. There are only 10,000 miscellaneous rebels.
There is no need for you to take action. What's more, we are in the north, and we are afraid that no battle will be won. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Seeing what Lu Fan said, Qin Xiong and Xia Wei also laughed. Hey, Lord, it's settled. If there is another battle in the future, we must let the general take action. My lord, and me. Ha ha, don't worry, even if you don't want to go to the battlefield in the future. Lu Fan laughed happily and immediately walked up the steps to the city wall.
Zhang Shang smiled and greeted Qin Xiong and Xia Wei, then followed Lu Fan up.
Then Luo Chang also came to Qin Xiong and said with a smile, "Cousin."
After seeing Luo Chang, Qin Xiong and Xia Wei each punched Luo Chang in the chest.
You've got a good job. You have many opportunities to take action with the master. It's not like us. We're almost bored to death here. That's right, you guy, if you can't do it, let's change it. Looking at Qin Xiong and Xia Houwei, who were full of envy, Luo Chang chuckled and said, "You can change it if you want, as long as the Lord agrees, but the Lord will not agree, ha." Luo Chang smiled proudly and immediately chased after Lu Fan and Zhang Shang. Seeing this guy's proud look, Qin Xiong and Xia Houwei looked at each other, both shaking their heads and smiling helplessly. They were just talking, so naturally they wouldn't actually change with Luo Chang. After all, their cultivation level is too low to compare with Luo Chang. The safety of the Lord is the most important, so naturally he needs the strongest people to protect him, so that they can rest assured. With this in mind, Qin Xiong and Xia Houwei followed closely and climbed onto the city wall. Hanyang City is the core of the northern border. Therefore, the city wall is 80 meters high and 12 meters wide, enough to accommodate 3 carriages passing side by side. There is a defender every 10 meters on the city wall, as is the wall facing the city. In this way, everything inside and outside the city can be clearly detected. Moreover, special watchtowers are set up at the 4 corners of the 4 walls of Hanyang City. Through the watchtower, you can clearly see the situation 10,000 meters away, and you can also issue an early warning if an enemy invades. Lu Fan paced and inspected at the North City Gate while listening to Qin Xiong and Xia Houwei introduce the general situation of the defenders. With the introduction of the two people, he also gained some understanding of this information. There are 2 armies in Hanyang City, namely the guards guarding the city wall and the patrol guards. Because of the special geographical location of the northern border, the 3 major city guard armies, including Hanyang City, are composed of the reserves of the Jinbei Army. There are 3,200 guards in Hanyang City, evenly distributed on the 4 walls. There are 800 people on each city wall, and the 800 people are divided into 2 groups to guard the city wall in rotation. If there is an enemy attack on the city, most of the guards will mobilize to the wall under attack. Listening to Qin Xiong's extremely detailed introduction, Lu Fan nodded slightly and said, "How many patrol guards are there?" "Back to my lord, there were originally 1,200 patrol guards, but now there are less than half left." "Less than half?" Lu Fan suddenly frowned. "What about the other half?" "The guard army is responsible for external affairs, while the patrol guards are responsible for internal affairs. Both are very important." But now Qin Xiong said that less than half of the patrol guards were left. "My lord, the members of the patrol guards mainly come from the 4 major families, and they are equivalent to the guards of the 4 major families. Before we came to Hanyang City, patrol guards were basically distributed in the 4 major urban areas." After Qin Xiong briefly told the story, Lu Fan immediately understood the reason, and his eyes became extremely cold. After all, the previous county guard was too incompetent and colluded with the 4 major families. If the Tianwu dynasty from Ma Bei came to attack, Hanyang City might not be able to resist it with such a decayed city snort, but now the Wang family and the Li family have been destroyed, leaving only the Sun family and the Zhao family. Although Sun Xinghu and Zhao Tianqing surrendered to him before, those 2 guys are dead now. It is not yet certain what the attitude of the Sun family and the Zhao family is. While Lu Fan was thinking this, the sentry towers on both sides of the northern city wall sounded the horns of enemy invasion at the same time. Woo woo woo. The low sound of the horn echoed in the dark night shrouded Hanyang City, causing all the common monks in the city to panic. What's going on? Did the Ma Bei barbarians come over? An enemy is coming to kill you. What should you do? You must hold on to the North City Gate. At this moment, the common monks who did not know the situation were all frightened and went out to inquire for information. On the wall of the North City Gate, Lu Fan stood on the edge of the wall and looked into the distance. Under the illumination of the moonlight, one can clearly see densely packed figures heading towards the front. At the front were clearly galloping cavalry, approximately 2,000 in number, and at the rear were infantry. It's just that their formation is disorganized, looking like cattle and horses charging forward haphazardly. Looking at the more than 10,000 disorganized rebels, Lu Fan couldn't help but shake his head. Even a person who doesn't understand military strategy can tell that these guys are a mob, not to mention the generals behind them. Xia Houwei laughed directly. "It's really ridiculous that such a mob dares to rebel. Just now they thought they were a little disappointed that they couldn't fight.
But after seeing that the long-awaited rebels turned out to be such a rabble, their disappointment suddenly disappeared. There is nothing to be happy about even if you win against such a rabble. Under the gaze of Lu Fan and others, more than 10,000 rebels arrived in a chaotic manner hundreds of meters away.
Next moment.
Among the rebels hundreds of meters away, a middle-aged man galloped to the city on horseback, waving the broad knife in his hand and shouting, "People above listen and immediately open the city gate and surrender obediently. Otherwise, your heads will fall to the ground after the city is breached." Seeing the middle-aged man shouting in the city, Xia Houwei immediately gritted his teeth and said, "A little fourth-level condensation realm dares to shout, 'Lord, let me kill him.'" Qin Xiong and Luo Chang also had fierce glints in their eyes. Although this guy was just an ant, his arrogant attitude and words made them feel murderous. Looking at Xia Houwei, who asked for a fight, Lu Fan smiled lightly and said, "Why bother with a bunch of rabble? Just kill them." Originally, he had some expectations for these rebels. After all, the stronger the rebels are, the greater their reputation will be after the Golden Fire Cavalry kills them. But I didn't expect that it was really a bunch of rabble, so there was no need to waste time. After finishing his words, Lu Fan went directly to the edge of the city wall facing the city and said to Qin Xiong, "Have someone open the city gate."
Promise.
After Qin Xiong bowed and saluted, he immediately shouted, "Open the city gate." The 50 guards responsible for opening and closing the city gate did not hesitate at all after hearing the order and immediately opened the city gate mechanism. Click, click, click. Along with the sound of the mechanism running, the thick city gate more than 10 meters high rumbled open. The middle-aged man who was shouting outside the city saw that the city gate was really opened, and thought it was done by the insiders. He immediately waved his sword and shouted excitedly, "Listen to my order, and kill into the city together. Kill!" Amid the chaotic shouts and killings, more than 10,000 rebels rushed towards the open city gate without any rules. The middle-aged man who rode his horse and waved his sword and shouted was the first to rush to the wide-open city gate. However, when he saw the situation inside the city gate clearly, his face turned extremely pale.
Quick, run!
Before the last word was completely shouted out, a sharp arrow flew out from the wide-open city gate.
Puff!
The black sharp arrow went straight into his forehead, and a stream of blood mixed with the black sharp arrow flew out.
Plop!
This fourth-level cultivator of the condensation realm was dead before he could make a move, and his body fell under the horse. The frightened horse neighed and turned around and ran away. As the horse ran away in fear, a deafening shout of killing broke out from the city gate. Kill! The moment the shout of killing fell, dense horsehoof sounds rang out one after another, and the golden torrent rushed out from the wide-open city gate. The 10,000 rebels rushing towards the city gate had not yet reacted to the shock of their general being shot and killed by sharp arrows. When they saw the golden torrent galloping out on horseback, they were so scared that they turned around and fled, and they didn't even have the courage to fight with it.
Don't run away! Don't run away!
One of the middle-aged men in armor waved his long sword and shouted loudly, and killed 2 fleeing rebels. However, at this moment, these rebels were directly frightened by the rushing Golden Fire Cavalry, and they became deserters before fighting. Looking at the middle-aged man who waved his sword to prevent the rebels from escaping, Lu Chuan, who led 1,000 Golden Fire Cavalry to rush out, sneered. He jumped directly from the horse's back and stepped into the air to kill the rebel general.
General, be careful!
Several guards around the rebel general saw Lu Chuan coming and immediately shouted to warn him.
However, Lu Chuan's speed was so fast that he came phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme in the blink of an eye.
The rebel general had no time to make any moves before his head was chopped off by Lu Chuan's sword.
Puff!
Blood splashed on several guards of the rebel general, making them stand there in shock. In such fear and shock, Lu Chuan's sword flashed again.
Puff!
Blood splashed, 7 or 8 heads rolled to the ground. Lu Chuan didn't even look at them, and waved his sword again to kill forward. The 1,000 Golden Fire Cavalrymen led by Lu Chuan galloped on their horses at this moment, and the long swords in their hands were like sickles, harvesting the heads of the fleeing rebels one by one.
Ah! Don't kill me, don't kill me! I surrender.
The more than 10,000 rebels with great momentum were now completely pigs and dogs to be slaughtered, and were slaughtered at will by the 1,000 golden fire cavalrymen. Limbs flew everywhere, broken arms were scattered all over the ground, and blood dyed the ground in front of the north gate red. On the city wall, Lu Fan shook his head secretly, with a trace of doubt in his heart.
The four major families are not fools. Since they want to rebel, they must have made preparations. How could they let these mobs attack the city? Thinking of this, Lu Fan turned and looked inside the city. There was no war in Hanyang City under the cover of night, and the so-called internal response did not appear. Could it be that the 500 rebels in Li Mansion who were wiped out were the internal response? Lu Fan frowned and thought about the answer. The reason why only 1,000 golden fire cavalry rushed to fight was to prevent accidents in the city. After all, the city is not like the outside of the city. Once an accident occurs, it must be suppressed immediately, so he reserved 2,000 golden fire cavalry. But things don't seem to be what he expected. After thinking for a long time without any results, Lu Fan turned his head to look at Jiang Shang, who also looked over. Without waiting for him to ask, Jiang Shang said solemnly, "My lord, we must send someone to the Jinbei army camp to tell them to prepare for battle. There may be a problem in Beimang Mountain." As soon as these words came out, Lu Fan's face changed immediately. Without any nonsense, he turned to look at Luo Chang. "Gongran, go to the Jinbei army camp to find Jing Si and Gu Taifeng immediately, and let them." Before he finished speaking, the low horn sounded again from the watchtowers on both sides of the north wall. Hearing the horn sound again, Jiang Shang, Qin Xiong, Xiao Wei, Luo Chang and others all changed their faces drastically. Without any hesitation, Lu Fan immediately ordered, "Sound the gong to withdraw the troops, and let the golden fire cavalry withdraw immediately." "Yes." Qin Xiong flashed to the huge gong hanging high on the city wall, swung the huge hammer and hit it hard. The deafening gong sound instantly spread in all directions. Lu Chuan, who was chasing the remnants of the rebels, immediately tightened the reins when he heard the gong sounding to call off the troops. Phew! After stopping his horse, Lu Chuan looked at the hundreds of rebels who were fleeing in a panic, waved his hand and shouted loudly, "Return to the city!" A moment later, Lu Chuan returned to the city with 1,000 blood-stained golden fire cavalrymen. Looking at the blood-stained 1,000 golden fire cavalrymen, the civilian monks gathered outside the square all showed amazement. It's really an invincible iron cavalry. It's easy to wipe out the rebels. With such an invincible iron cavalry guarding our Hanyang city, there's nothing to worry about. While many civilian monks were talking about it, Lu Chuan came to the city wall. Just when Lu Chuan was about to report the results of the battle, he was stopped by Lu Fan, who asked solemnly, "Lu Chuan, can your 3,000 golden fire cavalrymen resist 100,000 soldiers and horses?" When these words came out, Qin Xiong, Xiao Wei, Luo Chang, Jiang Shang and others were all shocked. How could 3,000 people possibly stop 100,000 soldiers, even cavalry? However, Lu Chuan said in a deep voice with a firm look in his eyes, "I will complete the task at all costs." The golden fire cavalry is not an ordinary cavalry, and it may be impossible to wipe out 100,000 soldiers. But if it is just to resist 100,000 soldiers, it is not impossible. Lu Fan was very satisfied with Lu Chuan's answer, and immediately patted his shoulder and nodded heavily, "Okay, it's up to you later." Qin Xiong, Xiao Wei, Luo Chang, Jiang Shang and others did not know enough about the golden fire cavalry, but how could he not know? Since he dared to ask such a question, he naturally had a certain degree of confidence. And this is also his confidence in the 3,000 golden fire cavalry. Hey! If there are 30,000 golden fire cavalry, they can just sweep everything. Why would there be so much trouble? "My lord, look!" Qin Xiong's exclamation woke Lu Fan up, and he immediately looked up and looked forward. When he saw the situation in front of him clearly, Lu Fan's face instantly became extremely ugly, and he punched the stone bricks of the city wall fiercely. Crack! The extremely hard stone wall was smashed by Lu Fan, leaving spiderweb-like cracks. Damn it! I saw a huge army coming towards the north gate. At a glance, there were at least 100,000 soldiers. Compared with the chaotic 10,000 rebels just now. These 100,000 soldiers were divided into 10 neat square formations, and the square formations did not affect each other. The huge army was like a dark cloud, making everyone feel very heavy.
Because this was a real elite army, not comparable to the miscellaneous troops just now. What made Lu Fan angry was not the 100,000 troops approaching, but the identity of these 100,000 soldiers.
Because these 100,000 soldiers were stationed on the south side of Baimang Mountain to resist the Tianwu dynasty in Ma Bei.
This was something Lu Fan had never expected. After all, the Jinbei army was one of the four ace armies of Daqian, founded by his cheap fifth uncle, the king of Jinbei. He knew from Zhao Tianqing and Sun Xinghu that there were traitors and spies in the Jinbei army. He didn't take a few traitors and spies seriously. But he never thought that the 100,000 Jinbei army responsible for resisting the Ma Bei barbarians would rebel. Even before Jiang Shine reminded him just now, he didn't have the slightest doubt at all.
That's why he was so angry.
Qin Xiong, Xia Houwei, Luo Chang, and Lu Chuan also had gloomy and ugly faces, with murderous intent and fierce light in their eyes. They hated and detested traitors. Under the murderous gaze of Lu Fan and others, the black army of 100,000 stopped 1,000 meters away from the city gate. At this moment, the difference between the miscellaneous army and the regular army was reflected. The 100,000 troops stopped quietly without making any chaotic sounds, and there was no commotion in the team. Even facing the blood and flesh and broken limbs within 1,000 meters ahead, they were extremely calm and indifferent. This is the Jinbei army, one of the four ace legions. When Lu Fan and others looked at the stopped 100,000 troops with a solemn look, a captain of the Jinbei army galloped on his horse and crossed a distance of 1,000 meters to the city. Looking at the commander of the Jinbei army who came to the city, Lu Fan's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Xia Houwei, who had a hot temper, gritted his teeth and said, "My lord, let me kill this traitor first." As a soldier, it is his duty to be loyal to the Lord and defend his country, rather than rebel for his own selfishness. Especially senior generals like the commander of the army, who are deeply favored by the emperor and hold great power, but still choose to betray and rebel.
Such shameless traitors should be killed by everyone. Lu Fan took a deep breath, suppressed the murderous intent and anger in his heart, and ignored Xia Houwei's request for battle.
It is not difficult to kill a commander of the army, but it is difficult to repel the 100,000 Jinbei army. And the other party has not taken action at this moment. If the commander of the army is killed now, it will give the other party a reason to take action. Lu Fan is very clear about this truth, and he will naturally not make such a stupid mistake. Seeing that Lu Fan can still endure in a furious state, Jiang Shan nodded secretly in his heart. Although the Lord is young, his methods and character are not bad at all. Just as Lu Fan and others suppressed their murderous anger, the Jinbei army captain who rode to the city looked up and shouted, "Jinbei army captain Yusong wants to see His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. I hope His Royal Highness will come out to meet him."
Whom?
Hearing that this guy wanted to see him by name, Lu Fan frowned immediately. But he naturally would not be afraid of a small captain. He took a deep breath and stepped forward. Standing on the steps of the city wall, he looked down at Yusong and said indifferently, "What do you want to see me for?" Seeing Lu Fan appear, Yusong, the captain of 10,000 men, burst into laughter. "Ha ha, since His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is here, it will be much easier." After a hearty laugh, Yusong immediately clasped his hands and said, "I am ordered to come to guard the city defense. Please ask Your Highness to have someone open the city gate." "Humph, ordered, by whose order? You left your post without permission and came here privately. It is already considered a violation of military orders. Why don't you immediately mobilize troops to defend, so as to prevent the invasion of the Ma Bei barbarians?" Lu Fan looked down at Yusong and shouted coldly, and the majestic cold shout spread all around. Such a performance made Yusong slightly stunned. This His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is indeed not as rumored. But they had been prepared for a long time, and naturally would not give up because of a word. The thought flashed through his mind, and Yusong immediately took out the golden imperial edict from the storage ring and held it high.
"We are following the order of His Majesty to withdraw. Does His Highness want to disobey the imperial edict?"
Looking at the imperial edict held high by Yusong, Lu Fan frowned immediately. He naturally did not believe that his cheap father would issue such an imperial edict, so this guy's imperial edict must be forged. But since this guy brought out the imperial edict to make a fuss, he could not easily question it. If he was labeled as disobeying the imperial edict, it would not be a good thing. After all, even the prince took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme and disobeying the imperial edict, and others would probably do the same, which would cause even greater trouble. Lu Fan made a decision after a quick thought, and immediately looked at Yusong, who was holding the imperial edict high, and said, "In this case, please ask General Yu to go to the city to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals read slash phoneme the imperial edict, and I will personally receive the edict." After saying this, he did not give Yusong a chance at all, and looked at Yusong and questioned lightly, "General Yu would not dare to come up, would he?" Faced with Lu Fan's coercion, Yusong was a little bit embarrassed, and he was indeed a little afraid to go up. But if he didn't go up at this moment, his actions just now would be in vain. I am a 6th level cultivator in the spiritual sea realm. What can a waste like him do to me? Yusong made up his mind with a cold snort in his heart, and immediately laughed out loud. Why not? While laughing loudly, he jumped up from the horse's back, stepped on the horse's back with his toes to fly high. When he reached the half height of the city wall, his toes lightly touched the city wall again. With the help of this force, he leaped up again and landed steadily on the city wall. When he landed on the city wall, he was immediately surrounded by Qin Xion, Xiaohui, and Luo Chang. In an instant, Yusong's hair stood up, and his face showed an expression of fear and disbelief that was difficult to conceal.
Master!
At this moment, he felt as if he was being stared at by 3 prehistoric beasts, and he didn't dare to make any unusual movements.
He was even more filled with deep shock and disbelief. How could this loser have 3 such terrifying strong men around him? Could they be sent by His Majesty? You should know that he is a 6th level strong man in the Spirit Sea realm, and he is considered to be at the top of the cultivation among the 10,000 men of the Jinbei army. His own cultivation is also the reason why he dared to come to the city wall alone, but now. Lu Fan came up to him with a calm expression, took the imperial edict from Yusong and opened it to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals read slash phoneme. Facing Lu Fan's actions, Yusong did not dare to move at all, not even a word of nonsense. Because he was sure that as long as he made a slight move, these 3 guys would kill him without hesitation. This is the feeling he has experienced in countless life and death battles. Lu Fan opened the imperial edict, and it was written on it that 100,000 Jinbei army took over the defense of Hanyang City. This imperial edict is real, and the handwriting on it is also very similar, but it is just very similar. People who are familiar with the imperial edict can see the truth at a glance. It's just that sometimes the fake is more useful than the real, or even if it is fake, it must be made real. Once the first fake imperial edict appears, there will be a second, a third. This is also the reason why Yusong is so unscrupulous. Even if Lu Fan and others know that the imperial edict is fake, do they dare to say it out? The answer is no, or it cannot be more accurate. Lu Fan closed the imperial edict calmly, looked at Yusong, who looked a little uneasy, and said calmly, "Tell me, who is the mastermind of the rebellion, Gu Taifeng or Zhang Yu? Tell me clearly, I will spare your life, otherwise die." As soon as these words came out, Yusong's pupils suddenly dilated. "You don't think that I dare not kill you. I don't have the saying that I will not kill the messenger in battle. If he is an enemy, then kill him." Looking at Lu Fan's cold and indifferent eyes, Yusong's body trembled, and fear surged uncontrollably in his heart. He could see that Lu Fan was not trying to scare him, and he panicked immediately, and at the same time he felt a little regretful. If I had known earlier, I would not have rushed up. Now, I have no chance to escape. Faced with the threat of life and death, Yusong gritted his teeth and said, "Your Highness, open the city gate and surrender. Your 3 subordinates are indeed very strong, but it is impossible to stop 100,000 troops. Those who know the situation should act. Kill them." Faced with such a threat, Lu Fan was too lazy to ask and waved his hand directly. Yusong panicked when he saw this. In fear and panic, he instantly burst out his cultivation and wanted to capture Lu Fan. However, as soon as he burst out his cultivation, Luo Chang grabbed his neck and lifted him up. In front of Luo Chang, who was a 4th level cultivator in the soul condensation realm, Yusong, who was a 6th level spiritual sea realm, was like a child. While pinching his neck and lifting him up, Luo Chang twisted his hand hard, and there was only a click. Yusong's head drooped down weakly,
and he couldn't be deader.
Lu Fan took off his storage ring and asked Luo Cheng to carry Yusong's body to the edge of the city wall.
This scene was clearly seen by the 100,000-man army 1,000 meters away.
Damn it, that idiot. He actually had someone kill Yusong, how dare he do that?
At the front of the 100,000-man army, a captain looked at Yusong's body in disbelief. The other 8 captains had the same expression, some were shocked, some were in disbelief. A middle-aged man with a long face among them was even more gloomy at this moment, with murderous intent flashing in his eyes. This man was the right general of the Zhenbei army, Zhang Yu. "General, just give the order to attack the city." Tong Qian, the captain of 10,000 men on the right side of Zhang Yu, gritted his teeth, with murderous light flashing in his eyes.
He had a good relationship with Yusong.
Now that Yusong was killed, the murderous intent and anger in his heart continued to rise. At this moment, he just wanted to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme the army to attack the city. Without waiting for Zhang Yu to say anything, Ji Pingchang, the captain of 10,000 men on his left, frowned and said, "If we take the initiative to attack the city now, it would really be a rebellion." Before Ji Pingchang finished speaking, Tong Qian interrupted with a sarcasm on his face.
"Aren't we rebelling now? If we want to rebel, why are we still hesitating about this and that? Don't forget that the Zhenbei army camp is only half an hour away from here. If we can't take Hanyang City within half an hour, then all our efforts will be in vain." After this, Ji Pingchang fell silent.
And Zhang Yu clenched his fists tightly as he listened to the conversation between the two. At this point, he had no other choice. This action was too hasty and there was no full preparation at all. If Hanyang City could not be taken, it would really be as Tong Qian said, and all our efforts would be completely in vain. Thinking of this, Zhang Yu no longer hesitated, and shouted in a cold and deep voice, "Tong Qian, listen to my order."
"I am here." Tong Qian knelt on one knee with excitement on his face. "There are traitors in Hanyang City who have kidnapped the prince and are rebelling. I order you to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme 10,000 troops to attack the city gate and rescue His Highness. Rebellion also needs a name.
Beheading the traitors and saving the prince is the name of their attack on Hanyang City, and it is also a reason for all the soldiers.
After all, ordinary soldiers will have resistance to the rebellion of attacking the city. As for whether they will believe it or not, it doesn't matter. They just want a name. I obey your order."
After the excited shout, Tong Qian immediately jumped on his horse and came to the rightmost army formation. Looking at the square formation of 10,000 troops in front of him, Tong Qian drew his waist sword with a clang, and shouted with his cultivation, "Follow me to attack Hanyang City and rescue His Highness the Prince. Kill." These 10,000 troops are his personal troops, and they are 10,000 soldiers and horses that are completely loyal to him.
So there is no doubt about his orders at all.
As his shouts of killing fell, 10,000 personal soldiers immediately drew their swords and roared, following Tong Qian, who was riding a horse and rushing towards the city gate. On the city wall, looking at the 10,000 troops rushing towards the city gate, Lu Fan couldn't help but feel a little scared. The 100,000 soldiers standing quietly and motionless made people feel very pressured, and the 10,000 elite troops rushing to kill made people feel inexplicably panicked. Before this, he had never seen such a war with his own eyes, and it was impossible not to be scared. Qin Xiong and Xiahou Wei immediately began to mobilize the guards of other city walls to come to the north city wall for support without Lu Fan's orders. The guards originally stationed on the north city wall picked up their bows and arrows, looking at the 10,000 troops rushing to kill with a firm and complicated look. They were not new troops, but the reserve troops of the Zhenbei army. They had received rigorous training and were not afraid of fighting. But at this moment, they were not facing the enemy, but their own people, which made them feel uncomfortable. But now their own people are going to attack the city and rebel, and they can't do anything even if they feel bad. Because this is a life and death war. If they don't kill their own people who are attacking the city, their own people who are attacking the city will also kill them, so they have no choice. Seeing that the 10,000 troops led by Tong Qian have rushed to within 300 meters of the city gate, Lu Fan took a deep breath and looked at Qin Xiong, who immediately understood and shouted, "Shoot!" Swish, swish, swish. As Qin Xiong's roar fell, the 800 guards on the north wall drew their bows and shot arrows at the same time.
The dense arrows flew towards the 10,000 troops like a rain of arrows.
Then came the second wave, the third wave. The guards who came to support from the other three walls were divided into two parts and moved quickly. One part used bows and arrows to shoot the 10,000 troops like the original guards on the north wall, and the other part quickly moved the rolling logs and stones used to defend the city. Nearly 100 large pots were quickly set up on the city wall, with boiling hot oil in them. In addition to some of the original city defense resources, most of them were prepared by Qin Xiong and Xiahou Wei to arrange the guards. As waves of arrows flew down, the 10,000 soldiers who came to attack continued to fall, and screams followed. However, the rest of the soldiers did not stop at all. They just raised their shields and continued to rush to the city gate, and those companions who were shot were trampled under their feet. Even some soldiers were only shot and fell to the ground, and there was still a chance to survive, but they were trampled to death by their companions behind them. This is the cruelty of war. Once on the battlefield, you must abandon all emotions. There can be no fear, no eagerness, and even less sympathy. If they rescued their fallen companions out of sympathy at this time, more companions would die. So they could only rush forward while stepping on their companions, bearing the pain and sorrow. This scene was seen by Lu Fan, and he felt cold all over, and deeply felt the horror and cruelty of war. The cruel scenes he saw on the screen in his previous life were completely different from what he saw with his own eyes. But at this moment, he had no time to think about it, and no time for him to sigh. Because Tong Qian, the leader of the rebel army, had already led more than 2,000 troops to the city. The scene of attacking the city with a ladder that Lu Fan imagined did not appear. There were no siege weapons such as crossbow carts, catapults and siege vehicles, which made him very curious. How can these guys attack the city without any siege weapons? Just when he was curious, the rebels who rushed to the city took out the fine iron steel claws with ropes from their waists. Whoosh! The next moment, dense fine iron steel claws were thrown onto the city wall and fiercely buckled into the gap at the edge of the city wall. The rebels below pulled the fixed ropes and quickly climbed up the city wall. This scene immediately shocked Lu Fan. I learned something new. I didn't expect that this world would use such a method to attack the city. Isn't this a one-man special forces soldier? Just when Lu Fan was extremely shocked, Qin Xiong and Xiahou Wei had already commanded the guards to attack the rebels climbing the city wall. Bows, stones, and rolling logs were all thrown down continuously. Kill! One after another, the siege soldiers were smashed down and fell to the ground, but new soldiers soon followed behind. The defenders on the city wall kept using stones, rolling wood, and boiling hot oil to defend the city. He also used his sword to chop at the fine iron and steel claw ropes that were constantly being thrown up. However, this effect is minimal. These steel claws that were thrown up and fixed on the edge of the city wall were all forged from fine iron. The 2-meter rope connecting the steel claws is also made of fine iron wire, and the guards' swords cannot cut it in a short time. And ordinary ropes 2 meters away cannot be touched with swords. Therefore, the most effective methods of defending the city are bows, arrows, rolling wood, stones, and hot oil. Although the guard army is only the reserve force of the Jinbei army, it is no worse than these official Jinbei army. Moreover, the defenders had an advantage due to their condescending position, so there were no casualties in a short period of time. However, as more and more troops rushed to the city, the flaw in the number of guards was immediately exposed. The entire northern city wall is several thousand meters long, and there are only more than 2,500 soldiers participating in the defense at the moment. More than 2,500 people placed on this thousands-meter-long city wall are nothing at all. Tong Qian also saw the flaws of the defenders and directly ordered all the armies to attack the city at the same time. As the battle line spread to the entire northern city wall, the 2,500 defenders were unable to sustain themselves even if they had only 3 heads and 6 arms. Soon, rebel soldiers climbed onto the city wall and attacked the defenders. At this moment, there is no Jinbei army, only the defenders and rebels, and both sides are fighting fiercely on the city wall. Seeing more and more rebels rushing up the city wall, Qin Xiong and Xiahou Wei did not hesitate, and they all used their magic weapons to start the massacre. Although there are unwritten rules that practitioners are not allowed to kill ordinary people, no one cares about these in such a cruel war.
In a life-and-death war, there are no ordinary people.
As Qin Xiong and Xia Houwei started taking action, the pressure on the more than 2,000 defenders was greatly reduced. The rebels who rushed up the city wall had no resistance in front of Qin Xiong and Xia Houwei, and they were all like lambs waiting to be slaughtered.
In just a short moment,
the floor of the 12-meter-wide city wall was completely stained red with blood, and there were broken limbs and corpses everywhere. Looking at the purgatory-like tragic scene, Lu Fan's eyes were extremely cold, and his heart was as cold as iron. He was indeed deeply shocked just now, but now he has accepted and adapted to such cruelty. At this time, a rebel climbed onto the city wall and swung a machete towards Lu Fan to kill him.
Go to hell!
This rebel was so red-eyed that he didn't care who was in front of him, he just wanted to kill like crazy. Looking at the rebel rushing over, Luo Chang was about to take action. However, Lu Fan, who had cold eyes, was faster. He directly drew the sword from his waist and swept it towards the rebel's head.
Put!
A fountain of blood shot out, and the rebel's head was cut off by Lu Fan. Ignoring the bodies of the fallen rebels, Lu Fan walked to the edge of the city wall and looked down with a blood-stained sword in hand. He immediately saw the ferocious-looking Tong Qian below, and Tong Qian also saw Lu Fan, who looked indifferent. Their eyes met, and Tong Qian's eyes burst out with terrifying murderous intent and fierce light.
Damn waste, suffer death.
Although Lu Fan was the crown prince of Daqian, he didn't care at all.
They have already rebelled. How can they care about the prince? Even if the Qianhuang is here, he will dare to take action.
What's more, the difficulty of siege is beyond imagination. If this continues, his army of 10,000 will probably be lost here. As long as we capture the crown prince Lu Fan, everything will be solved.
While roaring, Tong Qian tiptoed and flew towards Lu Fan on the city wall. Brush! Before he even climbed onto the city wall, he slashed out a beam of sword light towards Lu Fan. Facing the slashing sword energy, Lu Fan did not move a step, and his cold and indifferent expression did not change at all. Seeing Lu Fan not evading, Tong Qian's eyes suddenly flashed with ecstasy and excitement. This guy is really a waste.
He doesn't know how to dodge when faced with attacks.
Ha 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 ha.
As long as Lu Fan is killed, he will be the first contributor to the victory of Hanyang City. Just when Tong Qian thought that Lu Fan would be killed directly by his sword energy, a figure appeared in front of Lu Fan out of thin air. Under Tong Qian's horrified gaze, the figure directly raised his palm and grabbed the sword energy he had slashed out.
Boom!
The sword energy he slashed out was crushed by the figure with his hand, erupting with terrifying power. Under this terrifying impact, Tong Qian, who was about to rush onto the city wall, was violently blown away. Looking at Tong Qian, who was blown away by the impact, Lu Fan's eyes flashed with fierceness.
Destroy his cultivation and bring him back. Promise.
Luo Cheng smiled lightly, flew down through the air, and lifted Tong Qian up by his neck before he landed. Along with a shrill scream, Tong Qian's dantian was directly shattered by Luo Cheng's punch. Tong Qian's shrill scream immediately dumbfounded all the rebel soldiers who were worshipping him crazily. Everyone's eyes widened, and their faces were full of fear. The general was killed, the general was killed. The commander-in-chief is the soul and core of an army. Once there is a problem with the commander, the morale of the army will be severely damaged, or even directly collapsed. This is the case with the rebel soldiers attacking the city at this moment. They saw with their own eyes that their captain was repelled by a single move, and then his cultivation was easily abolished. Faced with such a shocking and terrifying scene, their fighting spirit was directly dispersed. Especially when the siege is unfavorable and there are countless casualties, this kind of blow is the most fatal. Compared with the stunned rebels attacking the city, the guards on the city wall burst into earth-shaking cheers at this moment. Seeing this scene, Lu Fan did not hesitate at all, and immediately activated his cultivation and shouted, "I am the Prince Lu Fan, your commander is dead, why don't you quickly put down your weapons and surrender?"
As Lu Fan's roar fell, the excited and ecstatic guards shouted in unison. "Put down your weapons and surrender! Put down your weapons and surrender!"
Amidst the deafening shouts, Luo Chang held up Tong Qian, whose cultivation had been abolished, and returned to the city wall. The moment he returned to the city wall, Luo Chang also used his cultivation and shouted loudly, "As members of the Jinbei army, you are responsible for guarding the northern border, defending the country, and enjoying endless glory. But now you are colluding with the Mabei barbarians to kill your compatriots and slaughter your brothers. If you still have a conscience and know that you are the people of Dakian, then put down your weapons and surrender. Since you have all been bewitched, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince will forgive you." Under the urging of the fourth level of the condensed soul realm, Luo Chang's heartfelt shouts spread thousands of meters in radius. The rebels under the city and the 90,000 Jinbei army 1,000 meters away were all moved. If it were ordinary words, it might not be convincing. But Luo Chang's words were sincere and touched the hearts of these rebel soldiers. They were the glorious Jinbei army, responsible for guarding the northern border to defend their country. But now they were attacking the cities of their own country, slaughtering the people of their own country, and swinging the butcher knife at their compatriots. They didn't have time to think about these things when they were fighting just now, they only wanted to capture the city. But at this moment, in this state, their hearts were shaken. Lu Fan knew that he had to stand up again at this time. These soldiers are at the bottom of the existence, without any decision-making power at all, and even without their own opinions. And they are precisely the easiest to manipulate. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Lu Fan used his cultivation to shout loudly, "You are all my Dakian people. Your butcher knives should be slashed at the Mabei barbarians and our enemies, not at your brothers and sisters like now. As long as you lay down your weapons and surrender, I, Lu Fan, guarantee in the name of the prince that I will never punish you." The rebels under the city had already wavered, and when they heard Lu Fan's words, their psychological defenses collapsed again. If they were facing the enemy, they would be fearless. But facing their own people, facing such deeply rooted words, they could not resist. Bang! Soon a soldier dropped his weapon and squatted on the ground, holding his head and crying. "Woo woo! I don't want a rebel, my parents are still in the imperial capital, I can't die. With the first one, there will be the second, the third." Soon more than half of the remaining 6,000 soldiers under the city put down their weapons and squatted on the ground. The 10,000 captains looked at this scene and roared loudly. "Pick up your weapons, and do not surrender. Pick up your weapons quickly, and I will kill anyone who dares to surrender." These 10 centurions were promoted by Tong Qian and are his diehards. And they are also the core members of the rebellion, so they will not be shaken by these words. So when they saw so many soldiers laying down their weapons and surrendering, they were immediately angry. However, their extremely angry shouts were useless, and soldiers continued to lay down their weapons. Seeing that more and more soldiers laid down their weapons, they were completely angry. Dare to surrender, then die. Swish! Amid the roars, these 10 centurions directly began to slaughter the soldiers who laid down their weapons around them. These 10 centurions were all cultivators in the condensation realm, and slaughtering these ordinary soldiers was like cutting melons and vegetables. Looking at these 10 centurions slaughtering the surrendered soldiers, Lu Fan turned his head to look at Qin Xiong and Xiahou Wei. "Go, destroy the cultivation of these 10 guys and throw them down." Yes. Qin Xiong and Xiahou Wei had long wanted to kill these 10 centurions. At this moment, they received Lu Fan's order, without any hesitation, and jumped down from the city wall. Die! These 10 centurions were invincible to ordinary soldiers, but they were vulnerable in front of Qin Xiong and Xiahou Wei. Ah! With a few screams, the cultivation of these 10 centurions who slaughtered the surrendered soldiers was directly destroyed by Qin Xiong and Xiahou Wei. According to Lu Fan's order, they only destroyed the cultivation of these 10 guys, but did not kill them. After completing the task, Qin Xiong and Xiahou Wei stepped into the air and returned to the city wall. Lu Fan looked at the soldiers below and shouted in a deep voice, "You are the heroes of Dakian who guard the northern border and defend your country, but these 10 guys humiliated and slaughtered you like pigs and dogs. This king does not agree to such a thing, so I will leave them to you to deal with." As Lu Fan's persuasive words fell, the soldiers who chose to surrender below immediately picked up their weapons and madly chopped at the 10 centurions whose cultivation was abolished. As Lu Fan said, they have indeed been humiliated too many times. These 10 guys relied on being cultivators and treated them like animals. They also had anger and murderous intent in their hearts. It's just that they didn't dare to burst out at ordinary times. At this moment, with such an opportunity, the suppressed anger and murderous intent in their hearts broke out completely. In the blink of an eye, the 10 centurions whose cultivation was abolished were directly chopped into a pile of meat paste. Looking at this scene, Lu Fan snorted in his heart, and his eyes became colder. The soldiers who had not made a decision at first, after seeing this scene, also put down their weapons and chose to surrender. The 10,000 troops who were originally going to attack Hanyang City were easily dealt with. Except for the more than 3,000 people who were killed, the remaining more than 6,000 chose to surrender.
1,000 meters away.
Ji Pingchang and the other 8 captains looked at this scene, their faces uglier than each other. The face of the commander Zhang Yu was even more frightening, his eyes were almost spitting fire, and the killing intent was directly condensed into substance. The reason why he arranged Tong Qian to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme 10,000 troops to attack the city. On the one hand, he felt that this 10,000 troops were enough to easily capture Hanyang City.
After all, he knew the situation in Hanyang City too well.
There were only more than 3,000 guards, and they were the reserve of the Jinbei army. On the other hand, he also had to reserve 90,000 troops to prevent Gu Taifeng, who had not made a decision, from leading his army to attack. According to his plan, there was nothing wrong with this arrangement. But the result was completely beyond his expectations. Tong Qian led 10,000 soldiers to attack the city, but not only did he fail to capture the city wall, he himself was also destroyed and captured. More than 3,000 soldiers died in the battle, more than 6,000 soldiers surrendered, and 10 loyal centurions were hacked to death. Faced with such a result, he was almost angry to the point of vomiting blood. Ji Pingchang looked at the densely packed corpses under the city, and his eyes could not help but turn red.
These are all the elites of the Jinbei army.
As Prince Lu Fan said, they did not die on the battlefield fighting with the enemy, but died on their own people.
This is simply a kind of sadness.
Thinking of this, Ji Pingchang looked at Zhang Yu, whose eyes were almost spitting fire, with red eyes. General, retreat, return to the original place to stop the Mabe barbarians, we still have a chance to redeem ourselves, otherwise.
Shut up! Zhang Yu interrupted Ji Pingchang angrily, staring at him with eyes that were almost spitting fire, and said with murderous intent, it's too late to regret now, phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals IR either slash phoneme capture the city or die here, you choose.
Looking at Zhang Yu with a ferocious look, Ji Pingchang was filled with regret. At the beginning, in order to improve his cultivation, he agreed to Zhang Yu's recruitment out of greed, and ended up on the road of rebellion. In fact, he regretted it after agreeing to the recruitment. It's a pity that the temptation to break through the cultivation is too great, and he couldn't resist it after all, so he ended up in this situation.
No, I still have a chance. Thinking of what Lu Fan said on the city wall just now, Ji Pingchang made a decision in his heart. The next moment, he looked up at Zhang Yu with murderous intent on his face and spoke in a deep voice. General, I am willing to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme an army of 20,000 to attack the city. If I cannot attack the city gate, I am willing to die to apologize.
Upon hearing this answer, Zhang Yu, who looked gloomy and ferocious, burst into laughter.
Okay, isn't that right? Since you have already rebelled, let's just make it complete.
When reinforcements from Mabe arrive, the entire northern territory will be ours, and I will never treat you badly when the time comes. The extremely happy laughter fell, and Zhang Yu immediately looked at the other 10,000 captain on the right.
Peng Yu, phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme 20,000 troops to Pingchang to attack the city. Remember, you must capture the north gate no matter what. I will obey your orders. After hearing Zhang Yu's arrangement, Ji Pingchang secretly sneered. This guy is really defensive about himself.
However, this arrangement just gave me a chance to surrender.
Time was running out, and after Zhang Yu quickly made arrangements, he immediately asked Ji Pingchang and Peng Yu to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme an army of 20,000 to the north gate.
Seeing that this time there were actually 20,000 troops charging towards them,
Lu Fan suddenly frowned, a trace of doubt emerged in his heart, and he subconsciously looked at Zhang Shang. As soon as these words came out, Qin Xiong, Xia Houwei and Luo Chang all nodded in agreement. My lord, the general also has such speculation.
It's impossible for the enemy general not to see that the North Gate is difficult to capture, especially after losing 2 captains of 10,000 men one after another, but he still chose to attack the city.
This is very unreasonable.
Qin Xiong and the other 3 spoke one after another, and Lu Fan frowned even more.
That was the doubt in his mind.
Although it was his first time to participate in a war, he still knew what he could and could not do. As the commander-in-chief of an army, he still let his soldiers attack the city even though he knew that he couldn't do anything.
This was very unconventional.
However, at this moment, an army of 20,000 people had already charged towards them, and Lu Fan could only suppress the doubts in his heart and shouted in a deep voice, "Get ready to kill the enemy." Upon hearing this, Qin Xiong, Xia Houwei and Luo Chang immediately flew to different areas of the north city wall. The number of guards was too small to guard the entire city wall, so the 3 of them could only take action. Combined with the power of defending the city, the 3 of them are enough to equal 30,000 troops. As long as the other party doesn't send out top experts to entangle them, it's a complete fantasy to capture the city wall. Looking at the 20,000 troops getting closer and closer to the city wall, Jiang Sheng pondered and said, "Lord, do you want the Golden Fire Cavalry to be dispatched?"
No.
Lu Fan shook his head and refused. "Now that we have a complete advantage in defending the city, there is no need to dispatch the Golden Fire Cavalry." Having said this, Lu Fan raised his head and looked in the direction of the Jinbei army camp, and said with deep eyes, "I want to see if this left general of Jinbei army dares to rebel." Zhang Yu is the right general of the Jinbei army, and it is impossible for Gu Taifeng, the left general, to not understand him. No matter how well Zhang Yu hides it, there will definitely be some holes left. If Gu Taifeng was just a rough guy, it would be understandable that he didn't understand him.
But alas, he is not. Moreover, the 100,000 Jinbei army retreated from the defense line on the south side of Beimang Mountain to attack Hanyang City here.
It was even more impossible for Gu Taifeng not to know about such a huge movement.
Lord, if... Zhang Shangang wanted to say something, but after saying 4 words, he still didn't say it. But Lu Fan understood what he meant. But Lu Fan didn't say anything at this moment.
He just took a deep look in the direction of the Jinbei army camp and then turned his gaze to the front again.
At this moment, dozens of flames suddenly shot into the sky in Hanyang City.
As the fire broke out, loud shouts of killing suddenly came from the northern area of the city.
Kill!
Such changes in the city made Lu Fan turn around and come to the edge of the city wall facing the city. Looking at the dozens of fires that broke out in the city, Lu Fan's eyes exuded a cold light.
Let's make chaos. If you want chaos, make it a complete mess.
Lu Fan was not surprised by the changes that occurred in the city, and it was even within his expectations.
After taking a cold look at the changes taking place in the city, Lu Fan looked at Lu Chuan beside him and said in a deep voice, "Don't worry about the changes in the city. Anyone who approaches or sets foot on the war preparation square without any reason will be killed without mercy. Promise." After receiving the order, Lu Chuan quickly left the city wall and headed to the preparation square below. The Golden Fire Cavalry in the square was still quiet and did not make any sound. As if the changes in the city and the fighting in the siege had nothing to do with them, their expressions were extremely calm and indifferent. This is the Golden Fire Cavalry. Once they move out, they are crazy hungry wolves. If they don't move, they are just sculptures. When Lu Fan returned to the edge of the city wall facing the outside of the city, 20,000 troops had already reached the city. The 3 of Qin Xiong and the guards on the city wall were also ready to continue the massacre. As for the more than 6,000 Jinbei troops who had just surrendered, they had already hid far away in the rightmost corner of the northern city wall. At this moment, they could not enter the city, nor could they start a war with these companions. So Lu Fan just asked them to stand aside and watch, so as to reduce casualties. After all, these will be your own soldiers from now on. If you can, die as little as possible. Just when everyone thought the crazy siege battle would continue, Ji Pingchang, who rushed to the city, suddenly jumped up from his horse, drew his sword with a clang and slashed at Peng Yu, who was standing side by side. Peng Yu, who had been prepared for this, laughed grimly. "Ji Pingchang, you really want to be a traitor? I have been on guard against you." While laughing grimly,
Pang Yu also drew his sword at the same time to meet Ji Pingchang's attack. In an instant, the two swords collided with each other.
Ding!
The two swords collided, making a harsh sound of metal collision and a series of sparks. Seeing that the two captains leading them suddenly started fighting each other, the 20,000 Jinbei army who rushed to the city were stunned. Lu Fan, Qin Xiong, and others on the city wall saw this dramatic scene, and their faces also showed extremely strange expressions.
What's going on?
Originally, the siege battle that was thought to be tragic and difficult was beyond everyone's expectations again and again. 100,000 troops faced more than 2,800 guards, but it turned out like this.
Even if 100,000 mobs rushed to kill, they could easily capture Hanyang City, not to mention the 100,000 elite Jinbei army.
All of this is weird.
My lord, what is going on?
Even Jiang Shang, who is full of strategies, is puzzled at this moment. He has no idea what the other commander is doing.
Just as Ji Pingchang and Pang Yu were fighting, more than a dozen centurions of the 20,000-man army waved their swords and shouted, "Everyone listen to the order, continue to attack the city, and those who disobey the order will be killed."
The 20,000 troops, which were originally in a mess, immediately started a new round of siege after receiving the military order.
Kill!
Another round of attack and defense began, and the soldiers of the Jinbei army who attacked the city died under the city wall one after another.
Lu Fan stared at the dozen centurions who had just shouted. Just now, these 14 guys quietly retreated after giving the order to attack the city. The rest of the people's attention was focused on the soldiers who were frantically attacking the city, but Lu Fan was staring at them. After observing for a while, Lu Fan determined that there must be something wrong with these 14 guys. Because while these 14 guys were retreating, they were wandering around with a gray bottle in their hands. Lu Fan could clearly see some faint black shadows and black energy being sucked into the gray bottles in their hands. Although he didn't know what these guys were doing, it was certainly not a good thing. Thinking that most of the monks in the Mabe dynasty were evil cultivators, he immediately became vigilant. At this time, Jiang Shang also noticed something was wrong, and said to Lu Fan in a deep voice, "My lord, the blood energy and death energy around you are constantly disappearing. Ordinary monks can't sense anything even here, but Jiang Shang is proficient in formations, talismans, seals and alchemy, and he also masters the secret technique of divination. In addition, he also has some other special methods, such as sensing changes in the surrounding atmosphere." Lu Fan had been thinking about what these 14 captains were collecting with gray bottles before, but now he knew what they were saying. There is indeed a problem. A fierce light flashed in Lu Fan's eyes, and Luo Chang, who was about to fight not far away, called over. "Lord, what's wrong? When you see the 14,000 commanders who are constantly retreating, leave one or two alive, kill the rest, and be careful that they bite their fangs and commit suicide." Lu Fan pointed out the 14,000 commanders hiding in the chaotic army. Chief, while explaining to Luo Chang. Although these guys are not necessarily dead soldiers, there is nothing wrong with making more arrangements. Although Luo Chang didn't understand Lu Fan's intention, he said in a deep voice without any hesitation, "Promise." As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Chang jumped directly from the city wall. The figure turned into a phantom and flew towards the nearest captain. The captain was holding a gray bottle to collect the blood and death energy around him, his eyes full of ecstasy and excitement. "I've made a lot of money. Ha 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 ha. I will definitely get a reward this time." Just when he was extremely excited, he suddenly felt a killing intent locking onto him. The moment he raised his head, a cold light quickly magnified in his sight. Boom! The 5-hook divine flying spear penetrated through, and this guy's head exploded. Luo Chang made a move with one hand, and the gray bottle in this guy's hand was put away by him. The moment he put away the gray bottle, Luo Chang dashed towards the second captain. Whoosh! Luo Chang shuttled over the chaotic army like a ghost. The 14,000 captains designated by Lu Fan were killed one after another by Luo Chang, and all the gray bottles in their hands were put away by Luo Chang. Faced with such a terrifying Luo Chang, the chaotic Jinbei soldiers were all frightened and fled in all directions. They are indeed an elite division. But in such a chaotic situation without the command of a general, they all became helpless and extremely panicked. After all, they are just ordinary people, not cultivators.
Facing a terrifying cultivator like Luo Chang, they only felt fear and powerlessness in their hearts. The only thing he could do was to retreat and dodge to avoid being killed.
This is the true reaction of ordinary people when facing practitioners.
An organized army is a swarm of ants that can kill an elephant, but an unorganized army is an ant that can be easily trampled to death. The already chaotic army became even more chaotic because of Luo Chang. The original frantic siege rhythm was also interrupted, and the entire northern city wall became a complete mess. Under the chaotic and crowded stampede, many Jinbei soldiers were directly trampled to death. Seeing such a tragic scene, Lu Fan and Zhang Shang couldn't help but shake their heads. This is not siege at all, but death. Thinking like this, Lu Fan raised his head and looked at the remaining 70,000 troops 1,000 meters away. But the 70,000 strong army didn't move at all, just standing 1,000 meters away watching the show. Although they were thousands of meters apart, Lu Fan could clearly see Zhang Yu and 4 other 10,000 captains at the front of the 70,000 strong army. They just watched the chaos in the city with such indifference, showing no intention of stopping it. Just when Lu Fan was looking at Zhang Yu, 6,000 captains and an army of 70,000 from a distance. Zhang Yu and 6,000 captains were also watching the tragic scene happening under the northern city wall from a distance.
General, do you want to rescue Peng Yu?
No, it is his honor to die for the holy religion.
Send the order and withdraw the troops. Promise.
However, just when they were about to retreat with the 70,000 troops, the ground began to rumble and tremble. I saw billowing dust rising into the sky on the northwest side, and 20,000 cavalry were rushing towards this place. Behind the 20,000 cavalry, there were 4 infantry phalanxes composed of 40,000 troops. There were densely packed flags among the mighty team. There are the flags of the Jinbei cavalry, the flags of the Jinbei army, and the most conspicuous commander's flag in the middle. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the 6 captains around Zhang Yu suddenly changed drastically.
General, it's Gu Taifeng.
No, General, let's retreat quickly.
Gu Taifeng seems to have made up his mind not to cooperate with us.
Looking at the 6 panicking captains around him, Zhang Yu snorted coldly, "Why panic?
I'm waiting for him.
I'll be disappointed if he doesn't come." While snorting coldly, Zhang Yu's mouth curled up slightly, and a look of conspiracy appeared in his eyes. The 6 panicking captains saw Zhang Yu so calm, and their hearts gradually calmed down. Whoosh! With a sound of breaking through the air, Luo Chang carried the 2 figures whose cultivation was destroyed back to the city wall. "My lord, these 2 guys' cultivation is all destroyed, and all their teeth have been knocked out.
I guarantee they can't commit suicide."
While speaking, he threw the 2 guys to the ground with a bang. Lu Fan glanced at the 2 guys, and then looked at the mighty army coming from the northwest.
Gu Taifeng came with 20,000 Jinbei iron cavalry and 40,000 Jinbei army.
Luo Chang also looked at the mighty army in the northwest at this moment, and couldn't help asking, "My lord, will Gu Taifeng?" Before Luo Chang finished speaking, Lu Fan smiled and shook his head. "Don't worry, he won't."
Lu Fan's extremely sure tone made Luo Chang couldn't help but look surprised.
Why is the lord so sure? When he looked at Zhang Shang, he saw that Zhang Shang also had a relaxed smile on his face. Seeing that both of them had such expressions, Luo Chang shook his head and stopped thinking. Strategy and wisdom are not his strong points, and he will never embarrass himself in areas he is not good at. Just as Lu Fan was looking at the mighty team in the northwest, a scream suddenly came from under the city wall. The screams under the city wall attracted Lu Fan's attention. When he looked under the city wall, he was shocked to see Ji Pingchang, who was covered in blood, holding a bloody human head in his hand.
This head is that of Peng Yu, who was fighting with him.
After looking at each other and Lu Fan, Ji Pingchang immediately activated his cultivation and shouted loudly, "Everyone should stop attacking the city and stay where they are.
No running around. Anyone who disobeys the order will be killed."
As Ji Pingchang's roar spread around, the remaining 6 captains also tried to comfort all the soldiers. The originally chaotic scene gradually became quiet because of Ji Pingchang and the remaining 6,000 captains. The wave of siege and chaotic stampede just now once again caused more than 1,000 Jinbei soldiers to die under the city. The remaining more than 18,000 Jinbei soldiers were all looking around with bewildered faces.
They don't understand why this is happening. They are obviously Dakian's army and are responsible for guarding the northern border for Dakian. As a result, they turned around and attacked the city they were protecting. Moreover, the so-called siege battle was like child's play. They watched many familiar companions being easily killed and trampled to death. They did not die in the fight with the Mabe barbarians, but in such an inexplicable rebellion and siege. They are just soldiers at the lowest level, with no right to choose, let alone decision-making. Seeing that the chaos below the city was calmed down, Lu Fan nodded secretly in his heart. This guy is quite useful. As for why Ji Pingchang suddenly attacked Pingyu just now, Lu Fan also guessed the reason. But he didn't have time to care about such trivial matters at the moment. Looking to the northwest, I saw a mighty 60,000-strong army stopped 500 meters west of the North City Gate. At this moment, the three forces faced each other in the shape of a character. After taking a distant look, Lu Fan turned around and walked downstairs. Jiang Shang followed closely behind him. Qin Xiong and Xia Houwei wanted to follow Lu Fan down together, but were stopped by Luo Chang. "Cousin, you and General Xia should stay here. The city must be guarded. My lord's safety is in my hands. Don't worry." Seeing what Luo Chang said, Qin Xiong and Xia Houwei had no choice but to nod. "Cousin, you must protect your lord." Luo Chang nodded heavily, and then quickly followed Lu Fan and Jiang Shang to the city. Lu Chuan dismounted from his horse and walked quickly to Lu Fan. Before he could speak, Lu Fan said bluntly, "Take all the troops and follow me out of the city." "Promise." Lu Chuan raised his hand to salute with great excitement, and then immediately returned to his horse. Upon seeing this, Qin Xiong on the city wall immediately ordered loudly, "Open the city gate." As the city gate was opened with a rumble, Lu Fan led Jiang Shang and Luo Chang on horseback, followed closely by Lu Chuan with all the golden fire cavalry. The more than 18,000 Jinbei troops at the city gate also reorganized their formation under the arrangements of Ji Pingchang and 6,000 captains, and divided into two teams to stand on both sides of the city gate. After seeing Lu Fan come out, Ji Pingchang and the 6 captains knelt down on one knee and saluted in unison without hesitation. "Meet His Highness the Crown Prince." They are different from staunch rebels like Tong Qian and Peng Yu. They were forced to do something helpless or coerced, and they did not really want to rebel in their hearts. There was no chance to surrender before, but now there is. After Ji Pingchang and 6,000 captains knelt down on one knee to salute, more than 18,000 Jinbei troops on both sides of the city gate also knelt down on one knee. "Meet His Highness the Crown Prince." At this time, the first wave of more than 6,000 Jinbei troops who surrendered also came to the city gate and knelt down on one knee to salute under the leadership of several captains. He looked at the more than 25,000 Jinbei troops who were still attacking the city just now, but now kneeled down on one knee and saluted him. Lu Fan felt helpless and relieved. He didn't have so much murderous intention or anger towards these low-level soldiers. After all, it was only the higher-ups who rebelled, and they just passively accepted orders. In the day-to-day training in battle, they have little ability to think independently, and it has become their instinct to accept orders and perform tasks. So when they attacked the city, they only thought about completing the task, but did not think that they were rebelling. "Call." Taking a deep breath, Lu Fan looked at the more than 25,000 Jinbei troops kneeling on one knee around the city gate and shouted in a deep voice, "I keep my word. No matter what you have done before, I will let it go. You will still be part of the Jinbei army in the future. You are the pride of our army." After saying this, Lu Fan changed the subject and shouted coldly, "But you must also pay the price for your actions. So pick up your weapons and work with me to rescue our brothers and sisters, and don't let them be controlled by the rebels." "Promise." Lu Fan's 2 words immediately made the more than 25,000 Jinbei soldiers who were at a loss and uneasy feel completely relieved. If they are branded as rebels, they will inevitably die sooner or later. But Lu Fan's 2 consecutive assurances were enough to make them let go completely. And Lu Fan's move also completely won over the hearts of more than 25,000 Jinbei soldiers. After more than 25,000 Jinbei soldiers took up arms again, Lu Fan found Ji Pingchang and the remaining 11,000 commanders. Arriving in front of Lu Fan, Ji Pingchang and others suddenly had unspeakable guilty looks on their faces. "Your Highness, we Okay, I don't want to hear about the past. I only care about the future. After raising his hand to interrupt them, Lu Fan looked at Ji Pingchang, who had the highest position, and said in a deep voice, "This king asks you, except for you, are the other 10,000 captains under Zhang Yu determined to rebel? Your Highness, the 6 of them were originally Zhang Yu's personal guards, and were promoted to 10,000 captains by Zhang Yu. They are all loyal to Zhang Yu." Hearing this answer, Lu Fan immediately understood, and after a pause, he asked, "What about the remaining 70,000 troops? Do they want to rebel or are they forced to do so like you?" Seeing Lu Fan asking this, Ji Pingchang's face suddenly showed a frustrated and helpless look. "Your Highness, how could ordinary soldiers be willing to rebel?" But Zhang Yu found someone from nowhere, and replaced more than half of the 1,000-man and centurion commanders. These replaced guys are cruel and vicious, and the soldiers dare not resist at all, so... Okay, I know, these 25,000 Jinbei troops will be handed over to you for the time being, don't let me down. Please rest assured, Your Highness, we will definitely make amends. Let's go. After the voice fell, Lu Fan led Zhang Shang and Luo Chang and rode straight forward. 3,000 golden fire cavalrymen walked in the middle, and more than 25,000 Jinbei troops followed at the end under the leadership of Ji Pingchang and others. In this way, after marching 500 meters, Lu Fan led the huge team to stop. So far, the three forces have formed a more clear shape of a Chinese character, facing each other from a distance. Looking at Zhang Yu's camp 500 meters in front of him, Lu Fan turned his head to look at Zhang Shang. "Zia, what do you think Zhang Yu wants to do?" At this moment, he has determined that Zhang Yu should be the person who was taken away by the Holy Church envoy in the mouth of Sun Xinghu and Zhao Tianshang. That is to say, Zhang Yu and the 4 major families have been preparing for rebellion under the plan of the so-called Holy Church for a long time. Even if he wiped out the Wang family and caught them off guard, it would never be so chaotic. The chaos of the 4 major families in the city can barely be justified. But Zhang Yu led 100,000 elite soldiers of the Jinbei army but could not capture a city wall, which is unreasonable. Even if Zhang Yu is a strawbag who doesn't know any military, he can easily capture the north wall of Hanyang City with only human wave tactics. But that guy didn't do this, but deliberately gave himself 2 waves of heads. Including when the 20,000 troops were in chaos under the city just now, Zhang Yu had the absolute ability to easily stop it. But he also didn't do anything, just watching the 20,000 troops in chaos. Lu Fan couldn't figure out such a tricky operation. Facing Lu Fan's question, Zhang Shang shook his head. "My lord, this person has no rules and is hard to figure out." At this point, he pondered and said, "But one thing is certain, his real purpose is definitely not to attack the city, but I have 2 guesses." "Tell me?" Lu Fan looked curious. "First, their attack on the city is fake, and they are taking the opportunity to consume their troops, and they are taking this opportunity to collect blood and death on the battlefield." Hearing this first guess, Lu Fan nodded. He also guessed this point, but the key point is that the other party did it very obviously and didn't cover it up at all. Second, their real target should not be Hanyang City, nor us. Ha! This guess was a bit unexpected to Lu Fan, and a curious look appeared on his face. If you hadn't destroyed the Wang and Li families in succession, their target might be Hanyang City and the entire northern border. But you destroyed the Wang family as soon as you arrived in Hanyang City, which alerted them and forced them to act in advance. In addition, Sun Xinghu and Zhao Tianshang rebelled temporarily, so they had to change their target temporarily. Listening to Zhang Shang's analysis, Lu Fan raised his eyebrows and asked curiously, "Since their target is not Hanyang City, nor is it us, then who is it, could it be?" Lu Fan looked to the northwest, and Zhang Shang also looked over, took a deep breath and said, "If my guess is correct, General Gu and the 200,000 Jinbei army are their real targets." When saying this, Zhang Shang's face became extremely solemn, and there was even a trace of worry that could not be concealed. Since the other party dared to change the target, they must have made sufficient preparations. When Lu Fan heard Zhang Shang's bold guess, his face became ugly. At this moment, the 100,000 Jinbei army has lost more than 5,000 people, and the loss is already very large. If something happens to the 200,000 Jinbei troops under Gu Taifeng, it will be really troublesome. After all, the reason why the northern border is safe and sound is entirely because of the existence of these 300,000 Jinbei troops.
Thinking of this, Lu Fan immediately asked Luo Cheng to hurry up and remind Gu Taifeng. However, before he could make any move, two captains of 10,000 men from Zhang Yu's side rode out. One of them rushed to the camp where Gu Taifeng was located in the northwest, while the other galloped directly to the camp where Lu Fan and others were. In a minute, the galloping captain of 10,000 men had already arrived in front of Lu Fan and others. Looking at this captain of 10,000 men, Lu Fan's eyes flashed with murderous light. This guy is a diehard fan of Zhang Yu and a staunch rebel. In his eyes, this man has long been a corpse. After the captain of 10,000 men looked at Lu Fan, his heart suddenly shuddered and an inexplicable fear emerged. What a terrible look! With great fear in his heart, he quickly turned his eyes away from Lu Fan and said, "My general invites you to come to the field for a talk. If you don't have the courage, forget it." After saying this quickly, this guy didn't dare to stay at all, and rode away quickly. Because he clearly felt a terrible killing intent locked on him. If he left a little later, he was afraid that his life would be left here.
Watching this guy riding away, Luo Cheng asked with murderous intent, "My lord, do you want me to kill this guy?" "It's just a dead man, don't worry about it." Lu Fan shook his head indifferently and said, "Gong Ran, Zia, follow me to the field to meet them." After saying this, he turned and looked at Lu Chuan and Ji Pingchang. "If the 70,000 rebels make any moves, don't hesitate, just start a war." "Yes." After arranging these, Lu Fan took Jiang Shang and Luo Cheng to the center of the three-way confrontation. With Jiang Shang and Luo Cheng around, Lu Fan was not worried about any danger. When Lu Fan and the other two went to the center of the field, two people from the northwest camp rode their horses to the center of the field. These two people were Gu Taifeng and the right lieutenant Sun Wenquan. Lu Fan looked at the northwest camp from a distance and did not see Li Zuanxiao. If Li Zuanxiao showed up, his tower-like figure could not be hidden at all and could be spotted at a glance. When Lu Fan looked at Gu Taifeng and Sun Wenquan from a distance, Gu Taifeng and Sun Wenquan also looked at Lu Fan. After looking at Lu Fan and the other two, Gu Tiefeng's attention fell on the 3,000 golden fire cavalry. "It's really the peerless iron cavalry." Gu Taifeng was very moved, and his eyes were even more fiery than seeing a peerless beauty. In fact, he had received the news when the golden fire cavalry appeared in the city. But hearing is false and seeing is true. When Lu Fan came out of the city gate with 3,000 golden fire cavalry, he knew that this was definitely an invincible iron cavalry. This made him very curious. This rumored waste prince first had various top-level strongmen under his command, and now there is such an invincible iron cavalry. Where did these come from? Could it be that the one in the imperial capital arranged it? 4 people from Zhang Yu's side rode to the field, led by Zhang Yu, the right general of the Jinbei army. The other 3 were not Zhang Yu's trusted captain, but 3 guards wearing guard uniforms. The 3 teams slowly rushed to the center of the field from the 3 camps. Under the shining silver moonlight, the plain was illuminated as bright as day, which did not affect the sight at all. So they could see each other clearly. The people from the 3 camps also stared at the field, ready to deal with various changes at any time. In this way, the distance between the 3 teams was getting closer and closer, and finally stopped in the center of the field where the 3 parties were confronting each other. All 3 teams came on horseback. At this moment, they looked at each other on horseback, with different expressions in their eyes. After looking at each other, Zhang Yu was the first to dismount, and took out a set of tables and chairs from the storage ring with a smile and put them on the ground. "Your Highness, Brother Gu, please." As he spoke, he took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead lead slash phoneme and sitting down on one of the chairs. Seeing this, Lu Fan dismounted and went straight to the chair in front of him and sat down. Jiang Shang and Luo Cheng followed and stood behind him. When Gu Taifeng saw Lu Fan sitting down, he also snorted coldly and dismounted and came over to sit down. After the two sat down, Zhang Yu looked at Lu Fan with a smile and said, "It is said that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is a waste who cannot practice, and has a cowardly personality. I only know it after meeting him today. No need to say extra nonsense. I just want to know who gave you the courage and strength to rebel, relying on the Holy Church behind you?" Lu Fan interrupted Zhang Yu's flattery with disdain on his face, and the fierce light and murderous intent in his eyes were not concealed at all.
Zhang Yu was not angry when Lu Fan interrupted him, but just restrained his smile and said lightly, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, the power of the Holy Church is not something you can know, let alone blaspheme. Dakian's power is indeed very strong, but in front of the Holy Church, it is just a bigger ant."
As long as you are willing, then.
However, before Zhang Yu finished speaking, Lu Fan interrupted him with a sneer again.
"Since the Holy Church is so strong, why not just destroy Dakian directly? Why do you have to rely on the power of you wastes to rebel?" Being interrupted by Lu Fan one after another, Zhang Yu's face suddenly became gloomy. Gu Taifeng, who was standing next to him, looked at this scene and his mouth curled up slightly, with an inexplicable smile in his eyes. "Humph, His Royal Highness is really sharp-tongued." Zhang Yu sneered and did not delve into this topic, but looked at Lu Fan directly and said lightly, "Inviting His Royal Highness to come here is just to give His Royal Highness a choice. No, to be precise, it is an opportunity to survive and an opportunity to become the Lord of Dakian. I wonder if His Royal Highness is interested in this opportunity."
Zhang Yu's voice was full of bewitching. "Your Highness should know your situation. If there is no external support, it is impossible for you to sit in that position. As for the identity of the prince,
it's just a false name. What do you think, Your Highness?"
Seeing Zhang Yu's look of having everything under control, Lu Fan couldn't help laughing. But his laughter was very cold, and it was also full of undisguised disdain and ridicule. Seeing this, Zhang Yu frowned. Why, is His Royal Highness willing to stay in this northern border? He thought that the temptation he gave was very great. After all, there is no one in the royal family who does not desire the supreme position. The temptation of that position is too great. The reason why he dared to offer conditions to Lu Fan so confidently was because he was sure that Lu Fan wanted to sit in that position. If Lu Fan was really a cowardly waste, he would definitely not waste time talking to Lu Fan.
It's a pity that Lu Fan is not.
A traitor also wants to negotiate with this king. Are you worthy?
And
I will sit in that position myself, sit upright, and no one can stop me.
Whoever dares to stop me will die.
When he said the last sentence, Lu Fan's eyes burst into a terrifying murderous light and murderous intent. When Zhang Yu faced such a Lu Fan, he was immediately shocked, and his heart was even more shocked. How can this waste have such a strong murderous intent? He believed that Lu Fan was not a cowardly person as rumored, but it was a well-known fact that Lu Fan could not practice. How could he not be shocked that a waste who could not practice had such a terrible murderous intent? Lu Fan glanced at Zhang Yu and looked directly at Gu Taifeng on his left.
At this moment, Lu Fan was too lazy to say any nonsense or beat around the bush, and said directly in a deep voice, "General Gu, I want to take over the Jinbei army in full, do you have any objections?" If there had not been a rebellion today, he might have slowly plotted against the Jinbei army. But after what happened today, he suddenly figured it out and had no more scruples. Before, he was worried that something would happen in Hanyang City and there would be chaos. He was also worried that after the Jinbei army rioted, the Mabe barbarians would have an opportunity to take advantage of it, thus causing chaos in the entire northern border. It was precisely because of these scruples that he was restrained. He even fell into a misunderstanding, thinking that only by slowly plotting could he take control of the northern border.
But after witnessing the flames that broke out everywhere in the city and the siege fighting outside the city on the city wall just now, he immediately figured it out.
One general's success is the result of thousands of bones. If you want to sit in that position, how can you not experience blood and chaos? Since you want chaos, then let's make it complete. At worst, you can create a new world that is completely controlled by yourself.
Even if the North Territory is completely in chaos, it is only a corner of Dakian and has no impact on the entire Dakian. It is precisely because he has completely figured this out that he no longer has any scruples.
And Lu Fan's straightforward words immediately stunned Gu Taifeng, and an unconcealable look of surprise appeared on his face.
Zhang Yu also looked at Lu Fan as if he was looking at a fool.
Is this waste stupid? He actually seized power so blatantly. Does he really think Gu Taifeng is easy to bully? Just as Zhang Yu was secretly mocking Lu Fan, Gu Taifeng stood up directly. The next moment,
under the gaze of Zhang Yu, Sun Wenquan and others, Gu Taifeng knelt on one knee in front of Lu Fan. "I pay my respects to your highness." Unlike the first meeting, this time Gu Taifeng knelt on one knee to perform the master-servant ceremony, calling himself "I am the general." While performing this ceremony, he also took out a tiger talisman from his storage ring and handed it to Lu Fan with both hands.
"This is the tiger talisman of the Jinbei army.
From today on, the Jinbei army will be under the control of your highness, and I will be at your disposal." Gu Tiefeng's move not only stunned Zhang Yu, Sun Wenquan and others, but also Lu Fan's eyes showed an unconcealable look of astonishment. After saying that just now, he was ready to let Luo Chang take action directly.
Although Luo Chang was only at the 4th level of the soul condensation realm, he could kill even an ordinary 7th level soul condensation realm cultivator with his full strength. In front of Luo Chang, no matter Gu Taifeng, who was at the 3rd level of the soul condensation realm, or the 2 True Dan realm 9th level peak and soul condensation realm 1st level behind Zhang Yu, they were not to be feared. Although killing these guys would likely phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead lead slash phoneme to mutiny and chaos, he didn't care and was ready to face any consequences. But he never expected this result. Gu Taifeng not only did not resist or shirk, but performed the master-servant ceremony and handed over the tiger talisman without hesitation. This operation caught Lu Fan off guard. After a brief moment of astonishment, Lu Fan was the first to react. Without any extra nonsense or excuses, Lu Fan directly took the tiger talisman from Gu Tiefeng's hand. While putting away the tiger talisman, Lu Fan personally helped Gu Taifeng up, and said in a serious and solemn voice, "General Gu, you will never regret your decision today." Gu Taifeng, who was personally helped up by Lu Fan, nodded and smiled, "I think so too." Hearing this, Lu Fan smiled and felt relieved. When Gu Taifeng appeared here with a large army, he knew that Gu Taifeng would not rebel. But he didn't expect this guy to hand over the military power so easily. But it doesn't matter now. Taking a deep breath, Lu Fan looked at Zhang Yu, whose face was gloomy and ugly. At this moment, Zhang Yu's anger and murderous intent were almost thick enough to become real. He never expected that Gu Taifeng would hand over the military power and submit to this useless prince. This instantly disrupted some of their plans. Fortunately, Gu Tiepik is just one of their target plans. Thinking of this, Zhang Yu stood up with the anger and murderous intent in his heart, looked at Lu Fan and said in a deep voice, "Lu Fan, the water in the north is deeper than you think, and you can't control it." As soon as these words came out, Lu Fan looked strange and almost couldn't help laughing. Could this guy also be a time traveler? He can even say this. Zhang Yu didn't know Lu Fan's inner thoughts, and continued with a gloomy look, "On behalf of the Holy Church, I will give you one last chance. Join the Holy Church and become a part of us. At that time, we will help you sit on the position of the Lord of Dakian, and this time will not be long. In addition, the strong people in the church can also change your physique, so that you can embark on the road of cultivation and no longer be called a waste. How about it?" At this moment, Zhang Yu's patience is almost exhausted. As long as Lu Fan dares to refuse, he will not hesitate to let people catch Lu Fan and then kill all the others. Since he dared to come here and even waited for Gu Taifeng to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead lead slash phoneme his army to arrive, how could he not have a trump card? He is not a person who likes to die, so he will naturally not do things that he is not sure of. Looking at Zhang Yu with a gloomy expression, Lu Fan raised his eyebrows and smiled playfully, "Then what do I have to pay?" "There are only 2 conditions. The first is to join the Holy Church, the second is to help you become the Lord of Dakian and establish the Holy Church as the state religion, and build a holy temple in Dakian. There is no loss for you." Listening to the 2 conditions proposed by Zhang Yu, Lu Fan immediately shook his head. This so-called Holy Church is really plotting something big. It sounds like these 2 conditions will not cause any loss to me, but in fact, if I really do this, it will be completely a wedding dress for the Holy Church. And in the end, I will inevitably become a puppet of the Holy Church. They have a good calculation. It's a pity they found the wrong target and used the wrong method. Seeing Lu Fan shaking his head, Zhang Yu suddenly exuded a cold murderous intent. "Your Highness, I advise you to agree, because you have no right to refuse today." Looking at Zhang Yu who was threatening him fearlessly, Lu Fan immediately looked at this guy with disdain as if he was an idiot and said, "If your confidence comes from these three guys behind you, then you are afraid you will be disappointed. Openly, leave them a breath." Lu Fan's disdainful sneer fell, and Luo Cheng's figure flashed and disappeared behind Lu Fan. Not good. The moment Luo Cheng disappeared, Zhang Yu and the three people behind him changed their faces drastically, and they thought it was not good. However, Luo Cheng had already made a move, so how could he give them a chance to react? In an instant, Luo Cheng appeared in front of the first-level cultivator of the condensed soul realm behind Zhang Yu, and slapped his chest heavily with his palm. Bang! Accompanied by a muffled sound, the first-level cultivator of the condensed soul realm vomited blood and flew out. Bang! Bang! Followed by two more muffled sounds, the two ninth-level peak cultivators of the True Dan realm behind Zhang Yu also flew out. In the blink of an eye, the three people behind Zhang Yu were all disabled. Zhang Yu, whose face was pale and eyes were full of fear, was left. Luo Cheng raised his hand and pinched his neck and lifted him up. All this seemed slow, but it actually happened in a flash. It took only a dozen breaths from Luo Cheng's attack to the end of the battle. Before Lu Fan and others could even react, the battle was over. The only person who could see the trajectory of Luo Cheng's attack was Gu Taifeng, who was in the third level of the condensed soul realm. At this moment, Gu Tiefeng's eyes showed an unconcealable shock and disbelief. Originally, he thought that Lu Fan had only Li Tsuanxiao, a top strongman. Because he had seen Qin Xiong and Xiahou Wei, and they were not his opponents. But he never expected that Lu Fan had a stronger cultivation than him. He secretly wondered how much difference there was between his strength and Luo Cheng's. But the result of his thinking made him helpless. Because he had no confidence that he could survive Luo Cheng's hands, yes, survive. Thinking of this, Gu Taifeng couldn't help but secretly rejoice. Fortunately, the prince sent someone to deliver the news in time, otherwise I might be dead today. At this moment, Lu Fan also reacted and smiled with great satisfaction. Ha ha ha. As expected of Jade Face and Silver Spear, Gong Ran, you alone are better than thousands of troops. This sentence is a sigh of admiration from the heart. And Luo Cheng is absolutely worthy of this evaluation, without a trace of water. Jiang Shang also laughed after hearing this. My lord, what you said makes sense. Gong Ran alone is indeed inferior to thousands of troops. In the future, the name of Jade Face and Silver Spear will surely be known everywhere. Seeing that the lord and Jiang Shang were all praising him, Luo Cheng smiled embarrassedly. My lord, Jiang Lao, please don't praise me. Compared with Jing Si, I am far behind. Seeing Luo Cheng say this, Lu Fan smiled and shook his head, and did not continue the topic. Luo Cheng is indeed very strong, but compared with Li Tsuanxiao, there is indeed a little gap. This is an indisputable fact. But not everyone is qualified to compare with Li Tsuanxiao. It is already very strong to have this qualification. Compared to Lu Fan and others who were chatting and laughing, Zhang Yu, who was lifted up by Luo Cheng by the neck, was extremely frightened, and there was a strong disbelief in his heart. The reason why he dared to come here so confidently was because of the three strong men sent by the Holy Church. 2 peak 9-layer True Dan realm and 1 first-layer condensation soul realm, these 3 people are enough to sweep across the northern border. So even if several of his trusted 10,000 men were killed just now, he was not panicked at all. After all, his trump card was not the 100,000 troops and several trusted 10,000 men, but the 3 strong men of the Holy Church. But he had calculated everything, but he did not expect that Lu Fan had such a terrifying strong man under his command. The 3 strong men of the Holy Church were easily defeated in seconds without even having the chance to react. Faced with such a result, how could he not be afraid and feel incredible? Just when Zhang Yu was extremely frightened, Lu Fan's calm and indifferent eyes fell on him. Feeling Lu Fan's gaze, Zhang Yu also came back to his senses and looked at Lu Fan. Their eyes met. Zhang Yu's body trembled uncontrollably, and his heart was completely filled with fear and despair. He opened his mouth to say something, but he couldn't say a word. Seeing his pale face, Lu Fan raised his eyebrows and said lightly, "This king said, you are not worthy of cooperating with this king, and the so-called Holy Church is not qualified. It would be fine if you don't come to provoke this king,
but since you want to provoke this king will personally uproot them.
Lu Fan's words were very plain, but they contained unquestionable confidence and domineering.
After hearing Lu Fan's words, Zhang Yu was terrified at first, and then laughed wildly.
Ha 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 ha. You are a useless person who only sees the world from a narrow perspective. You have no idea how powerful the Holy Church is. The North is just the beginning, and Dakian is just a small step. Ha ha ha.
Long phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals liblive/phoneme the Holy Church.
After saying this while laughing wildly, Zhang Yu's body suddenly twitched, and his face quickly turned dark blue.
Not good, Your Highness, he bit his poisonous teeth and committed suicide.
Gu Tiefeng's face changed drastically, and he quickly ran to Luo Chang, while Lu Fan was indifferent.
Because he had known that this guy would choose to commit suicide. These guys are all members of the mysterious Holy Church. Like those dead men, they will choose to commit suicide when they know they will die. Even if he asked Luo Chang to knock out all the teeth of this guy, he couldn't ask anything. Luo Chang and Jiang Shang were also indifferent to this, without any surprise. Seeing Lu Fan's indifferent expression, Gu Taifeng also understood and shook his head helplessly.
At this time, Lu Fan looked at Luo Chang and Gu Taifeng and said, General Gu, you two should immediately kill all the 6 captains of 10,000 men under Zhang Yu and the troops planted by Zhang Yu, and control the 70,000 troops as quickly as possible.
I obey your orders. Luo Chang and Gu Taifeng clasped their fists and received the order, and then they flew directly towards the remaining 70,000 troops of Zhang Yu. The 6 captains of 10,000 men under Zhang Yu had already realized that something was wrong when they saw Zhang Yu and his 4 men being killed.
At this moment, seeing Luo Chang and Gu Taifeng galloping in the air, they panicked. Without any hesitation, the 6 of them immediately galloped away on horseback. In addition to the 6 captains of 10,000 men, the 1,000-man captains and centurions planted by Zhang Yu and the 70,000 troops and others also fled at this moment. In addition to galloping on horses and using body skills to escape, there were also 2 people who flew away in the air. Seeing this, Luo Chang shouted, General Gu, I will take care of these 2 guys. After shouting this sentence quickly, Luo Chang suddenly accelerated, and his figure passed Gu Taifeng and chased after the 2 people who were fleeing in front. In a few breaths, Luo Chang had already caught up with the 2 people. Die! With a thunderous roar, 2 dazzling silver lights struck the 2 fleeing members of the Holy Church like silver lightning. Bang!
Under the gazes of shocked people, the 2 fleeing Holy Church strongmen were actually blown up in the air, turning into a blood mist that fell down. Luo Chang raised his hand to put away the 2 storage rings, holding the 5-hook flying spear, and stepped into the air to chase after the rest of the fleeing people below. When Gu Taifeng saw this scene, he also laughed wildly. Ha! Good spearmanship!
While laughing wildly, a red longbow appeared in Gu Tiefeng's hand in an instant. The next moment,
6 red sharp arrows appeared directly in Gu Tiefeng's hand, and he put on the longbow and flew out.
Whoosh! Under the gazes of many people.
These 6 red arrows were like 9 fire dragons, flying straight towards the 6 captains galloping on their horses.
Bang!
These 6 red arrows crossed hundreds of meters and pierced the backs of the heads of the 6 captains.
The heads of the 6 people exploded.
The 6 headless bodies flew forward under the powerful impact, and were trampled by the horses. Luo Chang was amazed when he saw this scene. What a good archery!
He didn't take Gu Taifeng seriously before.
But at this moment, Gu Tiefeng's archery immediately changed his mind. With such archery skills, he is indeed worthy of the position of the left general of the Jinbei army.
Lu Fan also saw this scene, and a look of surprise also appeared on his face.
What a great archery! Congratulations to the Lord for subduing an archery master.
Jiang Shang smiled and praised.
But Lu Fan smiled and shook his head.
Jiang Shang thought Gu Taifeng was the same as them, but in fact, he was not.
He could trust Jiang Shang, Luo Chang and others with his back, but he would never trust Gu Taifeng with his back. Even if Gu Taifeng had expressed his loyalty to him, he would not believe it. After all, Jiang Shang and Luo Chang were both loyal followers summoned by him, and Gu Taifeng was not a summoned character. Under the pursuit of Luo Chang and Gu Taifeng, 2 powerful soul-condensing masters, Zhang Yu's confidants and the troops he had planted were all killed. After seeing such a change with their own eyes, the 70,000 troops were all restless. Fortunately, those 1,000-man captains, centurions and squad leaders who were not replaced by Zhang Yu all stood up to appease the army, which calmed down the restless 70,000 troops again. After killing Zhang Yu's confidants, Gu Taifeng came to the front of the 70,000 troops and stood in the air.
Compared with Zhang Yu, who had evil intentions, Gu Tiefeng's prestige in the Jinbei army was unmatched.
The 70,000 troops who were still whispering suddenly became silent when they saw Gu Taifeng coming. The eyes of all the soldiers became extremely firm and fanatical, which was awe from the heart. Looking around the 70,000 troops, Gu Taifeng used his cultivation and shouted coldly, "Zhang Yu abused his private power to place his confidants with the intention of rebellion, and he has been killed. You blindly followed and committed a huge mistake. Do you know the crime?"
"We know the crime."
Facing Gu Tiefeng's cold shout, the 70,000 troops all knelt on one knee in shame and admitted their mistakes. Lu Fan, who was 500 meters away, watched this scene and shook his head secretly in his heart. This guy's prestige in the Jinbei army is too high, and it will not be a matter of one day or one night to change. For the army, it is a good thing to have such a commander, which can unite the army and make the army burst out with the greatest combat effectiveness. But for a country, this is a double-edged sword, which can hurt others and hurt itself. Once the commander has the intention of rebellion, it will surely cause a disaster. It seems that we need to get Qin Xiong, Xia Houwei and others into the Jinbei army as soon as possible.
The Jinbei army is too important and must be firmly controlled by himself.
He doesn't trust the others.
While Lu Fan was thinking secretly, Gu Taifeng was beating with one hand and comforting with the other.
Not only did he successfully appease the 70,000 troops, but he also made them feel guilty and angry, and transferred all their hatred to the so-called Holy Church and the Mabe barbarians.
After the appeasement, Gu Taifeng and Luo Chang returned to Lu Fan.
"Your Highness, the 70,000 troops under the command of the rebel General Zhang Yu have all returned. I hope your Highness will give them a chance to redeem themselves." Looking at Gu Taifeng, who was kneeling on one knee in front of him, Lu Fan nodded, "I agree. But these 70,000 troops cannot be dispatched for the time being.
The termites inside must be completely eliminated to avoid accidents." Gu Taifeng was not surprised at all about Lu Fan's decision, and he thought so too. Although he and Luo Chang had killed some of them just now, it was still unknown whether there were any rebellious remnants in these 70,000 troops. If they were not completely eliminated, there would be hidden dangers. "I will follow your Highness's orders." "Get up, General Gu. You don't have to be so polite to me in the future. I am not a harsh person." "Thank you, Your Highness."
Gu Taifeng stood up after saluting respectfully.
Lu Fan frowned and asked, "General Gu, you brought 60,000 troops. How are the other 140,000 troops arranged?"
Just now, he and Jiang Shang chatted and guessed that Zhang Yu's goal was likely to consume a large number of Jinbei army's troops. Since the main force that came here did not consume much, the only thing that might have problems was the Jinbei army camp. If the 140,000 Jinbei army had problems, the entire northern border would really be in danger.
The Mabe barbarians would never miss this great opportunity. Faced with this question, Gu Taifeng smiled confidently.
"Please rest assured, Your Highness. I have already solved Zhang Yu's conspiracy. As for the 140,000 troops, they went directly to the pass on the south side of Beimang Mountain under the leadership of General Li, and would never let the Mabe barbarians invade."
Lu Fan was surprised when he heard this. "General Gu, how did you know about Zhang Yu's plan?"
"To reply to Your Highness, Zhang Yu's every move has long been under the surveillance of the king, this general."
"You knew that Zhang Yu was going to rebel?"
Lu Fan's face was a little ugly.
"I know." Gu Taifeng smiled bitterly and nodded, "I knew it 5 years ago. During this period, I sent letters to the Ministry of War many times, but the answer I got was always to wait and see." Hearing this answer, Lu Fan's face became uglier.
Without waiting for him to ask in detail, Gu Taifeng continued to narrate, "The Ministry of War did not have clear instructions, and I did not dare to act rashly, for fear of causing chaos in the Jinbei army, so I secretly monitored and investigated Zhang Yu." As Gu Taifeng narrated in great detail, Lu Fan and others knew what happened. 5 years ago, after knowing that Zhang Yu had the intention of rebellion and had reported it many times without any result, Gu Taifeng used the power in his hands to monitor Zhang Yu. Originally, he thought that it was just Zhang Yu who wanted to rebel, so he didn't take it seriously. After all, Zhang Yu was just the right general of the Jinbei army. It was completely a pipe dream to want to rebel with his own strength, so Gu Taifeng didn't care too much at first. But as more and more information was obtained from the surveillance investigation, Gu Taifeng realized that things were not that simple. Zhang Yu was not rebelling alone, he also colluded with the 4 major families and the Mabe barbarians. Following these clues to continue investigating, he discovered the holy church behind Zhang Yu and the 4 major families. When he investigated the existence of the holy church also discovered that he was investigating in secret. So a 9-level true Dan realm strongman of the holy church came to him and wanted to threaten him to surrender. But at that time he had already reached the 3rd level of the condensed soul realm, and directly suppressed the 9-level true Dan realm strongman of the holy church on the spot. However, he did not kill the strongman of the holy church, but let him go back. Because the holy church was very powerful, he didn't want to rashly invite strong enemies for Dakian and the Northern Territory. It was precisely because he let that guy go that the holy church began to coerce and lure him to win him over. In order to deter him, the holy church directly sent 3 soul condensation realm strongmen, 2 of whom were stronger than him. Faced with such a threat, he had no choice but to pretend to obey and join the holy church like Zhang Yu. It's just that the holy church seemed to be on guard against him and didn't trust Zhang Yu at all. At the request of the holy church, he began to give Zhang Yu power and let Zhang Yu place his confidants in the Jinbei army. The so-called confidants were actually members of the holy church. On the surface, he obeyed the holy church and fully cooperated with Zhang Yu's plan, but in fact he had been acting in secret. He wrote down all the confidants that Zhang Yu placed in the Jinbei army, without missing a single one. But at this moment, he couldn't act rashly. After all, Zhang Yu had too many confidants in the Jinbei army, and if he acted rashly, it would definitely alarm the holy church. So he could only choose to endure. Later, the holy church seemed to find that he was not absolutely loyal, so they became more wary of him. It was just because Zhang Yu had planted a large number of confidants in the Jinbei army, so the holy church did not take action against him. It was not until Lu Fan came to Hanyang City that he saw the opportunity. At this point, Gu Taifeng chuckled and said, "The general went to visit His Highness that day, and he also wanted to see with his own eyes whether His Highness was really as the rumors said." After this, Lu Fan finally understood and couldn't help laughing. So that's it, the king was still wondering that day, how could the dignified Jinbei army's left general take the initiative to visit a waste? After the laughter fell, Lu Fanman continued to ask curiously. Is it possible that Zhang Yu's backhand left behind was to let the soldiers in the Jinbei army camp mutiny and rebellion? Gu Taifeng shook his head, his face became extremely gloomy. That guy didn't want to launch a mutiny, but he wanted to poison the 200,000 troops and 30,000 reserves in the camp. What? As soon as these words came out, the expressions of Lu Fan, Jiang Shang, Luo Chang and others all changed drastically. This answer exceeded Lu Fan and others' conjecture. The strategy of poisoning 200,000 troops and 30,000 reserves was extremely vicious. Fortunately, General Li took action and directly killed the 2 soul-condensing realm experts hidden in the army. Otherwise, the last general alone would not be able to compete. When he said this, Gu Taifeng also had a look of joy and fear on his face. The holy cult seemed to have guessed that he was not really surrendering, so they directly hid 2 soul-condensing realm experts in the army who had surpassed him in cultivation. If there were no Li Tsuanxiao. The final result was that 200,000 Jinbei troops and 30,000 reserve troops were poisoned, and he would also be killed by the 2 Saint soul-condensing realm powerhouses. Damn thing, the method is so cruel and vicious, it is really a crime that cannot be punished. Lu Fan hated this so-called holy religion to the extreme. If their plan succeeds, the entire Northern Territory will be exposed to the eyes of the Mabe barbarians. Although there are 3 other ace legions in Dakian, those 3 ace legions are responsible for guarding the border of Dakian and cannot be transferred at all. After all, the other 3 major borders also have powerful enemies eyeing them, and they are no easier than the northern border. As for Dakian's other legions, they simply cannot compete with the ferocious and terrifying Mabe barbarian legion.
But fortunately, this conspiracy was resolved in time by Gu Taifeng, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous.
Just when Lu Fan breathed a sigh of relief, Gu Taifeng continued with a solemn expression. Your Highness, although the holy cult's plan to poison 230,000 troops and capture Hanyang City failed, they will never give up.
As he spoke, Gu Tiefeng's eyes showed undisguised fear and fear. Zhang Yu is right about what he said. The holy religion is much more powerful than we imagined.
Looking at Gu Taifeng with a solemn expression, Lu Fan took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Tell me about the sacred information you know." He said he didn't take the holy religion seriously, but in his heart he took it very seriously.
After all, the ancestors in the previous life said it very well: strategically, we despise the enemy, but tactically, we value the enemy.
Not to mention anything else, just the extremely generous rewards for the task of destroying the holy religion are enough to show the terror of the holy religion.
After all, task rewards are linked to task difficulty.
The greater the difficulty, the richer the rewards. But at this moment he knew nothing about the holy religion.
So he eagerly wanted to know more about this so-called holy religion.
While asking, Lu Fan glanced at the three powerful saints who had just been shot away by Luo Chang. Just like Zhang Yu, these three guys knew that they were bound to die after being shot away and severely injured, so they simply chose to bite their fangs and commit suicide. Gu Taifeng followed Lu Fan's gaze and glanced at the corpses of the three powerful saints, then took a deep breath and said, "General Mo doesn't know much about the holy religion. The only people he has come into contact with are Zhang Yu and a powerful holy religion envoy."
Then Gu Taifeng briefly told Lu Fan the news he knew, and Lu Fan, Zhang Shang, and others listened patiently. After all, the holy religion is their common enemy. As the saying goes, if you know yourself and the enemy, you will never be in danger. Only if you know enough, can you be more confident when facing the holy religion? As Gu Taifeng narrated, everyone learned more about the holy religion, and their expressions became more and more ugly. Gu Taifeng didn't know what kind of force the holy religion was. Because the only core member of the holy religion he had ever seen was the holy religion messenger. As for Zhang Yu and the heads of the four major families, they can only be regarded as peripheral members, including Gu Taifeng. As for the identity and cultivation level of the holy messenger, Gu Taifeng didn't know anything at all. But there is some news that Gu Taifeng knows. That is, this extremely mysterious holy religion existed not only in Dakian, but also in other dynasties. Not to mention other dynasties, in the Dakian territory alone, the holy cult has no less than 15 soul-condensing realm powerhouses. As for the number of true elixir realm and spiritual sea realm monks, it is not clear, but the number is only a lot more. According to the information obtained by Gu Taifeng, the holy cult is divided into three branches: 1, Wu, and Shang. The Ministry of Education is responsible for intelligence, personnel management, and various infiltration and solicitation plans. The military department is responsible for all operations, such as assassinating guards and performing certain special tasks. As for the final Department of Commerce, it is responsible for collecting the world's money and managing the many chambers of commerce, auction houses, caravans, etc. controlled by the holy religion. In addition, there is a very strict hierarchy within the holy religion, which is mainly distinguished through identity tokens and grimace masks. There are 4 kinds of grimace masks that Gu Taifeng knows and has seen. The lowest level of ghost face mask is black and white, then silver on top of white. The black ghost face masks are basically low-level dead soldiers, while the black and white ghost face masks are ordinary peripheral members. The important peripheral members are members of the white ghost face mask, such as Zhang Yu. As for the silver ghost mask, Gu Taifeng had only seen it once, and it was the mysterious messenger of the holy religion. According to Gu Tiefeng's guess, there should be gold or other colors of ghost face masks after the silver mask. Gu Taifeng had previously captured some peripheral members of the holy cult in order to find out more information. But after those guys were caught, they phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme just smashed their fangs and committed suicide, or they didn't know anything about it and didn't know any news at all. In addition to these news, Gu Taifeng also said a more important news. That is, the holy religion has also penetrated into Dakian Chaotang. Dakian's many legions are probably no exception, including the Jinshi army, the Jinnan army, and the Jindong army.
The more Gu Taifeng said, the more solemn everyone's expressions became, and the more they became afraid of this mysterious holy religion. After a while, Gu Taifeng took a deep breath and said, "Your Highness, this is the only news I know." Although Gu Taifeng had finished speaking, everyone was still immersed in the shock brought by these news. You must know that the news told by Gu Taifeng is only not very important news. There is absolutely no information regarding the secrets of the holy religion. But just these less important news have already made everyone feel heavy pressure. After everyone's emotions relaxed for a moment, Gu Taifeng took a deep breath and said, "The reason why the Holy Cult's plan failed this time is entirely because Your Highness used thunderous means to destroy the Wang family and the Li family one after another, which forced them to start planning in advance. But with the lessons learned this time, they will definitely adopt a more careful plan, and they may not even directly dispatch strong men to attack you, Your Highness."
Hearing Gu Taifeng's words, Zhang Shang hesitated and said, "Master, do you want Jingxi to come back?" Li Tsuanxiu was considered the most cultivated among them. Only with Li Tsuanxiu protecting Lu Fan could they rest assured. As soon as Zhang Shang finished speaking, Lu Fan shook his head and refused, "No." Li Tsuanxiu led an army of 140,000 to the pass on the south side of Beimang Mountain to prevent the Mabe army from invading. At this time, he couldn't let him come back anyway. And he had a plan in mind to implement. Not only Li Tsuanxiu couldn't come back, but he also planned to send Qin Xiong and Xiahou Wei out. It was enough to leave Luo Cheng alone. But he didn't say this plan for the time being, because the time was not yet ripe. After frowning and thinking for a while, Lu Fan took a deep breath, suppressed the complicated thoughts in his heart, looked at Gu Taifeng and said, "General Gu, you will take these troops back to the camp to continue to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme them. As for the subsequent arrangements, I will discuss with you after I make a decision." Hearing this, Gu Taifeng was slightly stunned, and then he clasped his hands and clasped his fists. "I will follow your orders." "Okay, you arrange people to clean up the battlefield, and then take the troops back to the camp after cleaning up the battlefield." "Yes." After everything was arranged, Lu Fan returned to the city with Luo Cheng, Zhang Shang, and 3,000 golden fire cavalry, and the city gate was closed again. After returning to the city, Lu Fan did not go to the county governor's mansion, but returned to the north city wall. Under the gaze of Lu Fan and others, the 60,000 troops brought by Gu Taifeng and the 70,000 troops left by Zhang Yu returned to the camp in an orderly manner. As for the more than 25,000 Jinbei troops who surrendered one after another during the siege, Gu Taifeng, Ji Pingqiang, and many centurions led them to clean up the battlefield. After all, the large plain in front of the north gate was full of corpses. If they were not dealt with, they would definitely cause diseases such as plague, which would be very troublesome at that time. In addition, there were swords and arrows, which also needed to be sorted and recycled. Looking at the bloody battlefield that was quickly cleaned up, Lu Fan took a deep breath and looked at Zhang Shang next to him. "Zia, how true do you think it is that Gu Taifeng surrendered to this king?" Faced with Lu Fan's question, Zhang Shang was not surprised at all and nodded directly with a smile. 10%. "Then how much can you believe what he just said?" 50%. "Oh." Lu Fan raised his eyebrows, looked at Zhang Shang and said with a smile, "Tell me in detail." "The information about the holy religion that General Gu said is correct and can be believed, but there should be someone else who secretly investigated the information." While saying this, Zhang Shang looked at Lu Fan with a smile on his face. Lu Fan shook his head and did not continue to ask. Obviously Zhang Shang also knew that he had suspicions, and both of them guessed who the person was. After all, when Gu Taifeng was telling the news just now, he accidentally revealed a flaw. Although he changed his words in time to cover up, he could not escape the ears of Lu Fan and Zhang Shang. It was precisely because of this that Lu Fan felt relieved and let Gu Taifeng phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme the army back to the camp. Otherwise, Luo Cheng would be the one who went back with Gu Taifeng. Listening to the two people's confused words, Luo Cheng couldn't help but asked curiously, "My lord, Mr. Jiang, what are you talking about?" Looking at Luo Cheng, who was full of curiosity, Lu Fan and Zhang Shang laughed at the same time. "Ha ha ha, it's nothing."
The two of them were laughing happily when Qin Xiong and Xia Houwei came over carrying 3 people.
These 3 guys were the 2 captains captured by Tong Qian and Luo Chang. The cultivation of the 3 people was all ruined.
Moreover, all the teeth in the mouth were polished to prevent them from crushing the fangs in their mouths and killing themselves.
After arriving, Qin Xiong and Xia Houwei threw these 3 guys on the ground, looked at Lu Fan helplessly and said, "My lord, these 3 guys are very strict.
We asked them for a long time just now, but they didn't say anything. If the fangs in these 3 guys' mouths hadn't been knocked out long ago, they would have committed suicide long ago." As soon as Qin Xiong finished speaking, Tong Qian, whose face and body were covered in blood, laughed crazily with a ferocious expression.
"Ha ha ha ha. If you have the guts, kill me. Don't even think about getting any news from me."
They knew they were bound to die, so they were completely fearless and laughed wildly at Lu Fan.
The face covered with blood was hideous and terrifying, like a ghost.
Seeing Tong Qian and the other 2 people laughing arrogantly, Lu Fan shook his head in disappointment. If you summon the characters from the East Factory and the West Factory, it will be much easier to ask questions from these guys. But he has plenty of means to deal with these people who are not afraid of death. If you are not afraid of death, then let life be worse than death. Take the 3 of them down, find some red-hot silver needles and insert them through the gaps between their fingers and toes one by one. If you still don't say anything, then find a few death row prisoners, give each death row prisoner a pound of aphrodisiac, and lock them together. Every time Lu Fan mentioned a method of torture, the arrogant and ferocious expressions on the faces of Tong Qian and the others weakened. When Lu Fan said 4 or 5 torture methods that made people's scalp numb, Tong Qian and the others were completely frightened.
"No.
Kill me if you dare, kill me, you loser." However, Lu Fan was too lazy to talk nonsense to them at the moment and waved his hand directly. Seeing this, Qin Xiong looked at Tong Qian and the others and sneered, then directly called several guards to take the 3 of them down.
Lu Fan didn't care about these 3 guys.
It would be fine if I could ask something, but it wouldn't matter if I couldn't.
The most important thing right now is to completely control Hanyang City and the Jinbei army. Although he now has preliminary control over Hanyang City and the Jinbei army, the system does not prompt him to complete the task. Obviously what I did was not up to standard. So this is what I have to do next. I must complete these 2 tasks. Uncle Bao, Ji Quan. The general is here.
From now on, the city gates will be strictly guarded. If anyone suspicious is found among the people entering and exiting, they will be killed without mercy.
Promise.
In addition, within 1 month from now, the entire city of Hanyang will enter a period of military control.
Let all patrol guards cooperate with the Golden Fire Cavalry to patrol the city day and night.
Anyone who causes chaos, fights or other disturbances to public order will be killed without mercy. While speaking, a fierce light burst out in Lu Fan's eyes. Since they want Hanyang City to be in chaos, they will completely disrupt it all at once and kill him to turn the world upside down.
He wanted to see how many people he could kill.
At this moment, he has made up his mind to use killing force to suppress and control the entire northern border.
He was too naive before. This is an extremely cruel world of cultivation.
It is not the civilized world of the previous life, nor is it the same as the ancient dynasty of the previous life.
Means and tactics may be useful, but they are definitely not that big. What is really useful is strength.
In the face of absolute strength, all conspiracies and tricks are in vain. This truth has been deeply confirmed in this world.
He didn't understand it very well before, but now he understands it completely, promise.
Qin Xiong and Xia Houwei bowed their hands in salute, with murderous intent blazing in their eyes. They had long been offended by these secret smashings. After explaining to Qin Xiong and Xia Houwei, Lu Fan brought Jiang Shang and Luo Chang to the city.
Lu Chuan hurriedly greeted him, "Lord Lu Chuan, in the next month, you will follow General Qin's arrangements and completely eliminate all remaining evildoers in Hanyang City. I obey your command."
After making all the arrangements, Lu Fan took Jiang Shang and Luo Chang and left with their horses. Lu Chuan wanted to be escorted by 100 golden fire cavalrymen, but was rejected by Lu Fan. There must be people with ill intentions in the city, but he didn't care. With Luo Chang and Jiang Shang, he didn't have to worry about his safety. After Lu Fan and the other two left, Qin Xiong immediately began to make a series of arrangements with murderous intent on his face. Lu Fan and the other two rode slowly towards the county governor's mansion. Hanyang City is usually very quiet at this time of day. But tonight, the lights are bright, and the streets are full of people and monks gathered in groups of 3 or 2, talking in low voices. Especially in the north of the city, the gathered people and monks almost blocked all the streets. Lu Fan and the other two rode their horses less than 200 meters before they had to give up their horses and walk. Because there were too many people and monks on the streets, they were all crowded with people at a glance. It would be difficult to pass even on foot, let alone riding a horse. In desperation, Lu Fan could only take Jiang Shang and Luo Chang to the roofs on both sides of the street. From these roofs, they rushed straight to the county governor's mansion in the center of the city.
Zia, what do you think of my arrangement just now?
My lord, there is no problem with this arrangement, but I have a concern.
Oh? Lu Fan raised his eyebrows and looked at Jiang Shang. What concerns, tell me.
If there are smart people in the Holy Church, they will definitely take this opportunity to instigate public opinion and spread the news that my lord is cruel and bloodthirsty.
At that time, there will be chaos in the city.
Hearing Jiang Shang's concerns, Lu Fan frowned. Just when he was about to ask about the countermeasures, Luo Chang next to him suddenly exclaimed, "Lord, be careful." Luo Chang suddenly turned around while exclaiming, and the 5-hook divine flying spear turned into a ray of silver light and flew away.
Ding!
A harsh collision sound was heard, and the sparks were particularly dazzling in the moonlight. Lu Fan and Jiang Shang also turned around to see the attacker clearly. Wearing a tight-fitting night suit, he wore a white ghost face mask on his face, and the eyes under the mask shone with a chilling light. After seeing the attacker clearly, a fierce light suddenly flashed in Lu Fan's eyes.
Core members of the Holy Religion.
Just now, Gu Taifeng said that the Holy Cult would not give up and might attack him directly. I didn't expect it to come true so soon. When Lu Fan and Jiang Shang stared at this core member of the Holy Cult, the guy flashed and came towards Lu Fan again, court death. Luo Chang swept out with the 5-hook divine flying spear and struck the Holy Cult member directly in the face. Faced with such an overwhelming attack, this strong man from the Holy Religion didn't hesitate at all, and fell back in a weird shape. Buzz, the 5-hook god flying gun swept across his body, and the strong phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win / phoneme brought out by the gunshot made a sound of breaking through the air. The Holy Cult expert who avoided Luo Chang's attack slipped and quickly flew to the right. At the same time, he raised his hand and pointed out more than a dozen spiritual lights at Lu Fan. Whoosh! More than a dozen rays of spiritual light flew towards Lu Fan at the same time amidst the dense sound of breaking through the air. Every ray of spiritual light contains the aura of death, which is enough to instantly kill any condensing Yuan realm monk. Just when Luo Chang waved the 5-hook divine flying spear to block these dozens of spiritual lights, there was another sound of breaking through the air on the right side. Whoosh! I saw another long sword flashing with cold light flying straight towards Luo Chang's head. This person was also wearing a tight-fitting black night suit, but with a black and white mask on his face. Another member of the Holy Cult. Obviously this guy wanted to use this method to force Luo Chang to protect himself and give up rescuing Lu Fan.
However, he underestimated Luo Chang.
Just when the black and white masked Holy Cult member attacked Luo Chang's head, Luo Chang suddenly shouted loudly. Along with the loud shouts, Luo Chang's cultivation aura suddenly surged. This sudden change immediately caused the movements of these two powerful saints to freeze. At the moment when their movements stopped, Luo Chang grabbed the dozens of spiritual lights flying towards Lu Fan with his left hand, and swung the 5-hook divine flying spear with his right hand towards the black and white masked Holy Cult envoy. After Luo Chang grabbed him from the air, the dozens of spiritual lights that flew towards Lu Fan stopped. Then it suddenly shattered into pure spiritual power.
The 5-hook divine flying gun also hit the black and white masked holy messenger with overwhelming terrifying power.
Seeing the flying spear of the god of 5 hooks smash down, the black and white masked messenger had no choice but to wave his long sword to block the flying spear of god of 5 hooks. Lu Fan and Jiang Shang took the opportunity to step back more than 10 meters to distance themselves.
This kind of battle is not something they can get involved in.
Taking action hastily will only hinder Luo Chang.
The best way is to keep distance and not affect Luo Chang's performance. Lu Fan has absolute confidence in Luo Chang.
Under the watchful eyes of Lu Fan and Zhang Shang, the five-hooked divine flying spear collided with the sword of the strong man in the black and white grimace mask.
Click!
A harsh cracking sound was heard, the sword was smashed directly, and the five-hooked divine flying spear was smashed down without losing force.
Boom!
There was another muffled sound, and the head of this powerful holy cult man was smashed alive by the five-hooked god flying spear. The five-hooked divine flying spear stained with blood and brains was unstoppable and directly split the guy's headless corpse into two halves. This scene immediately made Lu Fan's blood surge.
He clenched his fists tightly and his face turned red with excitement. Too strong. This is what men should do.
When the holy man with the white ghost mask saw this scene, he turned around and ran away without any hesitation.
The red-eyed Luo Ben wanted to pursue him.
But after thinking about his lord's safety, he still stopped, for fear of falling into the enemy's plan to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Glancing in the direction where the guy was running away, Luo Chang split himself in half with one move and took the guy's storage ring into his hands. Arriving in front of Lu Fan, Luo Chang handed over the storage ring.
"My lord, that guy escaped." "It's okay." Lu Fan nodded and took the storage ring, unfolding his spiritual sense and looking inside.
The strong man from the holy cult who escaped was also in the soul condensing realm, and he was still at the 5th level of the soul condensing realm. If such a strong person cannot kill him instantly, it is very difficult to stay, unless he has the absolute crushing strength.
And that guy is very neat and tidy.
Seeing that he could not kill himself or defeat Luo Chang, he simply chose to escape.
Lu Fan also knew the reason why Luo Chang didn't pursue him. So he didn't blame Luo Chang. Although Lu Fan didn't blame anything, Luo Chang was holding a breath in his heart.
After taking a look at the body of the holy cult member 10 meters away, Lu Fan took a deep breath and said, "Let's go." The guy didn't kill him just now, so he probably won't come again for the time being. However, Lu Fan did not feel relaxed because of this. Instead, he felt a sense of urgency in his heart. After experiencing the battle just now, the guy who escaped had a clear estimate of Luo Chang's strength. Therefore, if the holy cult were to attack him again, he would definitely send stronger members, and his plan would definitely be more thorough.
You can escape once, but you may not be able to escape the second or third time. Passive defense is not a solution.
We must take the initiative to attack, and lure out all the hidden guys at once.
Lu Fan secretly raged in his heart and thought about a solution.
There is only 1,000 days to be a thief, but there is no 1,000 days to guard against thieves.
Defense is absolutely impossible to prevent.
Li Tsuanxiao, who has the strongest cultivation at present, led 140,000 troops to the pass to defend against the Mabe barbarians.
So Li Tsuanxiao cannot be allowed to come back. In addition to Li Tsuanxiao, the strongest person around him is Luo Chang. But Luo Chang has been exposed. There is still no one available, no one available. It would be great if I could summon a stronger person.
At this moment, Lu Fan deeply felt the dilemma of having no one under his command. Not only did he not have a strong man to protect himself, but he also did not have some intelligence personnel who could find out information for him. Although Hanyang City now seems to be under his control, he is actually still a blind and deaf man. In addition to the members of the Holy Church hidden in the city, there are also the blood puppets that disappeared out of thin air when they fled to the west of the city last time.
Obviously, the seemingly calm Hanyang City is actually undercurrents.
Who knows when a huge wave will erupt? As they thought about it, they hurried on their way and soon arrived at the gate of the county governor's mansion.
"Greetings, Your Highness."
The 8 guards at the gate knelt on one knee to salute. Lu Fan suddenly stopped and frowned. Zhang Shang and Luo Chang on both sides also stopped and looked at Lu Fan with doubts and asked,
"What's wrong, Lord?" Lu Fan shook his head and didn't answer, and walked straight into the county governor's mansion.
Seeing this, Luo Chang looked at Zhang Shang curiously, and Zhang Shang also showed curiosity. The two looked at each other and followed him in.
"System, Hanyang City is now under my control. Why hasn't the task been prompted to be completed?" There are still tasks to destroy the Li family, control the Jinbei army, and control the northern border?
Ding, of the 5 major forces in Hanyang City, the host has only solved 2, and there are still 3 to be solved. Originally, when Lu Fan asked, he didn't think that the system could give him an answer. But he didn't expect the system to answer the reason, and the answer was very detailed, which surprised him a little. At the same time, he also knew why there was no prompt sound for completing the task. The system's definition of controlling Hanyang City is to take down the original 5 dominant forces, that is, the 4 major families in Tianxiang. The Wang family and the Li family were destroyed by himself. The head of the Sun family, Sun Xinghu, and the head of the Zhao family, Zhao Tianshang, had originally surrendered to him. But in the end, these 2 guys were killed by the Saint Church's death warriors, and the 2 families were no longer under his control. In addition, there is an extremely mysterious Tianxiang. In order to complete the task of controlling Hanyang City, you must deal with the Sun family, the Zhao family and Tianxiang. The same applies to the task of controlling the entire northern border. In addition to Hanyang City, there are 2 other cities in the northern border today. These 3 major cities and the passes south of Baimang Mountain must be controlled to complete the task of controlling the northern border. As for whether to destroy the Sun family and the Zhao family or let the Sun family and the Zhao family surrender, it all depends on your own will. As long as you get their surrender and recognition, it will be considered that the task is completed. After knowing the reason why the task was not completed, Lu Fan felt relieved. It seems that I still have to ask the system more questions in the future. Before, he just regarded the system as a golden finger, the kind of small program that simply releases tasks and rewards. But now it seems that the system is not that simple, and there are many functions waiting for me to slowly discover. Thinking of this, I have come to the front hall. Looking at the exquisite dishes on the table that were barely touched, Lu Fan shook his head helplessly. Such good dishes, it would be a pity to waste them. With a sigh, Lu Fan sat down at the table and invited Zhang Shang and Luo Chang, who came in, to sit down together. Eat, don't waste such good food and wine. A cultivator who enters the condensation realm can do without food or drink, and only needs to absorb the spiritual power of heaven and earth. But there are also many cultivators who like to taste various delicacies to satisfy their appetite. Thank you, my lord. Zhang Shang and Luo Chang did not refuse. After paying respectful respect, they sat down and tasted the food and wine with Lu Fan. However, after Lu Fan drank several glasses of so-called fine wine in succession, a very strange look suddenly appeared on his face. You also call it fine wine? These dishes and fine wines were purchased from the top restaurants in the city, and they are considered the top fine wines in Hanyang City. Lu Fan originally had some expectations. But after tasting it at this moment, he was immediately disappointed. The taste was really hard to describe. In the past life, any kind of liquor was much more mellow and strong than this so-called fine wine. After complaining in his heart, Lu Fan's eyes suddenly lit up and an excited look appeared on his face. Wine. I almost forgot about this. Although cultivators above the condensation realm can phoneme alphabet equals IPA pH equals live/phoneme without food and drink, there are only a few cultivators who like delicious food. But there are too many cultivators who like fine wine, especially top-notch fine wine. Such rubbish can be called fine wine, and it is fine wine specially for cultivators. Ordinary people are not qualified to buy it. Such a bottle of spiritual wine is worth 10 low-grade spiritual stones, and a jar is worth 100 low-grade spiritual stones. You should know that 100,000 gold coins can be exchanged for 1 low-grade spiritual stone, and there is no market for it. Ordinary people who cannot practice only need about 10 gold coins per year. If this kind of fine wine is placed in the secular world, the price will only be higher. Want to build more troops, cultivate more talents, and develop the northern border. All this requires countless resources, including spiritual stones and gold coins. Gold coins can be used to recruit more soldiers, and spirit stones can be used to recruit and train strong people, etc. Everything is about money. In addition, resources such as spirit stones can also be exchanged for system points, and points are too important to him. But he is now penniless. Although he made a lot of money by plundering the treasure houses of the Wang family and the Li family, it is still a drop in the bucket for him now.
Before coming to Hanyang City, he was already thinking about making money and resources. Now it has become an imminent matter.
Thinking of this, Lu Fan took a deep breath and looked at Zhang Shang, who had just drunk a glass of wine next to him.
Zia, Hanyang City is now undercurrent, and the other two major cities are still unknown.
The Jinbei army is only initially stable, and the Mabe barbarians are ready to move.
In this situation, if you want to completely control the northern border, what do you think should be done?
The superior does not have to have the most top wisdom and strategy, nor does it have to have the most powerful strength.
But there is one thing that the superior must do: know people and use them.
It is not shameful to ask for advice from subordinates, and Lu Fan does not feel embarrassed because of this.
After all, every ruler has his own merits.
Facing Lu Fan's question, Zhang Shang did not answer immediately, but pondered carefully.
Lu Fan didn't rush him and just waited patiently.
Luo Chang also put down his wineglass at this moment and looked at Zhang Shang, the counselor, expectantly.
Because he knew the Lord's goal very well.
He could not give advice to his lord like Zhang Shang, but he had no problem executing the suggestions and tasks given by Zhang Shang. As long as he can solve his lord's problems, he has nothing to fear. Under the gaze of the two people, Zhang Shang, who pondered for a moment, slowly opened his mouth and said 9 words. Build walls high, store up supplies, and be emperor slowly. Upon hearing these 9 words, Luo Chang looked confused, while Lu Fan had a strange look in his eyes. These 9 words were not unfamiliar to him. I just didn't expect these 9 words to come out of Zhang Shang's mouth, which was a bit unexpected.
Zhang Shang didn't notice the strange look in Lu Fan's eyes.
He stroked his beard and smiled. My lord, your majesty arranged for you to go to this northern land. It seems that you are being demoted and there is no benefit, but in fact it is not the case. This northern land has a vast landform. It is not only an excellent place for harvesting grain, but also an excellent place for training troops. It can be said that you can advance, attack, retreat or defend.
If the northern land is firmly in his hands, no matter what happens in Dakian, the Lord will have enough confidence to deal with it. Listening to Zhang Shang's extremely confident words, Lu Fan couldn't help but ask, tell me in detail. Although he knew these 9 words and the general meaning of these 9 words, after all, they were based on the situation of Ming Taizu in his previous life. My current situation is different from that of Ming Taizu.
So he wanted to hear the meaning of Zhang Shang's 9 words, and also wanted to know how to implement them. The so-called building a high wall means taking control of the northern border and turning it into an invulnerable iron barrel.
In addition, Bainang Mountain, which serves as the border, must also be in our hands.
At the very least, we must have the absolute initiative, so that we can advance and retreat freely. After saying these words, Zhang Shang paused briefly and then said, if building high walls is external strength, then accumulating grain extensively is internal strength, such as developing internal affairs, improving taxation, hoarding grain and grass, collecting resources, and preparing various armaments and weapons. What's more important is to recruit soldiers and horses to complete the guards and patrols of the major cities, including the garrison city and 9 abandoned cities. Zhang Shang didn't say a word of nonsense, he was full of practical information. Lu Fan listened very carefully.
While listening, he nodded thoughtfully and wrote it all down. Although these measures can be implemented by Zhang Shang, as a superior, he has to know. After Zhang Shang finished talking about Guangji Liang, Lu Fan took a deep breath and asked with a searching look, Zia, what do you think of this slow promotion of emperor?
Gao Zhuqiang and Guangji Liang. Zhang Shang explained very clearly, not only the meaning of these 6 words, but also how to perform the operations of these 6 words. Therefore, Lu Fan was also very curious about the last 3 words of slowly becoming emperor.
Luo Chang couldn't help but said, the strongest person in Dakian seems to be at the 9th level of the soul condensation realm.
Jingxi is enough to suppress it. With the likes of us, we can just let the Lord take the position directly.
Why wait? Openly, be careful what you say.
When Zhang Shang heard Luo Chang's words, he quickly interrupted and then looked at Lu Fan.
My lord, it was blatantly unintentional. I hope you will forgive me.
Luo Chang's words can be called treasonous, and they are serious and treasonous words.
This is tantamount to allowing Lu Fan to force the current Emperor Qian to abdicate, or even kill his father to ascend the throne.
Once such words spread, it will definitely be a huge disaster and will bring unimaginable trouble to Lu Fan. After all, patricide is something that cannot be tolerated in any world. Even if you get to that position by then, you will definitely not be able to sit still, and you will suffer eternal infamy. Especially in a world of cultivation like this, there is no shortage of cynical knights who want to gain fame. They might assassinate Lu Fan all day long to gain a good reputation for doing justice for heaven. Therefore, these words must not be spread, nor spoken, nor even thought about. Especially as a subordinate, these words are completely taboo. Luo Chang also reacted and quickly knelt down on one knee and said, "My lord, the last general." Looking at the two people who were a little nervous, Lu Fan chuckled, waved his hand, and helped Luo Chang up from the air. "It's just a sentence, don't be so nervous, sit down." After lifting Luo Chang up from the air and letting him sit down again, Lu Fan continued, "You are all my most loyal subordinates, I won't care about some unintentional remarks. But remember not to say these words in front of outsiders, otherwise it will bring us big trouble." Luo Chang and Jiang Shang were both his die-hard fans, so he didn't care at all about these words. Moreover, he had no relationship with Emperor Qian at all, so he had no feelings for this kind of rebellious talk of patricide. If push comes to shove, he might actually force his way into that position. After all, the time given for the system task is 3 years. Within 3 years, he must become the master of Dakian no matter what, even if he uses some special means. Although he would not kill Emperor Qian, there was no problem in controlling his imprisonment. He will never allow anyone or anything to affect his plans. Seeing that Lu Fan didn't care, Jiang Shang breathed a sigh of relief. Luo Chang was also extremely moved and stood up and clasped his fists. "Yes, my lord." "Zia, keep talking." Lu Fan smiled and waved his hand for Luo Chang to sit down, and then motioned Jiang Shang to continue speaking. Jiang Shang nodded and said, "My lord is now in the north. He has temporarily withdrawn from the vortex of power in the imperial capital, and many eyes will turn away from my lord. This is the best time to cultivate your inner strength. Let the other 4 highnesses fight for it." Listening to Jiang Shang's words, Lu Fan's eyes sparkled and he felt extremely emotional. He is truly a top strategist. He only thought of a very small part of what Jiang Shang said, and he didn't think of the rest at all. Hearing Jiang Shang say it now, he felt suddenly enlightened. It was as if the road ahead obscured by thick fog suddenly became clear, no longer as confusing as before. After Jiang Shang finished speaking, Lu Fan immediately applauded and praised with a smile on his face. "Zia is worthy of the title of unparalleled strategist. It is my great fortune to have Zia to help me. My lord is so complimentary." Lu Fan smiled when he heard this and did not continue the topic. He pondered for a while and said, "Zia, next I will take my uncle Gong Gong to resolve those unstable factors, so all internal affairs in the north will be left to you to handle. I grant you the right to kill first and report later. What the superior needs to do is to employ people, rather than micromanaging everything. He doesn't have to worry at all about Jiang Shang, who is 100% loyal, so he gives such great rights." Jiang Shang did not shirk, he stood up and nodded with a smile. "Please rest assured, my lord, Zia will definitely make your lord have no worries." Although he also has the desire to command thousands of troops to fight on the battlefield and expand his territory. But now he knows what is most important to the lord, and he also knows how to quickly increase their power. So this matter belongs to him. "By the way, lord, can you let Tonggu, Fei Yi, and Wang Hun come to assist me?" Hearing Jiang Shang's request, Lu Fan nodded and agreed without hesitation. "Okay, I agree." After agreeing happily, he couldn't help but ask curiously, "Zia, what do you think of Li Si, Fei Yi, and Wang Hun?" Faced with this question, Jiang Shang pondered for a moment and said, "Tonggu has the talent to govern the world, and his talent and strategy are not inferior to his subordinates, but his mind is a little hesitant, so his talent cannot be fully exerted." Listening to Jiang Shang's evaluation of Li Si, Lu Fan nodded. Li Si deserved this evaluation. After all, this person assisted the first emperor, unified the writing system, unified the wheels, unified the weights and measures, and did too many things. It's just that Jiang Shang is more famous, which makes him ignore this talent for governing the world. While Lu Fan was thinking, Jiang Shang said his evaluation of Fei Yi. Although Wen Wei has no talent for governing the country, he has the ability to govern the country and can be a prime minister of a country.
Hearing Jiang Shan's evaluation of Fei Yi, Lu Fan's eyes became brighter. He knew a lot about Jiang Shan and Li Si. But to be honest, he didn't know much about Fei Yi. He only knew that he was one of the 4 prime ministers of Shu Han. He didn't care before, but now he heard Jiang Shan's evaluation, he realized that he had greatly underestimated Fei Yi. How could a person who could be called the 4 prime ministers of Shu Han together with Zhuge Liang, Jiang Wan, and Dong Yin be a simple person? In this way, he had 3 top counselors and capable ministers under his command. Thinking of this, Lu Fan looked at Jiang Shan, wanting to hear his evaluation of Wang Hun. Luo Chang did not expect that the usually inconspicuous Li Si and Fei Yi could be given such a high evaluation by Jiang Shang. Originally, he thought that Li Si and Fei Yi were just small figures like clerks, and did not take them too seriously. Only now did he realize that he was short-sighted. How could a person who could be evaluated by Jiang Shang in this way be a simple person? Under the curious gaze of Lu Fan and Luo Chang, Jiang Shang chuckled and said, although Shen Chong does not have the talent of Tonggu's worldly affairs, nor does he have the ability of Wen Wei's state affairs, he is a versatile person who can do both civil and military. Whether it is to control an army or govern a region, he is more than enough. He is an absolutely famous official.
With a little training and cultivation, he will definitely be able to take on the ability of Prime Minister and help the Lord solve problems. When Jiang Shang spoke of his evaluation of Wang Hun, he was also very emotional. I really don't know where my lord found so many counselors and capable ministers. It stands to reason that such a person should have been famous all over the world and held a high position in the temple. Why are they all unknown until now, and all gathered under the Lord's command?
He couldn't figure it out no matter what.
Listening to Jiang Shang's evaluation of Wang Hun, Luo Chang couldn't help but sigh. I underestimated the 3 gentlemen before, I didn't expect them to have such talents. Although he is a military general, he is also very respectful and admires counselors and capable ministers. Otherwise, he would not be so polite to Jiang Shang. Of course, the main reason is that these counselors and capable ministers are loyal to the Lord and can help the Lord. If Jiang Shang, Li Si and others are disloyal to Lu Fan and useless to Lu Fan, then he will definitely not be polite. Lu Fan agreed with Luo Chang's sigh, and couldn't help nodding. This king also underestimated Tonggu, Wen Wei and Xiancheng before, and should reflect on it.
This is the happy trouble of summoning many characters at one time. They are all very awesome existences. It is easy to ignore another one if you pay attention to one.
Fortunately, Jiang Shang is loyal to himself and has no selfishness at all. If Jiang Shang had selfish intentions, he could have taken this opportunity to suppress Li Si and the other 2, leaving them no chance to stand out. This was also something that Lu Fan was very satisfied with. If his subordinates were scheming against each other all day, thinking about how to fight for power and profit, then he would not have to do anything all day, and there would not be enough time to check and balance his subordinates.
Thinking of this, Lu Fan suddenly thought of a question and could not help asking in his heart, System, is there any way to restore the past life memories of the summoned characters?
The 10 characters summoned at the moment only have the memories inserted by the system, and no memories of their past lives. But without the memories of their past lives, these characters are incomplete, and their abilities cannot be restored to their peak.
Ding, use the unlock card to unlock the past life memories of the summoned characters. In addition to the unlock card, is there any way to restore past life memories?
Ding, after the system mall is opened, the host can purchase the corresponding products in the mall.
Listening to the system's answer, Lu Fan pondered for a moment and asked, if the summoned characters restore their past life memories, will they rebel? This is the problem he is worried about. If the summoned characters betrayed directly after recovering their past life memories, wouldn't it be a big loss for me? Especially if some rebellious characters were summoned, it would be troublesome once they awakened and recovered their past life memories. Ding, the summoned characters are 100% loyal to the host and will not betray under any circumstances. As the system gave this answer, Lu Fan's worries disappeared instantly, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Perfect. Since there is no possibility of betrayal, I can rest assured to restore the past life memories of these guys in the future. They are in the strongest state with complete memories,
and they can only be regarded as semi-finished products at present. What's more, their cultivation and comprehensive combat power can be improved after awakening and recovering memories.
It's a pity that I don't have an unlock card at the moment, otherwise I can awaken Li Tsuinxiao's past life memories first. Ha!
After a light breath, Lu Fan calmed down and a firm look appeared in his eyes.
There will be bread, milk, and everything.
Looking at Lu Fan with a complicated expression, Zhang Shang and Luo Chang looked at each other and didn't speak.
Some things can be said by the superiors, but they can't take it seriously. After Lu Fan stabilized his thoughts, he looked at Zhang Shang again. Zia, since you know Tonggu and the other two so well, I'll leave them to you and let them help you deal with the affairs of the Northern Territory. It's a waste of effort to have 4 counselors and capable ministers govern the Northern Territory.
But there is no other place for them to go at the moment, so they can only adapt here temporarily.
Whether it's Zhang Shang or Li Si and the other two, Lu Fan will not let them stay in this small Hanyang city all the time.
After all, Hanyang City is too small, and the Northern Territory is too small. Even the entire Dakian is very small in his eyes, and it's just a small checkpoint at best. Whether it's civil officials or military generals, it's just a time to practice.
The real stage is behind. Yes, my lord.
Zhang Shang nodded with a smile, and there was hope in his eyes. He was looking forward to the day when the Northern Territory would rise. Just when Lu Fan was about to ask Zhang Shang about something else, hurried footsteps came from outside the front hall. Looking towards the door, 2 temporary guards walked in quickly with anxious looks on their faces.
Just as the 2 were about to kneel down to salute, Lu Fan raised his hand to stop them. What happened?
Your Highness, Mr. Fei and Mr. Wang have sent urgent news. There have been major changes in the Sun and Zhao families. Many mysterious black-clothed people are slaughtering members of the 2 families.
After hearing this news, Lu Fan stood up instantly, his face extremely gloomy.
Originally, he thought that he would deal with the affairs of the Sun and Zhao families after dawn, but he didn't expect that something would happen so soon. There is no need to guess that those mysterious black-clothed people must be members of the Holy Church. Taking a deep breath, Lu Fan walked out of the front hall with a gloomy face, followed by Zhang Shang and Luo Chang. While walking out, Lu Fan instructed the 2 temporary guards who followed him, go to the north gate immediately to send a message to General Qin, and let him quickly arrange 1,000 golden fire cavalry to go to the Sun and Zhao families respectively.
Yes.
After receiving the order, the 2 temporary guards left quickly, and Lu Fan took Zhang Shang and Luo Chang to ride to the south of the city. The Zhao family is in the north of the city, and Wang Hu will definitely send someone to report to Qin Xiong. On the contrary, the Sun family in the south of the city is the most urgent. So Lu Fan went directly to the south of the city. Compared with the bustling north of the city, which gathers many civilians and monks, the south of the city is much quieter tonight. Lu Fan and the other 2 galloped on the quiet streets, and the sound of horse hooves was particularly harsh.
Lu Fan's face was extremely ugly, but he was not angry.
The Holy Church's move on the Sun and Zhao families actually solved one of his troubles. After all, after Sun Xinghu and Zhao Tianchang were killed, he had not yet figured out how to deal with the Sun and Zhao families. This is why he returned to the county governor's mansion just now instead of going to the Sun and Zhao families. But he didn't expect the Holy Church to be so fast and so straightforward. He was very curious why the Holy Church wanted to massacre the Sun and Zhao family clansmen.
Isn't this equivalent to helping himself?
Unless the Sun and Zhao families are hiding some secrets that the Holy Church doesn't want him to know, so they massacred the clansmen of the 2 major families. With such doubts, Lu Fan and the other 2 soon arrived at the Sun family mansion in the south of the city.
My lord, is this the Sun family mansion?
The gate of the mansion in front of him had become a ruin, and the walls on both sides were also bumpy. Looking inside through the ruined gate, one could see collapsed pavilions and houses. In addition, there were a large number of corpses and broken limbs, and blood stained the ground in the ruins.
We are late.
Zhang Shang said in a deep voice, I wonder if Wang Han and the others are in danger. They didn't care about the life and death of the Sun family members, but Wang Han, who was one of them, couldn't get into trouble.
Lu Fan frowned when he heard this, and a trace of worry flashed in his eyes.
Wang Han was only at the 4th level of condensation realm, and he had no power to resist those dead warriors of the Holy Church. Even if Jiang Shan didn't have an evaluation of Wang Hun, he didn't want Wang Hun to get into trouble, let alone now.
System: if the summoned character dies, can it be resurrected?
Ding, after the summoned character dies, the host can use the resurrection card to resurrect him, or use points to resurrect him.
The points required for resurrection are different for different potential cultivation. Resurrection card in points. As long as I can be resurrected.
Lu Fan was relieved.
After all, it is not easy to summon a character. If you can't summon it after you die, it will be a bit troublesome.
After all, the characters you summoned are not invincible and will die. Fortunately, the system did not prompt Wang Hun's death, so Wang Hun should be safe.
Just as he thought so, a very embarrassed figure ran towards her quickly not far away. Luo Chang immediately became alert when he saw this.
After the figure ran closer, Lu Fan recognized that the figure was Wang Hun at a glance. But at this moment, Wang Hun looked miserable, his clothes were tattered, stained with a lot of blood, and his hair was messy, like a beggar. Seeing this, Lu Fan turned over and dismounted. When Wang Hun came to him, he immediately knelt on one knee and said with great guilt, "My subordinates are incompetent, please punish me, Lord." Looking at Wang Hun like a beggar, Lu Fan was a little bit amused and helped him up.
Let's go in and take a look first. He didn't blame Wang Hun.
After all, Wang Hun's cultivation was there, and he was lucky to survive.
As for the life and death of the Sun family, it didn't matter.
Yes, Lord. The four of them dismounted and walked, crossing the gate of the ruined Sun family mansion and walked straight in. The strong smell of blood floated in, and the pungent smell made people sick. At a glance, there was blood, corpses, and broken limbs everywhere. Under the moonlight, it was even more creepy, like a purgatory on earth. After a quick glance, Lu Fan turned his head and looked at Wang Hun. "Tell me what happened."
"Yes, Lord." Wang Hun nodded respectfully, and then began to tell the story.
It turned out that after he and Duan Yu were arranged to follow the Sun family, they lurked near the Sun family mansion and secretly observed the Sun family's every move. At first, there was nothing unusual, and the entire Sun family mansion was very calm. However, just over half an hour ago, there were sounds of fighting and shouting in the Sun family mansion. Then dozens of men in black broke through the gate of the Sun family mansion and rushed in. After the dozens of men in black broke through the Sun family, they killed everyone they saw and began to slaughter the Sun family members crazily. Wang Hun realized something was wrong and immediately sent someone to the county governor's office to send a message to Lu Fan. He and Duan Yu took advantage of the chaos to sneak into the Sun family mansion to see if they could find anything. As a result, they were discovered by 5 men in black as soon as they sneaked into the middle courtyard of the Sun family mansion. Duan Yu killed the 5 men in black, but also attracted other men in black. So Duan Yu took the initiative to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme the enemy away, and Wang Hun pretended to be dead on the ground to escape. After the men in black chased Duan Yu away, he immediately left the Sun family and hid outside until Lu Fan and the other two arrived. After Wang Hun finished speaking, Lu Fan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Duan Yu is at the 6th level of the spiritual sea realm. Even if he cannot completely kill all those black-clothed men, he should be able to save his life. Thinking of this, Lu Fan continued to walk deeper into the Sun family mansion, followed closely by Luo Chang, Jiang Shan, and Wang Hun. After passing through the front hall and arriving at the middle courtyard, there were more corpses on the ground, all of which were in a state of disarray. It was obvious that all the black-clothed warriors who took action were cruel and ruthless. This could no longer be called a massacre, but rather a massacre. Although Lu Fan did not care about the lives of the Sun family members, his face became increasingly gloomy when he saw such a cruel scene. What kind of a force is this Holy Church? It stands to reason that the Holy Church is so powerful that it is fully capable of directly overthrowing Dakian and replacing it. But why do they dare not show up in public, and have to do these little tricks? Lu Fan could not figure this out anyway. After all, according to the information he currently knows, it is completely easy for the Holy Church to take over the Northern Territory. Even if it is to control the entire Dakian royal family, it does not seem to be very difficult. But the Holy Church did not do that, but made these small moves in secret. In Lu Fan's view, this is just a matter of taking off pants and farting.
Unless there is some secret hidden here that he doesn't know.
Thinking of this, Lu Fan and his party soon came to the depths of the Sun family mansion. Here is also a mess of ruins, with blood and corpses everywhere. None of the Sun family members are alive, and those men in black have all disappeared. Soon Lu Fan and others arrived at the Sun family ancestral hall, which was also the Sun family's forbidden area and was considered the most important place. After entering the Sun family ancestral hall, I was shocked to see an open secret door in front of the tall stone platform where the rankings were placed.
Looking at the secret door, Lu Fan frowned. Let's go down and have a look.
Lord, you follow the general. After Luo Cheng said something, he walked into the secret door first, followed by Lu Fan, followed closely by Zhang Shang and Wang Hun. Walking down the winding passage behind the secret door, you suddenly arrived at a huge underground space.
This is the Sun family's treasure house, but now the treasure house has been evacuated.
There were only some scattered gold and silver coins on the ground, plus very few miscellaneous items. Looking at the Sun family's treasure house that had been evacuated, Lu Fan's face became increasingly gloomy. He had promised to get the treasure troves of the Sun and Zhao families, but now they were snatched away by the holy cult.
How could he not be angry? Just as Lu Fan was looking at the treasure house gloomily, Luo Chang, who was looking nearby, suddenly shouted, "Lord, there is a secret passage here." Hearing Luo Chang's shout, Lu Fan walked over quickly, followed closely by Zhang Shang and Wang Hun. When I came to the corner of the treasure house where Luo Chang was, I was shocked to see a half-covered secret passage here. Luo Chang stepped on the stone slab covering the secret passage, and the stone slab shattered with a click. As the stone slab broke, a passage with a diameter of more than 1 meter appeared in front of everyone. Wang Hun saw this and hurriedly said, "Master, those men in black must have left from here." After he escaped from the Sun family, he had been hiding in the dark and observing, wanting to see where those men in black would escape to. But he had been waiting for Lu Fan and others to arrive, and he did not find that those men in black had left the Sun family. Just now he was still wondering whether those men in black had left, but now he understood everything. Luo Chang glanced at Lu Fan and jumped down first.
Because he knew that with the character of the master, he would never leave just like that, and he would definitely explore it.
"Master, everything is normal."
After Luo Chang jumped down first and confirmed that there was no danger, Lu Fan, Zhang Shang and Wang Hun followed closely and jumped down. Below was a winding secret passage, with fluorescent stones inlaid on both sides of the secret passage to ensure that the vision inside was not affected. The 4 people walked forward along the winding passage. While walking forward, Lu Fan saw dense and overlapping footprints on the ground.
It was obvious that Wang Hun was right. The dozens of men in black did escape from here.
After walking about 500 meters, Luo Chang, who was leading the way, stopped. 2 secret passages suddenly appeared in front of them, leading to different places. Lu Fan frowned and looked at the ground of the 2 secret passages. There were dense footprints on the ground of the left secret passage, but there was nothing on the ground of the right secret passage. After a quick look, Lu Fan made a decision without hesitation: go to the left.
Luo Chang did not hesitate to continue walking forward towards the left secret passage.
After walking less than 100 meters, Luo Chang, who was leading the way, suddenly shouted in a low voice, "Be careful!" Whoosh! At the moment when Luo Chang shouted in a low voice, there was a dense sound of breaking through the air in front. There were more than a dozen arrows flying towards everyone in front.
Ding! Ding!
More than a dozen arrows were blocked by Luo Chang's long sword, and the arrows were directly shattered by the powerful force. Whoosh! At this time, dozens of arrows flew in densely. Seeing this, Luo Chang snorted coldly, raised his hand and slapped the air in front of him. Buzz! Accompanying his movements, the terrifying invisible force instantly swept towards the front of the secret passage.
Dozens of arrows that flew in were shattered again. Bang!
I saw a black box falling from the cliff at the top of the secret passage in front and smashing on the ground.
Luo Chang flashed forward and chopped the black box with a sword. Crack!
The black box was shattered, and there were nearly 100 arrows inside, and the sword tips were all quenched with poison. Lu Fan and others stepped forward to watch the scene, and their faces were extremely ugly.
I didn't expect that there were hidden weapons hidden in the secret passage. Such hidden weapons can kill practitioners when caught off guard, especially the poison quenched on the arrow tips. After all, practitioners are not invincible, and there are also means to restrain them. Go! At Lu Fan's command, everyone continued to move forward, and soon there was a fork in the front. This time, 3 secret passages were directly divided, and they still led to different places. Or I chose one of the passages to continue forward, and then there was another forked passage. Faced with such a situation, how could everyone not understand that those men in black had probably escaped long ago? However, compared with the escaped men in black, these secret passages that extend in all directions are the most important. One secret passage connects to another secret passage, and there are forks every few distances, leading to different places. This is only a part of what they have discovered. Are there other secret passages that have not been discovered? Or in other words, there are such secret passages distributed under the entire Hanyang city, but no one has discovered them. At this moment, everyone also understands why those members of the Holy Church come and go without a trace, and they can't find any traces at all when they hide. It's not that those guys can be invisible, but that they don't appear on the ground at all. Just like this, I walked in the underground secret passage for half an hour, and the end of the secret passage in front appeared. When I came to the end of this secret passage and looked up, it was an abandoned dry well. There were weeds and gravel at the bottom of the dry well, as well as some rotten bones. Luo Chang stepped into the air with a long sword in hand, and came to the outside of the dry well with vigilance. When he saw the surrounding environment clearly, he was stunned and shocked. How could it be? After a brief shock, he returned to the bottom of the dry well without any hesitation. Looking at Luo Chang's face, Lu Fan vaguely guessed something. "Take us up." Luo Chang nodded and put away his long sword. He grabbed Lu Fan and Zhang Shang with both hands and stepped into the air, taking the two to the outside of the dry well. When Lu Fan and Zhang Shang saw the surrounding scenes, their faces became even uglier. Their guess was correct. After coming out of this dry well, it was the backyard of the county governor's mansion, but the dry well was located in the weeds in the corner of the backyard and did not attract attention. Luo Chang also brought Wang Hun to the ground at this time. When Wang Hun saw the surrounding scene, he couldn't help but exclaimed, "The backyard of the county governor's mansion." Just as Wang Hun's exclamation fell, hurried footsteps came from not far away. Who? Accompanied by a loud shout, 2 figures came to attack with long swords in hand. The 2 figures were none other than Zhang Qi and another Xuanwu guard who were left by Lu Fan to guard Lu Wushuang. Zhang Qi, who was holding a sword and approaching, stopped immediately after seeing that it was Lu Fan and others. When the 2 were about to salute, Lu Fan raised his hand to stop them. Zhang Qi then asked curiously, "Your Highness, you are not?" Zhang Qi wanted to ask why Lu Fan and others appeared here, but when he saw the gloomy faces of Lu Fan and others, he immediately chose to shut up. Taking a deep breath, Lu Fan suppressed the murderous intent and anger in his heart, and walked towards the front hall with an indifferent look. Seeing this, Zhang Shang ordered Zhang Qi, "Arrange 2 Xuanwu guards to guard this dry well." "Yes." Zhang Shang gave Zhang Qi a word, and then he and Wang Hun Luo Chang followed Lu Fan to leave. After watching them leave, Zhang Qi came to the dry well, with a thoughtful look in his eyes. After returning to the front hall, Lu Fan sat down and did not continue to go to the Zhao family in the north of the city. The Sun family had been annihilated, leaving no one alive, so the Zhao family must have been killed as well. So there was no point in rushing over there. After Luo Chang and the other 2 entered the main hall, Lu Fan looked directly at Wang Hun and said in a deep voice, "Wang Hun, after dawn, you go to the Jinbei army camp to find General Gu, and ask him to arrange for Miao Hui to phoneme alphabet equals IPA pitch equals lead slash phoneme 5,000 soldiers into the city to thoroughly investigate those secret passages and see where they phoneme alphabet equals IPA pitch equals lead slash phoneme to. This is your responsibility. I obey your orders." After giving instructions to Wang Hun, Lu Fan looked at Luo Chang. "Gong Ran, you go to the Zhao family in the north of the city now, see what's going on with the Zhao family, and bring back the news." Hearing that the Lord asked him to go to the north of the city, Luo Chang showed a hesitant look on his face. "Lord." Lu Fan knew his concerns, and immediately shook his head and said, "Don't worry, there won't be any danger in the county governor's mansion. Seeing Lu Fan say this, Luo Chang nodded, turned around and left quickly. After Luo Chang left, Lu Fan looked at Jiang Shang. Without waiting for him to ask, Jiang Shang took the initiative and said, "My lord, before going outside, you must first make peace at home. The most important thing now is to completely stabilize Hanyan City and eliminate all hidden dangers in the city." Lu Fan naturally understood this, but he had no idea how to do it. But since Jiang Shang said this, there must be a solution. So he didn't speak, but motioned Jiang Shang to continue. Jiang Shang did not show off. He pondered for a moment and said, "Master, I have a way to try, but..." "But what?" "But I need you, my lord, as a bait to lure out all those guys in the dark. However, this process has certain dangers." Before Jiang Shang could finish speaking, Lu Fan simply said in a deep voice, "Tell me your plan." "As long as we can catch all the holy cult members in the city, it doesn't matter if we take a little risk." What's more, even if Jiang Shang didn't mention it, he was still thinking about how to lure those guys out. Jiang Shang was not surprised by Lu Fan's attitude and started telling the story directly. "My lord, you have ruined the holy cult's plans one after another, so the holy cult must hate you deeply. Right now they have only two choices: phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme to kill you, my lord, or to capture you, my lord, and find a way to control you, so that their plan can still succeed." Following Jiang Shang's narration, Lu Fan understood. To put it simply, it is to use the hatred of the holy religion towards itself to draw out all the members of the holy religion. This is easier said than done. Because the holy religion has lost so many powerful men one after another, it will definitely not take action easily. Moreover, the holy cult must have also known about the existence of Luo Chang, Qin Xiong, Xia Hui, and even Li Tsuanxiao. Therefore, they will not take action easily when they are not absolutely sure. In this way, it is not that simple to lure out members of the holy cult. When Lu Fan expressed this concern, Jiang Shang stroked his beard and laughed. "My lord is right. The holy cult has been lurking in the north for a long time, so they must be aware of their existence. Therefore, we must take the initiative to create opportunities and create an opportunity that they have concerns about but do not want to miss." Seeing Jiang Shang's confident look, Lu Fan became more and more curious and immediately asked Jiang Shang to continue talking. Jiang Shang nodded and said, "My lord, since the holy cult is concerned about Qingdao and others, let Qingdao and the others stay in the city, and then mobilize 10,000 troops to suppress the north." Listening to Jiang Shang's plan, Lu Fan's eyes suddenly sparkled. When he finished everything, Lu Fan nodded without hesitation. "Okay, let's follow this plan. This time, no matter what, we must lure out all the members of the holy cult and annihilate them in one fell swoop." Lu Fan's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He believed that according to the implementation of Jiang Shang's plan, the holy cult would never let go of this golden opportunity. Because he concluded that the holy religion would never give up its northern plans so easily. After all, they had been planning this for 5 or 6 years. As long as there is a chance, they will definitely try their best to seize it. If it were me, I would choose to do it even though I know there are certain risks involved. He has such courage, not to mention being ambitious and having no small ambitions for the holy cult. Just as Lu Fan, Jiang Shang and Wang Han were discussing and perfecting the plan, rapid footsteps and shouts came from outside. "Lord!" The three of them turned to look at the door of the front hall, and a figure in black walked in quickly. After seeing the person clearly, Wang Han immediately stood up and greeted him, with an excited look on his face. "Brother Duan, you are back, you are not injured." The person who came was none other than Duan Shi, who diverted the pursuers and gave Wang Han a chance to survive. Wang Han was naturally extremely grateful to his savior. "Don't worry, nothing will happen." Duan Shi grinned, then knelt down on one knee to Lu Fan. "At last, I will pay my respects to my lord." At this moment, Lu Fan also stood up, helped Duan Shi up from the distance, and asked impatiently, "Ji Ming, have you discovered anything?" Although Duan Shi's cultivation level cannot be compared with that of Li Tsuanxiao, Qin Xiong, Luo Chang, Xia Hui and others, this does not mean that Duan Shi is poor. On the contrary, Duan Shi had cultural relics, wisdom and strategy, and was a general with both civil and military skills. It's just that Li Tsuanxiao, Qin Xiong and others are too famous, so he is somewhat inferior in comparison. Faced with the inquiry, Duanxi had no ink marks, took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Back to my lord, my subordinates lured those guys away and found an opportunity to put on night clothes and sneak into their ranks." Because the men in black were all wearing night clothes and covering their faces with black cloth, no one noticed Duanxi who had sneaked in. Just as they guessed. After the dozens of men in black massacred the entire Sun family, they looted the Sun family's treasure house, and then entered the secret passage through the entrance to the Sun family's treasure house and evacuated the Sun family. In order to leave some clues, Duanxi deliberately followed behind and destroyed the stone slab covering the entrance to the secret passage. Only then did Luo Cheng discover the entrance to the secret passage. Because after Duanxi knew that something like this happened, his lord would definitely phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme someone to investigate. Originally, he planned to leave clues in the secret passage. But those guys were supervising each other, and he couldn't find a chance at all. In order to find the whereabouts of these guys, he could only give up the idea of leaving clues and choose to follow them all the way. In this way, they walked all the way through the secret passage and finally came to a place. When he said this, Duanxio's face had become extremely ugly and solemn. Wang Han couldn't help asking, "Where is the final destination?" When Wang Han asked, Lu Fan and Jiang Shang also stared at Duanxio, and they were also very curious. Under the gaze of the three, Duanxio took a deep breath and said the final destination. "The patrol guard is located in the patrol office." When Duanxio said the final destination, Lu Fan, Jiang Shang and Wang Han's faces changed drastically at the same time. Patrol office. They could guess from Duanxio's face that the final destination must be extraordinary. But they never expected that the final destination would be the patrol office. The patrol office is the station of the patrol guard, responsible for the security and daily patrols in the city, and is under the jurisdiction of the county lieutenant. Tonight at the North Gate, Lu Fan briefly learned about the patrol guard from Qin Xiong. According to Qin Xiong, only half of the patrol guard is left, and the rest have all run away. So he didn't care too much. But I never expected that the remaining half of the patrol guards also had problems. This was totally out of line. No wonder they didn't find any problems before. It turned out that the patrol guards in charge of the patrol had problems themselves. It would be strange if they could find any problems. Lu Fan took a deep breath, suppressed the anger and murderous intent in his heart, and let Duanyu continue. After I followed those men in black back to the inspection office, I saw them take off their night clothes and put on the uniforms of the inspection guards. I was afraid of being recognized, so I found a chance to escape and hid outside the inspection office to observe for a while. Under Duanxio's observation, those men in black suddenly became the Hanyang City inspection guards. Then they rode out of the inspection office to perform patrol duties in the city. Listening to Duanxio's story, Wang Han's face suddenly turned blue with anger, and he couldn't help but cursed, "These traitors are hiding so deep, no wonder we can't find their traces." Lu Fan was also very angry because of this news, but he didn't show it on his face. The gloomy face just now also returned to normal at this moment. As a superior, you must not show your emotions on your face, this is the minimum point. Although Lu Fan can't do this completely at the moment, he is slowly adapting. No one is born a superior, and they all step into that position step by step. Whether it is cunning, power, or scheming, it cannot be acquired overnight. Lu Fan is very clear about this, so he is not in a hurry. After a moment of silence, he looked at Duanxio and said in a deep voice, "Ji Ming, are you sure you haven't been discovered by those guys?" "Definitely not discovered, I am willing to guarantee it with my head." Looking at Duanxio with an extremely sure look, Lu Fan had a bold idea in his mind, which just happened to cooperate with Jiang Shang's plan. When he looked at Jiang Shang, Jiang Shang also looked at him. The master and servant looked at each other and laughed at the same time. It seems that the lord and the subordinates have the same idea. Jiang Shang smiled and said, Lu Fan nodded and said, "Zia, what do you think?" The news brought by Ji Ming is very important, which just happens to cooperate with our plan. After saying this, Jiang Shang paused slightly, pondered for a while and then said, "But the subordinates think it can be more thorough. For example, all the forces in the entire Hanyang city are replaced." Listening to Jiang Shang's proposal, Lu Fan thought about it for a while, and agreed without hesitation. "Okay, let's do it. Now that we can be sure that there is a problem with the inspection department, then is there also a problem with the guard army?
Although it has not been discovered yet, Lu Fan no longer wants to go through so much trouble.
It is better to kill 1,000 people by mistake than to let one go.
Since it has been decided to use myself to fish, let's just play a big one. But in this case, the plan should be changed. Then Lu Fan expressed his thoughts, and Jiang Shang and Wang Han gave suggestions respectively. With the news brought by Duan Yu, their plan is more perfect than before, and the success rate has increased a lot. Although I dare not say that it will succeed 100%, but at least there is an 80% chance.
80% chance is enough for Lu Fan.
He has no patience to fight with those guys slowly, and he has no time to waste. So it is best to use this method to cut the Gordian knot.
After a while, the plan was discussed and finalized. Jiang Shang looked at Lu Fan and asked, "Lord, this plan should be implemented sooner rather than later. When should we start?" "Well," Lu Fan pondered for a moment and said, "start preparing immediately after dawn. If nothing unexpected happens, we will officially start tomorrow." Jiang Shang nodded and said, "By the way, Lord, should Gong Ren go to familiarize himself with the terrain in advance? Just in case." "Don't worry." Lu Fan interrupted directly with a wave of his hand, "The details can be determined tonight." "Yes, Lord, then I will go and prepare first."
After Jiang Shang bowed, he took Wang Han and left the front hall directly.
After watching the two leave, Lu Fan looked at Duanqiu, who looked tired, and waved his hand. "Ji Ming, you should go down and rest too." "My lord, I'll stay here with you, in case there are thieves."
"Don't worry, the county magistrate's mansion is very safe, there's no problem."
"Then I will withdraw."
"My lord, you should also take care of your health and rest for a while."
Duanqiu bowed and turned to leave. After Duanqiu left, Lu Fan stood up and paced in the front hall to think. System, can the summoned characters be taken back, or put into the system space?
Ding, the summoned characters cannot be retrieved after they appear, but they can be put into the system space.
Getting a positive answer, Lu Fan was relieved.
The reason why he agreed to Jiang Shang's plan without hesitation was naturally that he had a certain trump card in confidence. This trump card was the 7-star killing array that enveloped the county magistrate's mansion. Carrying the 7-star killing array with him, he was already invincible. This is where his real confidence comes from. After getting the affirmative answer from the system, he has one more trump card. If he didn't have these trump cards, he would not dare to take risks easily. He has died once, so he naturally doesn't want to experience death a second time.
After nodding with satisfaction, he suddenly thought of a question and asked, "By the way, are there any restrictions when receiving the summoned characters into the system space?" Ding, no restrictions. No restrictions?
Lu Fan raised his eyebrows, and a strange look appeared in his eyes. "In that case, I can receive the summoned characters into the system space anywhere and release them at any time, is that right?"
Ding, yes host. After receiving a positive answer, Lu Fan's eyes suddenly showed an unconcealable excitement. This function is great. With this function, even if the summoned character is far away, he can call it back to his side at any time. And with this function, there is no problem with this plan. Just when Lu Fan was extremely excited about this function, the system prompt sounded again. Ding, the host can contact the summoned character through the system anytime and anywhere, without any restrictions. This prompt sound made Lu Fan's eyes shine again. It is another very practical function. Today, this system has given me surprises one after another. It's really good. It seems that I still know too little about the system. I must find an opportunity to learn more about it in the future. Thinking of this, Lu Fan couldn't help asking, "System, since the summoned characters are summoned by me, why can't the enemies they kill count for me?" Ding, the system will be upgraded for the first time after the mall is opened. After the upgrade, the points mode will be officially opened, and the enemies killed by the summoned characters will be calculated synchronously. After getting the answer, Lu Fan nodded in sudden enlightenment. It turned out that the points mode was not officially opened. No wonder the enemies killed by the summoned characters could not be counted, and he complained about the system in his heart.
After getting 2 or 3 small surprises from the system, Lu Fan thought of a question that had been bothering him. And this question was also what he wanted to ask before but didn't have time to ask. Thinking of this, Lu Fan immediately asked his doubts. System, since I can receive the summon characters in the space anytime and anywhere, and then release them next to me, why can't the summon characters appear in front of me directly after being summoned, but have to arrive within 2 days? This question is also what he wanted to ask a long time ago. After all, the summon characters appear too late. If they are slower, their bodies will be cold. Shouldn't they appear directly in front of me after being summoned? Ding, the summon characters will appear directly next to the host in single summoning. Group summoning will be randomly deployed within a certain range. After the system explained, Lu Fan finally understood it thoroughly and no longer had any concerns in his heart. The reason why they can't appear in front of him at the same time is that each deployment requires changing the space and the rules of heaven and earth. Single deployment is no problem, but the space and the rules of heaven and earth that need to be changed in group deployment are larger. If such changes occur in the same area, it is easy to attract the attention of the rules of heaven and earth. Of course, Lu Fan didn't understand what the system said at all. But the doubts in his heart have been solved, which is enough, and he will have a clear mind when summoning in the future. After solving these many doubts, Lu Fan felt much more comfortable. It seems that I still need to ask more questions about the system in the future. I haven't studied many functions of the system clearly. Some doubts can actually be answered by asking, but I have been trapped in my heart for a long time. This is the capital for my livelihood, I can't do without understanding it clearly. These thoughts flashed through Lu Fan's mind, and he took a deep breath and suppressed the complicated thoughts in his heart. The most important thing at the moment is to stabilize Hanyang City and the northern border as soon as possible. Clean up all the remnants of the rebels and members of the Holy Church. In addition, it is my own cultivation, and I will upgrade to the Spirit Sea realm as soon as possible to open the points mode and the system mall. Lu Fan sat in the front hall and thought about and sorted out the things to do next one by one in his mind. The moon rabbit falls in the west, and the golden crow rises in the east. Lu Fan, who was still thinking and pondering, was awakened by the hurried footsteps coming from outside. When Lu Fan opened his eyes slightly tiredly, Luo Chang walked in quickly. Lord! Seeing that the person coming was Luo Chang, Lu Fan rubbed his cheeks with both hands, and then he felt a little more awake. Gongran, how is the situation in the north of the city? When I arrived at the Zhao family, General Qin had already ordered the Golden Fire Cavalry to surround the Zhao family. But all the people in the Zhao family were killed. In addition, except for the dozen black-clothed men who were killed to deal with the aftermath, the rest escaped through the secret passages. General Qin has arranged 300 guards to explore those secret passages. The news brought back by Luo Chang did not surprise Lu Fan, but made him more murderous. Since the other party attacked the Sun family and the Zhao family at the same time, they must have made sufficient retreats, so how could they be easily discovered? How is the Zhao family's treasure house? Like the Sun family's treasure house, they were all plundered, and the entrance to the secret passage was also hidden in the treasure house. Listening to the expected answer, Lu Fan was a little disappointed. The Sun family and the Zhao family must have a lot of wealth, but it's a pity that they benefited from the Holy Church. They deserve to die. Humph, sooner or later, I will make you spit out all the principal and interest. With a cold snort in his heart, Lu Fan suppressed the murderous intent in his heart and stood up. Just as he was about to speak, he heard hurried footsteps outside the door, followed by Lu Wushuang's delicate voice. Get out! If you dare to stop me again, I will kill you. Princess, His Highness is discussing matters in the front hall, you should go back to the backyard and wait. Isn't it enough to imprison this princess for one night? Hearing the quarrel outside, Lu Fan frowned and walked out quickly. As soon as he came to the front hall, he saw Lu Wushuang raising his hand to slap Zheng Qi, and Wu Wei followed behind with a helpless look on his face. Seeing this scene, Lu Fan's expression turned cold. Stop! While shouting coldly, he quickly came to Zheng Qi, looking at Lu Wushuang who was raising his hand to slap him, and said coldly, Princess, you are so arrogant, do you want to slap me too? No matter who Zheng Qi was before, he is now his own man and his subordinate. It was also his idea to watch Lu Wushuang not let him leave the yard. Lu Wushuang scolded Zhang Qi for a few words, but slapping Zhang Qi in the face was like slapping himself in the face. He had no good feelings for this cheap cousin with unclear thoughts. If he had not been concerned about the king of Jinshi and his cheap father behind her, he would have driven her away long ago. However, now that the Jinbei army was initially under his control, it would be a matter of time before Hanyang City and the Northern Territory were under his control. So he had no patience to continue to pamper her.
Seeing Lu Fan getting angry, Lu Wushuang immediately showed a pitiful look. Cousin, Don't call me cousin, I don't have such a big cousin. It was my idea to let them look at you. If you have any dissatisfaction, then come to me.
Lu Fan did not give Lu Wushuang any face at this moment, and directly scolded him coldly in front of everyone. Also, if you phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in the county governor's mansion, you must abide by my rules.
If you can't even do this, I think you will go back to where you came from.
The reason why he was concerned about the king of Jinshi before. Because he was preparing to recruit the king of Jinshi in the future, and at the same time, he didn't want Dakian to fall into war because of the king of Jinshi. But after experiencing the war that was not a war last night, and directly confronting Gu Taifeng to seize power, he had thought it through. If he wanted to sit in that position, he had to rely on absolute strength and means,
rather than relying on recruiting this force or that force to sit on it. In the face of absolute strength, everything is false. He didn't understand this truth before, or didn't really understand it. But now he thinks very clearly. So he didn't have the previous scruples when he acted, and he was no longer timid.
You. Lu Wushuang's pretty face turned pale with anger at Lu Fan's words, and her chest, which had just begun to take shape, trembled because of it. It was obvious that she was angry. Wu Wei also reacted at this moment, looked at Lu Fan deeply, and hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Your Highness, calm down." The princess was also a little aggrieved after being imprisoned for a night, so. However, before Wu Wei finished speaking, Lu Fan turned around and left with Luo Chang and Zhang Qi.
He didn't even look at Lu Wushuang and Wu Wei.
Watching Lu Fan and the other two leave, Lu Wushuang gritted her teeth and stomped her feet fiercely. He dared to scold me like this, I must make him look good, and come to apologize to me obediently. Looking at Lu Wushuang's gritting teeth, Wu Wei was immediately frightened and hurriedly said, "Miss, you can't mess around. His Highness the Crown Prince is not that simple.
If there is any trouble, it will be troublesome. But Miss, don't forget what we are doing here. We will move out of the county governor's mansion today." Although Lu Wushuang was very angry, she still gritted her teeth and nodded. And Lu Fan had already brought Luo Chang and Zhang Qi to the outside of the county governor's mansion. "Zhang Qi, take the people." Just when Lu Fan was about to give Zhang Qi instructions, an extremely luxurious carriage drove straight towards the three of them. Luo Chang subconsciously stood in front of Lu Fan, and Zhang Qi was also alert. The current Hanyang city seemed calm on the surface, but in fact, there were undercurrents. They naturally had to protect their master from danger at all times. Soon the luxurious carriage stopped in front of the three people, and the driver came straight to the front and saluted. "Greetings, His Royal Highness." Looking at the saluting groom, Lu Fan raised his eyebrows, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. The groom with the 9th level of True Dan Realm cultivation was really grand. Lu Fan patted Luo Chang on the shoulder, signaling him not to be nervous. Luo Chang nodded and stepped aside, but his eyes were fixed on this guy. If this guy made a slight move, he would kill him instantly. "Who are you?" "Your Highness, my master wants to invite you to taste wine and tea, and specially sent me to pick you up." Hearing this, Lu Fan's eyes flickered. "Who is your master?" The groom did not say the name or identity, but just spit out two words. "Tian Xiang." Hearing the two words uttered by the groom, Lu Fan looked a little strange. He was just about to take Luo Chang to Tianxiang Pavilion and Tianxiang Tower to have a look, intending to meet the helmsman of Tianxiang in the Northern Territory. After all, Tianxiang was the only step away from completing the system task. "I didn't expect that Tianxiang would send someone to pick me up before I went. It's quite interesting." Thinking so, Lu Fan turned and looked at Zhang Qi. "If the county magistrate has something to do, just say that I will come back to deal with it." Yes.
After telling Zhang Qi, Lu Fan didn't waste any words and walked directly to the luxurious carriage and entered the carriage. Luo Chang followed closely behind him. The groom, who was in the 9th level of the True Dan realm, saw Lu Fan so straightforward, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. But he didn't say anything, and drove the carriage directly out of the county governor's mansion and headed straight to the east of the city.
Tianxiang Tower, Tianxiang Garden and Tianxiang Pavilion under Tianxiang all exist in the Northern Territory. But they are distributed in 3 cities in the Northern Territory. Tianxiang Tower is located in Hanyang City, Tianxiang Garden is located in Baiyuan City, and Tianxiang Pavilion is located in Jeju City. Although Hanyang City is a county city, Baiyuan City and Jeju City are no worse than Hanyang City.
After all, there were originally 18 cities in the northern border, but now there are only 3 cities left, which almost accommodate the resources of the original 15 cities.
Hanyang City alone cannot accommodate them.
After a while, the carriage stopped in front of an extremely luxurious 9-story building.
Your Highness, please get off the car. Lu Fan took Luo Chang out of the carriage and looked at the extremely luxurious 9-story building in front of him. This building is the tallest in Hanyang City and also the largest in area.
Carved dragons and painted phoenixes, inlaid with gold and jade, it can be said to be extremely luxurious. Above the gate hangs a huge plaque hanging upright, with 3 gilded characters on it.
Tianxiang Tower.
When Lu Fan looked at these 3 gilded characters, he felt an invisible sense of oppression coming to his face. It is obvious that these 3 words are not simple. If he did not have any cultivation, he would be shocked by these 3 words and would collapse on the ground. The groom with the 9th level of True Dan realm cultivation saw Lu Fan staring at the 3 words on the plaque without being moved, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes.
This abandoned prince is indeed not simple.
Just as Lu Fan withdrew his eyes from the plaque, a chuckle came from Tianxiang Tower.
Welcome the prince to our Tianxiang Tower as a guest.
Along with the chuckle, a handsome young man in a white robe walked out. With a smile on his lips and a folding fan in his hand, he looked like a gentle and elegant young man. Lu Fan took a quick look and a strange look flashed in his eyes. A woman dressed as a man. Although this guy is dressed as a man, he looks like a gentle and elegant young man. But no matter how she dresses up, she can't hide the fact that she has no Adam's apple. And her cultivation can't be hidden from Lu Fan. The 1st level of Linghai realm. It's really amazing that he has the 1st level of the spiritual sea realm at such a young age. Among the many princes of the Dakian royal family, the one with the highest cultivation level is Ning Wang Lu Jin, who is at the 7th level of the condensation realm. The next ones are Yu Wang Qi Wang and Wei Wang, all of whom are at the condensation realm. Even himself is only at the peak of the 9th level of the condensation realm, and has not yet reached the spiritual sea realm. You can imagine how talented this guy is. When Lu Fan quickly looked at the handsome young man was also looking at Lu Fan, with a glittering look in his eyes. Sword-like eyebrows, star-like eyes like lightning, full of nobleness. The rumors are indeed false, and he actually deceived everyone. Amazing. The 2 sides looked at each other, and Lu Fan took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme and looking back and chuckled, Your Excellency invited me so kindly, and I have to come. While speaking, he glanced at the groom who was at the peak of the 9th level of the True Dan realm. It is indeed a face-giving to use such a strong man as a groom.
Ah, Your Highness, you are joking. It is an honor for Tianxiang Tower to invite Your Highness to be our guest.
The beautiful young lady thought that Lu Fan was mocking her for sending a groom to pick him up. So after saying this with a smile, she changed the subject and said, Your Highness, please come in.
Lu Fan nodded and walked straight into Tianxiang Tower, followed by Luo Chang.
Looking at Luo Chang passing by, the beautiful young lady's eyes flashed. After nodding to the groom of the 9th level of the True Dan realm who brought Lu Fan here, she turned and entered Tianxiang Tower. At this moment, Lu Fan has come to Tianxiang Tower and started to look around, and he was amazed.
What a luxurious and exquisite place.
Whether it is the decoration, various furnishings, or other small details, all of them reflect 4 words.
Luxurious and exquisite. Compared with Tianxiang Tower, the county governor's mansion is completely a slum-like place. No wonder people say that the three forces under Tianxiang are all super treasure pots that make a fortune every day. Apart from other things, if you don't have confidence, you may not dare to enter such a luxurious and exquisite decoration. If you can control Tianxiang in your own hands, you don't have to worry about resources. When Lu Fan secretly sighed in his heart, the system prompt sound suddenly rang. Ding, triggering system task. Control Tianxiang, task rewards, 1 advanced summoning card, 1 intermediate legion summoning card, 1 resurrection card, 1 unlocking card, and 1 cultivation improvement card.
Ding, host, do you want to accept the task?
The suddenly triggered task made Lu Fan stop, and a strange look appeared in his eyes.
This can also trigger a task?
I just thought about it casually, but I didn't expect that this would trigger a task.
Is it really good to trigger a task in such a way? Lu Fan was speechless and still couldn't bear to refuse such a generous task.
After all, the system gave too much, and there was no way to refuse. Just after he received the system task, the handsome man dressed as a man came to him and said with a smile,
"What do you think of our Tianxiang Tower, His Royal Highness?"
Young Master Qiao's voice woke up Lu Fan, and he immediately nodded and praised honestly, "Yes, but why is there no one today?
Tianxiang Restaurant is the most luxurious restaurant in the entire north.
Only cultivators are eligible to enter.
Every dish on the table is worth a lot of money.
But even so, business is extremely hot, and it can be said that it is hard to find a table.
Today it was empty with no one around. Ha ha.
His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is a distinguished guest. I am worried that others will disturb His Highness, so today Tianxiang Tower is closed to thank guests and only entertains His Highness. If you show your courtesy for nothing, you are phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme committing adultery or stealing." Lu Fan smiled disdainfully in his heart, but on the outside he showed a flattered expression and smiled, "It seems that I have delayed your Tianxiang Tower business."
"Your Highness is joking."
Looking at the polite and enthusiastic handsome young man, Lu Fan was too lazy to continue his pretense and said with a smile, "Come and take a seat directly, I can't wait to taste the delicious food of your Tianxiang Tower." Young Master Qiao understood what Lu Fan meant and stopped talking nonsense. He led Lu Fan directly to the attic on the top floor of Tianxiang building. This loft is not very big, but it is very elegantly decorated. The table is already filled with extremely exquisite dishes, pastries, and spiritual wine.
Lu Fan just glanced at it and couldn't help but nodded secretly.
Not to mention anything else, the appearance of these dishes alone is very valuable, and the taste is needless to say. Absolutely top-notch deliciousness. No wonder cultivators who have little interest in food and drink are full of praise after arriving at Tianxiang Tower. However, Lu Fan was more interested in this attic than the exquisite dishes on the table.
Because this loft is completely open. Standing in the attic, you can see the entire Hanyang city without any obstruction. Looking far to the west, you can clearly see the sheriff's mansion located in the center of the city.
Looking around, there is no building that can compare with the height of Tianxiang Tower. This guy must have been standing here last night watching everything that happened in the city. After these thoughts flashed through his mind, Lu Fan sat down and looked at young Master Qiao.
"What do you call it?"
"Your Highness, just call me Anlan."
Anlan is a girl.
Due to some special reasons, she has to disguise herself as a man. I hope your Highness will not blame you. Anlan directly revealed that she was a daughter, which made Lu Fan a little surprised. But he didn't care about that. Lu Fan shook his head calmly, looked directly at Anlan and said calmly, "I don't like beating around the bush, so I will say some things directly." Anlan nodded with a smile, and Lu Fan raised his eyebrows and said, "I would like to know whether northern Tianxiang is under your jurisdiction, or how important you are in northern Tianxiang." Lu Fan's question made Anlan a little stunned, but he quickly recovered, looked at Lu Fan and smiled, "As long as His Highness can represent the north, then I can represent Tianxiang, so His Highness can rest assured." After receiving this reply, Lu Fan nodded with satisfaction. Even if Anlan doesn't come to invite him today, he will take the initiative to come to Tianxiang to explore. After all, we are only one step away from completing the system task, and there is no way around it.
So Tianxiang must give an attitude.
Whether it's a good attitude or a bad attitude, just give an answer. Maybe Tianxiang is very strong.
But after experiencing the change in his mood, he was no longer bound by his subconscious mind.
Therefore, Tianxiang cannot make him afraid. In that case, it's easy to handle.
I don't know why Miss Lan invited me here today.
It probably wasn't just to invite me to taste these dishes. Lu Fan's straightforward attitude made Lan's eyes flash with appreciation. Since His Highness doesn't like to show off, I will tell you frankly that there are 2 reasons for inviting His Highness here this time.
Lu Fan didn't interrupt, just looked at Lan calmly, waiting for him to say these 2 things.
The first thing is that we Tianxiang, want to give His Highness a big gift. A big gift?
Lu Fan raised his eyebrows, with curiosity in his eyes.
Yes, it should be considered a great gift to His Highness.
This great gift should be regarded as a meeting gift from Tianxiang to His Highness. At the same time, it can also be regarded as a demonstration of our sincerity for the second matter. After saying this, Lan said with a smile, of course, no matter whether the second thing is successful or not, this gift will be given to His Highness.
There are no other conditions attached, just making friends.
Listening to what Lan said, Lu Fan thought quickly in his mind. Naturally, he would not believe Lan's words so easily. Pies will not fall from the sky, only traps will fall. He firmly believes in this truth. However, he was somewhat interested in the great gift Lan mentioned.
Oh. I wonder what the great gift Miss Lan is talking about. I am a little curious. Your Highness, wait a moment.
Lan chuckled and clapped his hands, and then 2 middle-aged men with strong builds came to the attic carrying a large wooden box. Looking at these 2 middle-aged men, Lu Fan narrowed his eyes slightly and was secretly surprised. One is at the 7th level of the True Dan realm, one is at the 6th level of the True Dan realm, and the groom is at the peak of the 9th level of the True Dan realm. There are 3 True Dan realm masters just by himself.
Tianxiang is indeed something.
Although he did not see the soul condensation realm masters, Lu Fan knew that Tianxiang must have this level of existence, and the number is not small. After moving his eyes away from the 2 middle-aged men, Lu Fan looked at the big wooden box that was carried in by the 2 and placed on the ground. The big wooden box is completely closed and looks quite heavy. I wonder what is inside. Could it be spiritual stones or other resources? After all, Tianxiang shows luxury and arrogance to the outside world. In simple terms, it can be summed up in 2 words. Rich. After all, Tianxiang earns money and resources too fast, and it is indescribable that it is rich enough to rival a country. In addition to the reputation of being rich enough to rival a country, Tianxiang is also famous for spending money. Any cultivator with a little cultivation can borrow a certain amount of money from the 3 forces under Tianxiang according to their own cultivation, including spiritual stones and spiritual pills and other resources. And there is no interest for borrowing these money and resources. If you can't pay back these money and resources within the fixed period, there is no problem, just help Tianxiang do one thing. And the things that need to be done are within the scope of what can be afforded, and there will be absolutely no difficulties. Not only individual cultivators, but also many forces can borrow resources. Because of this, Tianxiang is called the timely rain in the cultivation world, has a good reputation, and is praised by many cultivators. So Lu Fan guessed that the box might contain money and resources. After all, I really lack these things now. Just when Lu Fan was curious and guessing, Lan smiled and asked 2 Zhendan strongmen to open the box. As the box was opened, Lu Fan's eyes shrank suddenly. How is it? Is His Highness the Crown Prince satisfied with this great gift? Lan's chuckle pulled Lu Fan back from his thoughts. He took a breath and nodded non-committally. It is indeed a great gift. The big gift in this box was not the money as he had guessed, but a person. This person was none other than the white-masked holy cult powerhouse who attacked them last night. This guy's cultivation is not weak, but he is no match for Luo Chang. If Luo Chang hadn't been worried that the other party would mobilize the tiger away from the mountain to deal with him, this guy would definitely be suppressed and captured by Luo Chang. Lu Fan still had some regrets last night. He didn't expect that this guy would fall into Tianxiang's hands and be given to him as a gift. This is somewhat interesting. And there was another very important point that Lu Fan did not ignore. Since Tianxiang was able to catch this guy, it meant that they also knew about this guy's attack on them. In this way, he is equivalent to being under their surveillance, and they know every move he makes. Thinking of this, Lu Fan snorted in his heart.
This feeling made him feel more unhappy than ever before.
It seems that we need to set up our own intelligence agency as soon as possible, otherwise we will be controlled by others. Although he felt unhappy, Lu Fan didn't show it at all on his face. Withdrawing his gaze, he looked at Enlan. Miss Enlan, it seems that you, Tianxiang, know a lot about the holy religion. The strength of the holy cult is very strong, and the strength of Tianxiang is not weak. Phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals or either slash phoneme.
Both of them are behemoths.
However, Enlan suppressed the powerful men of the holy cult and gave them to him.
It was definitely not as simple as giving him a gift.
Facing Lu Fan's gaze, Enlan smiled and said, Your Highness, there is no need to test. We at Tianxiang just want to do business safely and make money, but some forces won't let us. Phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals live slash phoneme in peace, so we can only fight back. Hearing this, Lu Fan's eyes flashed.
The enemy of my enemy is my friend.
However, he did not completely believe that Tianxiang and the holy cult were hostile because of Enlan's words. After taking a breath, Lu Fan said calmly, Miss Enlan, let's talk about the second thing.
Ha ha. Why should you be anxious, Your Highness? The food and wine on the table have not been touched at all. Why don't you try the taste of our Tianxiang Tower first?
Lu Fan raised his eyebrows when he saw Enlan, who was starting to sell things off at this time.
But he didn't say much.
Since the other party was unwilling to say anything at this time, he didn't bother to ask. Sometimes the more anxious you are, the easier it is to fall into a disadvantage, so Lu Fan directly picked up the chopsticks and started tasting. Picking up a bite of the dish and putting it in your mouth, your taste buds burst out instantly, filling your mouth with the wonderful taste.
Just when Lu Fan was feeling such delicious food, the extremely rich energy emanates from the dishes in your mouth instantly and gathers towards the whole body.
Feeling this change, Lu Fan's eyes suddenly lit up and he picked up his chopsticks again. After tasting them carefully, I found that these dishes are not ordinary dishes, but contain rich spiritual power. Not only is it extremely delicious, but it also contains energy, allowing people to improve their cultivation while enjoying the food.
No wonder those monks were full of praise for Tianxianglu's dishes.
It turned out to be such a wonderful thing.
Just as Lu Fan secretly admired it, Enlan said with a smile, Your Highness, aren't you worried about the poison in this dish?
As soon as Enlan said this, Luo Chang, who was standing behind Lu Fan, instantly showed murderous intent and locked eyes on Enlan. As long as Lu Fan gives the order, he will kill Enlan immediately, and these two true elixir realm ants cannot stop him. Locked in by Luo Chang's murderous intent, the calm smile on Enlan's face froze instantly, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. At this moment she really felt the threat of death. And she had no doubt that Luo Chang had the intention to kill her. He really dared to kill her.
Lu Fan did not stop Luo Chang's actions.
After he picked up the wineglass and drank it all in one gulp, he looked at Enlan, whose pretty face turned pale, and said lightly, Miss Enlan, you can eat randomly, but you can't talk nonsense. I am not here to be afraid of your Tianxiang, nor am I here to seek your help.
I came here just to warn you about Tianxiang. This is the northern border, this king's territory.
No matter how powerful and terrifying you Tianxiang and holy cult are, in this king's territory, if it is a tiger, it must lie down, and if it is a dragon, it must be coiled. This king is not a soft persimmon. Anyone who wants to pinch me will have to pay the price with blood.
Lu Fan's voice was very plain, but there was unquestionable domineering and confidence in his extremely plain voice.
After the calm and overbearing words fell, Lu Fan stood up, gave Enlan a cold look, and walked straight downstairs. Upon seeing this, Luo Chang withdrew his murderous intent, snorted disdainfully, and followed Lu Fan out of the attic. The two true alchemy realm guards wanted to stop him.
But Luo Chang's murderous gaze just now made them retreat.
Watching the two people leave, Enlan's face turned green and red, and she clenched her fists tightly.
Damn it!
She never expected that His Highness the Crown Prince would act so irrationally.
I was just joking, but I didn't expect his reaction to be so big. This was great, the good situation was suddenly ruined by his own words.
This gave her the urge to vomit blood.
The two true Elixir Realm experts looked at Enlan's expression and couldn't help but step forward and said, "Deacon, do you want us to?"
Before the true Dan Realm warrior could finish his words, he was interrupted by Enlan's cold eyes and quickly knelt on one knee.
"I know my crime."
At this moment, Enlan suppressed the anger in her heart and calmed down. She stood up and walked to the edge of the attic, clearly seeing Lu Fan and Jiang Shan walking away leisurely. After watching the two disappear from sight, Enlan suddenly shook her head and laughed. This guy almost fell into his trap.
It seems that if you want to cooperate with him, you can't do it without showing him something real.
Laughing and talking to himself, Enlan restrained his emotions and ordered without looking back, "Take this guy away, remember, don't let him die, otherwise you won't." Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme.
Yes. After paying respectful salute, the two true Dan Realm warriors closed the box lid and carried the box out of the attic.
Only Enlan was left standing at the edge of the attic, looking at the direction where Lu Fan and Luo Chang disappeared with an inexplicable look.
After Lu Fan took Luo Chang out of Tianshan Tower, he slowly rushed to the county magistrate's mansion. Luo Chang, on the other hand, was a little uneasy.
"My lord, let's go back quickly and let Jiang Lao take a look at you. If there is really something wrong with the dishes and wine, then..." Looking at Luo Chang, who was worried and anxious, Lu Fan laughed.
"Don't worry, there is nothing wrong with the wine and dishes."
Just kidding. If he was not completely sure, how could he dare to eat the dishes and drink directly? When he sat down just now, he had already let the system check, and there was no problem with the dishes and wine. Looking at Lu Fan with a smile on his face, Luo Chang couldn't help but curiously said, "My lord, since there is no problem with the wine and dishes, then you..." Lu Fan knew what Luo Chang wanted to ask, but he shook his head and smiled without explaining. He was not very sure about this question, and he had to go back and discuss it with Jiang Shan. Just as he was thinking and walking forward, the system prompt sound suddenly rang. "Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the task, control Hanyang City, get a primary summoning card." "Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the additional task, kill Li Tianxiong, get 10,000 points, the best spiritual weapon, phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme and thundersword."
"Ding, do you want to use the primary summoning card?"
The three system prompts that sounded in his mind made Lu Fan stop, and his eyes showed an unconcealable joy.
Finally, it was done. Seeing Lu Fan stop, Luo Chang couldn't help but ask curiously, "What's wrong, Lord?" Lu Fan resisted the urge to summon now, shook his head and smiled, "Nothing, let's go."
At this moment, he couldn't wait to return to the county governor's mansion to start summoning.
While rushing to the county governor's mansion, Lu Fan asked in his heart, "System, do I still have a primary summoning card that I haven't used?"
According to the system rules, he can get a primary summoning card every month. It's only a few days before he gets the system. In addition to the 10 summoning cards given by the novice gift package, he did not use other summoning cards.
"Ding, yes host."
After receiving the affirmative answer from the system, Lu Fan took a deep breath, and his eyes were even brighter. "I don't know if the 2 summoning cards can summon some useful talents for me." Compared with the top strongmen, he is more eager for talents such as intelligence assassination at this moment. After all, this is what he lacks most at present. No intelligence is equivalent to no eyes and ears, and can only be passively beaten.
This feeling is too aggrieved.
With this idea in mind, Lu Fan and Luo Chang quickly returned to the county governor's mansion. As soon as they arrived at the front hall, Zhang Qi walked in quickly. "Your Highness, the Princess of Pingxi has moved out with her guards."
"Let me tell you."
Hearing this news, Lu Fan raised his eyebrows and felt relieved.
This annoying guy finally left. Without the two outsiders Lu Wuxuang and Wu Wei, it is much more convenient for him to act.
As for Zhang Qi and the other 4 Xuanwu guards, Lu Fan is not worried. Because the Xuanwu guards are not loyal to anyone, only to the Lord of Dakian.
Whoever sits in that position is their master.
Maybe I didn't have a chance before, but now as long as Zhang Qi and the other 5 are not stupid, they will definitely make a smart choice. After these thoughts flashed through his mind quickly, Lu Fan looked at Zhang Qi, who was kneeling on one knee in front of him, and said, get up, these few days, you 5 people will train the remaining temporary guards in the mansion and guide their practice.
100 temporary guards recruited in Pingchuan City. After some died and some escaped, there are only 30 left in the county governor's mansion. Although the number is small, these 30 people have experienced the initial test of killing and loyalty. They can barely be considered as available people.
For Lu Fan, who is currently short of manpower, as long as they are useful, they must play a greater role.
Yes. After sending Zhang Qi away, Lu Fan looked at Luo Chang. Gongran, you go outside to guard, and no one is allowed to approach.
Yes, Lord. Luo Chang bowed his hands and closed the door of the front hall and came outside to guard, his eyes sharp. In the front hall, Lu Fan took a deep breath, rubbed his face with both hands, and then took out 2 primary summoning cards from the system warehouse. The summoning card is almost the same size as a playing card.
There is only one word summon on the front and nothing on the back. It looks very simple.
Staring at the 2 primary summoning cards in his hand for a moment, Lu Fan suppressed his excitement and said in a deep voice, "System, use a primary summoning card." As the voice fell, Lu Fan's face showed an unconcealable strong expectation. He was really short of manpower, and hoped that these 2 primary summoning cards would bring him a great surprise. As he waited expectantly, the prompt sounded. Ding, the summoning card was used successfully. Congratulations to the host for summoning, Shenhuan-san. Hearing the name of the summoned character, Lu Fan was immediately stunned.
Shenhuan-san? What's the situation? How could Shenhuan-san be summoned? Could this guy be a master of cultivation?
He was naturally familiar with this name, and he was very familiar with it. After all, this guy was a famous rich man in the history of his previous life, and his means of making money were unparalleled. When Lu Fan was extremely surprised, a figure slowly appeared in front of him. The figure was sideways, wearing a luxurious robe, with a friendly smile on his face, but a gleam of light flashed in his eyes from time to time.
Shenhuan-san pays homage to the Lord.
When Shenhuan-san bowed, the system light screen appeared in front of Lu Fan, and Shenhuan-san's personal information appeared on it.
Name, Shenhuan-san. Origin, Mythology. Daming World. Title, Shen Baiwan. Cultivation, 9th layer of Spiritual Sea Realm. Skill, Lingyuanju Magic Weapon. Treasure Bowl. Special attributes, Gathering Wealth, Seeing the Face and Seeing the Heart. Looking at Shenhuan-san's information introduction, Lu Fan was even more surprised. I didn't expect that this guy was actually a 9th layer cultivator in the Spiritual Sea Realm, and his magic weapon was also a treasure bowl. I wonder if this treasure bowl can really generate money on its own. While thinking this, Lu Fan closed the system screen, looked at Shenhuan-san and said with a smile, "Get up." "Thank you, my lord." After Shenhuan-san stood up respectfully, Lu Fan couldn't help but ask curiously, "Wanshan, can your cornucopia generate wealth on its own?" When this was said, Shenhuan-san was immediately surprised. "My lord, how do you know that I have a cornucopia?" Although he was released directly to Lu Fan by the system, the memory inserted was not like this. In his memory, he came to Lu Fan in person. Because the memory inserted by the system included a memory of Lu Fan saving him, he came to surrender and pledge allegiance. Looking at Shenhuan-san with a surprised face, Lu Fan smiled and did not explain, which made Shenhuan-san more amazed. "My lord is really a master of means." After sighing, Shenhuan-san explained, "My lord, my cornucopia is just a super large space storage magic weapon. It can automatically classify and divide the things when it is collected. It is very convenient to use. There is no other function besides this." Although he had a guess in his heart, Lu Fan was still a little disappointed after it was confirmed. It would be great if the cornucopia could really generate money on its own, but it's a pity. With a sigh in his heart, Lu Fan nodded and smiled, "I'm in urgent need of talents now, and your arrival can solve a lot of my problems." Now he is not only short of people, but also very short of money and resources. Although the cornucopia cannot generate money and resources on its own, Shenhuan-san has such power. "Wanshan is at the disposal of the Lord." Lu Fan nodded with satisfaction, and immediately shouted to the outside of the door, "Openly." After he shouted, Luo Chang pushed the door and walked in. When he entered the room and saw Shenhuan-san in the room, he immediately became alert and was even more shocked. He was guarding outside the door, and no one would come in. But now there was suddenly one more person in the front hall. How could he not be shocked?
Seeing Luo Cheng's expression, Lu Fan introduced him with a smile. Gongran, this is Xin Wansan, also known as Wanshan.
Take him out to meet him first. We will be family members in the future. Hearing Lu Fan say this, Luo Cheng immediately relaxed and immediately smiled and saluted Xin Wansan.
Then the two of them closed the door one after another and walked out of the front hall.
After the two left, Lu Fan looked at the remaining primary summoning card. System, use this primary summoning card.
The Xin Wansan summon just now can be regarded as a practical talent, especially for me at this stage.
So he was not disappointed.
But this made him look forward to this elementary summoning card even more, not knowing what talents it could summon.
It would be best to directly summon intelligence talents.
As Lu Fan waited with great anticipation, the reminder sounded. Ding, the primary summoning card was used successfully. Congratulations to the host for summoning Chao Zhengchun. When this reminder sounded in his mind, Lu Fan was stunned for a moment, and then he couldn't help but burst out laughing with excitement.
Ha ha ha. Okay.
Just now, I was worried about summoning some unknown person, but I never expected that the system gave me such a big surprise.
Not only were intelligence talents summoned, but they were also the top ones.
Luo Chang and Xin Wansan outside the room heard Lu Fan's hearty laughter and couldn't help but look at each other with doubts on their faces.
Why is my lord so happy?
Just as Luo Chang and Xin Wansan were secretly guessing, Chao Zhengchun, who had been successfully summoned, knelt on one knee in front of Lu Fan.
Old slave Chao Zhengchun comes to meet the master. Ha ha ha. Eunuch Chao, please rise. I have been waiting for you for a long time.
According to the memory given by the system, Chao Zhengchun was originally the eunuch who served Lu Fan. Later, due to special reasons, he left the palace and traveled abroad, until now he returned to Lu Fan.
Thank you, my lord.
When Chao Zhengchun saluted and stood up, Lu Fan opened his information panel and checked it. Name, Chao Zhengchun. Origin, mythical world title, Governor Chao Kung Fu, Tiangang Boy Kung Fu martial skills, Wan Chuan returns to the sea, Vajra protects the body cultivation, peak of the 9th level of soul condensation realm magic weapon, Frost sword special skills, 1. Bewitchment, everyone who is subdued by it is die hard, 2. Hidden killing, good at assassinations, with a success rate of 90%, 3. Spying, good at collecting intelligence, and can quickly judge the authenticity of
the intelligence sex. Special attributes, night travel, control. Lu Fan was suddenly shocked when he saw the 7 words 9th level peak of soul condensing realm in the cultivation column.
This guy turned out to be at the 9th level of the soul condensing realm, with the same cultivation level as Li Tsuanxiao. This was completely beyond his expectation. Moreover, this guy actually has 3 special skills and 2 special attributes, all of which are relatively powerful. Chao Zhengchun saw Lu Fan's expression changing, so he stood aside and waited silently. After about 2 or 3 minutes, Lu Fan suppressed his excitement and closed the system-like curtain. When he looked at Chao Zhengchun again, there was an expression of excitement and satisfaction in his eyes that could not be concealed. This time the system gave itself a big surprise. He is not only a top intelligence talent and assassination talent, but also a top powerhouse.
He is completely omnipotent.
After staring at Chao Zhengchun for several times with great satisfaction, he took a deep breath and smiled. Eunuch Chao.
The slave is here. There is only one thing you need to do.
This matter is of great importance and must be achieved in the shortest possible time. Lu Fan briefly explained the creation of an intelligence agency, which immediately made Chao Zhengchun clench his fists in excitement. Although what Lu Fan said was very simple, how could Chao Zhengchun not understand the importance of this organization? And from Lu Fan's urgent tone, it was not difficult to tell that his lord valued the intelligence agency.
This is an opportunity for him to flex his muscles.
Looking at Chao Zhengchun, who was even more excited and eager than himself, Lu Fan chuckled and said, "The name of this intelligence agency is Dongchang.
It has a governor.
You will serve as it personally.
Under the governor." Lu Fan is no stranger to the intelligence agency Dongchang.
In his previous life, he liked studying these things the most. So he copied the organizational structure of Dongchang from his previous life and just asked Chao Jingchun to implement it. After explaining this in detail, Lu Fan said in a serious voice, "Dongchang is very important to Gu. During the establishment and expansion period, we need money to give money and people to give to people.
I have only one request. A complete structure must be established within a month.
In a year, I want to see Dongchang fans spread throughout Dakian.
Can I do it?"
Facing the serious-looking Lu Fan, Chao Zhengchun knelt down on one knee with a face filled with fanaticism and awe. "If you fail to complete the task, I will die to apologize." Lu Fan naturally believed in Chao Zhengchun's ability, but he must give him the pressure he deserved. After letting Chao Zhengchun stand up, Lu Fan pondered for a moment, took out a storage ring from the system space and handed it to him. This storage ring contains all the resources in the Li family's treasure house. Originally he planned to exchange it for points. But because the mall is not open now, the points are not very useful, so he stayed. At this moment, it has a place to use. All the resources in this storage ring are for your use.
When you use them up, come directly to me. Chao Jingchun did not shirk and put the storage ring away with great respect. After explaining and arranging these things, Lu Fan opened the front hall door with one hand and shouted to the outside, "Come in, everyone." After the words fell, several people walked in from outside the front hall. In addition to Luo Chang and Shen Wansan, there were also Jiang Shang, Li Si, Fei Yi, and Wang Hun. "Greetings, my lord."
The people who entered the front hall all bowed to Lu Fan. At the same time, they looked at Chao Jingchun standing next to Lu Fan with the corner of their eyes, and they couldn't help but be secretly shocked.
Where did their lord recruit such a strong man?
Although they couldn't see through Chao Jingchun's cultivation, they could feel a great threat from him. Especially Luo Chang, he was even more shocked. First it was Shen Wansan, and then there was such a strong man whose cultivation was higher than his own.
How did they appear in the front hall quietly?
Lu Fan saw all the changes in their expressions.
However, he didn't mean to explain, but just coughed and said, "This is Chao Zhengchun, the eunuch. I asked him to start the intelligence force Dongchang.
You must cooperate with all your strength and not slack off." As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at Chao Zhengchun with surprise and complexity. They knew clearly the importance of intelligence agencies, and the Lord actually gave the important task of creating intelligence agencies to this guy. It seems that this guy is indeed not simple. Thinking of this, everyone nodded respectfully, and at the same time secretly observed Chao Zhengchun. Facing the gazes of everyone, Chao Zhengchun responded calmly, without any change in his expression. Lu Fan pretended not to see these eye exchanges. Although these guys were all summoned by him, and they were all his diehard fans. But they all have independent thoughts and emotions, their own ideas and little calculations. So some small fights between each other are inevitable. As long as they don't bring the fight to the surface and don't touch his bottom-line principles, he doesn't bother to interfere. Thinking of this, he turned his head and looked at Jiang Shang, who was sitting in the first seat on the left.
"Zia, how are things arranged?"
Facing the inquiry, Jiang Shang stood up and nodded, "Lord, everything is in place, just waiting for your order."
"Okay, now that everything is arranged, let's officially start."
After the decisive words fell, Lu Fan's eyes burst into fierce light, flashing with frightening murderous intent.
"Promise."
Jiang Shang, Li Si, Fei Yi, and Wang Han all excitedly clasped their fists and saluted, and they couldn't wait. After making simple arrangements, Jiang Shang took the three of them away, leaving only Lu Fan and Shen Wansan in the front hall.
Shen Wansan didn't know what the plan was, but he wanted to get involved at the moment and couldn't help but say, "My lord, is there anything that my subordinates can do? I also want to get involved and help my lord solve his problems." "You don't need to get involved in this matter. I have more important things for you to do."
As he spoke, he took out a storage ring and threw it to Shen Wansan, who quickly caught it with both hands and penetrated it with his spiritual sense. There was a jade slip and 10,000 low-grade spiritual stones inside.
"Lord, what is this?"
The jade slip contains the recipe for Zuaxian brewing, which is enough to instantly kill all the spiritual wines sold outside.
"I want you to use Zuaxian brewing to earn a huge amount of financial resources.
These 10,000 low-grade spiritual stones are considered as the starting capital for you. I don't care what you do, you have full authority to handle it. If you need anything, just ask Jiang Shang and the others for cooperation.
Can you do it?
His original plan was to personally operate the Zuaxian brewing to earn money and resources. But now that Shen Wansan was summoned, the matter naturally fell on this guy. After all, this guy is a born businessman, and he can't let his talent be wasted on training.
After hearing what Lu Fan said, Shen Wansan suddenly trembled with excitement.
Please rest assured, my lord, my subordinates will definitely phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme up to their trust.
If you ask him to do other things, he may not be able to complete it.
But it would be too easy for him to earn money and resources.
That's what he's good at. Okay, there's nothing else to do, you can go down. Promise. Shen Wansan bowed respectfully and quickly left the front hall.
Watching Shen Wansan leave, Lu Fan narrowed his eyes and let out a breath of turbid air. Now my two shortcomings have been made up.
Although it has no effect yet, Xiao Zhengchun and Shen Wansan will definitely give themselves a big surprise before long.
It's a pity that these two guys have no memory of their previous lives.
Their special talents will be even more powerful if they have memories of past lives.
After thinking alone in the front hall for a long time, Lu Fan finally gathered his thoughts. He did not return to the backyard, but sat cross-legged in the front hall and entered a state of cultivation.
Greetings, my lord.
Early the next morning, Jiang Shang brought Luo Qingli Si, Wang Han, Fei Yi, and others to the front hall.
How's it going?
Lu Fan looked at Jiang Shang, who nodded with a smile. Back to my lord, Niao Huai is leading 5,000 soldiers to thoroughly investigate the secret passages throughout the city.
The patrol guards and guards plus 1,000 Jinbei troops have gathered outside the North City Gate.
As for the city defense, General Qin and Xia Jiangjun will phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme 3,000 golden fire cavalry to take over, and there will definitely be no trouble. After saying this, Jiang Shang hesitated and said, My lord, would you like General Lu to bring some golden fire cavalry? Before Jiang Shang finished speaking, Lu Fan waved his hand bluntly. No, just follow the original plan. You guys will guard Hanyang City, and Tonggu will just go with me.
Seeing Lu Fan's resolute attitude, Jiang Shang could only nod helplessly, yes, lord. He knew that Lu Fan was not a reckless person. Since his attitude was so firm, he must have a certain degree of confidence, so he was not too worried. Lu Fan glanced at everyone, stood up immediately and said, without further delay, let's set off now. Promise. After the words fell, the group followed Lu Fan out of the front hall. The moment he walked out of the front hall, Lu Fan unknowingly put away the 7-star killing array that enveloped the sheriff's mansion. This is his biggest trump card and reliance on this trip. The disappearance of the 7-star killing array did not attract the attention of others, but Jiang Shang looked confused and subconsciously looked at Lu Fan. Lu Fan also noticed Jiang Shang's gaze, but his expression did not change. The group of people arrived outside the county governor's mansion, and horses were ready outside. Lu Fan got on his horse with Luo Chang and Li Si, looked down at Jiang Shang and others and said with a smile, I'll leave this Hanyang city to you. I hope there will be some changes when I come back. Please don't worry, my lord. Okay, let's go, drive. Lu Fan waved his whip and rode away, followed closely by Luo Chang and Li Si. Jiang Shang, Fei, Wang Han, Shen Wansan and others watched the three people leave. It wasn't until the three of them completely disappeared from sight that Jiang Shang took a deep breath, turned to look at Shen Wansan and said, Wan Shan, master, please do the work on your behalf as soon as possible. If you need manpower or financial resources, just come to me. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. Well, let's go, I have something to tell you. After saying that, Jiang Shang led everyone back to the front hall to start arranging things, while Lu Fan took Luo Chang and Li Si to the North City Gate. Qin Xiong, Xia Houwei, Xiang Chong, Duanxi and Lu Chuan were all waiting here to greet him. After seeing Lu Fan, the group immediately came up to him, Greetings, my lord. Lu Fan did not dismount. He nodded and looked at everyone and said with a smile, Then Hanyang City will be left to you. If you have any questions, please ask Jiang Shang for advice. I will obey your orders.
Then Lu Fan quickly explained and arranged a few words, and then looked at Luo Chang.
Of course, your mission is to protect Jiang Shang and the others and prevent them from getting into trouble, do you understand? Luo Cheng's strength has been exposed, and those guys will be wary of following him. So in order for the plan to proceed smoothly, he only brought Li Si with him, and did not bring anyone else with him. The risks involved can be imagined. If he hadn't carried the 7-star killing formation disc with him and could use the system to recall everyone at any time, he wouldn't have dared to agree to this very bold plan. Please rest assured, my lord, the general will fight to the death to protect their safety. After everything was arranged and explained, Lu Fan and Li Si rode their horses to the north gate under the escort of everyone. The garrison originally numbered 3,200 people, but in the recent siege battle, 200 people were killed and injured, leaving only 3,000 people. The patrol guards only have 600 people. These 3,600 people plus 1,000 Jinbei army were the team that escorted Lu Fan to Beiyuan City this time. As Lu Fan rode his horse to the outside of the city, the 4,600 soldiers waiting outside the city all knelt on one knee. Meet His Highness the Crown Prince. The shouts soared into the sky and could be heard throughout Hanyang City, causing the people and monks in the city to talk a lot. But Lu Fan was unmoved when faced with such a scene. Among these 4,600 soldiers, there are very few who are truly loyal to themselves, but there are many who have ulterior motives. He wanted to see how many people could jump out this time and whether they could kill them by controlling the formation. With these thoughts flashing through his mind, Lu Fan said in a deep voice, "I'm free of charge." "Thank you, Your Highness." After the 4,600 soldiers stood up, Lu Fan shouted in a deep voice, "Let's go." The words fell. The team of 4,600 soldiers marched toward Beiyuan City. In front of the North City Gate, Qin Xiong, Xia Houwei, Lu Chuan and others watched the mighty team go away, and their faces showed an extremely cold look. "I hope that this time we can catch all the scum of the Holy Church." Qin Xiong turned and walked into the city, followed by Xia Houwei, Lu Chuan and others. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme the city gate. Hanyang City will continue to be under military control for a month, and no one is allowed to enter or leave within a month. Although there are many complaints and rumors in the city, there is no big trouble. Because those lawless people who took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead / phoneme and spreading rumors and making trouble were killed in public by the Golden Fire Cavalry. Originally, the people and monks in the city were also panicked. But after a few days, the people and monks in the city returned to their normal routine. Because the Golden Fire Cavalry, in addition to killing those lawless people, did not harm ordinary people and monks. Since there is no threat to themselves, no one cares, and they will do what they should do. At the same time in the attic at the top of Tianxiang Tower, Lan held a sound transmission jade token, with a thoughtful look on his face. At this time, the 9th level True Dan Realm expert who had served as a groom came to the attic and saluted Lan respectfully. "Deacon, you are looking for me? Also, you keep an eye on Hanyang City first. I'm going to Beiyuan City." In the face of Lan's instructions, the 9th level Peak True Dan Realm expert nodded and saluted without hesitation. "Yes." After arranging and explaining these, Lan left Tianxiang Tower with an old woman. Hanyang City, Beiyuan City and Jeju City are distributed in a triangular shape, and there is a long distance between them. It takes a day to go from Hanyang City to Beiyuan City, even if it is a fast march. But Lu Fan not only did not urge the team to speed up, but instead hurried slowly. In addition to the slow speed, every hour of marching, he would let the mighty team stop to rest for half an hour before marching again. This made many soldiers very confused, not knowing what Lu Fan meant. Not only ordinary soldiers did not understand, but also the sergeants, squad leaders, centurions, and 1,000-man leaders were all confused. But they had no intersection with Lu Fan before. So even if they were confused, they would never dare to ask, and could only guess secretly in their hearts. After marching slowly for 7 or 8 hours, the sky gradually darkened. At this time, the 1,000-man leader Su Jia, who led 1,000 Jinbei army, rode his horse to Lu Fan. "Your Highness, it will be dark soon. We will pass through a large forest for another 1,500 meters. Should we continue on our way?"
Night is when ferocious beasts hunt and forage for food, and it is not wise to pass through a large forest. Lu Fan naturally understood this truth, so he gave the order without hesitation. Pass the order down, continue forward 1,000 meters and rest on the spot for the night.
Yes.
After receiving the order, Su Jie galloped on his horse and conveyed the order to the other 1,000 men and centurions.
Li Si glanced at the patrol team in the front, and approached Lu Fan and said, "My lord, they will definitely take action tonight. Do you want to send a message to General Qin and General Lu now and let them?"
Before Li Si finished speaking, Lu Fan waved his hand directly. "No, I have my own arrangements." The original plan was to use himself as bait to lure out all the members of the Holy Church. Then Qin Xiong, Xia Houwei, and Lu Chuan led 3,000 golden fire cavalry to follow secretly. At that time, all the lured members of the Holy Church will be killed in one fell swoop. However, after knowing that the system can send summon characters to himself, Lu Fan remade a plan with Jiang Shang.
Because although the previous plan was safe, once it was discovered by the Holy Church, the plan might fail.
After all, 3,000 golden fire cavalry is not a small number. Even if they followed secretly, there was a high chance of being discovered, which was not what Lu Fan wanted to see. Since he had decided to lure out the members of the Holy Church, he must be 100% successful. After all, there was only one chance like this. In order to reassure Jiang Shang, Lu Fan showed him the terrifying power of the 7-star killing formation.
Li Si didn't know about the new plan.
Seeing Li Si's worried and anxious expression, Lu Fan smiled and comforted him. "Tonggu, the plan is changed, don't worry, just wait and watch the show with me." Hearing this, the worry and anxiety on Li Si's face was reduced a little. He knew that the Lord was not a reckless and arrogant person, and would not joke about such things. After a while, the mighty team stopped. Lu Fan turned over and dismounted and sat on a stone on the side of the road, while Li Si called Su Jie and the other 4,000 captains to arrange the night patrol. Lu Fan did not practice, but looked at Li Si and the 4,000 captains. He had seen the 3 captains of the guards, and Qin Xiong introduced them personally, so there should be no problem. But it was the first time he had seen the Captain Lu Fan who led the 600 patrol guards. This guy was called Fu Tong, and he looked like a burly man. But his face was like a donkey's face, and the smile on his face was extremely fake, which made people feel uncomfortable. Since there is something wrong with the patrol guard, the guy who is in charge of commanding the patrol guard is probably not clean phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme. Because this guy is not only the captain of the patrol guard, but also the person in charge of the patrol department. After these thoughts flashed through his mind, Lu Fan had a strong murderous intention towards this guy.
"Come quickly, I hope you won't let me down."
Just as Lu Fan was thinking secretly, Li Si, who had arranged the task, came over. "My lord, according to your instructions, Su Jie will phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme the patrol in the first half of the night, and Fu Tang will phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme the patrol in the second half of the night."
"Well."
Lu Fan nodded without comment, and Li Si hesitated for a moment and said, "My lord, do you want me to secretly tell Su Jie and the 3 captains of the guard army a few words, so that they can be careful and alert in advance?" As soon as Li Si finished speaking, Lu Fan immediately shook his head and said, "No need to tell anyone, and I just need to be more vigilant." Before the dust settled, he would not trust anyone. Whether it was Su Jie or the 3 captains of the guard army, none of them were his diehards. As the saying goes, you can know a person's face but not his heart.
Who knows if they are members of the Holy Church? So it was enough for the 2 of them to know about this matter.
With the 7-star killing array, even if all the 4,600 soldiers rebelled, he was not afraid at all. This was his confidence.
Li Si knew what Lu Fan was thinking, so he didn't say anything more.
But he had already made up his mind in his heart. If there was any accident later, he would protect his master from danger even if he died.
Time passed by.
Many soldiers fell asleep with their weapons in their arms, and snoring and snores continued. The roars and roars of ferocious beasts came from the forest 500 meters away from time to time.
Lu Fan and Li Si sat cross-legged with their eyes closed, looking like they were immersed in a state of cultivation.
In fact, both of them were very awake, just closing their eyes and adjusting their breath waiting for the members of the Holy Church to arrive.
Nothing unexpected happened in the first half of the night.
Until the beginning of the zodiac, a trace of murderous intent spread from all directions, and Lu Fan and Li Si opened their eyes at the same time. The moment he opened his eyes, two rays of light flashed in Lu Fan's eyes.
Finally here.
When Lu Fan sneered in his heart, dense sounds of breaking through the air came from all around.
Whoosh!
I saw a large number of arrows flying around, as if it was raining arrows. Along with this rain of arrows, there were bursts of shouting and killing from all around. Such a huge movement immediately awakened the 3,000 guards in Jinbei army who were sleeping.
Su Jie and the 3 guards saw the many black-clothed men rushing around and shouted anxiously. Enemy attack!
Everyone be alert and defend, don't panic, pick up weapons and prepare to kill the enemy.
The first to react were the 1,000 Jinbei army.
After a brief panic, each of them held a shield to resist this wave of arrows. After all, they had experienced such training many times before, and participated in many actual battles. The 3,000 guards also responded quickly under the arrangement of the 3,000 captains, 30 centurions and many squad leaders. Looking at the 3,000 guards and 1,000 Jinbei army who responded quickly, Lu Fan nodded with satisfaction.
Worthy of being the Jinbei army. Even as a reserve guard, they are much stronger than ordinary soldiers.
But the highlight of today is not them, but the 600 patrol guards.
At this moment, Fu Tang and the 600 patrol guards have not made any moves, and they also pretend to be on guard and defend.
Looking at their pretentious appearance, Lu Fan sneered in his heart. At this time, continuous screams and wails also sounded. Although the Jinbei army and the 3,000 guards made timely defenses, but the enemy suddenly launched an attack in the dark, and the speed of defense could not keep up with the speed of sneak attacks. When the dense rain of arrows flew over, many Jinbei army and guards were shot in time. Those who were lucky were only injured, and those who were unlucky were shot in the head and died on the spot.
Lu Fan and Li Si were protected by a dozen Jinbei soldiers holding shields, so they did not suffer any harm.
Even without these shields, Lu Fan and Li Si would not be injured by a few arrows. When the first wave of arrow rain ended, dense crowds of black-clothed people appeared from all directions. These black-clothed people were all wearing black cloth masks, holding scimitars of the same style in their hands, and there were about 500 of them. Looking at these black-clothed people, Li Si approached Lu Fan and said, "My lord, Hanyang City alone cannot gather these people.
It seems that they really mobilized members from Baiyuan City and Jeju City."
Such a plan was made with great effort, and it was naturally not just the members of the Holy Church in Hanyang City that were to be brought out. After all, these 500 black-clothed people were all cultivators. Although most of them were in the physical training and qi refining cultivation, they were also very good. From this point alone, we can see the terrible and powerfulness of the Holy Church.
Lu Fan did not believe that these 500 people would be the entire force of the Holy Church in the northern border. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Lu Fan took a deep breath and looked forward.
He saw more than a dozen figures galloping in the distance.
In less than a moment, these figures arrived in front of the 600 patrol guards.
Just when all the soldiers were alert and on guard, the patrol guard captain Fu Tang and the 600 patrol guards knelt on one knee in unison.
Greetings to the holy envoy.
Seeing this scene, Su Jie, who was closest to him, suddenly changed his face and shouted at Fu Tang, "Fu Tang, you are looking for death." At this moment, even if he was stupid, he could see that Fu Tang and the 600 patrol guards were traitors. With a roar, Su Jie immediately burst out his cultivation and was about to kill Fu Tang. However, before he could do anything, a murderous roar came from not far behind him.
"Do it!" Along with this roar,
one of the 3 guard captains burst out his cultivation and used a magic weapon to chop at Su Jie's back. At the same time, hundreds of the 3,000 guards also swung their magic weapons at their companions at the same time.
"Ah! Li Erniu, you are a traitor, you deserve to die."
In an instant, screams and roars rang out one after another. The guards who reacted began to surround and kill the hundreds of traitors. The betrayed guards had red eyes and wanted to chop these traitors into pieces. They never thought that their companions who had been with them day and night would be traitors, and they swung the butcher knife at them.
How could they not be angry? There was no problem with the 1,000 Jinbei army. There was no unrest under the suppression of 10 centurions and the squad leaders. They did not come forward to help, but guarded Lu Fan and Li Si. Because their only task was to protect Lu Fan, they did not need to participate in other things. After all, there were still 500 men in black around them who did not move, and that was the object they had to defend. Lu Fan, Li Si, and the 1,000 Jinbei army did not move. The dozen or so masked Saint Church warriors who rode on horses, the rebellious Fu Tang, and the 600 patrol guards did not move. Everyone just watched as hundreds of rebellious guards were surrounded and killed by their companions. And Su Jia also fought with the rebellious guard captain. Su Jia was at the 6th level of condensation realm, and the rebellious guard captain was also at the same level. The two were equally skilled, but the rebellious guard captain was at a disadvantage. Because Su Jia was enraged by this guy's rebellion, he attacked him with one knife after another without any defense. Facing such a crazy Su Jia, the rebellious captain Su Lu could only resist awkwardly. The other two guard captains wanted to help. But Su Jia's attack was too crazy and fierce, and they were afraid that Su Jia would misunderstand them if they participated. So they could only command the remaining guards to surround and kill the hundreds of traitors. Without the support of the 500 men in black, the 600 rebellious patrol guards and the strong men of the Holy Church, the hundreds of rebellious guards were quickly killed. However, the price paid was the death of nearly 1,000 guards and the injury of more than 200 guards. At this moment, there were only about 1,300 guards still alive, more than half of them were killed. The ground was completely stained with blood, broken limbs and arms were everywhere, and corpses were scattered all over the ground. Under the moonlight, this scene looked extremely creepy. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Su Jia and Su Lu who were still fighting. "Damn traitor, go to hell!" With Su Jia's roar, the dazzling knife light directly passed through Su Lu's neck. Puff! Blood splattered, and a head rolled to the ground. Looking at this scene, Lu Fan's eyes flashed with appreciation. Su Jia is a useful guy. If he is trained well in the future, he will definitely be a fierce general. Just as Lu Fan was secretly admiring. The leader of the dozen or so Saint Church strongmen sat on the horse and clapped his hands, and a playful chuckle came from under the mask. His Royal Highness is so courageous. He is still so calm at this time. It seems that the rumors are indeed very false. The leader who clapped and chuckled was wearing a white mask, and he was clearly a core member of the holy cult. Lu Fan could see through this guy's cultivation level at a glance. He was at the 7th level of soul condensation realm. Except for this guy, the black and white masked members of the holy cult on the left and right sides are also at the soul condensing realm. They are the 4th level of soul condensation realm and the 3rd level of soul condensation realm. This made Lu Fan secretly wonder. It seemed that not all powerful people in the soul condensing realm could become the core members of the white mask of the holy cult. As for the other 12 members of the holy cult, they are all at the true alchemy realm. 12 in the true pill realm plus 3 in the soul condensing realm, and 500 monks in the body refining and chi condensing yuan realm plus 600 rebels. Such a lineup is a huge investment. After these thoughts flashed through his mind, Lu Fan looked at the leader of the 7th level soul condensing realm powerhouse with an indifferent expression and said calmly, "It seems that you are determined to kill me tonight." "No, no, no. His Highness the Crown Prince has misunderstood. We are not trying to kill you, we just want to ask you to go back and have a chat. It would be best if His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is sensible." Lu Fan raised his eyebrows when he heard this. "What if I don't know what to do? If you are not wise? His Highness the Crown Prince may suffer a lot, and these guys will also die here because of His Highness's decision." As the words of this powerful holy cult man fell, the 500 members of the holy cult masked in black cloth simultaneously erupted with murderous intent and momentum. In an instant, the terrifying murderous intent and momentum were crushing towards the remaining guards, 1,000 Jinbei army and Lu Fan Li Si respectively. Facing the killing intent and momentum of the 500 members of the holy cult, the remaining guards in Jinbei army all turned pale and swallowed uncontrollably. They are all elites in the military and have experienced killing wars. But what they were facing now were 500 cultivators whose cultivation levels were higher than theirs. They had no confidence at all.
Su Jia and the two guard commanders also looked nervous and apprehensive at this moment. Seeing the changes in the expressions of the guards and Jinbei soldiers, the Holy Spirit Condensation Realm expert on horseback looked at Lu Fan and said with a playful smile, "Their life and death are in your hands, Your Highness.
It depends on whether you want them to die or to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme."
Looking at the core member of the holy cult who said this, Li Si couldn't help but change his face. Words that attack the heart. This guy is really vicious enough to use such a method to sow discord. Although it is despicable, I have to say that this method is very effective. Even the soldiers of the Guard Army and the Jinbei Army knew that this guy was sowing discord. But if Lu Fan really chooses to refuse, then there will be a thorn in their hearts.
Really?
Many guardsmen and Jinbei soldiers looked at Lu Fan subconsciously, with extremely complicated expressions in their eyes. When Li Si saw this, he immediately spoke to resolve the crisis.
However, before he could speak, Lu Fan laughed, "Ha ha ha. What a heart-wrenching remark to sow discord." The laughter fell, and the smile on Lu Fan's face suddenly faded, with undisguised ridicule and disdain in his eyes. He looked at this core member of the holy cult with a dead look in his eyes and said coldly, "Those who dare to threaten this king will only have one fate, death." As the cold words fell, one after another sharp arrows flashing with spiritual light appeared out of thin air in the sky above their heads. In less than a moment, the number of sharp arrows in the sky above his head reached thousands. Such a shocking scene immediately stunned everyone. Everyone's eyes widened, and there was a look of disbelief on their faces, as if they had seen a ghost.
"What's going on? Where did you get so many arrows?
Hey, dear, where did these arrows appear out of thin air come from?"
Not only the guards and the Jinbei army were shocked at this moment, but also the 600 rebel patrol guards and 500 members of the holy cult.
The 15 powerful saints riding on horseback were even more shocked.
Even Li Si, who was standing next to Lu Fan, was trembling at the moment, looking at this scene with disbelief. When everyone was in shock, a cold murderous intent flashed in Lu Fan's eyes.
Next moment,
thousands of arrows flashing with spiritual light flew out from the sky at the same time. Whoosh! Accompanied by an extremely dense sound of breaking through the air. These thousands of flashing arrows flew towards the 500 members of the holy cult and the 600 rebellious patrol guards. When they reacted, they saw densely packed arrows expanding continuously in their sight. In an instant, shrill screams rang out one after another. System prompts also sounded in Lu Fan's mind one after another. Ding, kill the 4th level monk in the body forging realm and get 5 points. Ding, kill the 2nd level chi refining realm monk and get 25 points. The notification sounds were too dense, so Lu Fan had no choice but to ask the system to temporarily turn off the notification sounds. The killing continues. More than 1,000 guardsmen and 1,000 Jinbei troops looked at this scene, their faces turned pale with fright, and their bodies were trembling. They have been on the battlefield and killed people, and they have seen many, many corpses. But at this moment, facing such a crazy massacre, they also felt scared and timid. After a while, the screams suddenly stopped. None of the 500 members of the holy cult and 600 renegade patrol guards survived. All of them were pierced through like a hornet's nest and lay on the ground, with blood staining the surrounding ground red. Such a terrible death made this place look like hell. Fu Tang, the captain of the 600 patrol guards, was frightened and collapsed on the ground. There were also many arrows attacking him just now, but he blocked them with his magic weapon. Although he didn't die, he had many wounds on his body, and the blood stained a large area of his clothes red, and his whole body was stinging. But at this moment, he seemed to have no consciousness. He just collapsed on the ground, looking at this horrible scene with a face full of fear and loss of consciousness. Li Si suppressed his fear and looked at the Lord Lu Fan in front of him, and said in a trembling voice, "Lord, this." Before, he was curious about what trump card Lu Fan had to be so calm. Now he knew. Lu Fan didn't have time to explain to Li Si at this moment. He suppressed the weakness and pain from all over his body and didn't fall down. The thousands of spiritual arrows just now were his masterpiece of activating the 7-star killing formation. The power was terrifying, but the price was not small. The spiritual power in his body was almost completely drained, leaving only a tiny trace for him to barely stand.
This was the result of him using all his strength to activate the formation to absorb spiritual power in advance.
If he had not secretly used the formation to absorb spiritual power when he just stopped to rest, he would not have been able to kill so many enemies. At this moment, the 500 members of the Holy Church and the 600 rebellious patrol guards were all dead. But there were still 15 strong men of the Holy Church who had not been killed. Just as Lu Fan gritted his teeth and tried to continue to forcefully activate the formation, his legs suddenly softened and he collapsed to the ground.
Lord!
Li Si was startled by such a sudden change, and quickly reached out to support Lu Fan, not letting him sit on the ground.
Lu Fan, who was supported by Li Si, couldn't help but show a helpless look on his face.
His cultivation is still too weak. The power of the 7 stars killing formation is unquestionable, and killing this guy is like cutting melons and vegetables.
It's a pity that I am too weak to exert the power of this formation.
The guards in Jinbei army, who were originally pale, also reacted at this moment, and gathered to protect Lu Fan. Su Jie and the 2 guards were holding weapons and staring at the dozen Saint Church strongmen with vigilance. The Saint Church strongman with the 7th level of soul condensation was originally very frightened, and when he saw Lu Fan like this, he suddenly understood.
TSK TSK TSK. His Royal Highness is really good at hiding.
Everyone thinks His Royal Highness is a waste who can't practice, but they don't know that His Royal Highness can not only practice, but also has a strong cultivation level, and is even proficient in the art of formation, which is amazing. While sighing, this guy exudes an extremely strong murderous intent. It is obvious that he has the intention to kill at this moment. Originally, their goal was to control Lu Fan, a waste, and it is still very easy to control him.
But now,
after hearing this, more than 1,000 patrol guards and 1,000 Jinbei army looked at Lu Fan, who was guarded in the middle, with disbelief.
His Royal Highness is not a waste. This news really shocked them.
After all, the rumor that His Royal Highness can't practice has been around for more than 10 years, and it has been confirmed by countless people. Although Lu Fan proved that he was not the cowardly and incompetent waste as rumored after coming to the north, the fact that he couldn't practice was still known to people. It's just that compared with before, all the soldiers had more regrets and sympathy.
But now they have heard the news, how can they not be shocked?
Facing the incredulous eyes of the patrol guards and the soldiers of the Jinbei army, Lu Fan forced himself to stand up. When he confirmed the plan with Jiang Shang, he did not think of continuing to conceal the fact that he could practice.
As for his true cultivation, it naturally cannot be leaked.
What's more, there is an incomparable system, even if others want to explore it, they can't.
After these thoughts flashed through his mind, Lu Fan looked at the 7th level Saint Church strongman of the soul condensation realm and said coldly, "Why, do you think that I will have no means to kill you after I am exhausted?" As soon as these words came out, the Saint Church strongman could not help but sneer.
"Your Highness the Crown Prince can't even stand steadily, but his mouth is still so hard."
"I don't know what means Your Highness the Crown Prince wants to use to kill us. Could it be these trash?"
Since they dared to come here, they are naturally fully prepared.
According to their information, the strong men around Lu Fan are all in Hanyang City.
Moreover, they have their people watching the city at all times. Once those guys make any unusual movements, he will know the news in the first place. That's why he talked to Lu Fan so calmly at this moment. Looking at this guy who was riding on the horse without any panic, Lu Fan shook his head. At this moment, he finally understood what it meant that villains always die because of talking too much.
"It's over."
As the extremely calm voice fell, 2 figures appeared out of thin air beside Lu Fan. These 2 figures were none other than Luo Chang and Xiao Zhengchun.
"Greetings, Lord."
The 2 people who were summoned knelt on one knee and saluted, with an indescribable look of awe in their eyes. Just now, they were busy with their own things, and Lu Fan's voice came out of thin air in their minds.
Then they appeared here out of thin air from Hanyang City.
Such a heaven-defying method really shocked them, and they became more and more fanatical and awed by Lu Fan in their hearts. This scene made Li Si dumbfounded.
"General Luo, Eunuch Chao, this."
It was not only Li Si who was shocked at this moment. The leader, the 7th level saint of the soul condensation realm, exclaimed in disbelief, "Impossible." The masters around Lu Fan were all under their surveillance.
As long as anyone left the city, he would receive a voice report. But now, looking at the 7th level saint of the soul condensation realm who exclaimed, Lu Fan gave an order in a cold voice. Destroy all their cultivation and leave them with only one breath. Yes. Luo Chang and Chao Zhengchun disappeared at the same time in a flash, turning into two phantoms and rushing towards the 15 saints. In a flash, the two appeared in front of the 15 saints. Chao Zhengchun slapped the 7th level saint of the soul condensation realm who was riding on horseback. Buzz! Along with his movements, an extremely terrifying force condensed into an invisible palm print and attacked. Facing this terrifying palm, the powerful saint of the 7th level of soul condensation realm cried out in surprise. The peak of the 9th level of soul condensation realm. As he cried out in surprise, he flew up from the horse's back in a flash. However, at the moment when he flew up into the air, a sword light stabbed directly at his face. A snow-white long sword with a cold light appeared in Chao Zhengchun's hand. Without waiting for this guy to dodge again, Chao Zhengchun grabbed this guy directly in the air. All rivers returned to the sea. Accompanied by a low shout, a terrifying suction force burst out from Chao Zhengchun's palm. The soul condensation realm's 7th layer saint cultist was caught off guard and suddenly pounced forward under the suction. At the moment when his body pounced forward due to the terrifying suction, the frost sword in Chao Zhengchun's hand pierced directly into his dantian. Puff! As the sound of the balloon being punctured sounded from his body, the aura of this guy's cultivation quickly dissipated. Then Chao Zhengchun put away the frost sword and flew to this guy, and casually removed this guy's jaw, and the teeth in his mouth were shattered in an instant. All this seemed slow, but it actually happened in a flash. Bang! With a muffled sound, the soul condensation realm's 7th layer saint cultist whose cultivation was abolished fell heavily to the ground. Swish! Chao Zhengchun's figure flashed and rushed to another soul condensation realm saint cultist member. Luo Chang also abolished the cultivation of 3 true Dan realm saint cult members in succession. Seeing this scene, the remaining saint cultists did not hesitate at all and all fled to the distance. However, before they could escape a few dozen meters, they were caught up by Luo Chang and Chao Zhengchun and their cultivation was destroyed. In less than 2 minutes, all 12 members of the True Dan realm and 3 members of the Condensation Soul realm were destroyed. Unfortunately, one of the members of the Condensation Soul realm and 4 members of the True Dan realm bit their fangs and committed suicide before Luo Chang and Chao Zhengchun could remove their jaws and teeth. So far, all the members of the Holy Church who came to attack Lu Fan this time were killed and destroyed, leaving only the rebellious Fu Tang who still retained his cultivation. And at this moment, Fu Tang was also completely frightened. When Lu Fan looked at him with a cold gaze, he hurriedly struggled to kneel on the ground and began to kowtow frantically for mercy. "Your Highness, spare me, Your Highness, spare me." Looking at Fu Tang who was begging for mercy frantically, Lu Fan looked at Luo Chang, who immediately understood. Swish! With a flash of his figure, Luo Chang appeared directly in front of Fu Tang and kicked him in the back. Puff! Fu Tang, who was kneeling and begging for mercy, was kicked forward 5 or 6 meters, and a large mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth, and his breath instantly weakened. Accompanied by Li Si, Su Jie and others, Lu Fan came directly to Fu Tang, whose cultivation was abolished. "Bring the sword." As soon as Lu Fan finished speaking, Su Jie quickly handed his sword to Lu Fan. Lu Fan took the sword and took a look, then he chopped off Fu Tang's head without hesitation. Puff! With a fountain of blood gushing out, Fu Tang's head was directly chopped off. Ding! Kill the 7th level cultivator of the condensation realm and get 400 points. Ignoring the system prompt sound in his mind, Lu Fan came to the member of the Holy Church who was abolished in the soul condensation realm. This guy's jaw was removed, and the mask on his face was thrown aside like garbage. All the teeth in his mouth were gone, and blood mixed with saliva kept flowing out. Looking at Lu Fan who came to him, this guy actually laughed with a ferocious look. "Wow. Heh, you want to know from me?" This guy has no chin and teeth, and the words he said are simply unrecognizable to ordinary people. But Lu Fan understood what this guy meant, and a mocking look appeared on his face. "Do you think that I left your lives to force you to ask for information?" After saying this, Lu Fan sneered, "You underestimate me too much."
The moment the sneer fell, Lu Fan raised his sword and fell. Puff! Ding, kill the Soul Condensation Realm's 7th level cultivator, and get 100,000 points. Listening to the prompt sound in his mind, Lu Fan couldn't help but feel helpless in his heart. If he killed this guy with his own strength, he could get at least 700,000 points, but now he only had 100,000 points. Because this guy was killed by his own cultivation, his points were greatly reduced. But it's better to have it than not to have it. No matter how small the mosquito leg is, it's still meat. Thinking of this, Lu Fan was too lazy to talk nonsense. He killed all the remaining 10 members of the Holy Church and got 80,000 points. It's not that he didn't want to interrogate these guys, but he knew that interrogating them would be useless. These guys are not much different from the dead men, and they can't get any information even if they are interrogated. So there's no need to waste time. After killing the last person, Lu Fan casually returned the bloody sword to Su Jie and said lightly, "Tonggu, arrange people to clean up the battlefield and collect all the storage rings, storage bags or other valuable things."
Yes. Li Si nodded respectfully when he heard it.
After what happened tonight, he became more and more fanatical and awed by Lu Fan. His master looked harmless and posed no threat.